Jiang City Civil Affairs Bureau. Chun Yan, aside from that face of yours, what else do you have? Hearing the woman beside him pass judgment, Chun Yan's mood remained untouched. Instead, he smugly rubbed his chin, rather pleased with himself. Crude as her words were, they were not entirely wrong. This face had always been his unfailing capital in the past, and even now. Though he was already in his 30s, he had maintained himself remarkably well. His features were clean-cut and handsome, without the slightest trace of middle-aged greasiness. Though he did not boast a set of six-pack abs, his figure was still straight and well-proportioned. Overall, his looks were only a shade inferior to those idealized father figures in readers' fantasies. You're almost 40 and you've never held a proper job. You spend all day either playing games or going out fishing like some 60-year-old retiree. Now Yao Yao is about to graduate from university and you're still lazing at home instead of going out to find a job. Do you know what people around us say about you behind your back? They say you live off a woman, that you're just a kept pretty boy. While Gao Zhuojuan continued to pour out her grievances in an unending stream, Chun Yan's thoughts had already drifted far away. Back then, he had been a legendary figure on campus. Relying on his school heartthrob looks and sunny, outgoing personality, he moved freely through seas of beauties, yet never let a single leaf cling to him. At his peak, from senior sisters and teaching assistants to wide-eyed junior girls, he juggled several romances at once. People even gave him the nickname Jiang University's Chungo. Yet as the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, your shoes are bound to get wet. So wild and unrestrained was he that during one heated moment, he failed to pull out in time, planting a seed. And in the end, he stumbled and fell into Gao Zhuojuan's hands. For all his debauchery, he was at his core a man with a sense of responsibility. He soon withdrew from his game among the flowers, married because of the child, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to family life. Let them talk. It doesn't cost me a piece of flesh, Chun Yan said lightly as he came back to himself. Those people are just jealous. Jealous that I get to live such a comfortable life and wondering why it isn't them. It wasn't hard to understand. Others were out there working themselves to the bone, exhausted like dogs, while at home, he had a stunning CEO wife who raked in money and an obedient, studious, beautiful daughter. How could that not provoke envy and gossip? Even though he was now about to divorce and could no longer enjoy the good life of being kept. You, Chun Yan, you're hopelessly complacent and utterly unreasonable. Gao Zhuojuan was infuriated by his indifferent attitude. Chun Yan let out a soft chuckle and replied, Gao Zhuojuan, don't forget. You handled the outside world and I handled the home. That was the arrangement we agreed on back then. At the time, Gao Zhuojuan, as his senior, had graduated first and landed a decent job. Their daughter was still very young and needed someone to care for her. After much deliberation, they decided she would earn money to support the family, while he became a full-time stay-at-home dad, taking care of the household. Come to think of it, the fact that he had managed to preserve his looks at their peak was largely thanks to never having suffered the pressure and beatings of the workplace. Meanwhile, Gao Zhuojuan had thrown herself into work as a career maniac. In the past 2 years, through her own ability and opportunities, she had risen to become the company's female president. Yes, you earn money to support the family and give us a comfortable life. That's impressive, and I'm genuinely grateful. Chun Yan continued, speaking from the heart. But have I contributed nothing at all? When has the logistics at home ever held you back? In your eyes, you only see my leisure and my spare time, but you don't see how I raised Yao Yao from a wailing infant into a graceful young woman. Their exchange grew somewhat heated, but in the waiting area of the Civil Affairs Bureau's divorce section, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I never said I was denying you. But times have changed. Now that Yao Yao has grown up, it's time for you to step out of your comfort zone. Hearing this, Chun Yan let out a soft laugh. It wasn't that he had never tried to leave his comfort zone or never made any effort. But really, which company would be willing to hire a man nearing 40 with absolutely no work experience? Was he supposed to become a security guard at a gatehouse or a cleaner with a mop? Would a job like that truly satisfy Gao Zhuojuan? Once upon a time, she had said that being a full-time dad was exhausting and noble. Yet now that she had achieved success, ascended to a high position, her standards had soared beyond sight. Indeed, a man can be poor for a time, but not for a lifetime. And he cannot live forever without connections or social status. When the couple's positions are no longer equal, the relationship inevitably slips off balance, especially in the eyes of the world when the woman is strong and the man is weak. Since they had already come to the point of divorce, further argument was pointless, so Chun Yan did not respond again. Gao Zhuojuan seemed to regain some clarity, as well, suddenly aware of where they were. Thus the two of them lapsed into silence, neither willing to be the first to speak. Time passed, until a broadcast rang out. Number 24, please proceed to window 1 to complete your procedures. Only then did they stand up together and walk toward the counter. They handed over the documents they had prepared and then signed and pressed their fingerprints on a stack of divorce papers. A little over 10 minutes later, when he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chun Yan's marital status had shifted from married to divorced, and there was now a purpler divorce certificate in his hand. What a beautiful day, he murmured. The weather in a way reflected his mood. To be honest, he felt no negative emotions about the divorce. In the past, traditional morality and duty had compelled him to be a good husband and good father. Now that Gao Zhuojuan had taken the initiative to sever the chains, he felt a strong sense of release, as though he had suddenly regained his freedom. Conditions detected in host's state of mind. System activation in progress. The sudden electronic notification sound startled Chen Yan. But as a 20-year veteran web novel reader, he quickly realized what was happening and accepted it, his heart surging with excitement. No way. Divorce really triggers a system instantly. Loading complete. Please choose system type. 1. Travel check-in system. 2. Business empire system. 3. King of entertainment system. 8. Daily sign-in system. A blue glowing system panel unfolded before Chen Yan's eyes. From travel to entrepreneurship, from entertainment to gourmet food, from technology to handicrafts, from antique collecting to rare item hoarding. All kinds of systems were available, everything one could imagine laid out for him to choose from. This system is actually pretty considerate. After a brief sigh of amazement, Chen Yan immediately opened the system descriptions and carefully studied them. Travel. Too tiring, pass. Entrepreneurship. Also exhausting, pass. Gourmet food. You just need money to eat, pass. The daily sign-in system. Now that's nice. He discovered that most systems required him to complete assigned tasks in order to receive rewards. Only the daily sign-in system demanded nothing at all. He only needed to sign in once a day, and on special holidays the sign-in rewards would be even more generous. This is it, he decided, and with a single thought confirmed his choice. In the very next second, a rapid succession of electronic chimes left him feeling dizzy. System type selected. Distributing novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cash 10 USD. Congratulations to the host for obtaining gene enhancement serum. Congratulations to the host for obtaining assets 24. 6 of Jiang City Yuhuichui Group shares. Congratulations to the host for obtaining assets 24. 6 of Jiang City Yuhuichui Group cash 100 million. And in dual points as well. Chen Yan stared fixedly at the numbers on the panel, reading them digit by digit, counting them over and over again. With each count, his heartbeat quickened a little more. At the same time, he could not help but think of the exchange rate, wondering what kind of astronomical figure this would be if converted into RMB. Just then, the screen of the phone in his trouser pocket lit up, followed by a crisp text message notification tone. A clear chime sounded. Your China Merchants bank account ending in 9235 received RMB 7513600 on April 13th. After the transaction, your balance is RMB 751606355. Seeing the text message after taking out his phone, the vague sense of unreality he had felt instantly transformed into a solid reassurance that the money had truly fallen into his lap. It also made Chen Yan clearly aware of the exact amount of this windfall, a full 750 million plus RMB. Without realizing it, his hand was already clenching the phone, tightly gripping it harder than at any time in the past. He kept taking deep breaths one after another. After a long moment, Chen Yan finally suppressed the frenzy of joy that came with sudden riches. It was not that his psychological fortitude was poor. If it were someone else, they might be even more overwhelmed than he was, perhaps going mad from joy, like another modern-day Fan Jin passing the imperial exam. He then looked at the next reward, genetic enhancement serum, and tapped open its description. Genetic enhancement serum improves the user's genes, and with proper exercise training gradually enhances physical fitness. Black technology indeed. Those who understand will understand. If one's body fails, no amount of money is of use. Once a person kicks the bucket and the money remains unspent, that would be a tragic joke. When it comes to health, this was something priceless. No amount of money could buy such a treasure. Jiangshi Yuhuicui Group. Chen Yan softly repeated the third asset reward. A local company in Jiangshi. He had little idea about it. He tapped open the introduction, and detailed information immediately unfolded before his eyes. Yuhuicui Group, a large local offline entertainment conglomerate in Jiangshi. It owns 3 high-end karaoke clubs, 15 mid-range self-service KTV venues, 3 bars, 2 quiet lounges, 5 high-end bathhouse and spa centers, 12 mall arcade game halls, 6 escape rooms, 4 murder mystery script venues, and so on. The list of industries under Yuhuicui Group was so extensive that Chen Yan felt dazzled as he read. Yinduan Hot Springs, Fanning Spa, Maiba Self-Service, KTV, AO Game City. These were all names familiar to his ears, yet he had never known they all belonged to the same group. After going through the information, Chen Yan quickly formed a new understanding of Yuhuicui Group. From large clubhouses to trendy entertainment, its offline businesses were spread across every district, making it practically the local overlord of Jiangshi's offline entertainment industry. The data also showed Yuhuicui Group's approximate valuation at around 2 billion renminbi, while he held 24.6 of its shares. He was the second largest shareholder with shares worth about 500 million renminbi. Even with his limited understanding of business, he knew that shares in such a group, where cash flow was immense and profits returned quickly, were a coveted prize. As long as he wished, he could at any time sell his shares at the upper limit of their price and convert them into cash. Of course, Chun Yin had no such short-sighted intention. By now the cash in his bank card had already reached an amount he had no idea how to spend. Compared to the monetary value of the shares, what he valued more was the social identity that came with being the second largest shareholder of a major entertainment group. Cash represented wealth, shares represented social status. With both in hand, how could he possibly lack connections and resources? It had to be said he had chosen the right system. It was simply too formidable. It was a single step to the goal, no, a single step straight into the heavens. Such was the charm of the system. 10 minutes ago, he had still been a divorced man, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a tycoon with assets in the A10 tier, one of that tiny cluster of people at the tip of the pyramid. Even if the system were suddenly to crash and vanish in the future, this weighty starter gift pack alone would be enough to let him live a carefree life for the rest of his days. All the more so since such a thing was impossible. As he kept checking in day after day and accumulating rewards, his life would only grow better. His future life goal was crystal clear: to seize joy in time, live freely and unrestrained, and be as dashing as he pleased. Just as Chun Yin was immersed in his beautiful vision of the future, the system prompt sound rang out again, pulling him back to reality. A chime echoed, followed by "Please proceed with today's check-in, host." Hearing this, Chun Yin's eyes lit up. Of course, starter gift pack aside, he had yet to perform his first check-in since binding the system. He immediately muttered silently in his heart, "Check-in. Check-in completed. First check-in has triggered a critical reward." There was an extra surprise. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Mercedes-Benz Maybach S-Class S684 Matic Extreme Night, top configuration. Already parked in the underground parking lot B2B330 of Yuchen Huafu. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Grand Investigation Glasses. System bro, you treat me so well. How am I ever going to manage to spend all my money in the future?" Chun Yin was not a car enthusiast, but he had at least heard of the famous Maybach. From the reward description, he also saw that this top-end luxury car cost more than 3 million. That was already ostentatious enough. He no longer needed to spend his own money to purchase a luxury car, unless one day he felt like getting a sports car for fun. He then looked further down. Glasses. I'm not nearsighted. And the name is weird. Grand Investigation Glasses. What on earth is that? Just as doubt rose in Chun Yan's heart, and he was about to tap to view the introduction, a prompt appeared. "Where now?" He subconsciously replied under his breath, "Yes." At the same time, footsteps and the voices of a man and a woman in conversation sounded behind him. "Honey, we're finally married, woo." "Yes, hubby," the woman said in a deliberately coy nasal tone. "From now on, we're husband and wife." "Haha. Then tonight, when we get home, haha. You're awful, we're outside, I'm going to die of embarrassment." Arm in arm pressed, so close they seemed eager to stick together, the newlyweds walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding their freshly issued marriage certificates. Newly married and in the throes of honeymoon affection, they appeared exceptionally loving in every gesture. Then I'll send you back to the gym first. See you tonight." "Alright, some students are already on my case to get back. I'll be thinking of you." For a moment, part of Chun Yan's attention was drawn over. He turned his head slightly and let his peripheral vision sweep toward them. A panel floated into his field of vision, and when he focused on it, he saw a name: Jiacharu. Age 20, 126, 100 blade battles. With the system's explanation, he fully understood the specific function of the glasses, and even the usually composed Chun Yin could not help showing an utterly astonished expression. A seasoned veteran of 100 battles indeed. At the same time, his gaze toward the man involuntarily carried a trace of sympathy. This fellow might as well have an entire verdant grassland sprouting atop his head. How was this a sweet honeymoon-like newlywed bliss? It was clearly a case of finding an honest man to marry. Tisk, what a divine artifact, Chun Yin thought, with heartfelt admiration, immensely satisfied with the glass's function. For someone like him who planned to roam freely among flowers in the future, this was absolutely a piece of gear on the level of a holy artifact. He would never again have to worry about boarding the wrong kind of transport and accidentally ending up on public transit. This critical reward from his first check-in had indeed produced something extraordinary. No wonder he had chosen this system. Even such miraculous equipment was available. It only made him look forward all the more to what other treasures he might sign in for in the future. After steadying the surging emotions in his heart, Chun Yin moved his feet toward the parking lot and got into a Volkswagen Lavita. In truth, his life over the past few years had been rather decent. Gao Zhujuan's income was quite high, and she had no habit of casually buying luxury goods. Her salary had all been deposited into their family account. She had faithfully fulfilled her promise to earn money and support the family, and had acted with complete openness and integrity, not resorting to any tricks when it came to dividing the assets in their divorce. Besides this La Vida, he had also received an apartment in Yuchin Huafu and more than 2,000 yuan in cash in his bank card. This was precisely why he did not harbor the slightest resentment toward Gao Zhuojuan. In what household would a decent person set him free and still give him assets worth around 3 million? To put it bluntly, if he had been the one working back, then he was not even sure he could have earned that much. Just as Chun Yin was about to start the car, the engine gave a low roar. Suddenly his phone ringtone sounded. It's not until you fall that you fly. The screen lit up, showing an incoming call from China Merchants Bank. He was not surprised that the bank would contact him. In fact, he felt they were a bit late. A full 750 million yuan in liquid funds had just flowed into his account. Only now did they call. Latest Marshal Saint. Ingren opened its mouth, but couldn't speak. Once could be a coincidence. What about twice? An alert in the like an artillery shell detonating in a tranquil lake, the entire bank boiled over. An emergency mobilization was immediately launched, with the president, vice presidents, and directors all rushing into place. They promptly conducted a risk investigation into this huge sum, and after confirming that everything was completely reasonable, compliant, and legal, they contacted him at once. Hello, I'm very sorry to disturb you. I am Jiang Miao Miao from the Private Diamond Center of China Merchants Bank. May I ask if this is Mr. Once the call connected, a clear and pleasant female voice came through the receiver. From her tone alone, one could tell she was a young woman in her prime, and there even seemed to be a trace of nervousness in it. This is he, Chun Yin replied, simply not starting the car yet. After confirming his identity, the other party's tone grew even more respectful. Thank you for placing your trust in China Merchants Bank. I am calling to sincerely invite you to join our ultra-high-end private banking service. May I ask if you have time to honor us with a visit to our branch? Chun Yin glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Thinking of the Maybach parked at home, he simply set the visit for the next day. Sure, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right. May I ask if we should arrange a car to pick you up, Mr. Chun? No need, I'll drive myself. I will send you our address via text message later. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule for us. All our staff will be ready to receive you with the utmost honor. To receive him with the utmost honor. Coming from a pleasant-voiced young woman, it sounded all the more peculiar. The fact that such words were spoken by a girl with such a charming voice only made it sound even stranger to his. Having read hundreds of online novels, Chun Yin could not help but associate it with certain scenarios. Ultra-high-end private banking came with personal assistance after all. Ahem. Of course, what he truly valued more was the service system and core privileges. The exclusive VIP services could bring him great convenience. For instance, the simplest perk, a prestige-laden Centurion Black Card. After confirming the appointment and hanging up, Chun Yin shifted the gear into D and set off for home. The vehicle pulled out from the Civil Affairs Bureau and turned to merge into the flow of traffic. Over 10 minutes later, he reached the underground parking lot of Yuchin Huafu. After getting out of the car, he took a look around. In the adjacent parking space stood a Maybach S680 in obsidian black, exuding a sense of luxury and imposing presence, its lines smooth and elegant. He pulled the door handle, the car door swung open, and Chun Yin immediately checked the armrest compartment. Inside lay 2 key fobs, the vehicle registration, insurance documents, and other contract papers. He casually took one of the keys, locked the car, and decided to properly experience the interior and driving feel of this luxury vehicle tomorrow. Leaving the parking space, he walked to the elevator lobby by the entrance hall. Just then the elevator arrived at level B2, and a familiar man stepped out, greeting him in passing. Yang, you're back. Heading out. Chun Yin replied with a bit of empty small talk. After living in this complex for so many years, he had many neighbors with whom he shared only such nodding acquaintance. Yet he noticed that when this neighbor greeted him, the look in the man's eyes was oddly different, as if tinged with a trace of... There was gossip there as well, and a sense of watching drama unfold. Could a single look really be that complex? Soon, however, the answer revealed itself. When the elevator reached the 25th floor, and he had just stepped out, he immediately saw a familiar figure standing at his own doorway, his downstairs neighbor from the 22nd floor, a divorced landlady reputed to be quite well off, Miao Kaiwei. She looked brimming with joy, as though something wonderful had happened. Weijia, what are you doing here? Why are you standing? Chun Yin voiced his question. Seeing him return, Miao Kaiwei's smile grew even more radiant. She immediately stepped forward and lightly patted his arm. As she moved, the fragrance of YSL Libra perfume swept through the small space, a scented breeze. Notes of orange blossom and lavender diffused in the air, reflecting the user's sense of style. Yanga, I told you don't call me Weijia. I'm a few years younger than you, she corrected him. Then almost impatiently she asked, did you have a fight with Junjun? Is it a cold war and separation, or are you planning to get a divorce? Her words left him momentarily stunned, and he immediately asked what's going on. Why would you say that? In the past 2 years he had indeed had conflicts and disagreements with Gao Zhuojuan, but those had all been private matters behind closed doors between husband and wife. Even their amicable divorce agreement had been kept completely confidential without informing anyone else. So how was it that he had just finalized the divorce and rumors were already spreading outside? Oh, come on. Without playing coy, Miao Kaiwei said earlier today Junjun's assistant came with a moving company. They packed up quite a lot of luggage from your place, several neighbors saw it, and the news spread instantly. Understanding dawned on Chun Yan. Of course, since they were divorced and separated, Gao Zhujian naturally had to move her belongings back to her own place. That also explained what had happened by the elevator. No wonder the neighbor's eyes had looked so odd just now. No wonder Miao Kaiwei was so happy and had rushed over to block his door. I've told you everything. Now you have to give me a clear answer, Miao Kaiwei urged. We're divorced, Chun Yan replied without concealment. It would be known sooner or later anyway, so he might as well be frank and settle it once and for all, otherwise people outside would only keep speculating and prying for who knew how long. Oh, divorced? Really divorced? Upon hearing the answer, Miao Kaiwei let out a sharp scream. As though she had just heard the greatest news, she waved her arms in delight, the motion setting the white wave-like lines on her chest surging. Chun Yan's gaze was instinctively drawn and lingered for a moment. She, however, did not mind the spring scenery on display in the slightest. Instead, she tossed him an encouraging look. It was as if her eyes were saying, "Go on, it's fine. Don't just look from a distance." Yet Chun Yan made no further move, merely saying in a faint tone, "You're this happy. Does Gao Zhujian know? And here I thought you two were such good friends, the way you call her Junjun so sweetly." Hearing this, Miao Kaiwei paused, gave a somewhat resentful smile, then quickly found reasons to convince herself and regained her confidence. Letting benefits go to outsiders is such a waste. A good man like you. If Junjun doesn't want you, then at least we're friends. Rather than you ending up on the market for some stranger to snatch up, it's better if it's me. She knew very clearly what she wanted and was willing to work for it, otherwise she would never be this straightforward. The moment she received the news, she rushed over to block Chun Yan at his door. "Hey, good man." Chun Yan chuckled. "Don't put such a lofty label on me." Perhaps he truly deserved that title in the past, but from today onward, whoever wanted it could have it. He would no longer be that man. As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to him, and he shot Miao Kaiwei a suspicious glance. "You didn't have a hand in this, did you?" In web novels, wasn't the plot always like this? Behind every divorce, there was a so-called best friend fanning the flames and sowing discord. How is that even possible? Miao Kaiwei immediately cried out her innocence. "I'm being wronged here. My relationship with Junjun isn't that close, and I honestly didn't know anything about you two before this." Chun Yan nodded in agreement. He really had been overthinking it. Despite how intimately Miao Kaiwei called her, in truth, she and Gao Zhujian were just neighbors and ordinary friends without much depth to their relationship. "All right, I've asked what I wanted to ask. Anything else?" He shook the keys in his hand to indicate his intention. "If not, please let me through. I need to go inside." Hey, wait. Of course there's more." Miao Kaiwei hurriedly stretched out her pale arm to block his way. "Young, I've come all the way here to see you. How can you still not understand what I mean?" Chun Yan certainly understood Miao Kaiwei's little schemes. Strictly speaking, she had had designs on him for quite some time. Once she had even tried a subtle temptation, only to be flatly rejected by his upright, unyielding stance. Over the years, he had encountered such situations countless times. She was neither the first, nor would she be the last. He did not know whether it was because of his good looks or because of that trace of darkness within human nature. The better his reputation as a good father and good husband became, the more people wanted to drag him down and make him fall. Married female classmates, mothers of his daughter's classmates. People like that had long been eyeing him frequently, trying to lure him into infidelity in secret. For the sake of family harmony, he felt there was no need to tell Gao Zhujian about any of this, so she had never known just how in demand he was outside. Seeing that Chun Yan did not respond, Miao Kaiwei turned up the heat. "Young, just be with me. You're divorced now. What is there left for you to worry about?" As she spoke, she adjusted her posture, striking a pose that accentuated her curves, then continued. "Besides, what is wrong with me, Miao Kaiwei? I've got the looks, I've got the figure, and I'm definitely not short of money." Hearing this, Chun Yan gave her a once-over. She wore a white, sleeveless, ruffled camisole dress. The bare shoulder design made her fair arms resemble segments of tender jade lotus root. The neckline dipped low, exposing a swath of pale skin at her throat and chest with the hint of a deep ravine, faintly visible, showcasing abundant allure. With the deliberately arched posture, she held the dress clung to her skin, outlining a slender waist that could be easily encircled by one hand. Indeed, Miao Kaiwei was not bragging. She had every right to be confident. "I'm not a difficult person to get along with. Our personalities are compatible. Getting along would definitely not be a problem." She intensified her strategy, switching to a financial offensive. "And money-wise, I certainly won't treat you poorly. As long as you agree, no. They'll transfer 3 apartments into your name." At those words, Chun Yan let out a small laugh. Among those who coveted him, there had never been a lack of wealthy women like Miao Kaiwei. This was also part of his confidence in accepting the divorce. If things ever turned bleak, he could always fall back on living off a rich partner. Yet her willingness to offer so much still surprised him. Was he really worth 3 apartments? Even at the lowest housing prices in Jiang City, that would be close to 10 million. But times had changed and now he was a man with a system. Oh, and why is that? Am I really worth that much? Chen Yin neither refused nor agreed, teasing. Are you planning to keep me as your boy toy? Everyone has their own tastes, and you just happen to be mine. Miao Kaiwei smiled sweetly. As long as you're willing to marry me, young, I'm fine with that too. Marry. Seeing how serious she was, Chen Yin no longer dared to make light of it. Remarrying was out of the question. Marriage was a grave one stepped into once. He would not repeat the same mistake. Ahem. Siwei, enough joking around. Chen Yin cleared his throat in a tactical cough. I'm a bit tired from going out today, so we'll head in and rest first. All right then, but I'm not joking. Everything I said is true. Think it over carefully, Yana. This time Miao Kaiwei did not try to stop him. After all, she had already laid out both her feelings and her terms. There would be plenty of time to make another move in the future. Chen Yin replied perfunctorily, alright, I'll think about it. In truth, his inner thought was, think about it, my foot. For 20 years, he had eaten the same dish every day, no matter how fragrant and flavorful it had been. He was sick of it. He truly did want to change his taste to try different dishes. Without the system, he might have been somewhat tempted, but now he no longer lacked money. With both looks and financial prospects, why should he settle for leftovers? Unless someone inherently preferred leftovers, most people definitely had a fixation on having something new. When there were options, one naturally chose the best, the brightest, the most pristine. In terms of figure and looks, Miao Kaiwei was excellent and fit his aesthetic very well. On top of that, as a pampered and well-maintained wealthy woman, her beauty carried an extra hint of mature. Unfortunately, her divorce status meant she had been married and had a man before. It all sounds so good. I'd like to see which number prey I am to you. This was another of Chun Yan's concerns. She might be an experienced player. With that thought, he silently recited in his heart, activate the glasses. In the next second, a floating blue light panel appeared within his field of vision. Name Miao Kaiwei, age 28. 0 green recruit magic wand collector Chun Yan. In an instant, his eyes widened as he stared at the 0 on the panel, utterly shocked. What was going on? How could a divorced woman, yet actually a green recruit? Who would believe that if he said it out loud? If not for the investigative glasses. Just then, with a soft ding, the elevator arrived. Young, get some rest then. I'm heading back, Miao Kaiwei said, turning to step into the elevator. Her figure slowly disappeared as the doors closed on her. This makes no scientific sense. The next day, Chun Yin still found his thoughts occasionally drifting to that big fat 0 on the panel, utterly baffled no matter how hard he pondered. To be honest, he was starting to grow curious about Miao Kaiwei. A divorced rich woman, yet somehow a complete rookie. No practical experience at all. Alright, she probably had quite a bit of simulated experience. After all, she was a collector of magic wands. That alone proved an indisputable fact. Miao Kaiwei was still clean. TSK. At that thought, a wave of heat surged through Chun Yin. Whether she offered him a room or not no longer mattered. What mattered was that he had not tasted meat in quite some time, and Miao Kaiwei was indeed irresistibly tempting. Leaving everything else aside, just that fragrant, bouncy pair of buns alone was enough to stir up anyone's appetite. He had lived on plain steamed bread for most of his days. Naturally, he had little resistance when it came to meat. Had he used the investigative glasses a bit earlier yesterday and seen through her true face, sooner he definitely would not have treated Miao Kaiwei so coldly. If that had happened, things might have flowed naturally dry with meeting blazing fire, and he would have ended up with his mouth full of greasy delight. But what was done was done. Forget it, there will be other chances. He was confident that Miao Kaiwei would come again. Worst case, he would simply eat her up the next time she delivered herself to his doorstep. A glance at the time showed it was already 9:30 in the morning, just about when he was scheduled to meet the bank. So Chun Yin pushed those stray thoughts aside for the time being, tidied himself up a little, picked up the keys on the entryway counter, and headed out the door. Before long, he reached the underground parking garage. By coincidence, he ran into the same male neighbor he had bumped into when he returned yesterday. You're back, the neighbor greeted him with a smile. Yeah, just got back from dropping my son off at school, the man replied with a grin. I'm just heading home to grab something before I go to work. It was not that Chun Yin was overly sensitive. On the surface, the man's words sounded harmless, yet there was the faintest trace of pride in his tone. He had precisely highlighted 2 points, his son and his job. 2 things Chun Yin did not have. He could hardly blame anyone who in the past he had stood out too much in the community, often cited as the ideal husband in other people's mouths. He had a beautiful, capable CEO wife who brought in the money and a well-behaved, studious daughter. How could the other men not seethe with envy and jealousy? Over time, he had become something of a public enemy among the male residents. On the surface, no one said anything. Everyone remained courteous, exchanging pleasantries whenever they met. But behind his back, who knew how they discussed him? In the past, that neighbor's greetings had never carried so many words or so much pride. Clearly, he had caught wind of Chun Yan's now less than perfect family life. So now the man felt he had made it, that he could finally stand tall. Then he extended his hand and pointed toward the parking space, saying, "Oh right, brother Yan, when I came back, just now I saw a Maybach parked in your spot. That body, those lines, so handsome, truly worthy of a top-tier luxury car. I wonder whose it is. Maybe a new resident or someone visiting relatives. They must not be familiar with the place yet, so they parked in your spot for now. Anyone who can drive something like that surely isn't ordinary. Your spot would just be sitting empty anyway, so why not let them use it?" "It's fine, I'm about to drive out," Chun Yan replied. The neighbor failed to grasp what he meant, assuming he planned to drive his Volkswagen La Vito away and had accepted his suggestion. A few more sentences, and the man's chatterbox flew wide open. He was suddenly in the mood to talk. "Brother Yan, we've been neighbors for so many years, seeing each other practically every day. We're pretty familiar, right? So, we'll just say a few more words. I heard about what happened between you and Sister June." The neighbor put on the air of a self-appointed mentor, suddenly transforming into a relationship guru as he launched into his advice. What couple doesn't have conflicts? It's normal, nothing serious. A quarrel at the head of the bed, reconciliation at the foot. After so many years together, you and Sister June surely understand this. Give her a few days to cool down and calm down, then buy some flowers and gifts, coax her a little, offer her a step down, and won't everything be fine again? So now the man not only felt a sense of superiority in certain aspects, he was even getting addicted to handing out advice. First about the parking space, and now meddling in Chun Yan's personal relationship. Are we really that close? Since when was it your place as just a neighbor to point fingers at my life? With that thought, Chun Yan decided not to indulge him, voicing his retort aloud. Why should I be the one doing the coaxing? A real man. If anyone is going to coax, she should be the one coaxing me. If I did what you said, wouldn't that make me a simp? A simp, a simp. Licking and licking only to end up with nothing in the end. Being a simp is a losing game. No, that's not. The neighbor started trying to argue back. But the moment he spoke, Chun Yan cut him off, continuing, "Do you know who I ran into at my door when I got home yesterday?" The question immediately derailed the neighbor's train of thought, and he instinctively asked, "Who?" "Miao Kaiwei." Hearing that name, the neighbor's heart gave a jolt, his voice rising noticeably. "Miao, she was at your door, eh?" A woman brimming with allure showing up to block a man's doorway. What that meant needed no explanation. They were all adults, some things did not need to be spelled out. Especially now when rumors were swirling outside, such behavior was magnified countless times over. The neighbor, who had just been full of vigor and ready to continue lecturing, suddenly crashed emotionally, turning listless and dispirited. Clearly this news was a shock to him, enough to deliver a not-sosmal blow. Seeing his expression, Chun Yan smiled, quite satisfied with the damage this round had dealt. This world was nothing more than a gigantic makeshift troop. Many people donned decent clothes and upheld moral codes, yet behind closed doors they were nothing but beasts in human attire, following their animal instincts wholeheartedly. From what he knew, there was no shortage of clandestine entanglements in the community. There were plenty of neighbor Wang next door and oldly types. And then there was Miao Tsaiwei, a breathtakingly beautiful, voluptuous, single rich woman. Many men in the neighborhood let their imaginations run wild about her, dreaming of gaining both beauty and wealth. Some had even taken concrete actions. He had happened to catch his male neighbor giving her a rather questionable look. Whether the man had acted on it was unclear, but his thoughts had definitely strayed. "Got it now," Chun Yan said breezily. "If one goodbye is said, the next will be better and even more obedient." He cast the other man a look laden with unspoken meaning. "The rich woman you fantasized about, but could never attain, I can easily reach out and take. She even comes knocking of her own accord. Are you still able to laugh now? Do you still have the right to offer advice?" And he was not finished yet. Chun Yan twisted the knife a few more times, saying, "All right, Shaoli, have you finished paying off your mortgage yet? It's getting late. You'd better hurry to work. Don't be late and lose your attendance bonus. You need that bonus to pay the mortgage so your son will have a home when he gets married." As he spoke, he took out the Maybach key and pressed the unlock button. Bayubiu. The crisp unlock chime of the car rang out unusually clear in the empty underground parking lot. The headlights of the Maybach flared to life, their luxurious, imposing beams shooting straight toward them. In that instant, the only thought in the male neighbor's mind was, so bright it's blinding. "In your car, you." He stammered, unable to string together a complete sentence. He had already realized that he was nothing more than a clown jumping up and down. Any sense of superiority, the gloating, the so-called kind advice, all vanished in an instant, and he wished he could bury his head in the ground and pretend nothing had ever happened. KO, a complete and crushing defeat. The corner of Chun Yan's lips curled up as he reached out and patted the man's shoulder. Without another word, he strode straight toward the car. At that moment, although they were clearly about the same height, the male neighbor seemed for no reason to be 3 heads shorter than Chun Yan. A deep, powerful hum rose as the engine came to life, the Maybach tracing a streak of black allure through the air. At this moment, the neighbor's legs felt as if they had taken root in the ground. He simply could not move. He could only watch with his own eyes as the car pulled out and drove away. Only when it vanished completely from sight did he finally exhale and mutter to himself, "Thank goodness he didn't see me just now posing with his car for photos." The little episode in the underground parking lot did not weigh on Chunyan's mind at all. Barring any surprises, he would soon be moving out of Yuchin Huafu, trading up to a more luxurious large flat, or even a villa. Besides, he was currently busy immersing himself in the driving experience of the Maybach. If he had to sum it up in a single word, it would be comfortable. The interior materials were exquisitely refined, the cabin spacious and generous. Whether in power handling or intelligent systems, everything performed to a high standard. It truly lived up to the name of a top-tier luxury car, far easier to drive than his old Volkswagen La Vida. More importantly, the moment this car hit the street, every other vehicle they encountered seemed to become much more obedient to the traffic rules. Cutting and honking, such things simply ceased to exist. As the time approached 9:45, he knew that although he was a major client of the bank and would still be treated with deference, even if he were late, it would not do to arrive after the appointed hour. So Chunyan pressed down harder on the accelerator. The car surged forward, and under his control, it was like a precise surgeon's scalpel weaving effortlessly through the stream of traffic. Top-tier vehicle performance combined with his coordination and his keen intuitive grasp of the road conditions all fused together to grant him an almost transcendent sensation of becoming one with the machine. It was worthy of being called master-level driving skill. Indeed, earlier that very morning at dawn, Chunyan had eagerly completed his second check-in and received a skill card from master-level driving. Once activated, his driving ability had instantly leaped several tiers, surpassing even professional race car drivers. Thus, a route that would ordinarily take 20 minutes brought him to his destination, China Merchants Bank, in just 12. As the car had just pulled in, a uniformed security guard jogged over at once. Seeing this, Chun Yin lowered the window, and the guard's voice sounded at once. "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Chun Yin?" He nodded. "Welcome, Mr. Chun. We've reserved a parking space for you. This way, please." With that, the guard quickly turned and jogged over to an empty bay, removing the redundant white traffic cone placed there. The car followed closely behind, backing neatly into the space. At the same time, three figures stepped out from the bank lobby and hurried over to receive him. "Mr. Chen, hello, welcome to our bank. I am Lu Qiming, branch president of the Jiang City branch of China." As soon as Chunyan got out of the car, a portly man with a pronounced belly looking to be in his 40s stepped up, at once beaming as he introduced himself. A branch president. This was practically the god of wealth for many companies. In Jiang City, such a position could easily be considered among the very top in terms of status. Yet Chunyan did not feel the slightest bit intimidated. A bank president's status might be high, but he himself was holding 750 million in cash. That was what you called the true weight of cash flow. Even an ordinary listed company might not have that much cash sitting in its accounts, not to mention their corporate debt ratios. As the saying went, money is the courage of a man. This enormous deposit was his confidence. If he wished, plenty of other banks would welcome a cash father like him with open arms. Still, he had to admit that this entire reception process did make him feel rather like an honored guest at home. "President Lu, hello," Chunyan responded politely. "Mr. Chen, this way, please. The VIP room has already been prepared for you with tea." The group then moved off toward the VIP room. "Mr. Chen truly is one of the outstanding young talents of Jiang City. Your looks are remarkably distinguished, outshining even those celebrities." All the way there, Lu Qiming piled on the praise. Plainly put, he was laying it on thick. He flattered Chun Yin so much that it verged on cloying, leaving Chun Yin a little unused to it. After all, he was the dignified head of a China Merchants Bank branch. Was this really necessary? Had Lu Qiming known that fleeting thought, he would surely have answered loudly, "It is necessary. Extremely necessary." After all, banks had long upheld the principle of standing on deposits. Deposits were the core of banking, the primary source of funds. Only with deposits could they support lending, investments, and other asset-side operations. Utterly crucial. At the same time, deposit volumes were the key metric by which the Jiang City branch and his own performance as its leader would be judged, tied directly to their promotions and bonuses. Moreover, competition among banks was now extremely fierce. If they were to lose such a massive deposit, his tenure as branch president would essentially be over. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the VIP room. The moment they stepped inside, a faint, elegant scent of agarwood wafted gently into their noses. Patterned hand-woven silk carpets covered the floor, crystal lights cast a glow over oil paintings on the walls, and the European-style sofa, walnut-framed with velvet and brass accents, unfurled in graceful curves. Every detail proclaimed noble luxury and refined splendor. "Mr. Chen, please have some tea," Lu Qiming invited once they were seated. Chun Yin nodded, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. The mellow liquor brushed past his tongue and slid down his throat. "Good tea." Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, Lu Qiming began to explain. Mr. Chen, how is it? This is from my private collection, authentic Wui Jingyan de Hong Pao. Its liquor is orange yellow, clear and bright, with a rich, smooth flavor and the finest rocky fragrance. Excellent tea, Chunyan praised without missing a beat. In truth, he knew little about tea. He had heard of de Hong Pao, but terms like Zhengyan and rocky fragrance meant nothing to him. It made him realize that although he had suddenly become wealthy, his foundation was still shallow, lacking the knowledge and perspective of higher circles. Still, Lu Qiming's display was merely a show of sincerity, nothing more. A moment later, he shifted the topic onto the main track. Zhang Miao come and introduce Mr. Chen to the VIP privileges of our ultra-high-end private banking services. At his call, a graceful figure rose from the side. Only then did Chun Yin take a proper look at her, and he could not help but draw in a quiet breath. Good grief. So they're using a beauty trap on me, huh? Her face was soft and delicate, her jawline exquisitely tapered with a slightly upturned, elegant nose. Her lips were full and beautifully curved, the corners slightly raised in a faint, elusive smile. Dressed in a bank uniform, her figure was tall and well-proportioned with graceful curves that hinted at perfection. Yet what captivated most were her amber eyes, capable of stealing one's soul with a single glance. A mere look from her was like the gentlest spring breeze, melting every bone in the body. This innate charm, deeply embedded in her bones, was not a learned skill, but a natural rhythm and cadence, an unconscious allure. What a beauty born with a seductive aura! Chun Yin marveled inwardly. Whether it was a honey trap or a sugar-coated bullet, he was determined to fall for it. Worst case, he'd savor the sugar and return the bullet. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Zhang Miao. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Zhang Miao stood beside him, slightly bowed, her voice crisp and soft like a feather brushing against the heart, even more melodious than over the phone. Hello. Then Zhang Miao gave a detailed introduction to the premium benefits of the ultra-high-end. Thank you for choosing our bank. We will provide you with comprehensive concierge services covering travel, lifestyle, health, and more. Key benefits include a 11-in dedicated team service. These details were available online, and Chun Yin had already reviewed them. After briefly going through the process, he handed over his phone and documents to Zhang Miao for the necessary procedures. By the way, Mr. Chen, from now on, Zhang Miao will be your dedicated personal consultant. You can assign her any lifestyle needs. Hearing this, Chun Yin glanced at Lu Qiming, catching a glint in his eyes. Any needs? A ripple stirred in his mind. Lu Qiming promptly added, Zhang Miao is a top graduate from Jiang University's financial management program. Though young and new to the bank, she may lack experience, but rest assured, Mr. Chen, she is backed by our entire team. Sly old fox. Chun Yin cursed inwardly. Lu Qiming wasn't admitting flaws, he was explaining. She's fresh, clean as a whistle. Rest easy. But words alone wouldn't convince him. Glasses. He glanced sideways at Zhang Miao. Name Zhang Miao, age 22, 0 spring water jade vase, ahem. Chun Yin barely kept his composure, thinking, truly a seductive body. She's a treasure trove. Calming himself, he replied, very well, I trust your bank. I look forward to your support, Miao. Hearing this, Zhang Miao paused her work, looked up, and a faint blush crept across her face. Without any hint of reluctance, she murmured, Mr. Chen, I'll do my best. Ha ha, good. Lu Qiming beamed with satisfaction. He had protected Zhang Miao, moving her from the ordinary lobby to the private banking center precisely to play this crucial role. Otherwise, how could a fresh intern enter the private center and handle major clients? From now on, Zhang Miao's attendance won't be tracked to facilitate more communication with Mr. Chen. Too much. Seeing Lu Qiming's hints grow increasingly blatant, Chun Yin quickly changed the subject. Ahem. President Lu, I'm looking to purchase a property, a penthouse, or a villa. Does your bank have any channels? This was also one of his goals, to find a new home and move out. Hearing Chun Yan's needs, Lu Qiming immediately turned serious. Of course. Mr. Chen, do you have more specific requirements? Like location, surroundings, medical and educational resources? Chun Yin replied, the best possible, of course. Price is no issue. And I'd like it soon. I prefer a finished home or a high-quality resale that I can move into with minimal. If possible, please provide several options for me to choose from. No problem. Lu Qiming waved his hand and assured, our bank has connections with both national real estate giants and local Jiang City developers. Some developers are our VIP clients. I'll instruct the team to screen and compile materials for you. Whichever you choose, our bank will do our utmost to secure it at the best price. Chun Yin nodded in satisfaction. Handling property acquisition through the bank rather than an agent was indeed the optimal choice. It wasn't about discounts or agency fees. The bank offered greater efficiency, resources, and channel. After all, many high-end properties never hit the open market before being snapped up. He raised his teacup, toasting with tea instead of wine. Good, then I'll trouble you, President Lu. Let's have a meal together when you're free. Lu Qiming was delighted at the chance to strengthen ties with Chun Yin and immediately agreed. Haha, great. I'll take you up on that. I know a private kitchen and a few foreign restaurants in Jiang City with excellent cuisine. Oh, it seems President Lu is a gourmet. Not quite just a lot of business dinners. As they chatted, Jiang Miao Miao completed all the procedures, even the card was ready. She handed over the black card with both hands. Mr. Chen, this is your black card. The relevant app has been downloaded and registered for you. You can check your exclusive benefits anytime via the app and contact me with any questions. MMOK. Chun Yin took the card, rubbing his thumb across its surface. So this was the legendary Amex Centurion Black Card. Exquisite in texture and undeniably prestigious. With both goals achieved, he decided not to linger. President Lu, I won't take up more of your time. As he stood, Lu Qiming and Jiang Miao Miao rose as well. Taking care of you, Mr. Chun, is our top priority. I have some other matters to attend to. Then please go ahead, Mr. Chun. And so they walked and talked, leaving the VIP room. Lu Qiming and Jiang Miao Miao saw Chun Yin to his car, watching as he started the engine and drove away. After leaving the China Merchants Bank, Chun Yin rushed towards another destination for the day, heading towards the Beyond Fitness Center. This was a high-end gym in Jiang City that he had researched the day before. He hadn't forgotten that the gene enhancement fluid needed to be paired with exercise to be effective. The body is the foundation. Only by improving physical fitness can one avoid underperforming. As for Jiang Miao Miao, there was no rush. Patience is key. Once he finishes his matters, he will naturally find an opportunity to connect with her. Before long, Chun Yin arrived at his destination. He parked his car in the front spot and walked straight inside. Hello, welcome to the Beyond Fitness Center. As soon as he entered, the receptionist, Zhao Minglan, greeted him enthusiastically. Chun Yin nodded in response, stepped forward, and casually picked up a brochure from the table. This brochure provided detailed information about the gym, including venue conditions, fitness courses, coach information, and more. Sir, may I ask your name? Do you need? Zhao Minglan's inquiry was not yet finished. Chun Yin had already spoken up. Please set me up with an annual membership and introduce me to the excellent coaches. It is well known that men tend to be quite decisive when making purchases, especially when money is not an issue. Moreover, he had already gathered information online before coming. This was the best high-end gym in Jiang City, so there was no need for hesitation. Oh, hearing this, Zhao Minglan was taken aback. She had rarely encountered such a straightforward customer. Convincing clients to sign up usually required a lot of effort, even offering discounts to attract them. Great. Our annual membership fee is 12888, which includes access to common equipment and resources, a complimentary sports outfit, and weekly group classes with trainers. That said, they'll give you a 10% discount. Please provide your name and phone number. Since the customer was so easygoing, she proactively offered a discount as she already had the authority to do so. Chun Yin nodded, provided his information, and asked, if I purchase personal training sessions, will there be exclusive equipment and space? For efficiency, he certainly wanted to choose personal training sessions. Onion-owned personal training not only offers professional advice, but also avoids the need to wait for equipment in a crowded gym. Zhao Minglan quickly replied, yes, we have private training rooms and exclusive fitness space for personal training sessions. Do you have any specific requirements for the trainers? The tone of her last question was somewhat ambiguous, and worried that he might not understand, she explained further. While each trainer has different personalities and coaching styles, some are more open and lenient. Chun Yin understood. Lenient? How lenient? Close proximity or negative space. He had heard that gyms could be quite unprofessional, and today he was witnessing it firsthand. After all, the trainers often wore revealing yoga outfits and had stunning figures. Could they really control themselves? Moreover, some trainers might resort to unethical practices to encourage clients to purchase or renew sessions. I have only one requirement: professionalism. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Minglan displayed a hint of surprise. Male clients often had all sorts of odd requests, but it was rare to hear such a serious one. Okay, Mr. Chen, please follow me. She guided Chun Yin to the sofa in the lounge and poured him some tea. After sitting down, she took out the brochure and flipped to the last page, saying, all right, let me introduce you to this trainer. Just as she began to speak, a figure approached and took a seat on the sofa. Y'all and I happen to be free right now. Let me help you out. Turning to Chun Yin, she continued, hello, handsome. My name is Jia Chiru, and I'm a trainer at Beyond Fitness. Did you sign up yet? Do you need personal training? What do you think of me? Her tone was somewhat affected as she leaned forward intentionally to showcase her curves. Sister Jia, I can handle it myself. Due to the sudden interruption, Zhao Minglan didn't hold back. Mr. Chen will choose his own personal training, and I also think you're not quite suitable. Hearing this, Jia Chiru was momentarily taken aback, but instead of retreating, she shifted a little closer to. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have bothered with Zhao Minglan, but just now she had seen through the floor-to-ceiling window that the new client had arrived in a luxury Maybach. A person of such wealth, she would rather offend Zhao Minglan than miss out on this opportunity. Lanlin, we had some unpleasantness before, but you must not let personal feelings interfere with professionalism. Saying this, she turned to Chun Yin, threw him a flirtatious glance, and continued, besides what you think doesn't matter, the key is Mr. Chun. What if he wants to choose me? At her first approach, Chun Yin shifted to the right, creating distance. He did not like women with such a heavy atmosphere. Indeed, it was not charm, but rather a sense of debauchery, a significant difference. Moreover, he felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen her name somewhere. Jia Chiru. Chun Yin thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly his eyes widened. What the hell, isn't this the woman from the 100 Blades battle? He had encountered her at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, just after her marriage, and now he ran into her here, being remembered. With this thought, Chun Yin shivered and moved even further away. Miss Jia, I will carefully consider the choice of trainer, so please leave. Did you hear that? With his words as a backbone, Zhao Minglan did not show her any mercy and immediately stood up, pushing Jia Chiru aside. At this point, Jia Chiru had no choice but to leave, glancing back at the sofa every few steps. After sending away the troublemaker, Zhao Minglan spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. She was worried that such a valuable client would be scared off by Jia Chiru's persistence. Chun Yin shook his head to indicate it was all right. He was already used to being coveted by too many people, and even in other gyms he would encounter such individuals. Getting back on track, Zhao Minglan recommended 4 trainers to him, 2 men and 2 women. Mr. Chen, I can assure you that these 4 are all excellent trainers with undeniable professional skills, but their session fees are not cheap. To prove their value, she quickly added all 4 trainers are nationally and internationally certified, holding CBBA and ACE certificates, so there will be a premium. Of course, their abilities are indeed the top tier in our facility. 500 per session by 30 sessions, and get 5 free. The price was indeed not cheap, but for him, it was just a drop in the bucket. For the sake of eye candy, Chun Yin didn't hesitate and immediately chose the most attractive one by pointing with his finger. The female trainer Li Yutong. That's the one. The profile booklet featured Li Yutong's personal introduction along with a large photo clearly showcasing her beauty, far surpassing that of Jia Chiru. Seeing Chun Yin make a choice, Zhao Minglan felt a bit conflicted but still reminded him, ahem. Mr. Chun. Well, Coach Li mostly teaches female students. She doesn't take male students. She does, but very few. Zhao Minglan had to be more explicit. She's quite principled and has some knowledge of boxing and throws. Previously, a male student got too handsy and ended up losing an arm. Ultimately, Zhao Minglan was still worried that Chun Yin was attracted to the coach's looks, so she made this kind reminder for his safety. So wild, Chun Yin became more interested. He had no ill intentions and immediately said, no problem, the annual card plus 30 classes, let's make the payment. Seeing his insistence, Zhao Minglan didn't say much more and quoted the calculated amount, bringing up the payment code. After completing the payment, Chun Yin, feeling spontaneous, asked, is Coach Li available now? Since I'm here, I plan to experience a personal training session right now and get to know Coach Li Yutong, the fiery coach. Please wait a moment. After checking the computer system, Zhao Minglan said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but Coach Li is currently in. I will have Coach Li contact you later, making it convenient for you to schedule your personal training sessions. Is that all right? Chun Yin nodded and replied, sure, you can go ahead and be busy. I'll just look around, no need to mind me. Then he went to the public area and started jogging on an empty treadmill. It was fine if the coach was busy. He could test his physical endurance first. As he jogged, hello, Mr. Chen, have you chosen a coach yet? Jia Chiru unexpectedly approached him, speaking from the treadmill beside him. Chun Yin did not respond coldly, showing a distant attitude. However, Jia Chiru did not give up, as the eye-catching Maybach outside the store made her want to sit in the passenger seat. Continuing to speak, she said, I happen to be free right now. How about I guide you? After experiencing it, you might have new feelings. Being continually pestered was not a solution, so Chun Yin had to say, you're married. Hearing this, Jia Chiru was taken aback, mishearing the affirmative sentence as a question, thinking Chun Yin was interested in her, and her face lit up. She responded in a teasing voice, no, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Chun Yin. He increasingly felt sympathy for her husband, estimating that it wouldn't take long before their relationship became tumultuous. I saw you and your husband getting your marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday. The moment those words, Jia Chiru, who just moments ago was beaming, instantly turned pale, and because of her moment of distraction, she stumbled and almost fell off the treadmill. Having her true colors exposed and becoming so embarrassed, she finally had no choice but to leave in a hurry, feeling defeated. Finally, some peace. Chun Yin let out a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he could enjoy some quiet time alone, the treadmill to his left suddenly started up again, and he could feel a gaze fixed upon him. Is this never ending? He thought it was still Jia Chiru and was about to respond harshly, but upon turning his head, he was surprised to see a familiar face. What are you doing here? Why? Is it strange for me to be here? Miao Kaiwei replied with a smile. I'm an old member here. Chun Yin nodded, This was an upscale gym, and being near Yuqing Huafu, it was quite normal for the wealthy Miao Kaiwei to be a member here. Just arrived? Miao Kaiwei shook her head teasingly, saying, I've been here for a while, just happened to see a nice job, Yangu, maintaining your integrity amidst temptation, truly the well-known good man. She was actually quite surprised, as she usually came to the gym for personal training sessions, but today she felt spontaneous and wanted to exercise only to find her coach had a scheduled class. So she came to the public area not expecting to see Chen Yan with a woman beside him. Is my taste so low? Even if I were starving and desperate, I wouldn't fall for someone of that caliber. Can't refute. The facts have proven otherwise, Miao Kaiwei affirmed, and began to flirt with Chen Yan. Even if I were hungry, I'm still here. It shouldn't involve those flashy ones outside. There's a saying that the unattainable always stirs desire, and after being rejected by Chen Yan multiple times, she was more determined. Now seeing him remaining so pure, she felt even more validated in her judgment and grew even fonder of him. Hearing Miao Kaiwei's bold remarks, Chen Yan couldn't help but glance at her. To his surprise, she was not wearing the commonplace yoga pants found all over the gym, but instead a full set of... She immediately saw through Chen Yan's thoughts and said, the gym is not like home. There are too many strange eyes here. I don't want to wear yoga pants for them to see. Yangu, do you want to see? I can wear them privately for you to see, to indulge in the pleasure. Of course, the way of interaction had to change. Unlike the previous avoidance, he accepted this teasing. Sounds good. Chen Yan immediately agreed, also complimenting. You're right, it's better to dress conservatively when out. Moi. Miao Kaiwei was initially surprised but quickly realized his change in attitude, smiling and saying, divorced, and now so open-minded. Being divorced feels light now. I can do whatever I want. Happiness is the most important. Then what else do you want? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. After all, Chen Yan was once a flirtatious character in the gaming world. His conversational skills were still sharp, otherwise he wouldn't be able to juggle multiple boats. As he jogged and flirted with Miao Kaiwei, the content was ambiguous, easily leading to fanciful thoughts, yet they did not fully break the tension. Just like that, more than 10 minutes passed. Huff huff. Miao Kaiwei was already panting and got off the treadmill, looking a bit slow in her steps, but Chen Yan, clearly still with energy, received her compliment. Wow, your stamina is impressive, Yangu. I wonder if you can keep it up in a different place. It should be the genetic enhancement liquid taking effect. A guess flashed through Chen Yan's mind. Logically, his stamina shouldn't be this good, yet he felt a continuous source of energy surging within him. Jiang University Girls Dormitory 303. This title is not fabricated. It is a consensus among the students of Jiang University, spreading throughout the campus without any dissent. This is due to the fact that 4 out of the 10 campus beauties listed in Jiang University's top 10 flower rankings reside in Dormitory 303, with everyone in the dormitory making the list. Since everyone has different aesthetic preferences, the favorites may vary, but there's definitely someone in 303 to suit every taste. Just picking one person out of the dormitory would reveal a goddess in many people's eyes. If you prefer a cool, aloof, mature type, 303 has Jiang Miao Miao, who is icy and distant, making it hard for others to approach. For those who like exotic beauty, there's Irina with her blonde hair and blue eyes, who has a mix of Chinese and Ukrainian heritage. For fans of anime, there's Hashimoto Yua, who has a comfortable life. For those who appreciate the pure and demure, there's Chun Xingyao, who resembles the girl next door. The 4 campus beauties living in the same dormitory, eating, living, and studying together, are always the most eye-catching scenery in the school. Thus, Dormitory 303 has naturally become known as the goddess dormitory among Jiang University students. One day, Mom, what did you say? You really divorced old Chun. Chun Xingyao was standing outside on the dormitory balcony speaking on the phone. Why? What's wrong with old Chun? He hasn't made any serious mistakes. Although the balcony door was closed and the specifics were inaudible, through the glass, Chen Xingyo's agitated expression was clearly visible. Seeing this scene, Irina and Hashimoto Yua exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. What happened to Yao? Hashimoto Yua's eyes showed a hint of confusion and concern as she said, I've never seen her like this before. In her impression, Chun Xingyao had always been cheerful, bringing joy to everyone, and was the beloved younger sister of the dorm. What could have happened to make this smiling angel so emotionally disturbed? I'm not sure. Irina shook her head. It seems like it was a call from her family. I heard her call out Mom when she first answered the phone. It looks like she's arguing with her aunt. Hashimoto Yua continued to watch the balcony closely and said she had a fight with her family. No wonder she looks so upset. Let's think of a way to comfort Yao Yao later. It is said that the interpersonal relationships in girls' dormitories are complex. You never know how many cliques exist. However, this statement does not apply to Dormitory 303. The 4 girls from different countries, majors, and personalities actually get along exceptionally well and share a deep bond. Thus, seeing Chun Xingyao unhappy, their first reaction was concern, followed by the desire to help. MHM. Irina nodded, glancing at Hashimoto Yua, who looked heavy-hearted, and immediately thought of a solution. Yao Yao loves to sleep with her head on your shoulder. Why don't you be her human pillow tonight? Upon hearing this, Hashimoto Yua immediately recalled their previous sleepovers and felt a pang in her chest, muttering, I'm already quite heavy, you know. But for Chun Xingyao, she was willing to sacrifice, saying, all right. After a moment of observation, Irina suddenly asked, hey, where's Miao Miao? She had gotten up late today and was focused on Chun Xingyao, just now realizing that Jiang Miao Miao was missing. Hashimoto Yua knew and replied, Miao Miao went for a bank internship. She got up early to dress up, meticulously excited to go to work. She said, today is a very important day. Oh, Irina replied. Then remember to tell her to think of a way to help too. Meanwhile, on the dormitory balcony, old Chun is such a great man, you will definitely regret it later. Chun Xingyao dropped a harsh line to Gao Zhuijuan on the phone. The family doesn't lack money, and I'm about to graduate and work so I can take care of old Chun in my retirement. Although she knew there had been some conflicts between Chun Yin and Gao Zhuijuan in the past 2 years, she never expected it to escalate to the point of divorce. She also couldn't quite understand the reason for the divorce. Being a strong woman is impressive, but does that mean one can simply decide to divorce whenever they want? After hanging up, Chun Xingyao immediately dialed another number. Old Chun, you've really dropped a bomb on me. As soon as the call connected, she spoke. You didn't even tell me beforehand. Chun Yin, adhering to the philosophy of being both a father and a friend, had an exceptionally good relationship with his daughter. After entering university, Chun Xingyao began calling him Old Chun. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin on the other end paused for a moment, immediately guessing that the news must have come from Gao Zhuijuan. He originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to inform his daughter about this matter, but Chun Xingyao's sudden call complaining about it caught him off guard. However, he quickly reassured her, saying, that's a matter between your mother and me. Don't let it affect you. She's still your mom, and I'm still your dad. There's no difference. Are you at home? I'm going to come back for a while. Chun Xingyao didn't call to hear explanations or comforting. More so, she was worried about Chun Yan's mood, thinking of going home to take care of him. No need, I'm just out, and all right, then I'll come back after I finish up these 2 days. Hearing that Chun Yin was out, Chun Xingyao temporarily dismissed the idea of going home. Moreover, tomorrow is the spring recruitment fair at school, and she needs to prepare well to find a good job. Old Chun, don't worry. I'm graduating and looking for a job now, so you can take care of the flowers and fish as you like. Live your life to the fullest. I'll take care of you in your old age. Speaking of which, she heard some noise on the phone and casually asked, Old Chun, what are you doing outside? Why does it sound a bit noisy? Chun Yin replied honestly, I'm running at the gym, just getting some exercise. The gym was filled with the sounds of people running, weights clanking, and the background music playing. Oh, that's great. Then you keep training. After chatting for a while, hearing that Chun Yin was not emotionally affected by the divorce, Chun Xingyao felt relieved. She then hung up the phone. However, a question arose in her mind. Why did he suddenly go to the gym at this time? In the past, Chun Yin would play games or go fishing, but he didn't have a hobby for exercising. No, something is definitely off. After pondering deeply, she finally thought of a possibility. It must be true. Chun Xingyao increasingly felt that her speculation was plausible. Let's be honest, given Lao Chen's character and looks, starting a second spring is not too difficult. Gao Zhuijuan was busy with work every day and was unaware that many people outside were coveting Chun Yin, but how could she not know with her being around Chun Yin all the time? Since she started remembering in elementary school until she grew up, she had discovered no less than a dozen women approaching Chun Yin with ulterior motives. These included classmates, mothers, school teachers, neighbors from the community, and so on. Only after observing and confirming that Chun Yin kept his distance from them and would not face a family crisis did she feel relieved to ignore them. Thinking of this, Chun Xingyao frantically ran her hands through her hair, utterly speechless. I never expected that the family crisis did not arise from Lao Chun. The source lies with my dear mother. Mom, you will never know that you have unknowingly put your precious man on the market. She also wondered who would benefit from this in the future. To be honest, she regretted not mentioning earlier that Chun Yin was coveted by many. Although there might have been a bit of a fuss at first, it would at least make Gao Zhuijuan realize how desirable Chun Yin was outside. If she didn't want him, many others did. Thoughtful Chun Xingyao quickly figured out the key reason for the divorce. Sometimes what is fought over by many becomes precious, breeding strong possessiveness. When it is left aside for too long, it comes to be seen as ordinary. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing she could do. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed her good friends Qiao Ben Yuya and Irina looking at her with concern. Not wanting them to worry for too long, she turned and opened the balcony door, walking into the dormitory. Just as she stepped inside, Qiao Ben Yuya rushed up and hugged her, comforting her. Yao Yao, if you want to cry, just cry. We'll be here with you. Let it all out, and then get some sleep, and it'll be fine. Irina quickly followed, wrapping her arms around her from behind. Is everything okay? Did you have a fight with your... It's fine, mothers and daughters don't hold grudges overnight. I usually make up with my mom shortly after we argue. With the two of them holding her, Chun Xingyao felt tightly encased in warmth. This was bad. She was feeling dizzy. Yao Yao. Say something. After finally catching her breath, she struggled to say, "You guys need to let me go. How can I talk like this?" "Oh, okay." The two quickly released her. Phew. Finally able to breathe fresh air. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me." To reassure them, she even put on a sweet smile. As for the specifics of the family matters, she had no intention of elaborating. Good friends were still entitled to their own privacy. Besides, I didn't cry. I was just a little emotional. Chun Xingyao made a gesture that would break the defenses of men from Beoguoguo. She was no longer a child. As a resilient adult, upon hearing the news, she felt a bit sad at most, but would not break down and cry. As Chun Yin said, her dad was still her dad and her mom was still her mom. They were both people who loved her. It was just that they were no longer together. In short, she had a rather open mindset. To speak a bit heretically, she was more excited that Gao Zhuojuan was blind to Chun Yan's worth, letting him slip away. To avoid affecting their emotions, Chun Xingyao started to change the topic, asking, "By the way, we're about to graduate. Nana Yu, are you planning to go back home or stay here?" "Go back where? I'm originally of Chinese nationality." Irina immediately replied, her tone tinged with pride, thankful that she had followed her mother's nationality. "My foreign dad doesn't even know where he's gone, and I've already received an offer from a dance studio. I'll start it. Plus, I often work part-time as a product model for Baodao, saving money. Who knows, it might not be long before I can open my own dance studio." As a top student from Jiang University's dance department, combined with her mixed-race advantage, staying in the country was obviously the most beneficial for her in terms of job opportunities and future prospects. Chun Xingyao nodded upon hearing this. She mostly knew Irina's situation and could guess the only uncertainty was regarding Qiao Benyuya's plans. For a moment, she and Irina both turned their gazes towards Qiao Benyuya. Under their watchful eyes, Qiao Benyuya spoke out her thoughts. I will stay too. I can't bear to leave you." This sentence was said in a small voice. Due to embarrassment, her little face turning rosy. "My older siblings at home can take care of things, so I don't have to rush back. However, my study visa will expire right after graduation. So I'm currently researching new visa and residence permit options. I could find a job related to my major and obtain a work visa, or try to apply for an entrepreneurship visa to start a photography studio." Qiao Benyuya's tone was somewhat conflicted. She graduated with a major in photography, but photography was just her hobby. Most of her income actually came from her painting skills, earning money as a freelance illustrator drawing illustration. Getting a work visa is relatively easier, but it also means losing freedom with little time left to work part-time as an illustrator. In contrast, having her own studio would provide much more freedom, but the application difficulty is high, and she wasn't very confident about succeeding. "Yeah, you're staying too. We four can still hang out together." Hearing Qiao Benyuya's decision, Irina immediately cheered. "It's just a visa issue. As long as you want to stay, we'll help you. Come on, let's research how to get an entrepreneurship visa together." Chun Xingyao also smiled widely. Watching the two of them get excited, a surprising thought suddenly popped into her mind. Why not introduce them to Lao Chun? Although Chun Xingyao appeared innocent and cute, usually behaving obediently, her essence was actually quirky and audacious. Rather than seeing Chun Yin start a second spring with someone unfamiliar and of unknown character, she would prefer it to be someone she knew. So what if she's a bit older? Looks good and young, you can't tell her actual age at all, and she knows how to care for others. These are all advantages far better than those immature peers. If it works out, it would be adding closer ties. At that moment, Qiao Benyuya and Irina, who were chattering away, had no idea about Chun Xingyao's bold idea. If they knew, they would definitely be in shock. "I consider you a good friend, and you want us to be stepmoms." Nana, a perfect blonde beauty. Chun Xingyao cast her gaze upon Irina, secretly sizing her up, her thoughts churning within. White as snow, and because she's mixed race, her skin is delicate and smooth without the rough pores and unpleasant body odor of foreigners. Her figure goes without saying, tall and slender. Even I want to touch those legs. No wonder she can be a high-end print model. It's like all the good genes stayed with her. During their 4 years in the dorm, she had often shared a bed with them, indulged by their affection, and thus knew their bodies intimately. If I could be with old Chun, combining our superior genes, to have a handsome, adorable, mixed-race little brother or sister, that wouldn't be so bad. Thinking this, Chun Xingyao's heart swelled with delight. She had always wanted a younger sibling, but never had one. But it's not too late to have one now. Even a half-sibling would be wonderful. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted far away, imagining Chun Yin and Irina having a mixed-race baby for her to play with. I just wonder if old Chun would like it. If Chun Yin knew what she was thinking, he would surely respond loudly, report, "I want to learn English." After evaluating Irina, Chun Xingyao shifted her gaze to Yua Hashimoto's eye-catching features. As for Yua, old Chun will definitely like her. She judged instantly with certainty. Because no man can resist that cup size, and even she loves it, always preferring to sleep with Yua Hashimoto. And Yua has the best personality, soft, obedient, and docile. Whoever ends up with her will surely be happy. Just as Chun Xingyao was lost in her wild fantasies, Irina's voice pulled her back. Yao Yao, what are you daydreaming about? At the same time, a click sounded as the dorm door opened, revealing Jiang Miao Miao. My dear darlings, I'm back. Miao Miao, aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you back so early today? Yua Hashimoto asked in surprise. I had a very important client today. Jiang Miao Miao replied, while setting down her bag. The branch manager praised my performance and let me leave early. And there's good news too. Jiang Miao Miao was beaming, every strand of her hair radiating joy. Even after 4 years together, they rarely saw her this exhilarated. Her words and demeanor piqued the curiosity of the other three. What good news? Don't keep us in suspense, spill it. I have good news to share with you too. Faced with their collective inquiry, Jiang Miao Miao announced, thanks to my outstanding performance, I've got a promotion, a raise, and full-time employment all in one go. What good news do you have? Yua has decided to stay. Irina didn't beat around the bush. From now on, the 4 of us can still have fun. Really? That's wonderful. With 2 pieces of good news in one day, Jiang Miao Miao waved her hand grandly. Today is doubly blessed. They'll treat you all to a feast tonight. Saying this, she sidled up to Yua Hashimoto and began to cuddle with her. How about it, big Yua? What are you? Overwhelmed by this assault, Yua Hashimoto exclaimed. Oh, Miao Miao, stop smiling at me, okay? She covered her eyes and said, I'm afraid he'll fall in love with you, haha, I insist. Jiang Miao Miao grew even more spirited, pulling her hands away. I'll charm you to death, charm you to death. A Yao Yao, Nana, save me. For a moment, Dorm 303 was filled with laughter and playful chaos, a scene of unrestrained spring beauty. Watching the 3 of them frolic, Chun Xingyao looked at Jiang Miao Miao, who was laughing brightly and freely, and inwardly agreed with what Yua Hashimoto had just said. Although all 4 in Dorm 303 were beautiful, each with their own style, upon closer inspection, Jiang Miao Miao, with her Chinese beauty, was the most exquisite. When she smiled, she radiated a captivating aura that could enchant anyone, male or female. If you met her gaze, those eyes could steal your soul, leaving you dizzy and disoriented. She was practically a reincarnation of Su Daji. To avoid being pestered by too many ardent suitors and disrupting her studies, she always kept a stern, unsmiling face at school and in front of outsiders like an iceberg. Thus, she became known among Jiang University students as the aloof, unapproachable Ice Queen. Old Chun, if you like Miao Miao, I'm afraid I can't help you. Chun Xingyao didn't include Jiang Miao Miao on the list of potential girlfriends for Chun Yin. While Yua Hashimoto and Irina might be possible with persistent pursuit, her assistance, and Chun Yin, Jiang Miao Miao was almost impossible, because her biggest trait was being a gold digger bent on snagging a wealthy man to live a life of luxury and indulgence. Of course, using her natural beauty to her advantage was understandable. Thinking this, Chun Xingyao sighed inwardly. It's a pity old Chun is great in every way except he's poor. Meanwhile, at the Beyond Fitness gym, Chun Yin had no idea that Chun Xingyao was picking girlfriends for him, let alone that they were her roommates. After hanging up, he muttered to himself, little rascal, what's this about growing flowers and fishing? Making me sound like some old man in his 60s or 70s. Despite his words, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, clearly pleased with her filial intention to earn money for his retirement. With such a devoted daughter, this father, now not short on cash, naturally wouldn't be stingy. He immediately thought of rewarding Chun Xingyao with a graduation gift. Yao Yao will graduate and start working soon. She'll need a car for convenience. A Maserati or a Bentley Continental seems suitable for a girl. I can drop by a 4S store when I have time. Since he had stopped running to take the call, Chun Yin no longer felt like continuing. He turned to Miao Kaiwei beside him and asked, I'm heading back. What about you? Naturally, Miao Kaiwei wouldn't miss this chance to get closer. She replied, yeah, I'm going back too. I didn't drive, so you can give me a ride. Chun Yin nodded and started walking out. Let's go then. Their earlier flirtatious tension had nearly peaked, teetering on the brink of crossing the line. Whether today would be a feast or just vegetables hinged on this moment. Okay. Miao Kaiwei followed closely behind him, her small hand fumbling in her sportswear pocket. She pulled out a car key and hid it in her palm. Finally, as they passed the front desk, she slipped the key into Zhao Minglin's hand and whispered, Lon Lon, do me a favor. He'll send you the address later. Drive my car back for me. Bayou. Chun Yin unlocked the vehicle and walked straight over. Miao Kaiwei followed behind, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she didn't ask much. It's just a change from a Volkswagen La Vida to a Maybach. For her, a wealthy woman, a luxury car is nothing remarkable. She got into the passenger seat. Yin Gu, this is quite the upgrade. To avoid an awkward silence, she took the initiative to start a conversation. Not only was Chun Yin eager to improve their relationship, but she also wanted to seize the moment and make the most of this wonderful opportunity. Upgrade. Chun Yin started the car, turning the steering wheel as the vehicle pulled out of the parking space, responding in a light-hearted tone. I've never had a mere bird gun. Ooh, I only have cannons and heavy-duty red cannons at that. Off you. Miao Kaiwei secretly cursed in her heart, unable to help but admire his suggestive prowess. Even she bowled as she was felt a bit embarrassed when the topic was broached. However, she suppressed her shyness and rose to the challenge. Really? I don't believe it. Great. The conversation had returned to the previously ambiguous and flirtatious atmosphere. Chun Yan's lips curled up, carrying a hint of a smile. Then you can certainly verify it, and see if the product matches the description. Of course I have to verify it. Su Kaiwei was still trying to maintain her bravado, but her words were trembling. All right, how do you want to verify it? This time she was completely at a loss for how to respond. Seeing this, they happened to stop at a red light. The car was in gear and came to a steady halt. Chun Yin leaned slightly towards Su Kaiwei's ear and whispered, "Let me teach you. There is indeed an art to verification. It must be evaluated from multiple dimensions such as caliber, range, durability, and power." His voice seemed to carry a magical allure, like a whisper from the abyss that captivated the mind, leading to a state of bewilderment. At the same time, a warm breath brushed against her earlobe, causing Miao Kaiwei's body to tremble. Even without actual contact, her earlobe felt as if it had been stung by ants, triggering a chain reaction that reached her heart and other parts of her body. She let out a soft moan, which was her response. Had it not been for Chun Yan's keen perception and the enclosed space of the car, he might have almost missed her answer. With mutual affection and intent, everything fell into place. They only needed the right coordinates. Boom. The green light turned on, and Chun Yin slammed on the gas pedal. The V12 twin-turbo engine roared with an exhilarating sound, and in an instant the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. The top-tier vehicle hardware and masterful driving skills achieved perfect synergy at that moment. Yes, haste makes waste, but what he desired was a big Baozi, and it must be enjoyed while hot. Soon the vehicle arrived at Yuqing Huafu and parked. This time they encountered no one else in the parking lot. Chun Yin and Miao Kaiwei entered the elevator together. To your place. Chun Yan's voice was low, seemingly suppressing something as he pressed the button for the 22nd floor. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Miao Kaiwei felt quite satisfied with her charm. At this moment, she had mentally prepared herself for the journey ahead, completely letting go. Thus avoiding the angle of the elevator's ceiling camera, a delicate hand quietly reached for Chun Yan's waist. It was like pouring oil on a powder keg ready to ignite. Then with slightly parted red lips and a voice full of allure, she playfully said, in broad daylight, "Isn't this inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Have you ever heard of broad daylight? There's no rule that says the sounds of cannon fire can only happen at night, right?" The elevator's floors ticked up, and the enclosed space was filled with hormones. With a ding, they reached the 22nd floor. As the elevator door opened, their figures quickly pressed against each other. In less than 3 seconds, with a click, the fingerprint unlock opened the door. Chun Yin had never been to Su Kaiwei's home, but at this moment he could no longer spare a thought to explore. In the fish tank, 2 small red goldfish were chasing each other affectionately. Miao Kaiwei had no kissing technique at all. It was all Chun Yin guiding her, and she couldn't even manage to breathe, quickly becoming short of breath. She patted Chun Yan's shoulder, gasping for air, and said, "Hold on. First, let's take a shower." Having just returned from the gym, both of them were inevitably sweaty, and this experience was not very pleasant. All right, together. Chun Yin reached out, scooped her up, and followed her directions to the bathroom. The bathroom had a bathtub which was quickly filled with water, and Miao Kaiwei sprinkled rose petals inside. The waves surged, piling like silver and snow as the water in the bathtub overflowed, with splashes soaking the clothes on the floor. Is this also acceptable? Just like during workouts on the treadmill, she was providing him with remarkable physical qualities and an endless supply of energy. What a pleasant surprise this gave him even more confidence in defeating his opponent. Soon Miao Kaiwei, who couldn't swim, felt the water's resistance was too great and requested to change the venue. Chun Yin readily agreed, and the two of them relocated to the bedroom. Good rain knows the right season. When spring arrives, it brings life. Compared to Chun Yin, Miao Kaiwei was like a drought-stricken land finally receiving sweet rain. The parched earth cracked with fissures, and the crops were on the verge of dying from thirst, desperately needing moisture. Chun Yin descended upon her like a savior. Time seemed to blur as they lost themselves in each other. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. What sound is that? Chun Yin was the first to hear it, stopping and asking in confusion. It seems someone is ringing the doorbell. Miao Kaiwei regained her rationality and listened closely, also hearing it. Who is it? This is your home, shouldn't you ask me at? I don't know either. She had been living alone for a long time, and usually no one would come knocking unexpectedly. Forget it, let's continue. Ding dong. The doorbell continued ringing. Siwei Kaiwei. Are you home? At the same time, Chun Yin also heard what seemed to be a man's voice calling. With all this noise, we can't concentrate, and it seems someone is calling you. Why not go take a look? All right. Miao Kaiwei reluctantly complied, feeling quite annoyed at being interrupted. She couldn't help but feel disgusted by this uninvited and clueless visitor. Pop. Miao Kaiwei glanced at the retreating Chun Yin and said, come back. My. Chun Yin was astonished. Then how do we go out? Like this. Even Chun Yin, with his wealth of experience, was taken aback by her peculiar idea, bending slightly and following her lead. Like a character from ancient oracle bone inscriptions, they slowly moved their steps, leaving the room and heading toward the living room. Arriving in the living room, the voice became clearer. Did you figure out who it is, eh? Chun Yin traversed the terrain. Miao Kaiwei shook her head. At this moment, the man's voice rang out again from outside. Saiwei, it's me, Wang Yaozu. Are you home? Miao Kaiwei was distracted and only vaguely heard a bit of the voice. It seems it seems to be the neighbor Little Wang, right? The little turtle next door? Chun Yin silently repeated the phrase, unsure of who it referred to. It seemed to be a neighbor of Miao Kaiwei on the same floor, but what could they want from her? It's that Wang Yaozu who every day is slick and pretentious, thinking he's so handsome. Miao Kaiwei explained rapidly, trying to prevent Chun Yin from misunderstanding. I'm almost annoyed to death by him, thinking that by putting on a show and sending a few gifts he can win me over. Does he think I'm stupid? Can't I see what he's after? He's just a man hoping to fly up to the branches and transform into a phoenix. So what if he's divorced? Even being divorced doesn't mean he's worthy of me. I've never given him a good face or paid him any mind. Hearing her say this, Chun Yin had a vague impression of him. They were neighbors in the same building and had run into each other many times in the elevator. He just didn't expect that he was one of Miao Kaiwei's suitors. He probably thinks that with a bit of youth and good looks, he doesn't need to work hard, believing he can win over Miao Tsaiwei, this divorced rich woman. Wow, Weiwei the rich lady, you certainly have many admirers. After teasing her, he continued, aren't you afraid I might be one of those types too? Chun Yin asked casually, as it was clear his treatment was different. It was Miao Kaiwei who actively coveted him, even willing to offer a high price. Upon hearing this, Miao Kaiwei turned her head and released a red ribbon. After receiving this touch, she squinted her eyes and replied, I believe in you and I am willing. This was her way out to those she looked down on. No display would work, while for those she fancied, she would wait patiently. Chun Yin smiled. Don't worry, I don't want the house or the money. I'm only interested in people. Many pursued Miao Tsaiwei, yet she was coveting him. A complete food chain had formed. Thinking of this, a sense of conquest rose within Chun Yin, much more exciting than money or property. Sensing Chun Yin's change, Miao Kaiwei suddenly realized something and had a flash of inspiration. Just as he patted her, indicating they should go in, Miao Kaiwei stood still, reaching out to the vase on the table and pushed. The vase smashed against the floor, instantly creating a loud crash. What are you doing? Chun Yin asked, confused, clearly seeing that Miao Kaiwei was doing it on purpose. In the next second, his confusion was answered. Is there a sound? Ding dong. The doorbell rang along with shouting. Weiwei, I heard a sound. Are you home? Originally, Wang Yaozu was about to leave without a response, but hearing the noise, he actually turned back. Chun Yin locked eyes with her, while Miao Kaiwei blinked her eyes, revealing a hint of provocation. Then, Chun Yin hiss. Wow, so that's how it's going to be. Well, he can't be polite anymore. Immediately. Miao Kaiwei let go of her restraint. Weiwei, can you say something? Is something wrong? With the background music outside, the temperature in the living room suddenly rose several degrees. Oh, no way. Suddenly a scream came from outside the door, followed by a sound of someone falling. Chun Yin could roughly guess the situation. Someone must have discovered the truth, and the Dao heart had collapsed. Is this okay? What if he goes out and spreads rumors? He didn't mind himself. Oh, no one knew he was the main character, but this was Miao Kaiwei's house. Miao Kaiwei understood his meaning. It was just a concern about unfavorable comments against her, and replied, it's fine. Everyone in the community knows each other. It won't be very convenient in the future. They'll just change to another community, move to another house. What about you? Do you want to come with me, or should I find a community with 2 sets of houses? As expected of a rental rich lady, her confidence is undeniable. Living together. How would he enjoy new dishes in the future? He had just acquired a surfboard and was ready to ride high. He couldn't be restrained again. Chun Yin rejected without a second thought. No need, I've already asked someone to look for a house, and he'll be moving out soon. His words indicated he didn't want to live with Miao Kaiwei. All right. Miao Kaiwei's tone was somewhat disappointed, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she provocatively asked again, so what about today? Yes, madam. Chun Yin saluted, indicating his obligation. My feet are so sore. Then let's go back to the room. They then shifted their positions once more. The curtains in the room were drawn, and time passed silently. By the time Chun Yin woke up, night had already fallen. He brushed aside the strands of hair over him, gently breaking free from the embrace and sitting up against the headboard. Although the movement was small, Miao Kaiwei beside him still felt it, and woke up as well. Her first words upon waking were, Yin, you really are something else. Chun Yin smiled, taking it as a compliment. Are you hungry? They hadn't eaten for 2 meals and had expended a lot of energy. Miao Kaiwei murmured, moving closer to Chun Yin, snuggling up to him like a little kitten. She had clearly become more dependent, and their feelings had entered a state of deep integration. Seeing this, Chun Yin couldn't help but sigh. Zhang ailing was right the pathway to a woman's heart is. By quickly ordering good takeout after placing the order. While waiting for the takeout to arrive, Chun Yin finally had the chance to ask the question he had pondered for a long time. After preparing his words, he tentatively probed. Wei, how about talking about your ex-husband? As soon as he said this, Miao Kaiwei was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting him to suddenly ask such things. After thinking for a moment, she began to speak, but didn't give a direct answer. Instead, she asked, Yin Gu, do you believe it's my first time with a man? I believe. Chun Yin had already learned this from the information he had gathered, otherwise he wouldn't have brought up this topic, just as he was about to respond. But before he could say it, Miao Kaiwei interrupted him, continuing to speak. My ex-husband's family has been close friends with my parents for many years. Both families know each other well and have a lot of interaction both socially and in business. Although I knew my ex-husband since childhood, it was limited to polite greetings. We never really looked at each other. However, when I reached marriageable age, our parents began to push for marriage and match us together. It was somewhat of a business marriage. At that time, I had no one I liked, so I went along with my family's arrangement, and my ex-husband was also reluctant, but he couldn't go against his family. So we entered a marriage of convenience, putting on a show for half a year. Miao Kaiwei reminisced about the past, recounting it one by one. Half a year later, a major incident occurred, and after discovering the truth, both families agreed to our divorce. Out of guilt, his family compensated me with a lot of assets. Most of the properties and shops under my name came this way. What happened? Chun Yan's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. Su Kaiwei emerged from the blanket, her fragrant shoulder half exposed, leaning close to his ear. Morning. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow in the bedroom. Chun Yin woke up, propped himself up slowly, and recalled last night, which could only be described as madness. Fortunately, he had the presence of a buff, which led him to ultimate victory. Moreover, it also conveniently answered his greatest doubt. The answer was somewhat absurd, yet it reasonably explained why Miao Kaiwei, the divorced wealthy woman, was still a zero in terms of relationships. However, within half a year, coupled with the title of a first marriage, he gained valuable assets, which was quite a profit. Oh right, I haven't signed in yet. Chun Yin suddenly recalled. He had been so busy last night focusing entirely on Miao Kaiwei that he forgot this detail. Sign in. Completed. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-quality tea leaves, each 1 kilogram from the 6 major types of tea: black tea, green tea, oolong tea, yellow tea, dark tea, and white tea. The tea leaves have been stored in the system's internal space, available for use at any time. In the next moment, a rush of immense information surged into Chun Yan's mind. From planting tea, processing it, to brewing it, all knowledge about tea was instantly assimilated. Previously, he was just a novice who didn't even understand Jingyan tea or Yan Yun, but now he had undergone a transformation and became a tea master. As the information was fully digested, the discomfort gradually faded away. Today's sign-in rewards are quite good, Chun Yin praised Brother Tongzi. Brother Tongzi was very humanized, able to anticipate his needs and desires, and the rewards seemed to correlate with his requirements. Just yesterday, he lamented his shallow foundation and lack of high-level insights and perspectives, and today Brother Tongzi helped him to fill a gap. If he encountered a situation like that at the bank again, he wouldn't be limited to just saying good tea, unable to comment. Take it slow, with bread comes milk. Chun Yin believed that with time the sign-in rewards would increase, and one day he would inevitably become a hexagonal warrior. Then he looked at the second reward, his mind moving. A delicate porcelain tea can appeared in his hand, showcasing an ancient autumn wave blue color with clouds and mist depicted on its surface, exuding a natural leisurely aura. Just the tea can alone was so exquisite, and the tea inside was even more extraordinary. The high-quality tea recognized by the system was no joke. From his current knowledge of tea, these were indeed the top-quality varieties available on the market, worth a fortune, yet extremely difficult to acquire. Not to mention their considerable value. Possessing such high-level tea was not merely about money, but represented a certain status and connections. Chun Yin felt delighted that this kind of tea was perfect for showing off. With a thought, he stored the porcelain can back in the system's internal space, as he wanted to test if he could exploit a bug. However, the item he attempted to retrieve remained completely unmovable, and he realized he had failed. But since it was merely a casual attempt, he wasn't too disappointed. After reviewing all the rewards, Chun Yin regained his composure and glanced at the still sleeping Miao Kaiwei beside him. He had no intention of waking her, merely leaning down to leave a kiss on her face before preparing to get out of bed. But just as he sat on the edge of the bed, a jade hand appeared in front of his waist, pulling him back. Turning to look, he saw Miao Kaiwei pressed against his back, half asleep, her eyes still closed. Sleep a little longer. Chun Yin comforted, patting her hand. Miao Kaiwei murmured, then suddenly remembered something, and said, Yin Gu, you have no clothes to wear, right? Chun Yin then recalled that his clothes from last night were left soaked on the bathroom floor. How about I order a new set of clothes through the app? Hearing Miao Kaiwei's suggestion, he shook his head and replied, forget it. It's just 3 floors, I can manage wearing this for a bit and change when I get home. Don't worry about me, you continue to sleep. He could tell that Miao Kaiwei was forcing herself to speak, her eyes barely open, and she could fall asleep at any moment. Seeing that Chun Yin had made up his mind, she didn't say much more, retreating back under the covers and murmuring, Yin, good night, I'll send it to you when I wake up. Okay. Chun Yin responded and got out of bed. He went to the bathroom, picked up the wet clothes from the floor, and although they were damp, he wasn't that delicate and quickly put them on. After coming out, he took a careful glance at Miao Kaiwei, who was breathing slowly and deeply, evidently asleep again. He felt relieved and left the bedroom. Speaking of which, I haven't toured Kaiwei's house yet. With this thought, Chun Yin was in no hurry to leave. He hadn't had the chance before, and it wasn't appropriate. Now that Miao Kaiwei was about to move soon, he had the time to properly explore the premises. After wandering around the house, Chun Yin couldn't help but sigh. It was truly befitting of a wealthy woman living alone, simply extravagant. Over 200 square meters with a usable area of over 190 square meters, originally designed for 5 rooms, but her home only had 3. A bedroom, a storage room, and a dressing room, with the largest being the dressing room, formed by connecting 2 rooms larger than the bedroom. Moreover, whether it was the hard or soft decoration or the furniture and appliances, the quality was exceptionally high, representing a completely high-quality lifestyle. I need to hasten the process of purchasing a luxury home and moving in. Chun Yin resolved to call later to inquire about the progress of sourcing properties. Then he suddenly remembered. Oh right, speaking of which, Kaiwei is also a collector. Where are her items? He scanned the surroundings. In the end, he felt that the collection of magic wands should be in the bedroom for easy access. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to see them this time. He couldn't just rummage through her things to have a look, nor could he wake Miao Kaiwei up just for that. Next time, definitely. After finishing the tour, Chun Yin promptly left. With 3 floors to cover, he didn't plan to wait for the elevator. What if he encountered a neighbor he knew in there? Wouldn't that be embarrassing to be seen in this state? It was better to take the fire escape for safety and stability. But just as he exited Miao Kaiwei's home, he heard a commotion. Snoring. Turning around, he saw a man lying on the ground to his left, soundly asleep, snoring loud. This snoring is quite loud and rhythmic. Chun Yin casually closed the door and walked closer. He realized that this man was none other than Wang Yaozu, who had a breakdown of his Dao heart yesterday afternoon. Scattered around him were several empty liquor bottles he must have drunk to drown his sorrows last night. Seeing this scene, Chun Yan's expression turned complex and a thought surged in his mind. He wasn't eavesdropping at the door last night, was he? It's hard to say whether eavesdropping occurred, but it's true that drinking to drown sorrows is real. Chun Yin looked at Wang Yaozu on the ground and had new suspicions in his heart. Not coming in all night, could he be waiting for me? At that moment, images formed in his mind. The furious Wang Yaozu, unable to contain his anger, was preparing to set a trap and see who the adulterer was when he came out. But after waiting all day without seeing anyone, he also drowned his sorrows in wine, ultimately falling asleep drunk and exhausted, perfectly missing him. Chun Yin nearly laughed out loud, then stepped forward, crossing over him, who was blocking the fire escape. He counted the bottles on the ground, 1, 2, 3. His alcohol tolerance isn't impressive either. After dropping a casual remark, he climbed the stairs without looking back to head home. Half an hour later, Chun Yin, after washing up and showering, changed into his loungewear and lay down on the comfortable sofa, stretching lazily. As he reclined and played with his phone, he opened Weixin and noticed a little red mark beside contacts and new friends. Upon clicking, he saw a friend request from Li Yutong, a coach at Xiaoyu Gym. The request was sent last night, but he hadn't seen it because he was too busy to check his phone. He casually clicked to accept, completing the addition in an instant. Perhaps it was due to Zhao Minglan at the front desk special introduction of Li Yutong, which was quite different from his impression of other female coaches. Thus he was quite curious about this refreshing female coach. Whether true or false, whether she was a pure lotus emerging from the mud or a blackened one near the ink, he would know once he investigated. With nothing else to do, he clicked on her profile, which featured a photo of her standing atop a mountain overlooking the distant scenery. Even her moments were filled with landscape photos and shared fitness articles, with not a single selfie. How to put it, it wasn't the kind of flashy photos flaunting figures, as she looked very professional. At that moment, ding ding, the notification sound for Weixin messages chimed on his phone. Mr. Chen, hello. I am Li Yutong, the coach at Xiaoyu Gym. If you ever want to come to class, feel free to message me, and I will arrange the lessons. Her words were extremely polite and formulaic with no hint of crossing boundaries outside of work. Chunyin, upon seeing it, typed back, "Sure, I will inform you in advance." Curiosity aside, after a night of exertion, his exercise quota for these 2 days was more than enough. He didn't want to go to the gym today. "All right, thank you." Chunyin didn't reply further, and the conversation ended there. He turned to browse short videos until around 10 o'clock. It's not until you fall that you fly. The phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from China Merchants Bank, he immediately guessed it was regarding the property purchase. He had intended to urge the progress, but then forgot about it. Fortunately, the bank's channels were indeed efficient, and he received news within a day. When the call connected, it was still Jiang Mao's pleasant voice. "Good morning, Mr. Chen. Sorry for the disturbance. Our bank has compiled 5 properties with clear titles, no bad debts, and ready for transfer at any time. These include 2 large flats and 3 villas, all of which meet your needs for moving properties. I wonder when you would be available to come by our bank. Our bank manager noticed you enjoyed Da Hong Pao last time and specifically collected some for you. If you don't have time, I can also send the information to your email. You can take a look first. I'm okay, I'll come by shortly." Moving into a luxurious house as soon as possible was a top priority, and Chunyin immediately agreed. With money in hand, the quality of life must be improved. Otherwise, what's the point of having so much money? Just to count the balance in the account every day? Just before leaving, he suddenly thought of something and found a classy gift bag at home. In the spirit of reciprocity, he guessed that Lu Qiming had collected Da Hong Pao to give to him, so he should prepare something in return. Of course, as a major client, he could skip this, but that would be too commercial. In a society built on human connections, relationships and networking are established this way. With his current wealth, he didn't need to be calculative. So with a thought, 6 jars of tea appeared on the table. Da Hong Pao. This is the finest Waishan mother tree Da Hong Pao. Forget it. Let's choose something else. The mother tree Da Hong Pao is regarded as the champion of teas, having been auctioned for an astonishing 200 yuan for just 20 grams, and 1 kilogram could fetch tens of millions. What's more, it has long ceased to be harvested, and there are simply none on the market. Such an invaluable treasure, even if he was willing to give it, Lu Qiming wouldn't dare to accept. This token of appreciation could be high-end, but it shouldn't crush the other party. In the end, Chen Yan carefully selected the king of green tea from the Xinjiang Maojian produced in the Debi Mountains, known as Lantian Yuya. It is also a top-quality, hard-to-find tea, but its price is much more affordable, having sold for 1.49 million per gene at an auction. This level is just about right, presenting it would show face without appearing extravagant. After collecting the other tea jars, there were now 11 jars containing Lantian Yuya on the table, each with about 5 grams of tea, enough for a single brew. After putting everything into the gift bag, Chen Yan took it and headed out. He drove skillfully to China Merchants Bank, and due to light traffic arrived at the destination in 10 minutes. Upon entering, the process was the same. The security guard had already reserved a parking space, and bank manager Lu Qiming and Zhang Miao rushed over after receiving the news. "Manager Lu, you are too kind. I already know the way to the VIP room," Chen Yan said politely. "Mr. Chen, you still have your charm," Lu Qiming flattered him first, saying, "That's only natural. I was just in a meeting inside. Please don't blame me for being late, Mr. Chen." The group exchanged pleasantries while walking towards the VIP room. After they were seated, Lu Qiming immediately spoke. "Zhang Miao, go to my office and bring the gifts I prepared for Mr. Chen." "Oh, Manager Lu has prepared gifts for me." Chen Yan pretended to be pleasantly surprised, but inside he was calm. He had already guessed. Isn't that too much? Just for no reason. He certainly had to decline, as it was a fine tradition of Chinese virtue akin to receiving red envelopes during the new year. Hey, how could it be for no reason? With your large sum of money, our bank has already exceeded this year's savings cap. Mr. Chen, you have helped me immensely, so I must express my gratitude. Saying this, he also subtly last time I didn't have much stock, so I couldn't present anything. This time I finally gathered some, and Mr. Chen must accept it. Normally, I'm just chewing on the peony. A good tea can only be better appreciated in the hands of someone who loves tea and understands it like you. Seeing that the time was right, Chen Yan didn't decline further, smiling modestly. Manager Lu is joking. I don't dare to say I love tea or understand it. I only know a little, just a little. Not long after, Zhang Miao returned holding a gift bag. Just a small token. Don't be polite, President Chen, Lu Qiming said as he took it and immediately handed it to Chen Yan. Chen Yan did not refuse this time. After expressing his gratitude, he set it aside. He didn't rush to give the return gift, but patiently waited for the right moment. At this moment, the water in the kettle on the tea table began to boil. "President Chen, would you like to drink the Da Hong Pao from last time?" Lu Qiming inquired about his preference. "Or shall we try a different flavor? I also have some quality special grade green tea Dongting by Luo Chun." By Luo Chun is one of the famous teas of Hua, was celebrated both domestically and internationally, and is well known to most people. It can be said to be no less impressive than the Da Hong Pao from last time, making it one of the best choices for entertaining distinguished guests. Unfortunately, it was met with the prepared Xinyan. What a coincidence, Xinyang Maojian is also green tea, and it is the king of teas Lantian Yuya. Let's change it up, Xinyan suggested. All right, Lu Qiming agreed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming reached for the tea leaf jar saying, please have a taste if you like it. I happen to have a friend in this field. I can ask him to help procure some more later. He'll take care of it. Chun Yin replied, reaching into his own gift bag. He pulled out an exquisite tea leaf porcelain jar and presented it to everyone. Try this one. I specifically brought it to taste with Director Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming was taken aback for a moment, his hand holding the tea jar suspended in midair, but he quickly reacted and laughed heartily. Great. Let's try President Chen's tea today and make friends over tea. His hearty laughter, well-versed in human relationships, was not without reason. Chun Yan's small gesture marked the beginning of emotional exchange. With this beginning, as time passed, the bond between the two deepened. As long as interests were not harmed, they could become the best partners. The two then swapped seats with Chun Yin sitting at a more convenient spot for brewing tea. Do you have a covered bowl? He asked after sitting down, without starting immediately. Yes, Lu Qiming responded, confusion evident on his face before retrieving a set of tea utensils from under the tea table. Noticing his bewilderment, Chun Yin explained, a zisha teapot is meant for 1 tea per pot, which is fine for brewing Da Hong Pao, but it's not suitable for green tea. It's better to use a covered bowl for a richer experience. After taking the covered bowl, he handed over and rinsing it with hot water, he continued, ideally green tea is best brewed in a glass cup, as glass has no pores and does not absorb flavors, unlike a zisha teapot that can steal the fragrance. You can also see the tea leaves unfurling in hot water through the glass, providing a unique visual enjoyment. However, since there are many of us, the covered bowl works well too. Each infusion brings subtle changes in flavor, enhancing the tasting experience. Then the green tea I had before was simply a waste. Lu Qiming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in sudden real. I didn't expect such intricacies with a simple teapot. Listening to President Chen's explanation is worth more than 10 years of study. Chun Yin smiled, but did not respond, focusing instead on monitoring the water temperature in the kettle as it dropped to 80 degrees Celsius. For delicate green teas, to avoid bitterness and cloudiness caused by overly hot water, it is generally not brewed with just boiling water. Seeing the water temperature was suitable, he immediately picked up the kettle and, using a swirling pouring method, moistened the teacup to warm it. He then filled the cup to 7/10 full, opened the tea leaf porcelain jar, and added the tea. For the first infusion, he discarded the wash water before adding more water. Green tea emphasizes quick brewing to prevent oversteeping, so he didn't employ any overly elaborate tea ceremony techniques. For instance, techniques like high pouring or the Phoenix 3 dots would turn into a tea art performance and could actually damage the flavor. However, to Lu Qiming, Chun Yan's fluid movements and his innate demeanor while brewing tea were truly eye-opening, prompting him to exclaim in admiration. This is what we call professionalism. After pouring the tea into the TC and distributing it to each cup, Chun Yin gestured and said, Director Lu, please. And you meow give it a try too. You can take 3 sips, first to moisten your lips, second to moisten your tongue, and third to moisten your throat. The two each took a cup to taste, and Jiang Miao gently sipped, her eyes widening in surprise as she earnestly exclaimed, it's so delicious. For someone like Jiang Miao, who didn't know much about tea and usually only enjoyed milk tea, delicious was the highest compliment. When Lu Qiming took his first sip, his eyes also lit up, quickly taking a second and third sip to savor before finally setting the cup down. The tea soup is clear and bright with an elegant and fresh aroma carrying a chestnut fragrance. The taste is refreshing, rich, and sweet. Among all the green teas I've tried, this is definitely the best. As a tea enthusiast, Lu Qiming, though not deeply knowledgeable, had some understanding. President Chun, I've been showing off in front of a master like you. This tea is Xinyang Maojin, right? I had it before at a friend's place, and I still remember the taste. Thanks to you, I have the chance to enjoy it again today. Hearing this, Jiang Miao showed a look of confusion, not understanding why Lu Qiming was being so exaggerated. He still remembered. Had the fortune to drink it a second time. A dignified director, is it really that serious? Director Lu has great taste. Chun Yin praised him without reservation, casually adding, this tea is indeed Xinyang Maojin, and it's Lantian Yuya. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming gasped in amazement, hiss. Clearly he had heard of the esteemed reputation of the tea king Lantian Yuya. No wonder its flavor surpasses the high quality of what I had last time. I thought it was due to President Chen's excellent tea brewing skills. Turns out my understanding was quite shallow. His external astonishment was matched by a surging tide within. After all, the exquisite Xinyang Maojin he had tasted before was hard to come by. Let alone the rare tea king Lantian Yuya. Not only does it come at a price, but one must also have the qualifications and weight to obtain it. coupled with the skillful and natural tea art that displayed the aura of a master. Such finesse is not something an ordinary family can nurture. Average individuals lack this foundation and the absolute confidence that comes with it. His regard for Chun Yin instantly escalated to a new height, no longer viewing him as just an ordinary wealthy individual. Witnessing this, Jiang Miao Miao could no longer hold back and asked, "President Chen, Director, I don't know much about tea. Is Lantian Yuya really that rare?" At this, both Lu Qiming and Chun Yin turned to look at her, revealing looks of appreciation. If no one asked, how could one continue recording? How could one conceal the X? Ha ha ha. Lu Qiming laughed heartily, noticing Chun Yin leisurely brewing tea. He took the initiative to explain. Jinping Xinyang Maojian is hard to come by, but with money and some channels it can still be obtained, yet the tea king Lantian Yuya is different. It fetched an astonishing price of 1.49 million per pound at the auction. This was several years ago, and the current price must be even higher, circulating only privately, making it a classic case of being priceless, yet unavailable. For those unfamiliar with tea, discussing history, tea aroma and flavor feels abstract. Only the stark price can convey its rarity. Thus, Lu Qiming emphasized the exorbitant auction price, making it instantly comprehensible. Heavens! 1.49 million per pound. Jiang Miao Miao's mouth slightly opened, yet she felt as if her throat was choked, unable to utter a sound. Over 100,000, enough to cover an entire bed with cash just to brew tea. Her mind was swirling, completely reshaping her understanding. Then, the tea we are drinking is worth several thousand. Each sip costs hundreds or even thousands. Lu Qiming did not emphasize the scarcity that most people would want to pay for, but responded, "That's not unreasonable. This is too." Jiang Miao Miao stammered, struggling to find a suitable description. "In any case, I definitely wouldn't bear to." Ha ha. Both Chen Yan and Lu Qiming laughed simultaneously. Neither of them felt displeased by her clumsiness. Instead, they found it quite enjoyable. Men indeed need emotional validation. Didn't Jiang Miao Miao's eyes overflow with admiration? Chun Yin could use money to brew tea, and Lu Qiming was invited to join him. Both had their dignity. Seeing the moment ripe, Chun Yin no longer held back and took out the gift bag beside him. "Since today I am meeting with President Lu over tea, I also have a little gift in return. The stock of Lantian Yuya is scarce, and I don't have much of it. I hope President Lu won't mind." "Oh, how could I accept this?" Lu Qiming immediately appeared flattered. "A small token of appreciation, it's nothing." Then, "All right, thank you, President Chen." He also played the role of modesty, ultimately joyfully accepting the tea leaves. Showcasing sophistication and exchanging mutual assistance, thus Chun Yin accomplished a significant part of his purpose for this visit. Watching this scene, Jiang Miao Miao saw not just tea leaves, but a bag full of money easily handed over. "Jiang Miao Miao, did you bring the property documents?" She snapped back to reality only when Lu Qiming spoke. "I brought them." She raised the documents to indicate. "President Chen, would you like Jiang Miao Miao to introduce you?" Upon hearing Lu Qiming's inquiry, Chun Yin suddenly realized that he always called Jiang Miao Miao by her full name since their first meeting. Generally speaking, addressing someone with both first and last names isn't very polite. Someone as tactful as Lu Qiming. How could he possibly make such a rookie mistake? Oh, that old trickster. But soon Chun Yin figured it out. Lu Qiming had regarded Jiang Miao Miao as his own exclusive treasure from the very beginning. Jiang Miao Miao's name is a reduplicated character. Calling her Miao Miao would be too intimate, and he didn't want him to misunderstand, not even calling her Xiao Jiang. After realizing this, Chun Yin smiled and said, "All right, Miao Miao, come here." He then gestured for Lu Qiming to switch places, handing the tea brewing task over to him, while he returned to his original seat. The moment Jiang Miao Miao got closer, a fragrance unlike ordinary perfume wafted towards her. Chun Yin glanced sideways. At that moment, Lu Qiming was silently arranging the items, making minimal noise as if he had vanished. "President Chen, here is the property information our bank has compiled." Jiang Miao Miao first handed over one document and then began to introduce. "Our bank has compiled a total of 5 properties, including 2 large flats and 3 villas. The first large flat is located at Xuefu Road, China Resources Land Mansion Unit Number 6, 26th floor, classified as a school district property. The surrounding educational resources are rich with prestigious primary, middle, and high schools and well-equipped facilities such as hospitals and shopping malls. It belongs to a VIP of our bank who intends to sell it after his son goes to college. The second large flat is located at Danan Road, Poly International Mansion Unit Number 8, 28th floor, with excellent orientation and a broad view next to Jiang City Wetland Park. Notably, this large flat was completed not long ago, and the owner has not yet moved in after the renovation. Undoubtedly, the most valuable aspect of the first large flat is its school district property attribute, but Chen Yan's daughter, Chen Xingyao, has already graduated from college, making it unappealing to him. He preferred the second one with a good view and green environment, plus it was a brand new finished house with no traces of someone else's living. The documents had not only written descriptions, but also included many photos from various angles, and Chun Yin paid special attention to Poly International Mansion, listing it as a potential choice. After introducing the large flats, Jiang Miao continued to explain the remaining 3 villas. The first one is a well-known old villa in Jiang City No. 12, Binjiang Shishan Villa, belonging to European architectural style, where many old wealthy families in Jiang City reside. The second one is Greenland Rose Manor Villa Area No. 9, a dual-core residential area of high-rise and villa with flowers planted throughout the park, favored by women. The third one is Jiangwan No. 1 Villa No. 6, a newly developed villa area in recent years with a modern decoration style. It is a model house that the property developer spent heavily to hire top designers and decorated with high-end materials to attract customers. The sales business has ended and comprehensive cleaning has been conducted. Although there are only 5 properties, both their geographical locations and surrounding facilities are quite good, each with its own advantages. They must have been carefully selected by the bank based on his needs, and the specific choice depends on his intention. The first 2 villas were immediately passed by Chun Yin. One was too old, the other 2 feminine, and ultimately the modern decoration of Jiangwan No. 1 caught his eye. I think both Poly International Mansion and Jiangwan No. 1 are quite good. Let's take a look in person. Upon hearing Chun Yan's choice, Lu Qiming ceased to be elusive and laughed heartily, saying President Chun has a good eye. He then revealed some information stating the large flat at Poly International Mansion is a repossessed asset. Such non-performing debts are something our bank needs to digest quickly, and it's quite normal to sell at a discount to improve efficiency, and Jiangwan No. 1 is a project of our local construction group Anju Real Estate, also a major client of our bank and old friend. The electronic door lock password for Poly International Mansion is in the documents, and I'll also call Jiangwan No. 1 to inform them and arrange someone to receive you. In that case, Jiang Miao, you'll go on an external assignment today and accompany President Chun to view the properties in person. Lu Qiming declared with righteous solemnity, then turned to Chun Yin and spoke. President Chun, I have a meeting to attend today, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Chun Yin understood perfectly well that it wasn't a lack of time, but rather a deliberate act to avoid being a third while creating an opportunity for him to spend time alone with Jiang Miao. 1 had to admit Lu Qiming was indeed an excellent branch manager, exceptionally adept at navigating social intricacies. Manager Lu, go ahead with your work. Understood, manager. Jiang Miao responded with cheerful alacrity. After taking their leave to go view the properties and exiting the VIP room, unlike last time, Lu Qiming did not follow them to the entrance to see them off. Instead, after Chun Yin and Jiang Miao had departed, he took out his phone and dialed a number from his contacts. The call was connected promptly. Hello, President Lee, it's good to hear from you. It's like this, our ultra-high net worth private banking division has an M3 VIP client who might be interested in your Jiangwan No. 1 development, specifically Villa No. 6, and plans to visit for a viewing. Please arrange for someone to receive them properly. They'll send you the phone number of the staff member accompanying them from the bank shortly. The voice on the other end immediately agreed. He continued, subtly revealing, I'm good, thank you. They'll treat you to tea sometime when you're free. As it happens, that VIP client gifted me some King of Tea blue sky jade leaves. What? Share some with you? No way. Not selling, I don't have enough for myself. If you want some, come find me. On the other side. When Chun Yin and Jiang Miao reached the car and were about to start the engine to head to the nearest Poly International Mansion, a distinct gurgle sound echoed clearly within the enclosed vehicle. Jiang Miao was extremely embarrassed. A flush instantly bloomed across her cheeks, accentuating her charming allure. Chun Yin checked the time. It was already past 11 in the morning, time for lunch. Even an emperor wouldn't send his troops out hungry, so he spoke. It's about time to eat. Besides, tea aids digestion, and I'm quite hungry myself. Let's grab a meal first, then go see the properties afterward. As he spoke, he took out his phone and made a call, remembering that Lu Qiming had recommended several restaurants with excellent cuisine. Once the call connected, and he stated his purpose, Lu Qiming immediately responded, President Chun, let me handle the arrangements. Shortly after, Chun Yin received the specific restaurant name on his phone, Shina, an Italian restaurant. Following the navigation, they set off for the restaurant's address. On the way, Jiang Miao received a call from the reception staff at Jiangwan No. 1, and they roughly agreed on a time for the property viewing. After about 10 minutes, the car came to a stop in front of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. That's right, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Chun Yin only realized upon arriving that the Shina Italian restaurant was located on the 52nd floor of this very building. That old fox, he's got ulterior motives. Chun Yin had strong reasons to suspect that this restaurant was carefully chosen by Lu Qiming. Despite his inner thoughts racing, Chun Yin maintained a calm exterior. He took the lead, walked in, and took the elevator to the restaurant's floor. Good day, are you the esteemed Mr. Chun? As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a man in a suit immediately approached and greeted them warmly. Without a doubt, Lu Qiming had already made all the arrangements. Chun Yin nodded in acknowledgement. With Jiang Miao Miao beside him still in her bank uniform, they were easily identifiable. After confirming their identities, the suited man's demeanor grew even more deferential. Mr. Chen, hello. I am the manager of Shina Restaurant. My surname is Yang, at your service. Manager Lu has reserved the Starlight Room for you, which offers the best view. Please this way. All right, thank you, Manager Yang. Chun Yin responded, politely moved his feet, and followed along, simultaneously surveying the surround. The view revealed extensive rose gold decorations embellished with fresh flowers, crystal chandeliers, and art pieces. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance and the romantic background music of a cello. Everything matched people's expectations of a romantic and luxurious high-end Italian restaurant. Although he had never been to such a place before, the money in his bank card was enough to buy the entire establishment, and this ample confidence translated into a sense of ease and relaxation. Unlike Chun Yan's relaxation, Jiang Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with yearning for the luxury around her, yet she instinctively moved closer to him, seeking a sense of security. Led by Manager Yang, they entered the Starlight Room. Upon seeing the spacious private room and the large round table, Chun Yin felt that Lu Qiming might have overdone it a bit. For just the two of them, such an extravagant setup was somewhat excessive. Mr. Chen, Miss Jiang, please wait a moment. The kitchen is preparing your meal. It will be served shortly. As Manager Yang spoke, he suddenly pulled an envelope from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Chun Yin with both hands. Manager Lu asked me to pass this on to you. What is it? Chun Yin looked at the envelope in his hand with confusion, but still took it. I'll take my leave now then. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. Enjoy your meal. After Manager Yang left the room, Chun Yin casually tore open the envelope and emptied its contents. Looking closely, it was a card inside the envelope. No, to be precise, it was a room key card for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Although he had suspected as much when he saw the hotel upon arrival, he hadn't expected it to be so blatant. Lu Qiming had arranged everything from dining to accommodation, a complete honest-stop service. Since he hadn't tried to hide it, Jiang Miao Miao, standing beside him, saw it clearly too. When Chun Yin turned his head to look at her, she immediately lowered her head, averting her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Like a timid fawn, her cheeks, then her ears, and finally, even the nape of her neck, flushed a rosy pink, yet she didn't startle and flee. For a moment, the two contradictory states of youthful innocence and bewitching charm perfectly merged within her, appearing utterly natural. This unique allure could stir the desires of most men in the world. Throughout their previous interactions, whether it was Lu Qiming's blatant matchmaking, which she obediently went along with, or now with the room key card practically presented before her, she showed no intention of running away. No refusal meant consent. Silence was the best response. So what more was there to say? Now in the private space meant only for the two of them, Chun Yin no longer held back. He immediately reached out, wrapped his arm around her supple waist, and drew this enchanting creature into his embrace. A refreshing, intoxicating fragrance instantly washed over him, every breath stimulating his most vulnerable nerve. Caught off guard, Jiang Miao Miao let out a soft cry as she pressed against his solid, warm chest. Surprise, surprise. After the shock came joy. Yes, at this moment her heart was filled with nothing but happiness. And with a beauty like this in his arms, a naturally alluring enchantress, Chun Yan's actions were driven purely by instinct. Just then, knock knock. A knock came from outside the door. Please come in. After the two parted and tidied their appearance, Chun Yin spoke up. The door to the private room was then opened, and the waiter entered in succession, presenting the dishes. Caprese salad, Genoese pesto, pasta, margherita pizza, Florentine tbone, steak, tiramisu, and white. The dishes, rich in Italian flair, were placed on the dining table. Without even mentioning the taste, the presentation was extremely exquisite and visually appealing. After the dishes were served, the waiter left the private room, and the previous romantic atmosphere vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Let's eat. Chun Yin sat down and greeted warmly. Jiang Miao Miao responded and took a seat beside him, not immediately filling her stomach, but instead dividing the pizza and cutting the steak into small pieces, serving him. Seeing her so considerate, Chun Yin enjoyed the service for a moment. Then while eating, he suddenly asked, "Have you?" Though the question was abrupt, Jiang Miao Miao understood it. Her hands paused momentarily, but she showed no hesitation, her face flushing again as she nodded firmly. Good, then you will follow me from now on. Smart people need not say much. Just a few vague words had sealed Jiang Miao Miao's fate as a canary. Those who have raised canaries know that keeping such small animals requires a cage, preferably a golden one. Thus it's best to be clear about the price to avoid future dissatisfaction and feelings of being cheated. Therefore Chun Yin did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Miao Miao, it'll be straightforward. What do you want? Money? How much? Or a house and car? Luxuries? Or a promotion and raise?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Miao Miao was taken aback, her earlier joy transforming into contemplation about life. After a long pause, she stammered, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. How could someone so charming and eager to offer herself be unclear about what she wanted? Chun Yin was puzzled. What's with the eagerness, then? Fortunately, he met her. Had it been someone heartless, they might have run off after finishing the meal. I just want a comfortable and affluent life free from worries about money. Jiang Miao Miao spoke from the heart. It's not about survival. Enjoying life is what living is about. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin suddenly understood. She was like a young canary instinctively pursuing a comfortable life, yet without being raised, how could she know the price? Moreover, having just entered society lacking sufficient experience and exposure, this was the source of her. It is no exaggeration to say that this naivety did not detract from her charm. Rather, it served as a pure proof of her allure, possessing a great temptation for men. However, some matters are better clarified. Chun Yin asked, Miao Miao, you still have your first blood, right? Yes. Despite feeling a bit shy, Jiang Miao Miao quickly nodded in response. I haven't had a boyfriend, haven't been touched, and my first kiss is still. Upon saying this, she noticed Chun Yin displaying a satisfied expression, and she couldn't help but feel a bit proud. From childhood to adulthood, many suitors pursued her, making her aware of her beauty early on and understanding that it was her capital, thus she protected it even more carefully. Now she could finally realize her worth and exchange it for the life she desired. After some consideration, Chun Yin laid out the terms, saying, Miao Miao, if you are willing to follow me, I will not treat you poorly. Therefore, a signing fee of 1 million, and I will give you a monthly living allowance of 100,000. I will arrange for everything else, and you will know in the future. To be honest, given someone of Jiang Miao Miao's caliber, this offer was not generous. It could even be considered. If this were to get out, many would be willing to pay a higher price to take her away. Although saying that he would arrange for things in the future sounded like painting a big pie, Chun Yin still said it, because he did not want to raise Jiang Miao Miao's expectations too high. Many people lack the ability and awareness to manage wealth. If he suddenly threw hundreds of thousands or millions at her, Jiang Miao Miao's expectations might be shattered instantly. Would she still find it interesting to spend several tens of thousands afterward? Perhaps she might even resent it, feeling it was too little. Or once she had a large sum of money, would she still be willing to serve? After all, that would be enough to last her for the rest of her life. She might as well leave. Of course, this was just the first condition he offered, after leaving some leeway, willing to discuss with Jiang Miao Miao about appropriately raising the price. However, unexpectedly, okay, thank you, Mr. Chun. Jiang Miao Miao did not hesitate and agreed immediately, her decisiveness surprising Chun Yin, who couldn't help but ask, You're agreeing just like that? Don't you think it's too little? Jiang Miao Miao shook her head and replied, Not at all. In about a year, I can buy a house outright. Even if I buy a luxury handbag every month, the remaining money is enough for me to live comfortably. Chun Yin smiled. He liked someone who was easily satisfied and had no great ambitions. Many people can afford this condition. There should have been quite a few who wanted to take care of you before, right? Hearing his question, Jiang Miao Miao understood his meaning and nodded in response, but I declined. She then did not explain immediately but countered, Mr. Chun, you don't plan to remarry in the future, right? Chun Yin did not hide it, nodding to indicate his stance. That's right. While I don't want to struggle and prefer shortcuts, I still have my bottom line. I don't deceive or take advantage of others' marriages. Jiang Miao Miao revealed the reasons for her many years of maintaining her integrity. And thirdly, some people appear glamorous, but who knows the real situation? But you, Mr. Chun, are different. I clearly know that just the interest from your bank deposits is enough to support me for a lifetime. Chun Yin understood now. It turned out that she needed to see the rabbit before releasing the hawk. If she didn't know the details, she would be cautious, hence her enthusiasm. No wonder she was a top student at Jiang University. Despite lacking experience, her mind was still sharp. It seemed the earlier thought that she would be completely taken advantage of was impossible. He couldn't help but applaud and praised, clear-headed and wise. Good as long as you behave, supporting you for a lifetime is not a problem. To be honest, he increasingly appreciated Jiang Miao Miao. If her being a canary got out, she might be criticized for being materialistic. But her materialism had principles and did not harm others. For him, who lacked nothing at present, it was not an issue. Frankly speaking, if you don't have money, being materialistic won't affect you. If you have money, being materialistic can be beneficial. Once her status was confirmed, Jiang Miao Miao was no longer as reserved as before. She became more relaxed, looking at Chun Yin with sparkling eyes, smiling. I know, Mr. Chun, you said you won't treat me poorly in the future, still calling me Mr. Chun. Chun Yin wiped his mouth with a napkin. With their cooperation established, he no longer held back and leaned closer to Jiang Miao Miao. Miao Miao, come, let's collect some interest first. The exquisite red clam had just been caught from the sea, glimmering with a crystalline sheen. Before long, Chun Yin had devoured the clam entirely, leaving Jiang Miao Miao feeling a bit too full, prompting her to stop and catch her breath. How is it? The first time eating it, is the taste all right? Chun Yin teased. Jiang Miao Miao, savoring her first taste of the red clam, seemed to be lost in the flavor. Is it delicious? Do you love it? Haha. Chun Yin chuckled, observing her expression, doubting if her unique constitution might have some additional benefits. How could one get so lost in thought just from eating a clam? This was too sensitive, wasn't it? Yin Guai? I need to use the restroom, Jiang Miao Miao quietly said, rising to head to the bathroom in the private room. Chun Yin paid no mind and continued to enjoy the delicious food on the table, filling his stomach. Aren't you hungry? You should eat something too. After Jiang Miao Miao returned, he placed a slice of pizza on her plate. Thank you, Yin Gu. Jiang Miao Miao expressed her gratitude and then began to eat slowly, but while doing so, she kept stealing glances at him. Her expression was conflicted, her lips moved, but no words came out, as if the food had swallowed her words. Chun Yin noticed her hesitation and joked, I don't follow the rule of not speaking while eating. If you want to say something, just say it. Yin Gu, should we change the time to view the house? If needed, I can call the reception manager to reschedule. Hearing this, Chun Yin couldn't help but laugh, teasing her. Are you more anxious than I am? Calm down, don't rush. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back tonight. There were important matters to attend to. He was not the kind of person who would be distracted by beauty, so of course he prioritized work and could deal with other things later. I'm not. Jiang Miao Miao's face flushed again, offering a small protest. All right, I understand. Let's eat quickly. Chun Yin stopped teasing her and urged her to finish her meal. Half an hour later, the two of them were satisfied and exited the starry hall, leaving the Shina restaurant with manager Yang's send-off. Since he had to drive, Chun Yin didn't open that bottle of white wine during the meal. Once in the car, he headed towards the Poly International Mansion. Along the way, Chun Yin controlled the steering wheel with one hand, driving effortlessly, his master-level driving skills showcased to the fullest. He finally understood that the greatest utility of this skill was not in racing, but to ensure absolute safety while having one hand free. Of course, this free hand had its own important business to attend to. What could it be? Hard to guess. Chun Yin couldn't help but comment, Meow Meow, I think black socks would look better. Why does the bank require flesh-colored ones? I doubt anyone would like that, right? I'll bring my own next time. Jiang Miao Miao, trying to suppress her embarrassment, attempted to regain her composure through conversation, responding with a serious analysis. Flesh-colored looks formal. If everyone wore black, how could we work? Well, that makes some sense, otherwise everyone would just be consumed by their primal instincts. Chatting and joking, they soon arrived at their destination. Reaching the 28th floor of Building 8, Jiang Miao Miao entered the door code, and they stepped inside. Yin Gu, you check it out first, I need to use the restroom. As soon as they entered, Jiang Miao Miao hurriedly looked for the bathroom. Okay. Chun Yin paid no mind, examining the spacious layout of the large flat, then wandered around inside on his own. In fact, he had already seen the layout and decoration in the photographs. It didn't look much different in person. With one unit per elevator, a bright and spacious environment, and a large garden balcony, this large flat had all the essential features. Yin Gu, what do you think? After Jiang Miao Miao came out, her eyes shining as she looked around. It was her first time visiting such a luxurious residence. It's all right. The floor is high, and there are no other buildings blocking the view. It is indeed quite nice. Chun Yin offered a brief evaluation. Waking up in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to enjoy the view should be quite pleasant. Jiang Miao Miao nodded repeatedly, saying yes. Just thinking about it feels delightful. What? Do you really like it? Chun Yin started painting a bright future. If you perform well, you can have a mansion worth tens of millions. If you sold me, it wouldn't be enough. Yin Gu, even if you dared to give it to me, I wouldn't dare to accept it. Jiang Miao Miao quickly waved her hands. Coward, Chun Yin said with a laugh. Come on, let's go to the next place. He then stepped out, and Jiang Miao Miao followed closely behind. After a few minutes, they arrived at another destination, the Jiangwan No. 1 Villa area. Sister Wang. We've arrived at the entrance. Jiang Miao Miao dialed the reception manager's number for communication. As soon as she hung up, a woman in a gray skirt uniform came out of the guard booth and walked briskly towards the vehicle. Seeing the woman approach, Chun Yin lowered the car window. Mr. Chen, Miss Jiang, hello. I am Wang Sujin from Unju Real Estate. Welcome to Jiangwan No. 1. The reception manager Wang Sujin introduced herself. Hello, Sister Wang. I'm Jiang Miao Miao, the one who contacted you over the phone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Sujin got into the car. Following her guidance, the car drove to Villa No. 6 in the villa area. After getting out of the car, Chun Yin finally saw Wang Sujin in full. She had a graceful figure and an attractive appearance. She exuded the charm of a mature woman, and her ordinary gray skirt uniform was worn with an extraordinary flavor, making her look far from an ordinary salesperson, as she must at least be a top sales performer. Name Wang Sujin, age 32. Chun Yin lost interest after a glance through the investigative glasses, yet after a few more looks, Jiang Miao Miao noticed, and the alarm bells rang in her mind. She then continuously approached Chun Yin, breaching the normal social distance, silently performing a declaration of sovereignty beside him. The little girl is enjoying herself so much. Wang Sujin internally cursed as she understood Jiang Miao Miao's subtle gesture perfectly. If Jiang Miao Miao were not present, or if she were merely an ordinary bank employee, she would unleash her full power and showcase all her skills. But now it was not possible, so she could only smile broadly and say, "Mr. Chun, this way please." She then walked ahead, opened the door, and led the way, introducing the villa with familiarity. Villa No. 6 of Zhongwan No. 1, also known as Shanshui Fuguang. It adheres to the design philosophy of dialogue and integration between modernity and nature, hence there are no gaudy decorations or intricate carvings. Instead, it achieves luxury through high-quality materials, natural light and shadows, and pure geometric forms, allowing one to experience opulence and harmony with nature. This understated luxury is not a mere accumulation of wealth. It dances with the mountain winds, rain, and the four seasons, enabling those who reside within to experience the essence of life and the richness of spirit. Chun Yin and Jiang Miao Miao followed closely behind, listening to the introduction while observing their surrounding. The exterior of the villa was composed of deep gray, silver, gray, beige, and grayish-brown, with these four neutral colors blending seamlessly, allowing the surrounding greenery and trees to take center stage. From a distance, the villa appeared to be constructed from a harmonious arrangement of rectangular blocks situated on a gentle slope backed by lush green forests, resembling a light and shadow box perched atop the treetops. The design concept of mountain water floating light embraced minimal partitions and more freedom, resulting in the removal of all non-load-bearing walls on the first floor, creating a continuous large space. In addition, the walls of other floors featured large areas of glass curtain walls, forming multiple oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire house transparent and maximizing the visual effect. As Wang Sujin stepped inside the villa, the floor was covered with large matte gray stone slabs, bright and nearly seamless. The walls extensively used artistic coatings, showcasing a light gray hue with subtle scraping textures, appearing pure from a distance, yet intricate up close. The interior design achieved a unity and elevation in style with the villa's exterior. As a top-tier high-end real estate salesperson, Wang Sujin was well aware that the times had changed. The wealthy no longer wanted to hear how luxurious a mansion was. Thus, she did not discuss area or functions, but instead approached the sales pitch from a conceptual and aesthetic perspective, treating the mansion as a work of art. Besides the elevator, the stairs are designed as a spatial sculpture within the house. She guided the two to the staircase featured floating treads made of solid steel plates covered with stone slabs of the same color as the floor, with no risers in sight, giving the illusion of floating in midair. The handrail was a single piece of ultra-white crystal glass, allowing light to pass through unobstructed and adding a touch of dreamlike color. With 5 entire floors, the space was significantly larger than the flat at Poly International Mansion, taking them half an hour to complete the tour. Returning to the first floor, they stood in front of the scenic water pool in the high-ceilinged entrance hall. "Yengu, this villa is so beautiful. It's so different from what I saw in the photos." Jiang Miao Miao couldn't help but exclaim. The flat already opened her eyes, but she never expected the villa to be so stunning, seamlessly blending architecture with scenery. Chun Yin nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, pictures are static and cannot capture natural beauty. Of course, the design and decoration of this villa are indeed excellent." "Then I understand." Jiang Miao Miao smiled and guessed, "Yengu, you must choose this villa, right?" Chun Yin reached out to pinch her cheek, playfully creating an air of mystery as he said, "Well, that's not necessarily the case. The flat at Poly International Mansion has a high ceiling and advanced smart technology. While this place boasts natural beauty, it can only be said that each has its merits." So Yengu, you haven't made up your mind yet." Wang Sujin stood slightly behind, giving space for the two to chat, but she could still hear their conversation. Upon hearing about Poly International Mansion, her heart stirred, knowing that this high-end property had become their companion, just as she contemplated how to continue working hard to sway the choice towards the villa. Chun Yin spoke up, "I've made up my mind." Upon hearing this, Jiang Miao Miao and Wang Sujin both looked towards Chun Yin in anticipation of his answer. Chun Yin already had a plan in mind. Since each option had its merits, he liked them both, and more importantly, he wasn't short of money. So why be indecisive? He calmly stated, "Then I'll just buy them both later. I can choose whichever I want to live in." He then turned to Jiang Miao Miao and said, "Miao Miao, please let Manager Lu know that you both will handle the subsequent procedures, and if there's anything that requires my presence, just call me." Buying both luxury homes. Most ordinary people would spend their entire lives unable to afford even one of the toilets, yet he was purchasing 2 at once. Such a bold move was truly beyond Jiang Miao Miao's expectations, leaving her somewhat dazed without an immediate response. Seeing her in a daze, Chun Yin couldn't help but chuckle, leaning closer to her ear and saying, "Why are you zoned out? You know my capabilities, perhaps buying these 2 houses wouldn't even touch the surface of my savings." Surface. Indeed, the surface of 50 million, who calculates it like that, for a good person? Knowing it was true, Zhang Miao still couldn't help but be taken aback. Can money be spent so freely? After a moment she regained her senses and replied, "Okay, no problem." Meanwhile, Wang Sujin, who had been listening behind despite having seen many high-end properties as a seller, was also shocked by Chun Yan's extravagant spending. But once the shock subsided, her gaze turned to Zhang Miao, filled with envy. Compared to the joy of earning a commission, it seemed trivial. Encountering such a powerful man at the most beautiful age, she was truly a winner in life. Phew. Taking a deep breath to adjust her psychological imbalance, she finally stepped forward and said, "Thank you for choosing Zhongwan No. 1. Next, I will continue to communicate with Miss Jiang and fully cooperate with the subsequent procedures. Alright, please complete the transfer as soon as possible." Thus, the on-site viewing of the property came to a temporary conclusion, and Chun Yan and Zhang Miao drove away from Zhongwan No. 1. As the vehicle headed towards a certain destination, Zhang Miao in the passenger seat seemed to realize something, fidgeting with the corner of her clothes. Noticing her nervousness, Chun Yan chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Didn't you say you were prepared?" Zhang Miao shook her head and softly replied, "No. Yingo, I was just thinking whether I should go back to the bank to change into casual clothes first." "No need, the uniform is nice." The bank's attire featured a gray-purple scheme presenting a simple yet elegant urban fashion that Chun Yan found quite appealing. There will be plenty of opportunities to wear casual clothes in the future. Let's save it for next time, just to try something. The Maybach sped smoothly back to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, effortlessly arriving at the room indicated on it. Once the door closed, Chun Yan presented Zhang Miao with her favorite red clam, set this time with enough time for her to enjoy as much as she wanted. After some indulgence, she became completely entranced, her eyes shimmering with a hint of daze. At this moment, her innate allure began to shine, captivating anyone who gazed into her eyes. With flowers blooming perfectly, inviting anyone to pick them, this moment especially tested one's resolve. Should one take the plunge immediately or proceed cautiously? For a moment, Chun Yan recalled her panel, which recorded a treasure. Chun Yan triggered the underlying genetic code, transforming into a 5-finger mountain to suppress the demon pill and control the spirit pearl. As he chanted the incantation of the golden hoop, Zhang Miao was instantly captivated, trembling slightly, her legs giving way as she leaned onto his shoulder. Seeing this, he leaned close to her earlobe, his breath warm and teasing, and said, "Miao, come on. This is just an appetizer. Are you already full? Besides, we didn't even order any soft-shell shrimp, so why are you collapsing?" Zhang Miao was lost in the moment, unable to speak, only letting out a soft moan. Observing this, Chun Yan continued his journey of exploration. At that moment, a torrential rain suddenly poured outside the window, flooding the hotel garden and turning it into a waterlogged hollow. Chun Yan froze, wiped his hand, and suddenly recalled something. Once at the restaurant, once at the penthouse, and once in the villa when Zhang Miao went to the restroom. 3 times in total. He hadn't thought much of it initially, but coupled with the heavy rain now, it seemed to confirm something. So her trips to the bathroom weren't to relieve herself, but to mop up and dry off. By now, Zhang Miao had buried her head entirely in his chest, too ashamed to look up, and stammered an excuse. "Yengu. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just, I couldn't hold it." Who could understand the torment of that humid, rainy weather? It was utterly unbearable. This unpredictable climate forced her to rush to the bathroom frequently for emergency cleanups, otherwise sitting was uncomfortable. Her apology confirmed Chun Yan's suspicion, and he was overjoyed. Humid weather was great. He loved this kind of weather. "Sweetheart, this is clearly a good thing. No need to apologize. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Weather is complex and changeable, so it can't rely solely on theory. Experimental data is needed." At this moment, Chun Yan naturally had to take the lead and contribute to scientific research. During the experiment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Miao Zhang Miao. Your name is truly fitting." Miao, eventually merging into rivers. Along the way, he also experienced one of the top 10 wonders, a vessel that endlessly flows, never revealing how much it holds or where its limit lies. By nightfall, a stray female cat appeared from somewhere, meowing all night long, its cries blending with the raindrops to compose a melodious symphony. Through practice, Chun Yan finally grasped the terror of the humid weather. Everywhere it touched, rest became. Fortunately, the generous Lu Qiming had prepared a presidential suite with 3 rooms. The 2 of them switched rooms repeatedly until they ended up in the last one. The next day, after waking up, Chun Yan's first action was check-in. Check-in completed. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the wine connoisseur. Attached skill invincible to alcohol. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 bottles, each of Macallan 50, Caruso 1960-1958, Clay Pot Maudai Wing in 1960, Romanicani 1945, and Petrus. Experiencing the same process once more, Chun Yin soon became a master wine connoisseur proficient in all types of liquor, both domestic and international. Another gap in his knowledge was filled, ensuring that in future conversations about wine, he could speak with authority. In Chinese social settings, alcohol was almost always indispensable. Moreover, the attached skill of being invincible to alcohol was a divine ability, freeing him from the fear of losing his senses while drunk and accidentally revealing his greatest secret. Next, Chun Yin looked at the second reward. According to the knowledge in his mind, the whiskey baijiu and wine from this check-in were all extremely valuable. Similar to the tea leaves from last time, they represented the top quality in each liquor category, usually unavailable on the market and only appearing occasionally at auctions. For instance, the globally limited top-tier whiskey Macallan 50 had sold for 3 million Huaxia. In short, not a single bottle of this whiskey baijiu or wine was priced below $1 million, and with their rarity, they were the ultimate currency for showing off and socializing. The Shan Shui Floating Light has a constant temperature, constant humidity wine cellar. Chun Yin mused, planning to store the liquor there. When needed, he could lead guests into the cellar, displaying tens of millions or even hundreds of millions worth of liquor before their eyes. The scene would be absolutely breathtaking, commanding their awe and submission. Chun Yin toyed with a squeeze toy in his hand, inadvertently growing overly excited. Ah, hissed. The pain woke Zhang Miao Miao from her sleep. He snapped back to reality and quickly soothed her. Miao Miao, are you okay? I didn't control myself. Her jade-like arm emerged from under the covers, wrapping around Chun Yin as she asked, Yin Gu, what time is it now? It's still early. Get some more rest. He understood what Zhang Miao Miao meant and explained, I already asked for leave for you and manager Lu yesterday. Due to their position and angle, his peripheral vision caught the alluring, tempting sight of the covers being lifted. But he suppressed his restless urges, knowing the flower had just bloomed and couldn't withstand endless ravaging. By the way, what's your bank account number? Chun Yin suddenly remembered he hadn't paid yet. He didn't have the bad habit of freeloading. It was just a small amount after all. In fact, it wasn't even as expensive as a single bottle from the system's rewards. Zhang Miao Miao gave him her account number, and he entered it, immediately transferring the money. Ding. The transfer was complete. Yin Gu, did you transfer the wrong amount? Zhang Miao Miao stared at the bank credit alert on her phone. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. So many zeros. This CMB card was newly opened when she started her job. There had been no money in it before, empty, not a single cent, but now it held 1,500,000. According to their previously agreed terms, it shouldn't have been this much. It's not a mistake. Chun Yin reached out to stroke her silky hair and replied, didn't I say I wouldn't treat you poorly? The extra is a reward for you. Also, besides the penthouse and the villa, find another apartment in a neighborhood, preferably one with 3 bedrooms or more. This one will be for you to live in, and when the time is right, it'll transfer the ownership to you. Thank you, Yin Gu. Overjoyed, Zhang Miao Miao quickly sat up, letting the blanket slip and revealing a glimpse of her bare skin without a care, and planted a kiss on Chun Yin. But I live alone. I don't need such a big house. Maybe I should get a smaller one or a furnished apartment. Hearing this, Chun Yin turned to look at her, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and spoke with a teasing tone. You need to consider your own situation too. I'm worried 3 rooms might not be enough. Practice leads to true understanding. Last night's experience has proven everything, and Zhang Miao Miao, aware of her faults, silently accepted it. She didn't want to end up without a bed to sleep on. At the same time, she felt a small sense of joy in her heart. From Chun Yin's reaction, it seemed he quite liked the weather in Nantian. By the way, Miao Miao, Chun Yin casually asked, are you still working at the bank? If you want to leave, just let President Lu know. He won't make things difficult for you. Yin Gu, are you suggesting I resign? Zhang Miao Miao carefully inquired. As you wish, you can continue working or resign. It's entirely up to you. Confirming that Chun Yin had no firm demands for her to resign, she responded without hesitation, I quite enjoy this job. It's decent with great benefits. As your exclusive personal advisor, it's quite leisurely for me. In the bank, her rights were entirely linked to Chun Yin's standing. With Chun Yin as her support, she could almost do as she pleased. Taking leave or being late is not a problem. Don't ask, just know it's for a reason. I've gone to serve big clients who would dare say anything. Moreover, if you're not working, you'd likely be idle all day and quite bored. All right, Chun Yin replied. He had merely asked casually and had no intention of imposing his will. Even upon hearing Zhang Miao Miao choose to continue working, he felt a bit of comfort inside. Not bad, she didn't just give up, or regardless of whether the job was busy or relaxed, at least she was genuinely working. With President Lu backing you, there shouldn't be any problems. If anything happens, you can call me. MHM. Zhang Miao Miao obediently nodded, slightly inquiring. So I should buy a house near the bank. That way it would be convenient for work. Chun Yin agreed, and then moved to the edge of the bed, standing up as he said, you can sleep a bit more, I'm going to take a shower. After he left, Jiang Miao Miao, still immersed in the surprise of receiving $1 million, found it impossible to sleep. She chuckled at the balance displayed on her app. I've also been a millionaire at one point. Having graduated from university less than a month ago, I'm already a millionaire. As for how it came about, no need to ask. After looking for a while and taking a screenshot of the page, she suddenly moved her fingers and started operating fluidly. She transferred 2 significant amounts from her account, and the balance suddenly dropped to 50,000. I can't scare my family. After some thought, she decided to adopt a steady approach and transferred another 10,000 to a different card. Then she switched to Weixing and sent a voice message. Mom, I got paid. I transferred some money to you. Don't be stingy with spending it. During the time it took to send the voice message, her phone began to vibrate wildly. Looking at it, it was the group chat 303 that was bombarding her with messages. Irina. Jiang Miao Miao. Irina. Miao Miao, have you gone crazy? Why did you suddenly transfer 500,000? Chun Xingyao, sticker confused face of an old man on the subway. Hashimoto Yua. I got it too, also 500,000. Chun Xingyao, I didn't receive anything. Hashimoto Yua. Could it be some new type of scam? Chun Xingyao, isn't scamming discriminatory? Jiang Miao 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 Miao, what about you? Irina. Were you at work and didn't check your phone? Such a large sum of unknown origin is quite scary. Hashimoto Yua 1. The chat spammed several pages, and Jiang Miao Miao took some time to read through it, all filled with astonishment, confusion, and inquiries. Jiang Miao Miao, sticker hands on hips, laughing heartily. After making a grand entrance with the sticker, she quickly typed a response to explain. Jiang Miao Miao, it's not a scam. It's not a scam. It's not a scam. Important things must be said 3 times. Jiang Miao Miao. It's me who transferred it to you, Nana. Didn't you want to open a dance studio? No need to save money, I'll sponsor it. Yua also needs to open a photography studio to apply for an entrepreneurship visa to stay in the country. I'm covering that too. Having money is great. I can help those around me. This is the first time she felt the great power of money, and it feels really good. Irina. Hashimoto Yua. Chun Xingyao. Hashimoto Yua. Miao Miao, where did you get this money? I can't accept such a large amount. Irina. Yeah, that's right. Chun Xingyao, have you successfully hooked up with a rich man? Irina. Miao Miao, keep your money for yourself. My studio isn't urgent. I can save up slowly. As for Yua, she can accept it first. Her visa issue is more urgent. Hashimoto Yua. No need to. I actually have some savings. Chun Xingyao. Miao Miao, well done. To be rich and not forget about the sisters. P.S. Quickly share what the rich look like. Are they hard to approach? How old are they? As soon as Jiang Miao Miao spoke, the chat in the group became even more intense, leaving her at a loss as to whom to reply to first. Bang! Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, it seemed Chun Yin was coming out of the shower. Jiang Miao Miao. I still have money. Anyway, I've transferred it to you all. Lending or investing is fine. You all decide. Just let me know if you need money. Yao Yao. Jiang Miao Miao. I'm still at work, so I won't say anything more. If you want to gossip, let's chat when I get back. After sending these 2 messages, she put her phone away temporarily, ignoring the responses from her roommates. Chun Yin had not yet come out, and she glanced at her remaining balance of 490,000, muttering to herself. With so much money left, buying a small car is more than enough. Thinking about her future life with a house, a car, and living expenses, along with a job that provides good salary and benefits, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards no matter how much she tried to suppress it. At that moment, it's not until you fall that you fly. The ringtone suddenly sounded from the bedside. It was Chun Yan's phone. Seeing that he had not come out and seemed not to have heard, Jiang Miao Miao took the phone, wrapped her body in the quilt, and with difficulty got out of bed, heading towards the bathroom. Hiss! She accidentally tugged at her wound, stumbling a bit and nearly falling. Snap! Just then Chun Yin happened to come out and caught her. Yin, go the phone. Your injury isn't healed yet, don't overdo it. Chun Yin didn't answer the phone immediately. He first carried Jiang Miao Miao back to the bedside. Then, just as the ringtone was about to end, he picked up the phone and a respectful male voice could be heard. Hello, this is Sun Haoqing, assistant to the chairman of Yuhui Group. May I ask if this is Chun Yin, Mr. Chun? This is me, Chun Yin replied. Hello, Mr. Chun. I apologize for the disturbance. The day after tomorrow afternoon, our group will hold an emergency board meeting to report work to the shareholders and discuss the company's operational policies and medium to long-term development strategies. Chairman Jiang is looking forward to your presence and hopes to meet with you. May I ask if Mr. Chun is available to attend? The information about Jiang Hanyang, the chairman and president of Yuhui Chui Group, flashed through Chun Yan's mind. He was the one who founded the company and as its helmsman led it through numerous challenges to develop into the renowned offline entertainment group it is today. It is important to realize that establishing offline entertainment venues like KTVs and bars is not as simple as it seems. Without connections in both the black and white markets, one would be stomped out even before the business could take off. All right, I understand, Chun Yin responded. As the second-largest shareholder of Yuhui Chui Group, it was only natural for Chairman Jiang Hanyang to want to meet him. Coincidentally, he was also quite eager to get acquainted with someone like Jiang Hanyang, a prominent figure in Jiang City. After all, having a wide network of friends is always advantageous. The day after tomorrow afternoon, right? I have time, Chunyin said, suddenly feeling a warmth around his neck. Looking down, he saw Jiang Miao Miao, this little girl sucking on a red lollipop like a kitten that just learned to drink milk. Their eyes met, and she grinned playfully, putting in even more effort. Truly, she was a natural charmer, her allure deeply ingrained in her instincts. Thank you, Mr. Chun. All right, see you then. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and finalizing the arrangement, Chun Yin hung up the phone and tossed it aside. Huh. Daring fox demon confusing the masses. Today I shall risk my life to save the world and capture you. With the seal lifted, the white blanket was suddenly thrown high into the air and landed on the floor. Time passed, and the fox demon was completely subdued, reduced to a mere breath away from collapse, unable to cause any more chaos. Meanwhile, Taoist Chun Yin used all his life force to save the world, gaining merit and shining with divine light, feeling invigorated instead. Well, I've just bathed and now I need to wash again. Chun Yin quietly got out of bed without making much noise. However, Jiang Miao Miao seemed utterly exhausted, having fallen into a deep sleep, so he conveniently helped her move to a drier spot. If only Miao Miao could strengthen her adaptability and improve her stamina, 3 beds might not be enough for her. After a moment of reflection, he returned to the bathroom for another shower. A little over 10 minutes later, he appeared at the bedside fully dressed. Looking at the sleeping beauty before him, Chun Yin chose not to disturb her and took out his phone to leave her a message on Wei Xing. The hotel has been renewed. Please rest well. After sending it, he thought for a moment and added, if you still feel unwell, when you wake up, go see a doctor and get some medicine. Originally, he hadn't intended to be so harsh or merciless, but Jiang Miao Miao had the audacity to provoke him despite her lack of self-awareness. Now look at her. She had turned into a broken doll. Chun Yin specifically went to the front desk to renew the room fee before leaving the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Back in his car, he started the engine and clearly headed toward a specific destination, not the direction of home, but rather the Jiang City International Auto City, where numerous car brand showrooms were gathered. This was one of his planned itineraries from yesterday, preparing to buy a work vehicle for his daughter Chen Xingyao as a graduation gift. However, plans could not keep up with changes. He got delayed due to being busy with other matters, so today, he had to make it quick. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered the automotive corridor and several 4S store signs were prominently displayed, including well-known names like BBW, Lexus, Volvo, and Toyota. Yet Chun Yin did not linger, heading straight for the Target brand store. Before long, he spotted a Bentley showroom with a B embellished with wings. As he parked the car in a corner and walked towards the showroom, he couldn't help but recall the cliched plots from TV dramas. Could it be that a sales rep with poor eyesight will mock me, and then I'll have to show off and slap them in the face? That would ruin my mood. Encountering such people and situations, why bother with anything? Just blacklist the brand and let them earn not a penny from me. Lost in thought, a rush of air conditioning hit him as Chun Yin passed through the glass doors and entered the Bentley showroom. Hello, sir. I am Zhu Buyuan, a sales consultant here at the Jiang City International Auto City Bentley store. You can call me Xiao Zhu. I am delighted to serve you. May I ask your surname? As soon as he entered, a young man in uniform hurried forward and greeted him warmly. From the boy's youthful face and somewhat awkward demeanor, it was clear he was still quite young and likely a novice at sales. With a newcomer like him, it was unlikely for any melodramatic plot to unfold. After all, in reality, how many arrogant people could there be? Moreover, with such a renowned brand, employees had undergone professional training, unqualified individuals had long been filtered out. My surname is Chun. Mr. Chun, hello. Would you like me to accompany you for an introduction, or would you prefer to browse on your own? Each customer has their preferences, as some enjoy having a sales rep detail the features, while others prefer to explore alone. Do you have? Chun Yin started to speak, but suddenly remembered something, changing his words at the last moment. Do you have lunch? I rushed out without eating, and I've heard that many 4S stores provide lunch. Since I'm here, and my car buying goal is clear, I won't need to choose for too long, so I might as well grab a bite. Upon hearing this, Zhu Buyuan was visibly taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, responding, Yes, we do have lunch. Please follow me, Mr. Chun. He led Chen Yin to the VIP lounge. Mr. Chun, we have coffee, tea, and mineral water. What would you like to drink? Mineral water will do. Zhu Buyuan hurriedly moved in fast mode, quickly returning with 2 bottles of Evian mineral water. Mr. Chun, for lunch we have curry chicken, braised pork, stir-fried beef. For vegetarian options we have stir-fried asparagus. And for soup we have cordyceps chicken soup. Chun Yin casually ordered a few dishes, and Zhu Buyuan hurried off again. Before long, he returned with a large tray on which sat an elegant black textured lunchbox containing 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. In addition to the lunchbox, there was a bowl of chicken soup, a plate of fruit for dessert, and a sweet treat. I hope the dishes meet your taste, and wish you a pleasant meal. Wait a moment. Seeing Zhu Buiyuan bustling around with a bit of sweat on his forehead, Chun Yin didn't rush to eat right away. Instead, he called out to him and asked, Xiao Zhu, right? I'm here to eat as soon as I arrive, and you're working so hard to serve me. Aren't you worried? I'm just here for a free meal. If I don't buy a car, wouldn't you have worked for nothing? Zhu Buiyuan grinned widely, his young face radiating sincerity as he replied, buying a car and having a meal are not equivalent transactions. Regardless of whether Mr. Chen buys a car or not, I am obliged to serve you to the best of my ability. This way in the future, if Mr. Chen has any needs, you will think of Bentley and me. Chen Yan. The person not only did not lower their intelligence, but also employed psychological tactics. Upon careful consideration, what Zhu Buiyuan said about enjoying such a warm and welcoming service would indeed likely be unforgettable in the future. Young man, you have a bright future. Zhu Buiyuan beamed with a radiant smile, slightly bowing as he received Chen Yan's praise. He then lowered his voice and chuckled, saying, I'm not at a loss either. The food and drinks are provided by the company, not my personal expense. So I've only contributed a bit of insignificant manpower, and as a new salesperson, having tasks to do is better than having none. Plus, I get to practice the process of receiving clients. Chun Yin was somewhat taken aback by this unconventional thinking, finding the young man quite interesting. Mr. Chen, please eat as much as you like. If you need more, just let me know. After Zhu Buiyuan left, Chun Yin began his meal. The dishes were quite abundant, and the taste was just mediocre. After finishing lunch in 10 minutes, he returned to the exhibition hall. Xiao Zhu, take me to see the Continental GT. Chun Yin said straightforwardly as Zhu Buiyuan approached, clearly stating his request. Of course, Mr. Chen, this way, please. Zhu Buiyuan's eyes brightened, and his tone became more cheerful. They had been taught during sales training that if a client explicitly showed interest in a particular model, their willingness to purchase was relatively high. Mr. Chen, our Bentley Continental GT comes in a standard version and a convertible version. Which one do you prefer? The convertible version. Chen Yin thought for a moment and chose the more trendy version. While conversing, the two arrived in front of a Continental GT convertible. Mr. Chen, this is the convertible version we have in stock, and its color is a unique glacial blue. If you don't like this color, there are 7 basic exterior colors to choose from. We can arrange to transfer one from other stores or warehouses, and it will arrive within 13 days at the latest. As for special custom exterior paints like crystal green, gravity gray, or pearl white, they would require a longer time of 1,530 days. Do you need to see other color options? Zhu Buiyuan asked while holding a tablet and scrolling through pictures. The black grille paired with the glacial blue body, along with Bentley's signature round headlights, added a touch of elegance to the originally imposing design. No need, Chen Yin replied, finding this color just right for a girl. Zhu Buiyuan continued to introduce, this Continental 4.0 GT SV8 convertible is equipped with a plug-in hybrid system and features a high-performance active chassis with an electronic limited-slip differential and all-wheel steering. It offers the best balance of control and comfort, capable of adjusting suspension stiffness in real time according to road conditions, combining sportiness with comfort. 0 to 100 kilometers. Horsepower. As he spoke, his introduction suddenly faltered, and scratching his head, he became anxious, sweating profusely. Seeing this, Chun Yin comforted him, saying, It's okay. What 0 to 100 kilometers horsepower? He didn't care at all. He wasn't planning on racing to extremes. He was already inclined towards this car, and given Zhu Buiyuan's previous performance, even if the introduction faltered, he would still make the purchase. All right, no need. Chen Yan's words were not yet finished. Tat tat tat. A sales consultant dressed in a skirt suit who had been monitoring the situation stepped in on Zhu Buiyuan quickly stepped aside, apologizing, Sister Yin. I'm sorry. They'll definitely work hard to digest the materials when I get back. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for my unprofessionalism lowering your car buying experience. Let Sister Yin take over the introduction from here. Zhu Buiyuan apologized again. Mr. Chen, hello, I am the sales consultant Ji Xiaoyan. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. If you don't mind, may I take over the introduction from here? Chen Yin had no objections and nodded. Ji Xiaoyan then opened the car door, inviting him to sit in the driver's seat. Mr. Chen, how does the seat feel? This Bentley Continental GT features a healthy cabin technology equipped with negative ion purification, seat temperature control, and comfort seating functions. The interior is also filled with sincerity, using premium quality leather, meticulously handcrafted, and high-grade wooden panels made from unique imported walnut or bird's eye maple. After being hand-polished by artisans, the surface shines like a mirror, and the seams are nearly invisible. As the car door opened, Ji Xiaoyan half-squatted beside it, looking up and softly introducing the features. With her graceful posture, subtle fragrance, professional knowledge, and rhythmic presentation, Chen Yin couldn't help but admits selling cars truly requires a woman. When the professionalism is consistent, the experience brought by the opposite sex is indeed more comfortable. He had always wondered why others had beautiful female salespeople when buying cars, but he ended up with a man. But he considered this his experience as well. Indeed, beautiful cars and beautiful women, luxury cars, should be paired with beauties. Mr. Chen, would you like to take a test drive? After detailing many features, Ji Xiaoyan asked. No need, Chen Yin shook his head. I'll take this one who I want it. Xiaozhu, why don't you hurry and lead Mr. Chen to the VIP lounge to complete the purchase procedures? Upon hearing this, Chen Yin was somewhat surprised, thinking Ji Xiaoyan might be trying to steal his deal. He had planned to mention it at the final deal to attribute the commission to Zhu Buiyuan and take advantage of her service. But unexpectedly, he was overthinking. Oh, good, this way please, Mr. Chen. Zhu Buiyuan snapped back to reality, promptly responding. They then moved to the VIP lounge. Shortly after, Zhu Buiyuan brought a detailed list and explained the overall fee structure. Mr. Chen, as you can see, this Glacial Blue Continental GT is top configuration plus vehicle purchase tax and various other fees. The approximate price is 4,630,000. If you need any additional installations. Chen Yin didn't listen carefully and simply asked, how long will it take if I want to drive it away? It will take about 30 minutes to complete all the procedures, mainly the registration takes some time. All right, full payment by card. He pulled out his Bank of China Black Card. Zhu Buiyuan quickly brought over the card reader and contract documents, followed by swiping the card, entering the password, completing the payment, and filling out the necessary information. 40 minutes later, the keys to the Continental GT were handed over to Chen Yin, and he was ready to drive away at any time. During this time, Ji Xiaoyan had not appeared again. Hey, strange, Chen Yin muttered to himself, wondering why there was no contempt or face-slapping, and he overthought the idea of a stolen deal. Could it be that this Bentley 4S store is really that harmonious and friendly? Just as he was pondering, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw a voice message from Chun Xingyao and clicked to listen. Her excited voice came through the phone speaker. Old Chen, are you at home? I have great news to tell you, and is there good news to deliver in person? Chen Yin naturally wouldn't dampen the mood and sent a voice message in reply. Great, I'm outside, but I need to head back now. I have good news as well. Coincidentally, just as Chun Xingyao contacted him after purchasing a graduation gift, it was perfectly timed for a seamless delivery. Xiaozhu, I drove here. Putting away his phone, he turned to Zhu Buiyuan and said, if you have time, could you help me drive the car back? Sure. Zhu Buiyuan readily agreed. Having just received a hefty commission, he would gladly help out, even if it meant pushing the car back. He then took the keys, pulled out a few cards, and said, Mr. Chen, here are 5 fuel cards I prepared. They'll just leave them in the car later. Chen Yin glanced at them. They were all large denomination cards worth 500 each. Such gifts were not part of a car purchase, so they must have come from Zhu Buiyuan's own pocket. He nodded and accepted them without refusal. It's the thought that counts, and the sentiment was what mattered. Although this amount was negligible for him, it was significant for a young man like Zhu Buiyuan. This also indicated that he hadn't misjudged the person, and those who understand gratitude usually don't fall short. Let's go. The black Maybach and blue Continental GT drove towards Yuqing Huafu. Half an hour later, Chen Yin returned home. After glancing at the chat records, he inquired whether Chen Xingyao would be having dinner at home that evening. Chen Xingyao replied, I've just returned, of course I'm having dinner, and am sleeping at home tonight. Receiving an affirmative response, Chen Yin pondered and began to rummage through his pockets. He remembered that upon leaving the Ritz-Carlton hotel, manager Yang had given him 2 cards. These 2 were certainly not room keys. Finally, he pulled out a membership card for Shina Restaurant and a personal business card. After a busy day outside and with no ingredients at home, Chen Yin really didn't want to cook. The restaurant had impressed him yesterday with its delicious food, perfect for his daughter to try. He quickly dialed the number on the business card, and the call was soon answered. Hello, Manager Yang. In just a few words, he arranged for takeout from the Italian restaurant. In principle, Shina Restaurant doesn't do takeout to maintain its prestige, and it isn't listed on any apps. But principles are flexible and vary from person to person. After arranging everything, he changed into comfortable home clothes and sat on the living room sofa playing on his phone while waiting. Miao Caiwei. Yinggu, what are you busy with? Miao Caiwei, are you free tonight? Miao Caiwei, are you angry? Chen Yin. He felt speechless at the messages from Miao Caiwei. This woman, being so direct and blunt, shows no hint of modesty. It seems he hasn't been strict enough. Her recovery has been too quick. I'm busy. Yao Yao is back and am accompanying her at home. Chen Yin replied to the message. As the saying goes, there are no fields that can't be cultivated, only cows that work themselves to death. Over time, even with genetic enhancement, one can't withstand the pressure. Eventually, it will lead to exhaustion. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to future sign-in rewards, hoping that Brother Tongzi would be generous and grant him infinite energy. This thing is essential for the rich, otherwise no matter how much money you have, it would be useless if you can't enjoy it. Meow Tsai Wei. Alright, what a pity, I just bought new clothes. Meow Tsai Wei, they're really pretty, do you want to see? Meow Tsai Wei, pictures, pictures, pictures. Hiss. Chun Yin sucked in a breath as he saw the partially concealed photos. Knowing full well he couldn't go yet, using scanning new clothes to entice him, this was truly shameless. Next time they meet, he would have to chastise her severely. Chun Yin continued change angles. While chatting with Meow Tsai Wei, a new red dot appeared in the chat box. Jiang Miao Miao Yin Go, I just woke up. Jiang Miao Miao. I'm fine, just a bit inconvenient to walk, but no need to go to the hospital. Oh, just need to rest a bit more. Chun Yin didn't expect Jiang Miao Miao to have just woken up, now clearly having been through a rough time, and quickly responded with comforting words. That's good. Are you hungry? Hurry and call room service for some food. No need to rush to leave, stay another night to rest well. He chatted effortlessly with his phone in hand, as if returning to the glorious days of the past. He didn't know how much time had passed. A click sounded from the entrance as the door opened. Chun Yin realized that Chun Xingyao had returned, and he immediately put down his phone, stood up, and walked a few steps out. Old Chin back. Accompanied by a faint jasmine fragrance, a pure and beautiful figure rushed towards him. Chun Yin instinctively reached out to catch her, preventing her from falling. Only after securely catching her did he let go and say, "Aren't you too old for this? Still so reckless." Chun Xingyao didn't mind smiling as she looked him over. "Not bad, old Chin, you don't seem melancholy." How come you look even younger? Is marriage really that terrifying? Getting divorced makes you younger and more handsome. If we went out together, people would believe we're siblings. You were already a hot candidate, and now you must be charming enough to captivate those young wives and women. If they knew you were divorced, they would probably go crazy with joy. Chun Yin looked at the smiling Chun Xingyao and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Only those close to her knew she had two sides to her personality. One side was the diligent and obedient student in front of others, resembling a little white rabbit, while the other was a quirky and whimsical spirit living freely and unrestrained. He lightly tapped her head and said, "You just love to talk nonsense. If others heard you say such things, your image would surely fall apart." Chun Xingyao pouted and replied, "I didn't create a persona, it's what they assume." Saying this, she put down her bag, lay on the soft sofa, and stretched, so comfortable. "Have you been to your mom's place?" Chun Yin also sat down and asked some casual questions. "No, as soon as I left school, I came straight to you." Chun Xingyao's tone still held some resentment towards Gao Zhuojuan. Sitting up straight, she patted Chun Yin's shoulder. "So how was it? Isn't it quite generous?" The victim. Chun Yin didn't see it that way. He was clearly the biggest beneficiary. Not to mention the freedom. If he hadn't divorced, where would Brother Tongzi be? "It's quite generous, but you should still visit her when you have time." Hearing this, Chun Xingyao clicked her tongue and said, "No way, old Chun, is it really that glamorous?" After that, she continued, "Got it. I originally planned to check with my mom about tomorrow's schedule to see if she's free." Chun Yin nodded, knowing that with Gao Zhuojuan's strong work ethic, she would certainly need to schedule in advance. Otherwise she would likely be working late. Just as he was thinking this, "Let's not talk about this." Chun Xingyao suddenly laughed inexplicably, a smile full of intrigue, leaning closer to Chun Yin and saying softly, "Hey, old Chun, do you want a girlfriend? I can introduce you." Introducing a girlfriend. Chun Yin was stunned, questioning whether his ears were failing him for hearing such outrageous words. Seeing that he had no reaction, Chun Xingyao thought he hadn't heard clearly and spoke again. Old Chun, let me introduce a girlfriend to you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." How filial. It's almost as if it goes against the heavens. He had never heard of a daughter matchmaking for her father. Xingyao stopped messing around. Chun Yin reached out and pinched Chun Xingyou's chin, causing her cheeks to puff up. This also served to silence her. With her mouth being pinched, her words became unclear. "Really, I friend campus bell." At this moment, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Chun Yin finally released her and went to open the door, discovering that the takeout from Shina restaurant had arrived. As he brought the takeout inside, Chun Xingyao caught up, intending to continue their earlier conversation, but got distracted by the logo on the bag. She couldn't help but ask, "Old Chun, did you order takeout? Isn't this from that Italian restaurant that boasts both Michelin stars and the Black Pearl honor? It's usually hard to book a table, and I remember they didn't offer takeout." Michelin stars. Black Pearl. Chun Yin wasn't aware of this, only knowing that the food was quite good. Never mind, a wise man has his own plans. Saying this, he took out the food and arranged it on the dining table. "Old Chun, you've struck it rich. This restaurant isn't cheap." Chun Xingyao didn't delve deeper, thinking he had found a loophole. "Yeah, I really hit the jackpot." Chun Yin replied seriously. Indeed, he had struck it rich. Big time, as if a fortune had fallen from the sky. Unfortunately, Chun Xingyao didn't believe it. Her attention was fully on the delicious dishes in front of her as she began to help unwrap the takeout. As they chatted while eating, Chun Yin suddenly remembered something and asked, "Didn't you have good news to share with me in person?" "Oh yes. Reminded by him, Chun Xingyao recalled the important matter and hurriedly chewed her food, swallowing it down. Ahem. Then she cleared her throat, making it sound quite solemn, as if about to announce something significant. Today is a good day here, I announce. I found a job. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin was taken aback. Just this. The big news you had to share in person is only this. Seeing his indifference, Chun Xingyao pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, Old Chun, give me some reaction. Chun Yin immediately clapped in response. Congratulations, congratulations. Wishing Princess Yao Yao success in her job, may she rise step by step. However, Qin Xingyao still felt it lacked excitement and decided to add, right. Promotion and salary increase, becoming a general manager, taking the position of CEO, becoming a wealthy beauty, reaching the peak of life. As she spoke, she became animated, continuing to express her thoughts. Old Qin, don't underestimate this job. Is it just a simple job? No, it is not. It is my first step into society, but also a significant step towards supporting you in your old age. Once I start working and receive my salary, Old Chun, get ready to enjoy the good life. Forget about just the Shina restaurant. Even if it's a private kitchen, it'll take you to taste the flavors. Chun Xingyo's passionate words were indeed quite infectious. Just don't make me wait too long, okay? At least Chun Yin was quite touched and casually asked, so which company did you join? What are you doing? Chun Xingyao honestly replied, a big company. Have you heard of Yuhui Group? I received their offer. However, the position hasn't been set yet. I need to start as a management trainee and rotate through various departments before being assigned based on performance. Hearing the company name, Chun Yin was stunned. He was far too familiar with it. As the second largest shareholder of Yuhui Group, rounding it off, that was his company. Moreover, he was going to attend a board meeting the day after tomorrow to meet Chairman Zhang Hanyang. Seeing Chun Yin lost in thought, Chun Xingyao hurriedly added, let me clarify, even though Yuhui Group mainly operates offline entertainment venues, they'll be working at the company headquarters. In a high-end office building, as a proper white-collar worker, I won't have to go to those chaotic places. She was worried that if Chun Yin searched and learned about Yuhui Group's primary business, he would oppose this job, so she emphasized it. Unbeknownst to her, by coincidence, this is quite good. Chun Yin silently pondered. When I meet Zhang Hanyang the day after tomorrow, I must greet him. Not only would he not oppose it, but he also felt that Qin Xingyo's job was excellent and quite clever, as it would allow her to be protected by Zhang Hanyang. It should be noted that there are many unsavory matters in the workplace, such as unspoken rules, suppression, and exclusion. So it is crucial to take precautions. A life is not like the foolish plots and dramas, where one only stands up after loved ones are harmed despite clearly having the ability. Now he had become a prophet. Chun Xingyao, the princess of Yuhui Group, Princess Yao Yao. Thinking of this, Chun Yin casually asked, what about the salary? Upon being asked this, Chun Xingyao perked up, as she had initially pursued Yuhui Group for the high salary. The internship salary is 6,005, and it will increase after getting regularized. There are employee dormitories and meal allowances, and by the end of the month, I can at least save this amount. As she spoke, she spread her palm, revealing 5 fingers. At that time, Old Chin, you can spend freely. 5,000 yuan, do whatever you want. Chun Yin was speechless but felt a warmth in his heart. However, 5,000 yuan was quite insignificant to him now. The monthly bank interest was more than this amount. Seeing that they had eaten enough, it was time to let Qin Xingyao see something. He took the initiative to remind her, are you full? I have some good news too. What good news? Qin Xingyao was confused, completely forgetting about this matter. Follow me, and you'll find out. Chun Yin teased her, cleaning the dining table and preparing to take the trash downstairs. What's so mysterious that we have to go downstairs? She grumbled, but her body obediently followed his lead. Soon the two arrived at the underground parking lot. A luxurious and grand Maybach and a stylish Bentley Continental GT were parked side by side. Chun Xingyao quickly noticed the luxury and asked in surprise, Old Chen, where's your car? Why are these 2 cars parked in our parking space? As she spoke, a guess popped into her mind. You didn't sell your car and rent out the parking space, did you? Hearing this, Chun Yin was speechless and quite impressed with her imagination. What are you thinking? Then he pulled out a key with a figure-8 pattern from his pocket and dangled it in front of her. Take a look at what this is. Looking at the key in front of her, Chun Xingyo's mind momentarily froze. What is this? Chun Yin took her hand and placed the car key in her palm, saying, Happy graduation. This is a graduation gift I prepared for you. Although Chun Xingyao didn't know much about car brands, she recognized Bentley and knew it was a luxury car. Old Chin, what's going on? Where did you get so much money? Her tone was not one of joy, but filled with questions and deep concern. I don't want to give it back to her. Saying this, she shoved the key back into Chun Yan's hand. His strange reaction left Chun Yan bewildered. Upon receiving this carefully prepared gift, Qin Xingyao was supposed to be surprised and ecstatic, wasn't she? Why was her behavior so abnormal, and why was she refusing this gift? Who should I give it back to? This is a gift I bought for you. Old Chun, tell me the truth. Are you being coerced? Listen to me, we can't play with this rich woman's game. I don't want any luxury cars. Hurry and break up with her. Chun Yin understood her line of thought and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you talking about? Don't tarnish my reputation. Let me emphasize there is no rich woman. I spent my own money to buy this for you. As for the source of the funds, he had already thought of an excuse and continued, just rest assured and take it. Over the years, I've made some investments with good returns. I just received the money recently. He didn't need to explain too much, or as long as it made sense, he believed Chun Xingyao wouldn't dig too deeply. The situation unfolded exactly as Chun Yin had anticipated. Really, Chun Xingyao was half convinced, but she felt a sense of relief. When have I ever lied to you? Chun Yin said earnestly, handing the car key back to her. Due to her trust in him, Chun Xingyao's surprise slowly faded, transforming into joy, and a smile appeared on her face. Looking at the exquisite car key in her hand, she finally displayed the appropriate reaction to receiving such a luxurious gift. Ah, old Chun, you're amazing. Sarang Hyo, she cheered, bouncing in place a few times, seemingly unable to contain her excitement, and then suddenly leaped at Chun Yin. She hugged him tightly, her legs off the ground, her whole body hanging onto him. A luxury car? That's so impressive. How much did this cost? As an intern, is it appropriate for me to drive such a car to work? And it's such a beautiful blue, it will definitely turn heads on the road. In her excitement, she babbled on, thinking of countless things to say, and only after a while did she finally calm down and get off Chun Yin. Seeing Chun Xingyao so happy, Chun Yin also smiled, reaching out to pat her head. Yao Yao, you've become a rich beauty, but becoming the general manager and CEO will depend on you. Saying this, he took out his phone and began operating it, transferring 5 million to her account. Now that conditions have improved, he certainly wanted to pamper her. He didn't want his precious daughter to be easily swindled by someone else. Old Chin, you've become prosperous. I'm losing motivation here. Chun Xingyao joked, and just then her phone dinged, indicating she received a message. After checking, she exclaimed, off 5 million. The substantial sum deposited into her account was far more shocking than a luxury car. The calm she had just managed to achieve was instantly shattered, and her heart surged with excitement. Old Chun, how much money did you make to be this extravagant? It's adult matters, kids should stay out of it. Chun Yin brushed it off. Let's go home. And tomorrow you can drive your beloved car back. Back at home. Hey, so I should count as a rich second generation now, right? Chun Xingyao chattered, clearly still buzzing with excitement and in a good mood. But when she picked up her phone to share this good news with her roommates, she saw Jiang Mao's message. Sisters, I won't be returning to the dorm tonight. Please close the doors and windows to prevent a night raid. Upon seeing Jiang Mao's message in the group, she found others teasing her below. Irina, okay, take care of yourself. Hashimoto Yua, Maomayakin, you've worked hard. Oh, another night of overtime. Irina, maybe it's not hard yet, could be quite comfortable. Jiang Miao Miao. If I can't talk to you flowerless people, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Upon reading the chat history, Chun Xingyao recalled the matter of introducing a girlfriend, and her previously joyful mood instantly plummeted. Old Chin, why didn't you tell me about your wealth sooner? She silently lamented. If I had known earlier, I would have sent. Now it's too late. Miao Miao has already been taken. Chun Xingyao felt quite upset, as she was just a step too late. The stunning beauty she liked had become someone else's. Initially, she thought Chun Yan's financial situation was precarious and that he couldn't win over Jiang Miao Miao, but unexpectedly, there was clearly an opportunity. Sometimes the unattainable isn't the worst, but what's truly regrettable is missing the chance. This left her momentarily unable to accept. Old Chin, you will never know what a captivating beauty you missed. Chun Xingyao sighed deeply. Chun Yin noticed her strange demeanor and found it puzzling, as she had just been perfectly fine with a smile that couldn't be contained. Why was she now sighing and wearing a dejected expression? You can't sigh, sighing will drive away good fortune. Chun Xingyao didn't respond directly, but instead brought up the topic again, saying, Old Chin, I'm serious. Let me introduce a girlfriend to you. She's the campus belle of our school, and she can also teach foreign languages. Do you want to learn English or Japanese? Time waits for no one, as she felt a sense of urgency, worrying that if this continued, Hashimoto Yua and Irina might also have boyfriends. If her plan to connect closely with them fell through. Thinking of this, she opened her phone's album and found photos of Hashimoto Yua and Irina, shoving them in front of Chun Yin. Old Chin, look, a beautiful mixed-race girl from China and Ukraine. Fair-skinned, beautiful long legs, and she's a dancer. Her coordination and flexibility are exceptional. One-legged splits and backbends are all so easy, and here, she seems to be living well over there. Oh, don't hide, just take a look. Chun Yin caught a glimpse. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could tell she was indeed an exotic beauty. But he still tried hard to evade, avoiding Chun Xingyao's enthusiastic recommendation. I'm not listening, not listening. He stood up from the sofa and ran away. Chun Xingyao chased after him with her phone. Not listening to your daughter's advice will lead to trouble right before your eyes. Just take a look, I guarantee you will like it. In no time, a playful chase unfolded in the house, creating a harmonious and joyful scene. Meanwhile, at Blue Moon Bay, Gao Zhuojuan returned home after work in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere at Chun Yan's place. The room was pitch black, devoid of any light. The only light came from the moon outside, casting a thin veil of moonlight. The moonlight used to be beautiful, but now it felt somewhat cold. She switched on the light, kicked off her high heels, and the exhaustion from working overtime made her too lazy to tidy up. She just collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. In the past, she often worked late, but never like these days, with her temples throbbing as if all her strength had been drained. Gao Zhuojuan looked around. The house was unchanged since she left for work. Everything appeared so neat and tidy, spotless. This had once been her favorite, but when the moment came to realize it, her mindset was different. The breath of life, she murmured, closing her eyes. After a while, gurgle, a sound accompanied by intense stomach cramps, awakened Gao Zhuojuan, who tightly clutched her belly. Husband, she instinctively blurted out, then abruptly stopped. Things were no longer the same, and there was no one to care for her. She quickly got up, searched for the family medicine cabinet, found the stomach medicine, and poured some water to take it. After finishing all this, she returned to the sofa, realizing she hadn't had dinner yet. In the past, Chun Yin would remind her, or when she got home, there would already be a table of hot food waiting for her. But now she had to take out her phone and open the delivery app to check. It was strange. Even though she was very hungry to the point of stomach pain, she had no appetite at all. Even the most exquisite and delicious food seemed to just scroll past her. After browsing for a long time, she could only randomly order some food to fill her stomach. Why is it different from what I imagined? Gao Zhuojuan threw her phone aside, her mind in turmoil. In the days after the divorce, things were indeed as she had fantasized. No conflicts, no arguments. She could devote herself more wholeheartedly to work. But correspondingly, there was no one to talk to. The workplace was filled with masked faces scheming against each other, and at night, she returned to a cold, empty house. Sleep, then go to work day after day with no change whatsoever. Such days were not as good as she had imagined. Some people and things which were taken for granted in daily life could only be felt for their importance after they were lost. Gao Zhuojuan was actually a very smart person, otherwise she wouldn't have risen to a high position in the company, and she began to reflect. Did I make a wrong decision? Recently, her life had made her realize Chun Yan's importance, and gradually a feeling of regret began to sprout in her heart. Then a surge of impulse arose as she wanted to contact Chun Yan to probe into his recent life and thoughts. But in an instant, her impulse was suppressed by her pride. Forget it, let's wait until he runs out of money. Gao Zhuojuan's situation was unknown to Chun Yan. After waking up refreshed, he completed his daily check-in. Check-in completed. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6-flavor Rehmannia pill, a bottle of 60 pills. 6-flavor Rehmannia pill, made from century-old Rehmannia, cornelian cherry fruit, poria, and other spiritual herbs. It has the effects of nourishing yin and replenishing yang, boosting energy and blood, and strengthening the spleen and spirit. What a... Chun Yin was somewhat incredulous, stunned for a moment. But once he reacted, he jumped up from the bed, waving his fists and cheering. Yay, 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 6-flavor Rehmannia pill. Those who understand know. And its system produced, marked with words like century-old spiritual herb. It's definitely not something ordinary on the market that can be compared to. System brother, you are the best system in the world. Chun Yin did not hesitate to praise the system for its humanity. Just last night, he had a need in this regard, and the corresponding system reward was delivered immediately, simply efficient. Chun Yin had a premonition that System Brother would not let him down, and that there would definitely be better things in the future. Then, with a thought, a blue and white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He carefully poured out a black-brown honey pill from inside, and swallowed it immediately. In the next second, 2 warm currents rose within him, lingering around his waist for a long time, instantly making him feel much more energetic, providing a sense of fullness. Instant effect. Chun Yin sighed. At this moment, his confidence surged. Overcoming a challenge with fewer resources was no longer a difficult task. After calming down a bit, he completed his grooming and left the room. Where is she? But outside, there was no sign of Chen Xingyao. When he pulled out his phone to contact her, he saw a message on MicroStar. Chen Xingyao, old Chen, I'm going back now. You will definitely regret it, hum. Chun Yin smiled helplessly, knowing she was referring to the matter of introducing a girlfriend, and it seemed she hadn't given up. But as a father, how could he feel comfortable with that? That's why he kept avoiding it last night, ultimately hiding in his room. It's just a woman, not to mention that he could find one himself based on his current finances and modeling. He probably wouldn't lack for those who would come to him. Why would he need her to introduce? Closing the chat window, Chun Yin saw a message from Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming, President Chen, are you up? If convenient, can we have a phone call? Immediately he made a phone call, and Lu Qiming's voice quickly came through. President Chen, I'm sorry, I disturbed your sweet dreams. After some small talk, he quickly got to the point and inquired about the real purpose of this contact. President Chen, hey, race the thing. The market value of the Poly International Mansion flat is around 18 million and our bank is offering a loan based on 80% of that value. To avoid bad debts, our bank has decided to handle this asset at an additional 20% discount, which means the price is about 11,520,000. Lu Qiming lowered his voice at the end. President Chun, this is already the price after I used my maximum authority. Do you think it's acceptable? He did not hold back, clearly pointing out his contributions to prove his value. Chun Yin listened and immediately calculated in his mind. This back and forth meant a difference of over 6 million. That was no small amount. Indeed, getting along well with Lu Qiming was the right choice and the benefits showed up quickly. Of course, let's have tea together when we have time. Chun Yin didn't say any words of thanks at this moment. What about the Shanshui floating light villa at Jiangwan? No. 1. Lu Qiming paused when he heard the question. I was just about to mention that the situation with the villa is a bit complicated. Free of charge. Chun Yin did not believe such a good deal. Oh right, the key lies in the word can, which means there are conditions. He wouldn't mind hearing what the conditions are. Director Lu, please explain the situation. Lu Qiming responded, and began to explain. The villa at Jiangwan No. 1 is valued at around 25 million yuan. Given my relationship with General Manager Li, we initially negotiated a discount of 12, so approximately 22 million yuan would suffice. He paused for a moment and continued, but yesterday, didn't you, General Chun, give me the blue sky jade leaf? General Manager Li is also a tea enthusiast, so I invited him over to appreciate it together. Perhaps knowing that General Chun has extensive connections, he suddenly expressed that if you could procure a batch of top-quality tea, he would be willing to offer an additional 50 discount on top of the original 12, allowing the entire cost to be offset with tea. Lu Qiming hurriedly added, as far as I know, General Chun has recently been making connections with an important figure who is very keen on collecting top-quality tea. Chun Yin realized it was urgent to send a gift. With an additional 50 discount, it means he only needs to use around 10 million worth of tea to exchange for a villa valued at 25 million. For him, top-quality tea is not an issue. The tea rewarded by the system is all collectible grade rare. After a brief estimation, he was reluctant to part with the best Wui Mountain Mother tree to Hong Pao and the Hong Biaosong Ping Hao Puer. However, teas like Bai Cha Gong Mei and Huang Cha Jun Shanin Jun would be acceptable. If the other party can accept it, this deal can go through. While Chun Yin was contemplating, Lu Qiming thought it was hopeless and quickly spoke. Of course, this is just a request from General Manager Li. We can still purchase the villa at the 12 discount and let General Manager Li find a way regarding the tea. General Manager Li is the friend of Director Lu, which makes him my friend. Chun Yin responded, expressing himself eloquently. Friends should help each other, but I only currently have some less popular good teas like Bai Cha Gong Mei and Huang Cha Jun Shanin Jun. I could also add some blue sky jade leaf, but I wonder if General Manager Li would accept it. Mainly these teas are not as famous as red tea, green tea, or oolong tea, and not many people drink them, so I am unsure if the other party would want them. As soon as Chun Yin finished speaking, Lu Qiming joyfully responded, of course. General Chun, you truly have so many good teas. Hearing this, Chun Yin also corrected his thinking. Indeed, rarity is relative to tea drinkers, but for collectors the rarer it is, the more precious. This gift perfectly combines both collection and appreciation. Hearing this, Chun Yin also corrected his thinking. Indeed, rarity is relative to tea drinkers, but for collectors the rarer it is, the more precious. I have no problem on my end. I will stop by the bank on my way out, and when I arrive you can show it to General Manager Li. If all is well, we can finalize the deal. Yes. When you come, please also sign the contract and the power of attorney. We will handle all the other procedures for you, and you won't need to make a special trip for the transfer. In principle, the transfer requires a visit to the real estate registration center, but Lu Qiming, as the bank president, can easily resolve this little issue with a word. I owe you a favor for General Manager Li's matter, otherwise it would be difficult to find a way in such a short time. I will have him treat you to a meal and drinks another day. After finalizing the matter and exchanging a few polite words, Chun Yin hung up the phone pondering. For him, this transaction was remarkably profitable. He spent only 11 million and some neglected tea to acquire a large apartment and villa worth over 40 million. This money he could hardly spend it if he wanted to. Moreover, he successfully sold a favor to General Manager Li of Unju Real Estate, and the other party should be grateful to him. In summary, he profited. General Manager Li received a gift, and Lu Qiming successfully bridged the connection, gaining face. Everyone is happy. It's a win-win situation. Chun Yin pulled back his thoughts and began to prepare, selecting a batch of tea worth 10 million according to his knowledge. He then changed into a different outfit and set off for the bank. Not long after, he reappeared in the VIP room. I didn't expect the place I've visited the most lately to be the bank's VIP room. Chun Yin thought to himself as he walked in. He handed the tea he brought to Lu Qiming. After receiving it, the latter immediately showed his awareness and spoke up. General Chen, the contract and power of attorney will be handled by Jiang Miao Miao. A general manager Li is a bit anxious, so I need to rush over first. He glanced back and forth between Chen Yin and Jiang Miao Miao, evidently having guessed something. All right, direct, Chen Yin responded, knowing he was intentionally creating a private space for the two. Lu Qiming immediately left, closing the door thoughtfully behind him. Once outside, he instructed the employees that unless someone called from inside, no one was to approach. In an instant, only Chen Yin and Jiang Miao Miao remained in the VIP room. Miao Miao stopped standing there. Chen Yin reached out and pulled her over. Jiang Miao Miao, who had been pretending to be an employee for a long time, immediately dropped her act and sat on his lap, sweetly calling out, Yin Go. As she blossomed like a flower, her charm became even more captivating. You came to work today? Why not rest a few more days? Chen Yin asked with concern. Is your health better? His intention was merely to show care, but Jiang Miao Miao seemed to misunderstand. Here, her eyes brightened, and instead of appearing timid, her tone carried a hint of eagerness. Chen Yin immediately understood what she meant, and with a light slap, he playfully tapped her thigh. What are you thinking, little head? Even in his thirst, he wouldn't go so far as to be serious in such a place. However, a little interest wouldn't hurt, and his large hand began to wander. You should really take care of yourself. Oh, don't let minor injuries become serious ones. If you have time, do some light exercise to improve your physical condition. For example, signing up for a yoga class would be quite good. Yoga is great. Women should learn yoga. It helps with body stretching, improves flexibility, and unlocks. For Jiang Miao Miao, it's a win-win situation. Otherwise, if the dam is too fragile, it could easily be washed away by a flood. Yes, I'll sign up for a class after work. Jiang Miao Miao obediently replied, while also noticing that Chen Yin's attire today was somewhat different from usual. Today he wore a black tracksuit, and she quickly guessed something, asking, Yingo, are you going to work out later? Chen Yin nodded. With nothing much to do today, and feeling energetic, it was the perfect time to accelerate the effects of the gene improvement liquid. Moreover, he had signed up for personal training classes, but had never attended. It was time to experience this fiery steed. Half an hour later, Chen Yin arrived at the Chaoyu gym. He took out his mobile phone, checked the chat history with his coach Li Yutong before departure, confirmed that the appointment was in room 201, and walked straight in. Hello, Mr. Chen, are you here for a class? The receptionist Zhao Minglan greeted him warmly. Yes, I have an appointment with Coach Li. Chen Yin nodded and joked, you have a good memory. I haven't been here since I completed my card, yet you still remember me. Zhao Minglan responded with a smile. I always have a deep impression of handsome guys. As a receptionist, having a sweet tongue is the most important. While handsome guys are indeed memorable, what deepened her impression was still due to Miao Kaiwei. She had seen many admirers getting turned down, but it was her first time witnessing Miao Kaiwei using subtle tactics to pursue someone. To get a ride in Chen Yan's car, she even pretended not to have a car and left her keys for him to drive back. Thus, while enjoying the gossip, she also received a reward of 500 yuan for helping out, feeling quite delighted. Chen Yin remained unaware, smiled, and said, thank you for the compliment, I'll head up now. He went up to the second floor to the first room on the right with the door number 201 hanging on it. He knocked gently and pushed the door open. Inside the private training room, he saw a female figure half squatting and wiping exercise equipment. It should be his private coach Li Yutong. Hearing the sound, Li Yutong immediately put down the disinfecting wipes and turned around. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? I am. Chen Yin replied and secretly scrutinized her. Li Yutong had her hair tied in a ponytail and wore a black fitness outfit and yoga pants, looking very neat and tidy. Her figure was tall and slender, upright and full of vitality, possessing a unique aesthetic of physical beauty that gave an impression of being, well, very healthy. Especially her abdomen with a slim waist devoid of any excess fat, the contours subtly visible, resembling a layer of resilient soft muscle. It seemed he had not misjudged her appearance. Your core strength must be excellent. Chen Yin silently praised her. If Jiang Miao Miao had such physical fitness, then perhaps he could just lie down without moving. While Chen Yin was appraising Li Yutong, she was doing the same. The first impression between people is very important, and coincidentally Li Yutong had a very good impression of Chen Yin. Not only did his appearance align perfectly with her aesthetic, but he was also not greasy. More importantly, upon seeing her for the first time, there was no desire in his eyes. Instead, there was an appreciative gaze, as if praising her fitness results and professionalism. In her profession, after having met many people, sometimes it only takes a glance to determine if the other party has ulterior motives. Mr. Chen, what are your goals for the personal training sessions? Upon hearing Li Yutong's inquiry, Chen Yin thought for a moment and said, well, to improve my physical fitness, gain muscle and develop abs. The ultimate goal should be to achieve a good physique, nothing too exaggerated, but rather a coordinated and aesthetically pleasing one. Taking advantage of the effectiveness of the genetic enhancement serum, he planned to work on his physique, becoming a muscle man who attracts women. All right, I understand. Li Yutong replied and suddenly proposed, would you mind taking off your top, so I can take a look. Chun Yin did not hesitate. Taking a look wouldn't cost him anything, and how could she make a plan without seeing his specific condition? He then stood on the scale under Li Yutong's guidance to get detailed body data, including weight and body fat. After completing all of this, Li Yutong quickly developed an idea based on her professional knowledge and rich experience. Mr. Chen, your physical foundation is quite good, and achieving your desired results shouldn't be difficult. So as a beginner, we'll start with a pyramid training plan, gradually increasing the intensity, which is safer and more effective. Then I'll select specific training movements to diversify the workouts, focusing first on the abs and chest, then on the legs and back, precisely stimulating the target muscle groups. Chen Yin had no objections and naturally followed the coach's lead. So they fell into a routine with one in front and the other behind. Chen Yin stood behind, observing and learning Li Yutong's movements, exercising under her guidance. Let's start with a few jumping jacks to warm up. This will elevate your heart rate and blood circulation, activating the entire muscle groups and enhancing muscle coordination. After 5 minutes of jumping jacks, Chen Yin's body warmed up significantly and he truly began to get into the zone. Next up is lunges. Li Yutong demonstrated, then stepped back to Chen Yan's side. She corrected his posture, saying inhale while squatting, exhale while rising. The front knee should bend, the calf vertical to the ground, the knee projection should not exceed the toes, and the back leg should be straight. With hands on hips, the body should be vertical to avoid leaning forward or backward, core tightened, and eyes looking straight ahead. Her soft hands touched his body, a faint fragrance wafting, but Chen Yin had already entered a serious mode, focusing solely on correcting his posture. Seeing him so focused, Li Yutong couldn't help but flash a look of surprise, adding to her good impression of Chen Yin. At the same time, she felt somewhat disappointed. Perhaps she was used to being pursued, and being ignored for the first time by someone created a stark contrast that left her a bit forlorn. However, it was a fleeting moment as she quickly regained her composure and continued with the training guidance, while Chen Yin was wholeheartedly focused on his workout. Next we'll do plank jumps, which can exercise the lower abdominal muscles and strengthen core stability. Place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, legs straight, maintaining a straight line in a plank position. Engage your abdomen, jump your legs forward, and bring them together, slightly lifting your hips, then jump back to the starting position while keeping your body stable. Li Yutong explained while demonstrating the movement. As Chen Yin imitated her, he couldn't help but gasp, as if a beautiful monkey king had spotted a giant peach under the five-finger mountain. His focus immediately shattered. When he jumped forward, the peach was fully accentuated, incredibly firm, and plump with no excess, perfect. One could only say that she truly deserved to be a fitness coach. Many women strive to achieve such shapes in certain areas, but few can reach this level. For instance, Miao Kaiwei had been working out for years and had shape. If she were a Lakeview honeydew, then Li Yutong was a tender peach. Different varieties, each with its own characteristics and flavors. Thousands of people have thousands of tastes, but all depends on individual preferences. In any case, little Chen must be quite greedy, also a bit of a glutton, wanting both. Chen Yin quickly averted his gaze, adjusted his posture and position to avoid embarrassment, but in his heart, he couldn't help but ponder how to tame the tender peach and achieve the accomplishment of mastering both horse and rider. Li Yutong had always been exceptionally perceptive. Whenever a gaze fell upon her, she could sense it. Just like now, as she performed push-up jumps, she felt a scorching stare directed at her. That gaze seemed to materialize, turning into a large hand. Unconsciously, her body felt as if touched, burning with intensity. Then she trembled slightly, causing her demonstration movements to falter. This was a different sensation from before. She would have felt disgust and unhesitatingly distanced herself. But now the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily, as if proving her charm. Sensing the gaze vanish, Li Yutong lowered her head slightly and looked back, only to see Chen Yin exercising with utter seriousness. His focused demeanor suggested nothing had happened, as if it were merely her illusion. Coward. Chen Yin, having reined in his wandering thoughts, re-entered a state of concentration, meticulously completing his exercises. As he gradually entered the zone, he could feel an endless surge of energy emanating from within his body. The strange sensations of muscle tears and lactic acid buildup were entirely absent. After a wave of warmth repaired his body, he felt a comfort akin to soaking in a hot spring. This kind of workout was truly exhilarating. Thus an hour passed. Let's take a break. Li Yutong called for a halt, exclaiming in surprise, I didn't expect you to have such stamina. I planned to rest after half an hour, but seeing you still had energy and didn't seem fatigued, you actually managed to train for the entire session. Chen Yin appeared as if he could continue, but knowing that too much could be counterproductive, she still called a stop. After speaking, she walked to the cabinet, fetched a towel and electrolyte water, and handed them to Chen Yin. Thanks. Maybe it's because I used to run often and my stamina is decent. Chen Yin took them, fabricating, and he wiped his sweat, took a big gulp of electrolyte water, and said, refreshing. It's been a while since I worked up a good sweat. Sweating from exercise is good, gets the body's metabolism detoxifying and beautifying the skin. Li Yutong responded. Ding ding ding. Suddenly a WeChat video call sound rang indoors. Looks like someone's calling you. Chun Yin reminded her. The call had rung once during the training, but Li Yutong, unwilling to interrupt the session, hadn't answered. Go ahead, it's break time now. Alright, I'll check. As she prepared to answer, Chun Yin tactfully walked away to the window, keeping some distance, but the private training room was small, and he could still faintly overhear. I'm in class, mom, I'm busy. Really? No. What's the rush? Some riffraff. As Li Yutong's voice grew more impatient and louder, Chun Yin could hear more clearly. It seemed her family was pressuring her into a blind date. But this was her private family matter, it was impolite to eavesdrop. He decided to step out of the training room for a while and come back later. He walked toward the door about to leave. But this caught Li Yutong's attention. She glanced at him, then struck by a sudden idea, quickly jogged over. She immediately thrust her phone into Chun Yin's hands and said, Mom, I actually already have a boyfriend. Chun Yin was stunned. He turned to look at Li Yutong, who was clasping her hands in a pleading gesture, mouth, help me out, it's an emergency. Look, he's right here. If you keep this up, my boyfriend will get upset. Don't make us. Li Yutong spoke to the camera, linking her arm with Chun Yin's, pretending to be a loving couple. Bounce. That was Chun Yin's first impression. Years of exercise made a difference. Every inch of her skin seemed brimming with vitality, firm and scorching. But combining her words, he quickly realized she wanted him to pose as her boyfriend. He then appeared on camera with a bright smile saying, hello, Andy. I'm Yutong's boyfriend, Chun Yin. In the video, Li Yutong's mother had a round, plump face, stylishly permed hair, and a look of surprise. Hello. I'm sorry. I didn't know before. Don't blame Tong Tong. How could I? It's my fault for not visiting sooner. Chun Yin responded smoothly, showing no sign of nervousness. After a few pleasantries, Li Yutong, seeing them getting too into the conversation, worried it might go awry, quickly regained control of the phone. Mom, I have to go. We're on a date. You naughty girl, why didn't you tell us you had a boyfriend? We've been worrying. Hey, Xiao Chen He. We just got together not long ago. Oh, I wanted to wait until things were stable. Realizing her mother was about to dig deeper, Li Yutong quickly interrupted. Mom'll tell you when I have time. Okay, I'm hanging up now. After ending the video call, Li Yutong breathed then seeing Chun Yin beside her, she blushed at her own actions and said, I'm sorry. My mom was really pushing me, and I just panicked and came up with this idea. It's fine. Chun Yin smiled, his tone light. I understand. They mean well, but you can't settle. No matter what, you have to find someone you like, or life won't work out. Li Yutong nodded, saying, yeah, but I can't stop my mom from setting up blind dates every few days. And matchmakers always exaggerate. The people they introduce are just awful. She humorously recounted a few amusing incidents from her blind dates, and Chun Yin responded appropriately. With this little episode, they became nominal fake partners, quickly bridging the gap between them. They chatted and laughed, no longer just a trainer and trainee. Let's stop here for today. Don't pull a muscle. During the break, Li Yutong took the initiative to ask, are you free for lunch? If you're not busy, I'd like to treat you to a meal as thanks. If Coach Li is treating, of course I'm free. Initially, he chose Li Yutong as his personal trainer without any ulterior motives. He just wanted to train well and maximize the effects of the gene-enhancing solution. But she was a spirited mare, and there was that exotic peach he had never tasted. That was what sparked his interest in learning equestrian skills. They say a spirited horse is hard to tame. Front desk Zhao Minglan had said the same, citing several cautionary tales, so he intended to take things step by step. But now, with such a perfect opportunity for contact, a flawless start, he wasn't about to let it slip. Activate glasses. Chun Yin commanded mentally. A floating illusory panel appeared before his vision. Namely, Yutong, age 25, peaks, and Chun Yin. Once again, one of the top 10. Climbing such layered peaks, as the name suggests, must be quite arduous. A moment's distraction could lead to a loss of strength. Coincidentally, Chun Yin enjoyed challenging such high difficulties. Speaking of which, it suits Li Yutong quite well. With her well-trained physical condition, coupled with her equipment, what ordinary man could possibly handle her? Wouldn't one end up questioning themselves and collapsing under their own pride, ultimately facing a fate of being thoroughly consumed? If he could tame this wild horse and claim it as his own, he would certainly benefit all the men in the world, a great merit indeed. Chun Yin couldn't help but feel greatly intrigued by Li Yutong. The top 10, and he had encountered two kinds already in such a short time. Who knows, perhaps in his lifetime he could gather them all. Even if not, experiencing the differences would always be worthwhile. Just as he was lost in thought. Let's go, let's tidy up and meet downstairs later, Li Yutong called out as she finished packing her things. Okay. Chun Yin came to his senses, carrying his gym bag out of the personal training room. After a workout that left him drenched in sweat, he clearly needed to rinse off in the shower room before heading out, and soon the two parted ways. Arriving at the men's shower room. Splash. The sound of water from the shower washing over the floor was heard. It was quite normal for someone to be there, and Chun Yin paid little attention, casually picking a shower stall. But as he was showering, he noticed something was off. The shower room not only had the sound of water, but also, in an instant he realized there were wild mandarin ducks playing in the water. Despite the sound of running water masking it, and the deliberate lowering of voices, an experienced person could tell immediately. How playful. Damn. Chun Yin thought for a moment, and felt it was somewhat familiar. Am I now part of a play? They must have paused when they heard me come in, but now they couldn't hold back, and are playing again. Is this meant to give me a sense of participation? Thinking of this, Chun Yin hurriedly quickened his pace, rinsed off quickly, and exited the shower stall. Before leaving the shower room, he intentionally walked to the last stall, knocked on the door, and politely greeted them. Hello, open the door, inspection time. He quickly slipped away regardless of how chaotic it was inside. Arriving on the first floor, he still did not see Li Yutong. However, Zhao Minglan was still diligently sitting at the front desk. Seeing him, she greeted, Chen Gu finished. Yes. Chen Yin nodded and sat down on the sofa in the rest area. Originally, Zhao Minglan was just casually greeting him. Usually after training, people would just nod and leave, but since he sat down, she couldn't just ignore him. She hurriedly got up and brought a cup of tea over. Guluo Han Gua chrysanthemum tea. After setting down the tea, she casually started a topic, asking how does it feel. Pretty good, Coach Li is very professional. Ahem. Zhao Minglan seemed to think of something and said softly, Gu, actually we can change coaches. If you ever feel it's not suitable, just let me know and we can transfer your personal training to another coach. She wasn't being nosy, she was just giving herself a precaution for her job. In the past, there were people who claimed they were not after Li Yutong, but just wanted to work out properly. But as it turned out, no matter how beautifully they spoke, it was all in vain. In the end, they still faced cold shoulders or backlash from Li Yutong, only to find themselves complaining to her and switching coaches. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only female students under Li Yutong's tutelage. Hearing this, Chun Yin looked at Zhao Minglan in surprise. He and Li Yutong were doing just fine. Why switch coaches? But he soon thought of her earlier warning, likely out of goodwill, not wanting to see him end up shortchanged. He could only casually respond, all right, I understand, thank you. With that, the topic ended, and besides matters concerning the gym, they had nothing else to chat about, causing the atmosphere to fall silent. Seeing Chun Yin sitting still with no intention of leaving, Zhao Minglan pondered hard, and finally could only ask dryly, Chingu, are you waiting for someone? Chun Yin was just about to respond when, accompanied by footsteps, a fragrant breeze approached. Yin, sorry to keep you waiting, we've been down for a while. Let's go. Li Yutong came down. No worries, Chun Yin waved his hand. Women take some time to wash and dress, especially since he had come down early. He then stood up and bid farewell to Zhao Minglan, and the two left together. The person you're waiting for is Coach Li. Seeing the two walk out side by side, Zhao Minglan momentarily couldn't react. Her mind was filled with the image of Li Yutong's radiant smile. This is Coach Li. Always cold to men, never showing a good face. Today she actually smiled so brightly. Going out together on a date. As a woman, Zhao Minglan felt a profound respect for Chun Yin. To be able to make Li Yutong act like a different person on the first day of class, how could those previous men possibly compare? Alright, and then there's Sister Miao. She recalled the incident where Miao Kaiwei used little tricks to pursue him. 2 flowers that had caused countless admirers to fail, yet he could easily obtain. Thinking of this, she could only sigh. Comparing people can really infuriate. Sometimes the places you dream of, some people can come and go as they please. Chun Yin was unaware of Zhao Minglan's inner thoughts. His attention focused on Li Yutong. He saw her in white wide-legged trousers, a matching white round-neck t-shirt, and a denim jacket, her style simple, yet revealing a hint of flair. Unlike the dull colors she wore during class, her fashionable and vibrant casual outfit better suited the vitality of her age. Li Yutong noticed his gaze again and felt a bit nervous, fidgeting with her clothes. What are you looking at? Chun Yin unreserved replied, honestly, it's the first time seeing Coach Li in casual clothes. If it's nice, I might as well take a few more looks. Hearing this, Li Yutong felt a sweetness in her heart, her smile brightening. Yet she feigned toughness, saying, you're getting a bit too flirty. 100% from the heart. Chun Yin chuckled, clearly, seeing she was quite pleased. Indeed, for women, compliments are necessary, making them feel recognized and seen. Of course, it also matters who is giving the compliments, and praising looks is just the most basic level. As for the advanced version of complimenting one's temperament, attention to details, emotional value, and core values, those need to be approached step by step. While joking, the two reached the car. Chun Yin unlocked the vehicle and got in first. Li Yutong, however, showed a hint of surprise on her face. Although she knew that those who were willing to spend on personal training in a high-end gym were certainly somewhat affluent. But she didn't expect Chun Yan's ride would actually be a luxury car worth millions, his financial status far surpassing that of her many suitors. Modeling Max, finances Max. Unbeknownst to her, the scales in her heart began to tip to one side. It seems it wouldn't be too bad if it became real. With a soft purr, the Maybach traced an elegant arc as it pulled out of the parking space. Chun Yin gazed ahead, steering with one hand, and asked, I wonder where Coach Lee is treating me to dinner. I'm off duty now, Li Yutong replied from the passenger seat, having noticed no feminine items in the car. Let's go to the nearby Excellence shopping plaza. I heard there's a nice seafood buffet there called Hai Yin. All right, Yutong, let's head off then. Chun Yin, understanding her implication, changed his form of address. He had also heard of Hai Yin buffet, known for its wide variety of seafood priced around 500, even more upscale than some star hotel buffets. For two people who had just met, this price signified a genuinely sincere invitation. Yutong, did you graduate from Shanghai University of Sport? To avoid an awkward silence, Chun Yin brought up the information from the gym's brochure, starting a conversation. It was also a way to learn more about her, so he could tailor his approach accordingly. Yes, I used to be an athlete, Li Yutong replied smoothly. Oh, Chun Yin was quite surprised. A graduate from a top-tier university and an athlete, no wonder Li Yutong carried herself with such pride as a fitness coach. Seeing his surprised expression, Li Yutong added, I have a certificate as a master of sports. My best achievement was a silver medal at the national championships. That's amazing. So what was your event? He asked, seamlessly complimenting her ability. Long distance running, the women's 100 meters. So why did you stop and become a fitness coach instead, eh? Chun Yin inquired, silently marveling. No wonder, she's a spirited steed. Her training event suits her perfectly. With a silver medal, she's truly a thoroughbred. The 100 meters is a severe test of endurance and willpower, something few can endure. I had no choice. I injured my ankle. I was hoping to push further, but after the injury, I was disheartened and had to retire. That's a real shame. And so Chun Yin, starting from the topic of university, expanded the conversation, gathering much information through their chat. A dozen minutes later. So many people. Li Yutong looked at the long queue outside Hai Yin buffet, her voice full of disappointment. With this many people waiting, would have to queue for at least an hour. Chun Yin nodded. Hai Yin was known as the best value buffet, with a rich variety of seafood hot dishes and unlimited fruits like durian and cherries. Plus it was dinner time, so the queue was normal. Should we try another place? Li Yutong asked, turning to look at other. She had to go back to work in the afternoon. Even if they got in, there wouldn't be enough time to eat. Chun Yin had no objection, but as she looked around the restaurants she wanted to try were all as busy as Hai Yin, while some others were nearly empty. That was quite telling. The risk of a bad meal was high. Seeing Li Yutong undecided, Chun Yin thought for a moment and decided to check with the CMB private banking. He recalled that VIP benefits covered food, clothing, housing, and transportation, aiming to provide comprehensive life support. Don't worry, let me call a friend to ask. After reassuring her, he walked to a quiet spot and called Jiang Miao Miao. The call was answered immediately. Chun Yin got straight to the point. Miao Miao, I'm at the Hai Yin buffet entrance in Excellence shopping plaza, but the queue is too long. Understood, Mr. Chun. Jiang Miao Miao replied, immediately grasping his need. All shopping plazas in Jiang City have deep cooperation with our bank. As a holder of our bank's black card, you enjoy queue-free service at all luxury stores within the plaza. However, for Hai Yin buffet, I need to coordinate with the plaza's leasing and operations department. Please hold for a moment. All right. After hanging up, Chun Yin couldn't help but smile. Jiang Miao Miao was quite professional at work. This showed she knew her boundaries, clearly separating work from personal life, and didn't become spoiled due to their Yutong. He returned to her side, about to tell her to wait a bit longer. But before he could finish his sentence, Yutong, is that really you? A figure from the queue in front of Hai Yin jogged over, exclaiming in surprise, I thought my eyes were playing You're here to eat too. Senior Yang. Li Yutong recognized the newcomer and greeted him, then quietly introduced him to Chun Yin. This is a senior from my university, Yang Haoyu. Yeah, what a coincidence, didn't expect to bump into you here. The queue is too long, you must have just arrived, right? Yang Haoyu greeted warmly and suggested, why don't you join us? We're only about 7 or 8 groups away, so you won't have to wait long. Chun Yin keenly sensed that beneath Yang Haoyu's apparent warmth, there was a hint of hostility towards him. His words and actions completely ignored Chun Yin, as if he only saw Li Yutong. It was obvious without thinking. He must be a suitor of Li Yutong, instinctively hostile to any man near her. Sure enough, the real intention was revealed in the next moment. Before Li Yutong could respond, Yang Haoyu put on an apologetic expression and spoke awkwardly. But there are 3 of us, and there's only 1 seat left. Turning to Chun Yin, he said, Brother, you seem broad-minded, you wouldn't mind, would you? We alumni haven't seen each other in a while, it's a good chance to catch up. Hearing this, Chun Yin almost laughed out loud. Where did this guy get the confidence to try and take his companion away with a mere school connection? Li Yutong had come with him. Setting aside that this trip was meant to treat him to dinner as thanks, any polite person wouldn't abandon him for someone else. Glancing sideways, he saw Li Yutong with a speechless but polite expression, clearly annoyed by Yang Haoyu's behavior. Senior Yang, no need. Since it's crowded, well, just find another place to eat. Don't say that. Meeting here is fate. Otherwise we can all go together. The more the merrier. Didn't you say there was no room? I just remembered a friend of mine had to leave unexpectedly, so there's a seat free now. Just as Yang Haoyu was trying to persuade them, it's not until you fall that you fly. Chen Yan's phone rang. Answering it, Jiang Mao's voice came through. Mr. Chen, it's done. I spoke with Manager Qian from the plaza's leasing and operations department, and he said he'll arrange it immediately. The black card truly lived up to its reputation, solving what it could and finding ways to solve what it couldn't, providing impeccable service. Good, thank you for your hard work. Brother, Yin, let's go. After the call ended, Li Yutong had already repeatedly declined Yang Haoyu. Sorry about that. I guess he's been working out too much and his head is full of muscles. Just as she was apologizing, a plump figure in a suit hurried over, comparing faces in the crowd with a photo on his phone. Identifying his target, he trotted up to Chen Yan. Mr. Chen, sorry I'm late. This way, please. I've given the orders of a table is already prepared inside. Thank you, Manager Qian. Chen Yan replied politely, took the bewildered Li Yutong's hand, and under Manager Qian's guidance walked into Hai Yan. Yang Haoyu, who had been watching them, saw the two approaching and thought Li Yutong had changed her mind, his face lighting up. Yutong, I. Before he could finish, the two brushed past him, leaving only Chen Yan's faint remark in the, brother, didn't you know? Just because you have to queue doesn't mean others do too. Li Yutong stood at the gym entrance bidding farewell. Brother Yin, I'm off to work now. All right, see you later, Chen Yan replied, turning and walking away. She lingered at the doorway, not stepping inside just yet, feeling how fleeting her lunch break had been, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After that meal, her curiosity about Chen Yan deepened, sharpening into genuine intrigue. After all, even the manager, Mr. Qian, had bowed with deference and secured them priority seating without a moment's wait. Yet when she asked, Chen Yan merely offered a casual reply, I asked a friend for help, and said no more. Ugh, why lunch? Why not dinner? In that instant, Li Yutong sighed, inwardly chiding herself. Dinner would have been perfect, plenty of time left after work, unhurried and unburdened. And the restaurant choice was all wrong, seafood buffet. So cumbersome. She began dissecting her missteps, completely forgetting that her original intention had been simple, a sincere, modest thank you meal. A short while later, Li Yutong finally stepped inside. Senior Sister Yutong, you're back, greeted Zhao Minglin, the front desk receptionist. Mom. With over 10 minutes still remaining before her scheduled private yoga session, she paused. Flower Sister hasn't arrived yet. I'll wait and head up together. Not yet, Zhao Minglin replied, then leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. By the way, another customer complained today. There were suspicious sounds coming from the shower room. At this, Li Yutong's expression hardened with disdain. More cases of the lower body overriding the upper mind, she remarked dryly. Who else could it possibly be? But no one will ever admit it. There at the reception desk, the two exchanged gossip, venting shared frustrations about the gym's unsavory habits and certain individuals who rubbed them the wrong way. After a few moments, Zhao Minglin could contain herself no longer. Senior Sister Yutong, spill the beans. What happened today? What do you mean, what happened to? Li Yutong feigned innocence. Brother Chen, you went out with him. Zhao Minglin adopted an exaggerated detective-like expression. If I recall correctly, it was his first time attending class, and yet you smiled at him so warmly. You even went out together. It shattered my entire worldview. Have you truly become someone else, Senior Sister Yutong? Li Yutong burst into laughter, lightly tapping her colleague's shoulder. Hey, do you really need to dramatize it this much? People might mistake me for a tigress, untouchable by strangers. Then, attempting to deflect, she added lightly, Mr. Chen is genuinely kind. He helped me immensely, so I simply treated him to lunch. No wonder. Zhao Minglin nodded slowly. Truly exceptional men are different. No wonder what. Zhao Minglin paused. She admired Li Yutong deeply, and their collegial bond lent itself naturally to closeness. Add to that her insatiable appetite for gossip, and her lips notoriously incapable of staying sealed. How could she possibly hold back? Leaning in, she lowered her voice to a whisper, Senior Sister Yutong. You must promise not to tell anyone I said this. Li Yutong, instantly intrigued, nodded eagerly. Yes, I won't. You have a client, beautiful, poised, and affluent, named Miao Caiwei, don't you? Caiwei sister. Li Yutong recognized her immediately, a long-standing private yoga client, and, truth be told, a friend with whom she shared warm rapport. Yet she couldn't fathom why Miao Caiwei had suddenly entered the conversation. Zhao Minglin dropped all pretense and clarified, she's pursuing Brother Chen. That sentence landed like thunder. Li Yutong froze, her breath catching midair. Truth be told, she knew well that curiosity was often the first whisper of deeper interest. Encountering someone who stirred such fascination was rare, and she'd resolved to deepen their connection, giving him space to transform a polite pretense into something real. But what had she just heard? A woman whose beauty and physique rivaled her own, and whose wealth and resources far surpassed hers, was pursuing Chen Yan. One required pursuit, the other was effortlessly within reach. Who wouldn't know which path to choose? Lanlin, tell me everything. Tonight, dinner's on me. Without hesitation, Zhao Minglan recounted the incident in full. One juicy tidbit, 500 yuan, and a free dinner. A spectacular haul. After listening, Li Yutong reflected once more, recognizing her own blind spots. For years, she'd grown accustomed to being pursued, her mindset calcified by expectation. As Zhao Minglan had observed, exceptional men were different. Hadn't Chen Yin too drawn admirers in abundance? Would a man like him truly invest time and effort? So far, she'd seen no sign of it. During lunch, he'd behaved exactly as any easygoing friend might, utterly devoid of romantic overtures. She'd offered to treat him, and indeed, she'd paid with no attempt from him to seize the bill. Just as she sank deeper into thought. Senior Sister Yutong. Senior Sister Yutong. Zhao Minglan waved her hand before Li Yutong's eyes. Time's up, it's almost class time. Flower Sister has arrived. Li Yutong snapped back to attention, greeting her client, but her expression remained clouded with quiet preoccupation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after returning Li Yutong to the Beyond Fitness Center, Chen Yin checked his Weixing messages and found one from Miao Kaiwei. Brother Yin, I'm moving tomorrow. Are you free tonight? I'd like to create some unforgettable memories before I leave, and I've prepared a surprise. He replied instantly, I'm coming. A single evening. Hardly sufficient. Add an afternoon, and then it might qualify as truly profound. After all, depth demands duration, and time for him was the canvas upon which mastery unfolded. Arriving at Yuchin Huafuchun, Yin stepped into the elevator. A soft vibration, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out, a Weixing message from Li Yutong. Li Yutong, Brother Yin, shall we train tomorrow? He replied at once, I'm unavailable tomorrow. Let's reschedule. I'll confirm with you in advance next time. Indeed, he had commitments. The board meeting at Yuhuaitsue Group, where he would meet Jiang Hanyang. Though truthfully, he could have spared time for fitness. The taming plan. Early signs of success. A faint smile curved his lips. Her initiative was proof enough. Yes, he'd orchestrated it deliberately. He craved the exquisite tension of Pushin Pool. His financial leverage had already been deployed on Jiang Miao Miao, while repeating it with others would render the game hollow. Moreover, his observations suggested Li Yutong came from a comfortably middle-class background, blunt monetary gestures risked backfiring. So he would lay traps, subtle step by step, until this fiery crimson-maned mare willingly surrendered. That was his taming plan. Courtship. Unthinkable. He sought dominance, not romance, but the sovereign authority of the rider, holding both reins and whip. Shaking off his reverie, he exited the elevator, entered the access code, and stepped into Miao Tsaiwei's apartment. There beside the balcony, a yoga mat lay unfurled, and a lithe figure arched gracefully into the wheel pose. Sunlight streamed in, gilding the delicate sheen of sweat along her neck. Exquisite, breathtakingly, every part of her body was on full display, radiating an irresistible charm. Yoga was indeed wonderful, and Chen Yin had no idea that Miao Kaiwei practiced it. No wonder her flexibility and coordination were so remarkable. Speaking of which, Miao Kaiwei was truly considerate, knowing he would go to the gym today and specially preparing this yoga outfit. And it was purple, adding even more allure. Is this the surprise you prepared for me? I love it. Seeing Chen Yin enter, Miao Kaiwei paused her practice, stood up, and grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat. Yin Gu, you're here. Her tone was filled with delight. She had arranged to meet in the evening, but his eager arrival somewhat proved her appeal. Chen Yin responded and moved to embrace her. Ready to move out so soon? Miao Kaiwei dodged slightly. I just finished working out, I'm all sweaty. But he still pulled her into his arms and sat down on the nearby sofa. When you've been intimately close, who cares about a little sweat? Inhaling deeply, the fragrance mixed with a hint of perspiration created a magical chemical reaction. It wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it was somewhat stimulating to the hormones. Chen Yin gently pecked her on the cheek and chuckled. You smell fragrant and even more delicious. Hearing this, Miao Kaiwei beamed with joy, offered a passionate kiss, and they shared an intense French kiss. Phew. After catching her breath, she asked happily, how was it? Any improvement? Congratulations, you've learned to breathe, Chen Yin praised. After a moment of tender intimacy, Miao Kaiwei finally remembered to answer his question. Yes, starting tomorrow, I'll gradually get things moved. It wasn't supposed to be this soon, but yesterday Wang Yaozu came to block my door, demanding to ask me something. I ignored him, but I'd better move out quickly, out of sight, out of mind. Huh? Chen Yin frowned upon hearing this. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Oh, you were busy. Miao Kaiwei quickly explained. Just a small matter, I sent him packing in no time. How did you send him away? Ahem. Miao Kaiwei cleared her throat and reenacted the scene. Yes, I was the one moaning, but what's it to you? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but a toad lusting after a swan. Even if every man in the world were dead, this fortune would never fall to you. Chen Yin burst out laughing. A divorced woman was indeed fierce, saying whatever came to mind. Reputation. What did that matter? She didn't care. Once she moved away, she'd have nothing to do with the people in this neighborhood. Impressive. But what's wrong with Wang Yaozu? He heard it with his own ears and still had to come and ask. Who knows? Miao Kaiwei didn't want to talk about him anymore and changed the subject. Yin Gu tomorrow am moving to the Binjiang Shishan Villa. Binjiang Shishan Villa. Yin felt the name was familiar as if he had heard it somewhere. He quickly remembered. It was one of the properties in the CMB Villa collection, but he hadn't chosen it. It made sense. Miao Kaiwei's family had been wealthy for a long time, and old money-rich families liked to buy properties there. Good, I guess I'm almost done too, and it's not far from your place. Hearing this, Miao Kaiwei's mind immediately began recalling the residential developments near Binjiang Shishan Villa, and she asked happily, That's great. What's the exact address? Jiangwan no. 1. Yin replied. Miao Kaiwei turned to look at him, her red lips slightly parted. Jiangwan no. 1 was a highly sought-after villa in Jiang City in recent years. She had not only heard of it, but had once wanted to buy a unit. However, she hesitated while selling several properties to raise funds, and it sold out. But more than the regret of not becoming neighbors, she was shocked. She knew the price of Jiangwan no. 1 well. She had thought Chun Yan's acquisition of a Maybach meant he had come into some small fortune, but now. This made her surprise gift seem insignificant in comparison. What's wrong? Chun Yan noticed her unusual behavior. Miao Kaiwei adjusted her position, wrapping her arms around his neck, and spoke softly. Yin, good to be blunt, I wish you weren't so rich anymore like before. Hearing this. Chun Yan was stunned. Why? Isn't being rich good? Because if you're rich you won't need my money. And I won't be able to take care of you. Miao Kaiwei pouted and explained. Her money was her competitiveness and her confidence. So many men approached her for her wealth, yet the man she loved had never wanted her money before, and now he didn't need it. Now she was starting to feel insecure. Apart from money, whether in terms of reputation or age, there were plenty of women out there better than her. Chun Yin fully understood her meaning, but to live off a woman's wealth you could only rely on one. Without the system, he wouldn't have minded. But times had changed. With greater power came the desire for more experiences. I don't need your money, I just want you, no way. Miao Kaiwei quickly spoke up. If he didn't take it, what about her surprise gift? Even if its value had diminished, it was already prepared, so she still had to give it. She stood up. You have to take both me and the money. Yin, go wait a moment, I'll go get the gift. With that, she ran back to the room. Soon she returned with 3 small red booklets. She shoved them into Chun Yan's hands. Here are the 3 houses. Chun Yan glanced at them. 3 property deeds, all for houses in the city center of Jiang City. Was this the surprise gift she meant? He was somewhat amused and exasperated. He couldn't live in so many houses and didn't need them. They would be useless. He placed them on the coffee table. Wei, don't be silly. I don't need these. Keep them for yourself. No, I promised you. Miao Kaiwei sat back on his lap, squirming restlessly. Take them, please. I just want to give them to you, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Then she threatened with no real bite. If you don't take them, I won't get off you. All right, I'll take them. Forced to give in, Chun Yin agreed. He had originally bought 2 luxury homes for just 11 million, while the 3 houses Miao Kaiwei gave him were worth at least 15 million. In the end, not only had he spent nothing, but he had actually gained 4 million. But don't you even think about getting off. He stood up and strode toward the bedroom. Wait a moment. Miao Kaiwei suddenly called for a pause. Then she jumped off and ran to the kitchen to grab a pair of scissors. Just as Chun Yin saw his nemesis and instinctively squeezed his legs together, she pulled the fabric with her left hand and cut the yoga pants with the scissors in her right. Rip. Seeing this, Chun Yin laughed heartily, stepped forward, and picked her up again, saying sincerely, Wei, I love this daring and playful spirit of yours. System products are always top-notch. Chun Yin woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. After taking a Luwei Dihuang pill yesterday, he finally experienced what it meant to be invincible, how lonely it felt. Later, even Miao Kaiwei couldn't help but gently advise him, saying he shouldn't recklessly consume the blue pills and should take care of his health. Ridiculous. Could the system's products be compared to those blue pills? He immediately let her witness his true prowess once more. He perfectly fulfilled his wish to leave her with profound memories before she left, undeniably profound. He looked down at Miao Kaiwei beside him. Her breathing was deep, clearly in a state of deep slumber, likely not waking until the afternoon. Check-in. Check-in complete. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Patek Philippe Nautilus Ref. 57111A0, 18 Tiffany Blue Dial. A limited edition commemorating the 170th anniversary of the collaboration between Patek Philippe and Tiffany Co., with only 170 pieces produced. A watch. Patek Philippe. Chun Yan's knowledge of watches was limited. He had only heard of Rolex and Richard Mille. The former was a hard currency for underworld bosses on the run in Hong Kong films, while the latter seemed trendy, a tool for showing off. Upon opening the detailed information panel, he learned that Patek Philippe is hailed as the king of watches. Its exquisite craftsmanship and scarcity make it exorbitantly priced and highly sought after in the collector's market. It wasn't just about value retention, it was about insane appreciation, with secondhand prices easily exceeding the official retail price by more than 10 times. The limited edition commemorative piece he received as a check-in reward was even more extraordinary. Its official retail price was 340 Chinese yuan, yet it sold at auction for an astronomical 41.39 million Chinese yuan. It was truly a top-tier luxury among watches. No wonder they say the poor play with cars, the rich with watches. Who wears a watch these days? Chun Yin grumbled. He always used his phone to check the time. A price of tens of millions meant wearing the equivalent of 2 luxury mansions on his wrist. Even a slight bump would be. Hey wait, I'm not an ordinary person anymore. With a thought, a watch made of stainless steel with a Tiffany blue dial materialized in his hand. Just ordinary. Chun Yin examined it inside and out. It's average. He felt it was just so-so with a very minimalist design that didn't look expensive at all. Moreover, he considered it inferior to other magical items or skills with special effects. Even though it was incredibly scarce and valuable, so what? He had no use for it, and wasn't short on money. Even the seemingly useless master-level driving skill at the very least freed up one hand for. Well, black silk. At most, during an unexpected multi-car pileup, he could rely on his skill to escape danger and survive. Wasn't that better than a watch gathering dust? But, Chun Yin suddenly thought, I could wear it today. Attending the board meeting of the entertainment gathering group required proper attire, as they say fine clothes make the man. However, wearing it felt constricting on his wrist, and he wasn't used to it. He promptly took off the watch and put it away. After completing his routine daily check-in, Chun Yin got out of bed, washed up in the bathroom, and headed to the kitchen. Yesterday's exertions had been considerable, and the Luwei Dihuang pill couldn't fill his stomach. But when he opened the fridge, it wasn't exactly empty, but rather well-stocked with everything except food. The fridge was filled with facial masks, mineral water, fruit juice, milk, and various bottles and jars of nutritional supplements. Right, he had forgotten. Miao Caiwei, a pampered rich woman, naturally couldn't cook. He grabbed a bottle of milk to tide him over, then immediately opened a food delivery app and ordered a mix of Chinese and Western food, coffee, steamed buns, eggs Benedict, and the like. An hour later, Miao Caiwei was still asleep. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Chun Yin left and returned to his own home. He changed his clothes, but looking at the watch on his wrist, he felt it clashed terribly with his outfit. I need to buy some new clothes when I have time. The thought suddenly crossed his mind. After striking it rich, he had bought a car and a house, but hadn't purchased any new clothes. Although his old clothes were comfortable, their quality was ultimately a bit low. Seeing that it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and close to the time he had agreed to meet Jiang Hanyang, Chun Yin had an idea. A bottle of 1958 earthenware Maotai appeared in his hand. Since this was his first meeting with a business partner who would later help him look after Chen Xingyao, it wouldn't be appropriate to show up empty-handed. During the midday break on a workday, traffic was unexpectedly light. In about 10 minutes, Chun Yin arrived at his destination, the headquarters of the entertainment gathering group, Gathering Mansion, earlier than expected. Yes, as a giant in Jiang City's offline entertainment industry, with extremely abundant cash flow, the entertainment gathering group naturally owned its own office building. Arriving a bit early, the reception staff wasn't in place yet. Being unfamiliar with the place, he didn't rashly enter. If he went in, who would know who he was? He couldn't find Jiang Hanyang on his own either. So he found the phone number of the chairman's assistant, Sun Haoqing, in his call log and dialed. The call was quickly answered. Hello, I'm Chun Yin. I'm here now. After briefly explaining the situation, he hung up and waited patiently. In less than 5 minutes, a figure in a suit and tie hurriedly appeared at the entrance of the office building, jogging. President Chun, I'm sorry. Sun Haoqing was still catching his breath, afraid he had been too late and some careless person had offended Chun Yin. I arrived early. Chun Yin reassured him. The board meeting was originally at 3 in the afternoon, and he had arranged with Jiang Hanyang to meet 2 hours early. Now arriving 20 minutes early, it was normal that Sun Haoqing wasn't there. Sorry for disturbing your lunch break. There's still time. How about you give me a tour first, and he'll go see President Jiang when he starts work. He thought as one worker to another it was unreasonable to drag Sun Haoqing in early. Wait, he wasn't a worker and he had never worked. But he could empathize. President Chun, it's fine. President Jiang and I were just going over details for the board meeting over lunch. He's waiting for you in his office right now. Still working overtime at noon. Didn't they take a break? Sun Haoqing worked hard, and so did Jiang Hanyang. Chun Yin finally understood why the system had made him the second largest shareholder. This way, he didn't have to exert himself, just wait for dividends, perfectly aligning with his goal of a laid-back, carefree life. Let's go up then. Led by Sun Haoqing, Chun Yin arrived at Jiang Hanyang's office on the top floor of Gathering Mansion. As they stepped out of the elevator, a tall, imposing figure stepped forward with a hearty laugh. President Chun, I've heard so much about you. Chun Yin didn't need to think twice to guess that the visitor was Jiang Hanyang. A pleasure to meet you. Just as he was about to grasp the extended hand, he was hindered by the gift bag in his own. Sun Haoqing, standing nearby, promptly took the bag, freeing his hands. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Chen, this way please. Jiang Hanyang led the way to the office, explaining, major departments like human resources and operations are downstairs. This floor primarily houses my office and the workspace for the executive office staff. Chun Yin listened while surveying the surroundings. A Class A office building typically spans at least 1,000 square meters per floor, excluding Jiang Hanyang's office meeting rooms and other partitions. The communal workspace remained quite spacious, and with the executive office's small headcount, the work environment was even more pleasant. Should I have Yao Yao work in the executive office? He mused to himself. Supervision was best kept under one's watchful eye. If something happened in a lower department, Jiang Hanyang's belated efforts would be futile. Moreover, Sun Haoqing, as Jiang Hanyang's personal assistant and the steward of the executive office, seemed quite reliable. If Chun Xingyao joined the executive office, she would be his direct subordinate, and he could look after her. With this thought, Chun Yin had already made a rough decision. Everything he did was to protect Chun Xingyao's safety and prevent accidents, not to turn her into the company's mascot. After all, the executive office is a comprehensive department assisting the president in managing the company, handling internal and external communication, overseeing policy implementation, and providing strategic support. Thus, the work was highly complex, yet offered a panoramic view, allowing one to learn comprehensive knowledge, a truly challenging experience. Meanwhile, in the open plan office, the executive office staff appeared diligent, typing away furiously. But in truth, they had already stolen glances and were now buzzing in their leaderless group chat. The CEO welcoming him in person. Who's the big shot? No idea, never seen him. 1. Is he here for the afternoon board meeting? Probably not. I know all the board members, but not this one. Could he be a new major client? The conversation soon veered off topic. No one thinks he's super. Yes. Even if it meant a promotion and raise ID, be his girlfriend. Dreaming. The CEO's office, as the exclusive domain of the group's chairman and president, was naturally vast, spanning at least 200 to 300 square meters. More than an office, it resembled a luxurious club's banquet hall. Sitting down in the lounge area, Chun Yin extended his hand, and Sun Haoqing promptly placed the gift bag in his grasp. He then handed it to Jiang Hanyang, saying, President Jiang, since it's our first meeting, I wasn't sure of your preferences. So I picked a fine bottle of wine from home, a small token of esteem. Fine wine. Jiang Hanyang's eyes lit up. May I open it? Chun Yin had no objection. Seeing this reaction, he knew the gift had hit the mark. Jiang Hanyang opened it and recognized it instantly, exclaiming in delight, a 1958 earthenware matai. Excellent, President Jiang. Mr. Chen, this is too precious. Jiang Hanyang cradled the bottle with care. As a wine enthusiast, encountering such a rare vintage was like a cat encountering catnip. Utterly irresistible. I'm glad you like it, President Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Jiang Hanyang quickly accepted. Originally, his invitation to Chun Yin, the second largest shareholder, was merely to exchange views on company management and get acquainted. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Perhaps realizing his token refusal lacked conviction, he quickly added, Mr. Chen, you have no idea. I encountered an earthenware matai at an auction a few years ago, but failed to win it, and I've regretted it ever since. I've been searching for one ever since, but with no luck. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for allowing me to add another fine bottle to my collection today. Chun Yin understood Jiang Hanyang was not only a connoisseur of fine wine, but also a collector, and the earthenware matai was a missing piece in his collection. Then congratulations on fulfilling your wish today, President Jiang. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Hanyang stood up, saying, Mr. Chen, this way please, and headed toward a corner of the office. Following him, Chun Yin noticed a display cabinet filled with various bottles of baijiu. Jiang Hanyang opened the cabinet, took out 2 bottles, and placed them in a gift bag. A glance was enough for him to recognize them. National Treasury Finjiu, the king of light aroma baijiu, which had sold for 2.09 million yuan per bottle at auction. Mr. Chen, take this. A gift in return. Jiang Hanyang pressed the gift bag into Chun Yin's hands, saying, Otherwise I'd feel awkward accepting your wine. Based on his appearance and demeanor, Chun Yin judged Jiang Hanyang to be straightforward and generous, so he didn't refuse. After all, it depends on the person. No matter how much one declines, one must eventually accept, and it might even be. But the 1958 earthenware matai he brought was worth about 1.85 million yuan, while the National Treasury Finjiu Jiang Hanyang gave in return was even more valuable. Thus, he had actually gained over 2 million yuan. How is it that the more money he has, the more it multiplies? Returning to the sofa, the fine wine served as a bridge for their first meeting, smoothing their conversation considerably. During the chat, Chun Yin casually mentioned his disinterest in management, preferring to simply wait for dividends, which further delighted Jiang Hanyang. Seizing the opportune moment, Chun Yin spoke up, President Jiang, I actually have another favor to ask of you on this visit. Mr. Chen, just say the word. Jiang Hanyang vowed. If it's within my power, it'll certainly help. It's nothing major. By a stroke of luck, my daughter Chen Xingyao passed the campus recruitment interview and joined the company as an intern. Please keep an eye on her, you and assistant Sun, and make sure she's not bullied. As Chun Yin finished, Sun Haoqing promptly retrieved the intern list and found Chen Xingyou's resume for Jiang Hanyang's review. Mr. Chen, you're dashing, and your daughter is as beautiful as a flower. Such a good-looking family. Jiang Hanyang praised. No problem. In our own company, who would dare bully my niece? He then turned to Sun Haoqing and instructed, Shao Sun, transfer my niece to the executive office and you mentor her. Also discreetly inform the middle and senior management not to be blind. With this series of actions, everything seemed foolproof, leaving Chun Yin thoroughly satisfied and at ease. The flower he had personally sown, loosened the soil for watered and nurtured, could now grow safely away. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Chun Xingyao to start her internship. Early in the morning, she drove her beloved Bentley Continental GT to the Yu Huizue group. She didn't care in the slightest about driving a car superior to her boss, potentially causing offense. She wasn't generous enough to sacrifice her own convenience for a superior. At worst, she could just switch jobs. The Yu Huizue group hadn't been her first choice anyway. She had also received an offer from a listed company. However, the listed company had a longer internship period and a lower salary. She was eager to earn money to support Chen Yin in his old age, so she chose the Yu Huizue group. Now that Chen Yin had come into wealth, she also had a considerable sum in hand. The Yu Huizue group's only purpose for her was to get through the internship and obtain a certificate. As the saying goes, money emboldens a man. She disagreed, believing it should be money emboldens everyone. The 4 million yuan in her bank account was the foundation of her stress-free work life. Yes, in a few days the 5 million had dwindled to 4 million. It wasn't due to extravagance. After receiving the money, she, like Jiang Miao Miao, honored the sisterly bond of in prosperity. Do not forget. Each had given Hashimoto Yua and Irina 500,000 yuan to start their studios. Beep beep. On the road, traffic was heavy, and the sound of car horns rose and fell. I underestimated it. Chen Xingyao looked regretfully at the long line of cars ahead, then glanced at the red line on her map. How can it be this jammed? Late on the first day of reporting. She had checked the commute time and left early, but she hadn't anticipated the traffic being so severe during rush hour. Coupled with her unpolished driving skills, she found herself stuck in traffic. As the green light came on, she quickly stepped on the gas to keep up with the car ahead, leaving no room for the car beside her to cut in. As she had predicted, the car on her right was indeed eyeing the gap. So what if it was a luxury car? A female driver's slow reactions, poor skills. Just seize the right moment and squeeze in. He turned the steering wheel, changing direction. Just as he was about to cut in, the Continental GT suddenly surged forward. He slammed on the brakes, halting abruptly, effectively being taught a lesson. Cutting in over a solid line would be his full fault in a collision. The driver of the car on the right felt his heart pound. He couldn't afford to damage a luxury car. Thus, Chen Xingyao drove aggressively, yielding not an inch unless she was in the wrong, rushing anxiously towards the Yu Huizue group. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Huizue building. Since it was their first day reporting for work, the interns left early, taking public transport to arrive at the company ahead of time, hoping to make a good impression on the leadership. This time, the Yu Huizue group had recruited a considerable number of employees, 8 men and 6 women. Now 13 people stood in a crowd at the entrance, quite conspicuous. Every employee passing by couldn't help but cast a glance and take a brief look. Since the leader hadn't arrived, yet everyone was a bit relaxed, chatting with familiar friends nearby. Soon, however, the person in charge of this campus recruitment, Zhang Huimin, arrived downstairs. Manager Zhang. Seeing the stern-faced leader who seemed difficult to deal with, everyone quickly greeted her. They stopped chatting, gathered together spontaneously, and stood before her. Zhang Huimin immediately scanned the crowd, passing over familiar faces, but didn't see the person she was looking for. Still not here. She sighed inwardly. Reincarnation is a skill. Outstanding appearance, excellent grades, first in the campus interview. And on top of that, a young lady from a wealthy family. Yes, as the HR manager responsible for campus recruitment and intern arrangements, she had already received notice from senior management. Moreover, through discreet inquiries and communication, she learned that almost all middle and senior management knew about this big shot among the interns. Seeing the time approach, 8:55, Zhang Huimin had to speak up to buy some time. Students, welcome to the Huizue building. From now on, you will conduct your internships here. The company will assess your performance during your probation and rotations to determine if you can become regular employees and which department you'll be assigned to. In the past, even if it wasn't the agreed upon time, she wouldn't have waited for a single person and would have led the interns into the company for a tour and onboarding procedures. But now, she had no choice but to wait. After a spiel of motivational talk and empty promises, there was still no sign of Chen Xingyao. Just as Zhang Huimin was at a loss for words and a silence fell, a female voice rang out from the crowd. Manager Zhang, it seems we're missing someone. Chen Xingyao hasn't arrived yet. This immediately drew agreement. Yeah. What's her problem? Late on the first day of reporting. Isn't that too much? Does she look down on the company? Mum, we all came this early, and she's the only one causing trouble. Zhang Huimin looked towards the source of the voice, locking her gaze on the two dissatisfied girls, silently noting them in her mental notebook. As a woman, she knew well that women are prone to gossip. Speaking like this at such a time was nothing short of tattling and adding fuel to the fire. She immediately deemed them unqualified in her mind. Not only were their characters questionable, but their target was currently the company's key protected asset. It was like looking for trouble in a latrine with a lantern. To avoid them causing unnecessary problems, it was best to find an excuse to dismiss them sooner rather than later. Quiet. Zhang Huimin was about to speak to control the situation, but before she could, a low rumble of an exhaust note reached everyone's ears, drawing many people's attention as they turned to look. A dazzling blue Bentley Continental GT drove into the surface parking lot. The male intern's eyes lit up and they began to buzz with excitement. Wow, a top-tier luxury car. That exhaust note sounds amazing. Are our employees this loaded? Driving a car of this level to work. Don't block the view, let me see what the rich guy looks like. The next second, Chen Xingyao hurriedly got out of the car. After rushing, she had finally arrived at the company. She trotted to the entrance of the building and immediately apologized. Manager Zhang, I'm sorry. The traffic was terrible. She glanced at the time, 9022 minutes late. Not long, but it was indeed a delay. Witnessing this, the crowd at the entrance fell silent, their gazes shifting between Zhang Huimin and Chen Xingyao, eager to see what disciplinary action Zhang Huimin would take. Sensing the scrutiny, Zhang Huimin appeared calm on the surface, but her mind was racing. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and she channeled her inner actress, raising her hand to look at her watch. It's fine. The offer letter said 9 o'clock, and it's now 8:59. Chen Xingyao, you arrived just in. Everyone present was stunned, each and every one of them. There was no punishment as expected, not even a scolding. In fact, it almost sounded like praise. Even Chen Xingyao, who had mentally prepared herself for criticism, was taken aback, her words of apology momentarily stuck in her throat. She glanced at the time again, doubting herself. No mistake, it was 9:03. The others too couldn't help but sneak a look at their phones. 9:03. What the hell is just... Don't need to come so early. Right, so what was the point of me leaving this far ahead? Counts as you getting up early. Someone felt they might have figured out the truth. Manager Zhang's watch must be slow. Makes sense. Otherwise she wouldn't have said a word. Chen Xingyao is way too lucky. A few minutes slow. Manager Zhang really should get her watch fixed. Ahem. Settle down. Zhang Huimin quickly spoke up to maintain order, afraid that some girl might publicly question the time. Since everyone's here on time, let's head in. He'll show you around the company so you can get familiar with your future work environment. We'll handle the onboarding procedures later. Stick with me, don't wander off. With that, the group stepped forward and entered the office building. Chen Xingyao followed behind, feeling somewhat relieved. This Manager Zhang is actually quite nice. You dodged a bullet, Yao Yao. You have no idea what just happened. A female classmate she was somewhat close to walked up and recounted how someone had ratted her out. After hearing it, she said calmly, it's fine. Some people will reap what they sow. She hadn't even officially entered the workplace yet, but she was already tasting its ruthlessness. Under Zhang Huimin's lead, the group arrived at the administration department and took a quick tour. The administration department's main duties include daily logistics, meeting organization, reception, and policy coordination. Just as she was explaining, the door to a room marked Director's Office opened, and a man in a suit stepped. Busy Manager Zhang. The man quickly approached Zhang Huimin and said, these must be our new hires. Zhang Huimin acknowledged him and turned to introduce him. This is Director Chiu from our administration department. Hello, Director Chiu XN. Everyone quickly greeted him. Welcome to you, Huaitsue. Director Chiu replied, his eyes scanning the crowd, especially lingering on the female employees. Others might think he had ulterior motives, but Zhang Huimin knew exactly why he had deigned to appear. Over the years, with so many batches of new hires, when had a director ever come out to greet them, and with such amiability? It was all to see the big shot in person to avoid any future conflicts. So she decided to do him a favor, walked over to Chen Xingyao, and said, Director Chiu, let me introduce an outstanding talent. This is Chen Xingyao, who ranked first in our campus recruitment interviews. Hearing this, Director Chiu caught the hint immediately, his eyes lighting up, a smile on his face, and his demeanor growing even warmer. First place. Miss Chen, you truly stand out. Keep up the good work, and don't hesitate to come to me if you face any difficulties at the company. Chen Xingyao didn't quite understand, but reacted quickly. Thank you, Director Chiu. Having achieved his goal, Director Chiu beamed and offered a few words of encouragement to the group. Each of you is a talented individual from Jiang University. I have confidence in you, and I welcome you to work in the administration department. His casual remark drew a positive response from many. Seeing it was about time, Zhang Huimin quickly took her leave and led the team away, proceeding to tour the finance department, marketing department, operations department, and others. But what puzzled Chen Xinyao was that at every stop the department's director and manager were present, coming over, and each time Zhang Huimin would pull her forward for a grand introduction. Then those leaders would show concern and praise, also saying to come to them if she had any problems. Is being first in the campus recruitment interview such a big honor? Does the company value it this much? She was starting to get confused. Finally, the group even met the company's vice president, who said he came to check on the new hires' orientation. After such an experience, many were excited. Oh my God, what a dream company. The leaders are way too nice. Yeah, joining this company was the right choice. It's a dream job. It feels like the leaders really value us newbies. Looks like we have a bright future ahead. Promotions and raises are no dream. Zhang Huimin, walking at the front, heard their chatter and smiled without a word. All the leaders they met today were senior to her, some even her boss. Did they really think those people had that much? It was all for. She glanced at Chen Xinyao. And so the group finished the company tour and arrived at the Human Resources Department's meeting room. Here Zhang Huimin announced a piece of news. Everyone, I have something to share. Originally, we were going to assign department positions after the rotation. But due to a shortage of staff in the president's office, they urgently need a new assistant. So after company discussion, it has been decided that Chen Xinyao, who ranked first in the interviews, will take the position. As she spoke, she silently applauded her own cleverness. Whether it was pretending her watch was slow this morning or the excuse for Chen Xinyao's fixed post in the president's office, she thought it was flawless. But as soon as she finished, a murmur rippled through the meeting room. Chen Xinyao had already been singled out frequently in front of senior management because of her interview score, but they hadn't expected such a huge opportunity to follow. All were top graduates from Jiang University, so they naturally understood the saying, a servant near the prime minister is also an official. The president's office, being closest to the company's power center, was the envy of all who heard it. Holy crap, directly assigned to the president's office. If I'd known the first place interview got such perks, I'd have prepared harder. What luck for Chen Xinyao. Not only did she get FaceTime with the top brass, but now this. Yao Yao, you've hit the jackpot. Let me touch you for some good luck. Quiet down. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. Perform well during your rotations, and you might get lucky too. Zhang Huimin smoothly offered a hollow promise. Now I'll hand out the internship contracts. Take a look. If you have any questions, ask me. If everything's fine, sign them. Everyone's attention shifted instantly as they took the contracts and began carefully reading and filling them out. Meanwhile, Chen Xinyao was still processing the good news about her fixed post in the president's office. Dazed, she took the contract and became even more bewildered after a glance. Throughout the entire contract, she saw no mention of an internship. Weekends off, triple pay for overtime, monthly salary of 1,500 plus, housing, meal, transportation, and phone subsidies totaling 4,000. Chen Xinyao almost thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. The benefits were more than double what she'd heard during the interview, maxing out in every aspect. Confused, she stood up, walked over to Zhang Huimin, and whispered, Manager Zhang, my contract seems a bit off. It's correct. Zhang Huimin knew exactly what she meant and quickly explained, you are directly assigned to the president's office. So you don't need to go through rotations to become a regular employee. This is the salary package after regularization, and the president's office always has great benefits. But keep this to yourself. Don't spread it, or some classmates might. Chen Xinyao caught the knowing look and, reassured that the contract wasn't wrong, felt a surge of joy, struggling to suppress her smile. Could today be my lucky day? Consumption double return card, 10 million limit. Well-enclosed purple clay teapot, co-create by teapot master Gu Jingzhou and renowned painter Yiming. Qingzhou red silk, Duan inkstone, Ji Xiaolan's collection. Ming Dynasty ivory openwork squirrel and grape brush. Chen Yin felt his luck had been rather poor lately, as his daily check-in rewards were nothing impressive. Where were the mystical items? The skills? There were none. The 4 treasures of study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He had received the brush and inkstone, but no paper or ink, nor any skill for using the brush. Besides, both items were antiques worth 3 or 4 million, so he couldn't possibly use them in reality. In the end, he could only prepare a bookshelf or a treasury-like space to store them, letting them gather dust. As for the consumption return card, it was mediocre at best. Spend 10 million to get 20 million back. Was he the kind of person who lacked 20 million? He would have preferred another bottle of Luwei Dihuang pills. Even at 20 million per bottle, he'd gladly buy 5 to stockpile. The purple clay teapot was at least usable, provided he was willing to brew tea with a vessel worth over 10 million. After all, his finest teas, the Da Hong Pao from the mother tree and the Hong Biao Songhao Pure, required a teapot of this caliber to match. Accumulate steadily, and you'll reap the rewards. I haven't checked in yet today, Chen Yin comforted himself. Saving up luck. After so many days of bad luck, it's bound to turn around. With that thought, he decided to resort to a bit of metaphysical trickery. He got up and headed to the bathroom. Washing his hands wasn't enough. A shower would be better. After 10 minutes, he emerged clean and radiant. Clasping his hands together, he spoke with utmost sincerity. Check-in. Check-in complete. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining handsomeness is a feeling aura of charisma. True handsomeness is a feeling, one that makes people genuinely adore you from the heart. A golden legendary. Chun Yin felt a sense of fortune after misfortune. After so many days of bad luck, things were finally looking up. Handsomeness was a lifelong pursuit. Activate the aura. Activate. Chun Yin looked at himself in the mirror. He appeared no different from before, yet inexplicably he looked more handsome. He was already good-looking, and now with this aura, he was practically leaving no room for other men to shine. Satisfied, he left the bathroom. It's not until you fall that you fly. His phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Lu Qiming. The call connected. President Chen, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Director Lu, you're too kind. Whenever you call, it's good news. I'm more than happy to hear it. Chun Yin replied. Lu Qiming's hearty laughter came through the phone. I do have good news today. The transfer procedures for the penthouse at Poly International Mansion and the villa at Jiangwan 1 are complete. And I've already arranged for a deep clean along with purchasing all the daily necessities. In short, President Chen, you can move in any time you like. This was a double blessing. Chun Yin decided he'd pick an auspicious day for moving on the calendar later. As for Yuqin Huafu, he had no plans to touch it. When he moved, he'd just buy whatever he needed. Indeed, leaving professional matters to professionals saved him a lot of trouble. I'm truly grateful, Director Lu. Please send over the specific bills, and he'll transfer the payment immediately. He knew the cleaning and supplies were Lu Qiming's own expense, not charged to his account. President Chen, what are you saying? This little matter. Consider it a housewarming gift from me. Lu Qiming said, then shifted the topic. But do you have time in the next couple of days? Let's get together for a gathering. He'll invite a few friends so everyone can get acquainted. Sure, just arrange it. Chun Yin readily agreed. More friends meant more paths. The more the merrier. After a few more pleasantries, he hung up and began pondering what tea to bring to the gathering. Drinking tea, solitude for one, conversation for two, savoring for three, and a gathering for many. Each occasion had its unique flavor. Drinking alone got boring after a while. He couldn't hoard it just because it was valuable. So he'd use tea to make friends. Besides, he wasn't one to take advantage of others, and it was a perfect way to reward Lu Qiming. Shaking off his thoughts, Chun Yin began reviewing today's memorials. Well, they were just messages. Whenever he wasn't with them, Jiang Miao Miao and Miao Kaiwei would send messages daily reporting on their situations. He replied whenever he had time. Jiang Miao Miao. Yin Gu, I've moved into Greenland Mansion. Jiang Miao Miao. Come over sometime to watch the cat do backflips, shy. Jiang Miao Miao. Picture. A couple of days ago, Miao Kaiwei officially moved into Binjiang Shishan Villa and also invited him to sleep over. Now he had another place to try out. It seemed he had nothing much to do, yet he felt oddly busy. The pictures were of Jiang Miao Miao's new place. He casually clicked one open. Hiss. He was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, who puts 3 beds in one room? He then quoted that photo and replied. Chun Yin, picture. Jiang Miao Miao replied, instantly feigning ignorance. What's wrong? I bought really expensive mattresses guaranteed to ensure a comfortable sleep. But she quickly explained, this way I don't have to worry about running out of beds. Chun Yin couldn't agree more. With 6 or 7 beds in a house, even during the worst humid season, there'd always be one bed to sleep on. As he chatted with Jiang Miao Miao, Chun Yin suddenly thought of Chen Xingyao. He recalled that Poly International Mansion was not far from Huizue Tower, and since he was moving into the villa, the penthouse could serve as her dorm. A couple of days ago, Chen Xingyao had called him after her first day at work, cheerfully talking about how lucky she was. She had just joined the company and was already a regular employee with a great position and double benefits, completely unaware she was being kept in the dark. With that thought, he immediately called her. Hey, old Chen, what's up? I'm a bit busy right now. Chen Xingyo's voice came through with some background noise. So Chun Yin cut to the chase. Are you still living in the dorm? Oh no. I've been so busy these days I forgot to tell you. She explained rapidly. A few female colleagues from my department are sharing a rental, and there was a spare room. Hearing this, Chun Yin abandoned his original plan. Alright, as long as you have a place to stay. If you're not happy there, just tell me. I have an apartment not far from your company. Okay. He was about to hang up. Hey, wait. Chen Xingyao quickly added, Old Chen, are you free tonight? I've booked a table at a restaurant. They'll send you the address later. Someone seemed to call her name, and she hurriedly said goodbye before hanging up. Chun Yin didn't even get a chance to ask clearly. Listening to the busy tone, he felt a bit speechless. First a workaholic left the house, and now another one's about to show up. And so Chun Yin arranged to meet Chen Xingyao in the evening, but had nothing to do in the afternoon. After some thought, he decided to visit Miao Kaiwei at her villa in Binjiang Shishan. First come, first served. Since she had invited him first, naturally he would honor that appointment. First, Jiang Miao Miao could wait for another time. After tidying up a bit, he headed out, sending a message to Miao Kaiwei on Weixing. Descending to the basement, he started the car, and his phone pinged with her reply. Miao Kaiwei, really? Miao Kaiwei, picture. I'm cooking. I've been practicing for a few days, trying out some dishes, and I feel I have a bit of talent. Miao Kaiwei. Yin Gu, just drive straight in when you arrive. Chun Yin could feel the joy and sincerity in her words. Ever since he ordered takeout and arranged breakfast before leaving last time, Miao Kaiwei had realized her shortcomings and began to diligently hone her culinary skills. A wealthy woman who had never once lifted a finger in the kitchen had made such a dramatic change. He sped up and arrived at the entrance of Binjiang Shishan Villa in 15 minutes. As the car approached, the vehicle scanner recognized it, and the barrier rose immediately. At the same time, a machine announced, "Welcome, homeowner." So that's what just drive straight in meant. Chun Yin realized that Miao Kaiwei must have registered his car in the community system after moving in. Otherwise, given the security of this old-fashioned villa community, he would have had to register at the very least. Entry would not have been so easy. Wei Wei is always so considerate. She had sent him the house number on Weixing the very first day she moved in. Following the signs, he found it with ease. Parking at the door, Chun Yin stepped out and surveyed the building before him. Red-tiled sloping roofs, cream champagne-colored walls, and multi-layered facades. All hallmarks of standard European architecture. Combined with the patina of time, it exuded a subtle, old-money vibe. However, Miao Kaiwei's villa was well-maintained, or perhaps newly renovated, giving it a fresh appearance. He leisurely walked to the door and entered the electronic lock code. Upon entering, a pair of men's slippers was already laid out on the floor. Hearing the commotion at the door, Miao Kaiwei immediately stopped what she was doing and hurried over to greet him. "Yin Gu, you're here." The moment she saw him, she was captivated. "What's going on?" "It's a bit hot today. I think I'm wearing too many clothes." And she felt a sudden urge to use the restroom. Miao Kaiwei stared intently at Chun Yin, her eyes shimmering, turning into starry orbs, while an emotion brewed deep within. "What are you looking at?" Chun Yin noticed her unusual state and asked with a playful grin, already knowing the answer. He understood it was due to his handsome aura. In short, she was stunned by his handsomeness. "Yin Gu, you're getting more handsome every day." She was never one to hold back her words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to steal him away while he was still married. Such sweet words. "Let me have a taste." Chun Yin said and acted accordingly. Miao Kaiwei relished it. Her emotions, already at a breaking point, were ignited by the kiss, unleashing a torrent within her. When they parted, she looked up at him, dazed, her red lips slightly parted. "Yin Gu, I want you." What more was there to say? Rest time. Miao Kaiwei's face still flushed, her hair tousled. As if struck by a thought, she suddenly emerged from the covers. The blanket slipped, revealing a tempting sight. "Exposed," he teased. She paid no mind to his remark. Having been suppressed all afternoon, what harm was there in being seen? "Hey, Yin Gu is your personal trainer at Transcend Fitness, also coach Lili Yutong." "Also?" Chun Yin caught the key word. "Is she your yoga instructor?" No wonder Miao Kaiwei's yoga skills were so impressive. She executed poses like eight-limbed salutation, extended tiger, and crow pose with perfect form. He wondered how the experience would be if the master herself took over. What's with the sudden question? Faced with Chun Yan's query, Miao Kaiwei nodded. "Yes, I've been taking her classes for a year or two. We usually get along well, but last time was a bit strange. Somehow she found out we know each other. While we were practicing, she casually mentioned you, and at first I thought it was just a coincidence. But she asked too many questions. It didn't match the person I know. So I realized she was fishing for information." Chun Yin listened understanding. She hadn't been to the gym in days, and even when Li Yutong messaged again, he had politely declined, citing busyness. It seemed the withdrawal period was nearly over. The timing was right to pay a visit. But I didn't say much, didn't reveal our relationship. Miao Kaiwei looked at Chun Yin, her eyes filled with infatuation. "Yin Gu, you're amazing. I know Yutong. Well, she's always indifferent to other men, yet she was asking about you. If that doesn't mean something, I don't know what does." Hearing her speak so frankly, Chun Yin couldn't help but ask, "Oh, you don't mind?" Miao Kaiwei adjusted her position, leaning against him, tracing circles with her finger. "I've already figured it out. Back when you had no money, I might have had you to myself. But now that you're handsome and wealthy, what can I do? Let go. There are plenty of young, beautiful women throwing themselves at you. Take Li Yutong, for example. Younger, prettier, with a great figure. Even such a beauty is vying for you. And I was here first. Why should I give in to others? That would be a huge loss." As she spoke, her hands grew restless. "Besides, you're getting better each time. I don't have a big appetite, and I feel like I can't handle you alone. At this rate, you'll be overwhelmed one day." Chun Yan's verdict on her words, insightful. Or one could say understanding and reasonable. He quickly comforted her. "Nonsense. Wei Wei, you're no less than anyone. Everyone has their own beauty. For example, your Lakeview honeydew is riper than hers. The taste is different, juicy and sweet. Hearing this, Miao Kaiwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I knew it with Yutong's figure, even I find it tempting. He'll let you in on a secret. Sometimes when she teaches moves up close, I take advantage of my gender to cop a feel, huh? Suddenly she grew excited. Hey, Yin Ge, let me be your wingman. Well, join forces and win Li Yutong over. Then her mind wandered to who knows where, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Seeing this, Chun Yin had reason to suspect that Miao Kaiwei's inclinations might be a bit skewed. But he had to admit there were considerable benefits. Perhaps he could even bring them together and host a peach banquet. Well, I underestimated you. Not only are you unbothered, but you're even willing to help me. This was more than just being open-minded, as she was practically throwing herself entirely to his side. Ouch. In response to Chun Yin's teasing, Miao Kaiwei looked proud and smug. That's just how it is. Wealth, good looks, and devotion. That's the impossible triangle for a man. Rather than being bothered, it's better to just accept it. As she spoke, she grew more animated. Emperor Chen, I suppose I count as the empress of your harem, right? Moi. Chun Yin thought for a moment. Given her thoughtfulness and magnanimity, she did seem quite suitable. All right, then Empress Miao, you'll have to manage things well. Hearing this, Miao Kaiwei beamed with joy, her mind racing as she devised plans to help him woo others. If the palace were empty, what value would her title as Empress Miao hold? She then picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Li Yutong. Seeing them chatting so enthusiastically, Chun Yin couldn't help but ask, what are you two up to? Building a connection. Who knows, we might become good sisters someday. Let's focus on our own connection instead. He flipped over, suppressing the spiritual pearl and demon orb. Empress Miao, the night is short. Time to serve your emperor. Miao Kaiwei shivered with a start, still not fully rested, and quickly made an excuse. Let's eat first, Yang, you haven't tried my cooking yet. Chun Yin had no choice but to restrain himself and let her off for now. Seizing the chance, Miao Kaiwei escaped his clutches, slipped out of bed, dashed to the dressing room, and put on a nightgown, also grabbing a men's set. I prepared this pajama set for you. See if it fits. Chun Yin was somewhat surprised. She had even prepared pajamas, meaning she truly considered the Binjiang West Mountain Villa their home. After changing into the pajamas, he headed to the kitchen. A glance confirmed it. She was a true novice in the kitchen, having prepared only the most basic dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cola chicken wings, spicy shredded potatoes, and seaweed fishball soup. After heating and tasting, the flavor was merely average, but for a beginner, it was quite an achievement. Chun Yin naturally wouldn't discourage her. Instead, he offered generous praise, complimenting her as he ate his fill of each dish. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to. Now Miao Kaiwei had no excuse to rest. Ignoring the mess, she retreated back to the bedroom. Knowing you wouldn't want to read this, I'll skip 1,000 words. By 6 in the evening, night had just begun to fall, leaving only a faint afterglow on the horizon. Chun Yin tidied up and prepared to leave. Hearing the commotion, Miao Kaiwei mustered her strength and asked, Yang, are you heading out? Instead of answering directly, Chun Yin countered with a question, are you still up for it, while feigning eagerness. Bye-bye, safe travels. She was so startled that she dove back under the covers. Seeing this, Chun Yin chuckled and said, Yao Yao invited me to dinner tonight. He pulled out his phone and checked the restaurant address. Chen Xingyao had sent me Tang 128, Qingshi Road, Table 6. The restaurant's name was quite artistic, suggesting it was one of those trendy fusion cuisine spots favored by the bourgeoisie. He sped off and soon arrived at the destination. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a wave of cool air and melodious music. Chun Yin swept his gaze across the room. Oh, it was a music restaurant with a live band, and the decor had a stylish ambience. It seemed like a place popular with girls and couples. Scanning the crowd, he saw mostly pairs of lovers. He looked around and found table 6. But upon closer inspection, it was a small table for two, and someone was already seated there. He pulled out his phone, about to call Chen Xingyao to ask what was going on and where she was, when a message from her popped up on WeChat. Chen Xingyao, old Chen, what do you think? Surprised. Chun Yin was baffled, but sensed had been tricked, so he simply called her. Chen Xingyao, where are you? Chen Xingyao giggled, smug as if she'd pulled off a prank. Old Chen, don't be mad, she's my friend Irina. I originally planned to have dinner with Nana and booked this restaurant specially. But I'm stuck working overtime and can't make it. Since you called, well. Just think of it, as meeting a new Chun Yin immediately realized had been roped into it. She had never given up on setting him up with a girlfriend, and now she had seized her chance. But I could just skip this meal. Old Chen, please, you're already here. Chen Xingyao quickly trotted out the classic excuse that makes people give in. Do it for my sake, or he'll feel terrible for standing Nana up. I didn't tell Nana anything else. It's just an accident, a simple meal. Hearing this, Chun Yin wavered. Since he was already here, he might as well have dinner and not make the trip for nothing. Seeing that he didn't immediately refuse, Chen Xingyao knew he was softening and pressed on. Just say you're my friend. Don't reveal our relationship. After several failed attempts, she had figured out the obstacle. Nana is a Sino-Ukrainian beauty with many suitors. Old Chun, make the most of it. Chun Yin was about to say something. Don't keep her waiting too long. But Chen Xingyao had the last word and ended the call. So be it. Sigh. Chun Yin let out a long breath and accepted his fate. He knew Chen Xingyao's stubborn nature well. Running away wouldn't solve anything if she would keep stirring up trouble. So he decided to go for it. He stepped forward and approached table 6, glancing sideways. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. Chen Xingyao hadn't lied. A high, delicate nose and sharply defined jaw combined with the fair skin and soft features inherited from her Eastern blood created a unique and striking beauty. Her blue-gray eyes in particular were like deep, clear lakes, bright and luminous, giving her a cool, mysterious. The restaurant's light shimmered on her golden hair, casting a captivating glow. She looked like a maiden stepping out of a classical oil painting. Campus beauty. Sino-Ukrainian beauty, fair skin, long legs, dance major. Chun Yin recalled Chen Xingyao's enthusiastic recommendation. He murmured to himself, she wasn't lying. She's quite beautiful. He had to admit she really appealed to his aesthetic. At that moment, notions of defying convention or going against the heavens seemed unimportant. He was mainly here to learn English and bring glory to his country after all. He stepped forward, sat down across from her, and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, I'm Xingyao's friend Chen Yan. 10 minutes earlier. Irina arrived at the Mitung restaurant, but Chen Xingyao was nowhere in sight, so she had to find a seat and sit down first. Lost in your eyes, the galaxy leaves a trail. She hummed the song the band was playing, her mood quite cheerful. With the financial support from Jiang Miao Miao and Chen Xingyao, her plans to open a studio were progressing smoothly. It would be officially open for business before long. Just as she was quietly waiting, her phone buzzed with a vibration. Looking down, she saw it was a call from Chen Xingyao. She answered immediately and asked, Yao Yao, I'm here. How much longer will you be? Nana, I'm so sorry. I have to work overtime today, so I can't make it. Chen Xingyao's opening words hit her. She quickly added, but I asked a handsome guy to take my place. Ah. Irina let out a disappointed sigh. I don't want a handsome guy, I want you. She vaguely recalled that Chen Xingyao had mentioned setting her up with a boyfriend recently, but she had always refused. She was busy with her career, finding a location, decorating, hiring staff. How could she have time for a boyfriend? Honestly, did you stand me up on purpose just for this? I'm innocent, Nana. Chen Xingyao quickly protested her innocence. It was really just a coincidence. I don't want to work overtime either. Hearing this, Irina chose to believe her. Fine. Then I'll have to see if he's really as handsome as you say. You know, if he's not good-looking, it won't work. I know you superficial Queen Nana, just meet him first, okay? Tell him, as one of the campus beauties at Jiang University, Irina had countless suitors, but had always remained single, and she considered herself to have high standards. If he's really that handsome, why don't you want him? I would want him. Chen Xingyao stopped mid-sentence, then said, Oh, a good friend won't harm you. He should be there soon. I have to go work overtime now. But, silly Yao Yao, she's still single herself, and she's worried about me. Irina murmured, deciding to save face for Chen Xingyao. It's just a meal after all. He'll eat, and then politely decline. After waiting a while with nothing else to do, she started looking at the menu. Soon. Hello, I'm Xingyao's friend Chen Yan. A man's voice accompanied his figure as he sat down across. She looked up. Her gaze was instantly fixed. The noisy restaurant seemed to fade into a blurred background, leaving only the person before her in the world. Her eyes were drawn as if by an invisible magnet, unwilling to look away, even a fraction, while a strange heat quickly crept from her neck up to her cheeks. Hello. Her voice was a bit tight as she responded. My name is Irina. Besides introducing herself, she didn't know what to say. Her mind was a blank, leaving only an instinctive throb. What's happening? My breathing is so heavy, my heart is racing. Is this love at first sight? At this moment, Irina was definitely the most flustered she had ever been in her life. For a superficial person like her, just one look was enough to make her fall completely. All thoughts of just saving face and politely declining after the meal vanished without a trace. Chun Yin noticed her nervousness and couldn't help but silently praise the system once again. It was like an aura was activated, turning him into a seducer. Not only did Miao Kaiwei fall for him at first sight, but even Irina here was clearly smitten. Even his head-turning rate on the street had increased significantly. He could feel many eyes on him. In the restaurant, even the girlfriends of other couples eating couldn't help but sneak a few extra glances at him. Have some water. Chun Yin poured a glass of lemon water and pushed it towards Irina, initiating the conversation. You were set up by Yao Yao too, weren't you? She only told me the truth after I arrived. When there's no good topic with a stranger, starting with a mutual acquaintance works quite well. Thanks. Irina took the glass and shook her head. No, not at all. Yao Yao is great. Before meeting him, it might have been a setup, but now. She had hit the jackpot, so of course she would speak well of Chen Xingyao. I arrived first and looked at some dishes. Mr. Chen, please see if you'd like to order anything else. She handed the menu to Chun Yan. No need to be so formal. We're all friends of Xingyao, so by extension we're friends too. I'm probably older than you, so just call me Yin Ge. He took the menu, glanced at it, and casually added a few dishes: golden sand, creamy luos, prawns, iced crispy gula balls, and curry salt-baked dali and fresh abalone. Together with what Irina had already ordered, it was enough for two. Okay, Yingo. Call me Nana. As a closer relationship begins with a change in address, Irina quickly seized the opportunity. When did Yao Yao get such a handsome friend like you? She kept it well hidden. By now she was less nervous and slipped in a compliment seamlessly. You flatter me. Chun Yin replied, modestly changing the subject. Yao Yao mentioned you study dance. Ballet. Folk dance. He started with the information he already knew, planning to expand the conversation from there, though he didn't know much about dance. He only knew that in places like Russia and Ukraine, blonde beauties like Irina often danced ballet. No, I study mostly modern and pop dance. Irina smiled, seemingly guessing his stereotypical assumption about ballet. With a hint of pride, she explained, I'm of Chinese-Ukrainian descent, but am a Chinese citizen. I grew up here. No wonder your Mandarin is so good. With a few words, Chun Yin broke the ice, preventing the first meeting from becoming awkward or cold. As the waiter served the dishes, they ate and chatted, and Chun Yin deepened his understanding of Irina. For instance, she came from a single-parent family, lived with her mother, had worked as a part-time model, was currently setting up a dance studio, was single, and had never had a boyfriend. The last point was just hearsay, so Chun Yin naturally had to verify it himself. Activate spectacles. A blue light panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Name: Irina, age 22, constitution Jade Palace, million hiss. Chun Yin drew in a sharp breath. Good heavens, another one of the top 10 physiques had fallen right into his lap. He hadn't even dealt with the first one yet, and now another appeared. But this only piqued his interest further. An exotic mixed-race beauty was already impressive enough, and with a special physique, she was practically perfect. He had only heard of or seen such things in educational materials before, and he couldn't even be sure if those were real or artificially created. He had never actually witnessed one with his own eyes. From now on, he would be blessed. Seeing the real thing would prevent him from being fooled by fakes again. Involuntarily, Chun Yan's gaze grew intense. The next day, the phone rang, breaking the silence with its tone. Chun Yin, disturbed from his peaceful sleep, reached for his phone at the bedside, hanging up without even looking. But within a few seconds, the phone rang again. Reluctantly, he answered, and Chun Xingyo's surprised voice came through. Old Chun. Yao Yao, you have work, but I don't. What's the matter that you had to wake me up? I couldn't wait any longer. Chun Xingyao eagerly pressed. What kind of drug did you give Nana yesterday? What drug? Yes. Otherwise, why would she act so infatuated just for meeting you? She's been asking about you nonstop. Her tone was filled with disbelief. Nana is the school beauty. Oh, she's never been moved by so many suitors. Just having a meal and a chat with you, and she's captured. Progressing so smoothly far exceeded Chun Xingyo's expectations. She knew Irina was a beauty lover, and Chun Yin was indeed a handsome guy. Originally, she wanted them to meet, and then assist in bringing them together gradually. But now, judging by Irina's demeanor, it seemed to have gone straight to the point. The stark contrast left her astonished, prompting her to call and inquire. Hearing Chun Xingyo's question, Chun Yin felt speechless. Was it really necessary to disturb his sleep over this? It should have pleased her, as it aligned with her intentions. He replied grumpily, a drug. Not even close by, used a love charm, all right. Old Chun, stop joking, I'm serious. Chun Xingyao knew he was being playful. I can't figure it out. You must have something going for you. Your state has significantly improved, looking several years younger. But still, it shouldn't be this extreme. There are plenty of handsome guys at Jiang University, and I've never seen Nana act this crazy before. You ask me, who should I ask? You should ask Nana directly. Oh, wouldn't that be clearer? Maybe I just happen to fit her. All right, then I'm hanging up. Chun Yin casually chatted a bit and prepared to end the call. I did ask. What did she say? That you are a ray of light, just saying things that don't make sense. Chun Xingyao continued, but he had already hung up. He tossed the phone aside, ready to drift back to sleep. However, after a while of trying, he still couldn't get into the right state and remained awake. Looking over enviously at Miao Kaiwei beside him, who had slept soundly despite the phone ringing loudly, she wasn't disturbed at all. Indeed, after meeting Irina last night, he returned to the villa on the west hill of Binjiang. Since he couldn't take another nap, Chun Yin simply got up. The first thing he did upon waking was to check in. Check-in successful. Check-in rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received information. The funding of the Stellar Game Studio is in dire straits. There's an opportunity to invest and gain shares in the company. Information. Although this reward wasn't Chun Yan's favorite kind of magical item, he still became intrigued. After all, it was his first time receiving such a reward. After browsing the details for a while, Chun Yin understood the situation. The Stellar Game Studio was a team formed by several gaming enthusiasts and professionals, and their new game project had reached a critical development stage. However, they had very little liquid capital left, insufficient to complete the development and promotion of the new game. According to the system prompt, once the new game launched, it would quickly become a nationwide hit, with the first month's revenue exceeding 100 million Huawei currency and DAU daily active users reaching tens of millions. The download ranking in stores would remain at the top, with monthly active users exceeding 20 million, simultaneous online users surpassing 2.0, and a very high presence on social media, receiving countless positive reviews from players. Thus, the valuation of the stellar game studio would rapidly soar to over 10 billion, attracting numerous major game companies like Zhu Factory and E-Factory to line up with checks for investment. This is a gold mine. From the broken capital chain to the stark difference of a valuation exceeding 10 billion, who would have thought without this information? Chun Yin pondered seriously. If managed well, it might significantly increase his wealth. Money, well, the more the better. No one would refuse more, even though he was already at an A10 level among a small fraction at the peak of the pyramid. But with a little effort, he could reach A11, ascending another tier to become part of the pinnacle of the pyramid. I need to find someone to inquire or casually approach to make contact. Chun Yin made a mental note of this matter, prioritizing it for action. The information did not indicate how the stellar game studio later resolved its funding issues, but ultimately they managed to raise enough capital to successfully complete the game's development and promotion, leading to its explosive success. If he were to delay, not only would he miss out on a great opportunity, but this juicy piece of meat might just slip away. Returning to reality, he picked up his phone and noticed many new notifications. Chen Xingyao had sent the most messages. Chun Yin glanced at them, noting they were just about the phone call, so Li Yutong was still so restrained, inquiring if he had time to go work out. He thought for a moment and replied, "The day after tomorrow, I'll have some time to go then." He also noticed Irina, who had recently added him, had sent many dance videos, so he opened one. He saw Irina in a dance studio, moving energetically before a large mirror, dancing to upbeat, fast-paced music with graceful and sharp movements. The key was that she wore a snug low-cut gray t-shirt, making Chun Yan's gaze fixate immediately. Wow! Against the gray backdrop, the white stood out even more, making it hard to focus on her dancing. Moreover, with the changing movements, her bouncing and leaping made his gaze follow suit. During their dinner conversation last night, he had learned that Irina had top-notch looks and dancing skills. However, the only downside was that she was too well-developed. Her figure was a bit too much. Otherwise, she could have continued her studies or gotten into a prestigious dance troupe. Because of this, she was reluctant to undergo surgery to reduce her weight, so she chose to open a dance studio. And it can only be said that excellent dance artists tend to be slender. If one isn't slender or doesn't want to become slender, they can't succeed. Chen Yin drove to the Yunduan Hot Springs. Indeed, the location of Lu Kaiming's gathering was the high-end spa affiliated with the Yuhui Group. This is the favorite place for business professionals in Jiang City, apart from Business K, where they come to relax after drinking, singing, or working overtime. With amenities like massage, sauna, cinema, tea room, and restrooms, the spa is well equipped with everything it should offer. Compared to ordinary spas, Yunduan Hot Springs as a high-end venue charges nearly 1,000 yuan for entry, which is 2 to 3 times the price of others. However, precisely because of this, Yunduan Hot Springs can maintain its upscale and tranquil atmosphere, unlike ordinary spas that are crowded with people. Upon arrival, Chun Yin strode inside, feeling as if he had entered another world. Entering the lobby, one is greeted by a vast domed space with a ceiling mimicking blue skies and white clouds, and a fountain at the center where water splashes beautifully into the pool below. On the left wall, a small waterfall creates a soothing sound as water cascades down, splashing onto. The air is filled with a faint scent of cedar, and as one looks around, there are no glaring light sources. All the lights are hidden within concealed structures. President Chun Yin heard someone calling him and turned towards the direction of the voice. He saw Lu Qiming standing next to the front desk, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men, presumably the friends he was to be introduced to. "No way, President Chun. After just a few days, you've..." The charm of the aura may not have a significant effect on men, but it was still noticeably felt. As Chun Yin walked over, Lu Qiming was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "How are we older folks supposed to survive like this? I've been busy working out lately. Metabolism is good, you know." Chun Yin casually found an excuse to brush it off. Lu Qiming seemed to want to say more, but the person beside him patted him and spoke up first. "Old Lu, you should introduce us to President Chun." "All right." Lu Qiming suddenly realized and introduced, "This is Mr. Li from Unju Real Estate." Mr. Li has recently made quite an impact developing several sought-after properties. If you're looking to purchase real estate or commercial property, you can consult him. Just as he finished speaking, Li Helen stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks to President Chen's tea leaves, I was saved during a pinch. In the future, just let me know if there's anything I can help with." "So it's him." Chun Yin understood, having gained a favor from the villa transaction. While smiling, he said, "Mr. Li, you're too polite. It's a win-win for us." Then Lu Qiming introduced another person, saying, "This is Mr. Pang from Jailing Capital." Mr. Pang was the top investment manager at the prestigious overseas investment bank Hanshan Capital and has achieved remarkable results since returning to join Jailing Capital. If anyone has uncertainties or wants to make minor investments, they can consult Mr. Pang. Pang Muyuan greeted them with a smile and handed his business card to Chen Yan. Jailing Capital, what a coincidence. It was a stroke of luck effortlessly coming across this opportunity. Chen Yan appeared calm on the surface, but felt quite pleasantly surprised internally. He was indeed in need of an investment professional, and he hadn't expected one of Lu Kaiming's introductions to be just that. Indeed, banks are a natural club able to link and integrate talents and resources from various industries to provide convenience for their esteemed guests. He immediately decided to find an opportunity to chat with Pang Muyuan, as investment is never a simple matter. To maximize benefits requires a series of professional actions, including research, valuation, negotiation, and more. If he rushed in alone, he wouldn't be able to handle it, so it's best to leave professional matters to professionals. Just as Chun Yin was pondering this, President Jiang, what's going on? This is your territory, and you're late. Lu Qiming teased the new arrival. Sorry, I had a minor accident on the road. Hurry over, let me introduce you to this person. Chen Yin found the newcomer's voice quite familiar. Turning around, he immediately saw a familiar face. At the same time, Jiang Hanyang also noticed Chen Yin. President Chen, the young talent that President Lu is introducing today is you. Before Lu Qiming could finish the introduction, he exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiming was stunned and couldn't help but ask, President Chen, President Jiang, do you know each other? Of course. Jiang Hanyang walked over to Chen Yin. President Chen is our second largest shareholder at Yuhui Group. Having him here is just like having me here. President Lu, you can't blame me for being late. President Chen, so Yinduan Hot Springs is also your territory, you're really low-key. Lu Qiming suddenly realized. After his identity was clarified, Chen Yin keenly noticed that Li Helen and Pang Muyuan seemed to be a bit more enthusiastic towards him. Initially, he was just a distinguished client in Lu Kaiming's words, and they couldn't disclose his assets, so who would know exactly how much strength he had. But now it's different. His identity as a shareholder of a giant in Jiang City's offline entertainment has granted him a certain social status and proved his capabilities. Everyone don't just stand there, let's go in. I've made preparations, Jiang Hanyang called out. Immediately the group moved, crossing the lobby in a winding corridor. The corridor's walls are adorned with rough gray stone and warm wooden lattice, with the sound of flowing water emanating from the concealed water features within the walls. This was precisely why he did not harbor the slightest resentment toward Gao Zhuojuan. In what household would a decent person set him free and still give him assets worth around 3 million? To put it bluntly, if he had been the one working, on the other side of the door was another small entertainment paradise. 5 beautiful young technicians were already standing by the massage chairs, ready and waiting for them to take a seat. Everyone, let's relax first, shall we? Jiang Hanyang invited. Thus they began with massages, foot baths, and ear cleaning services, making everyone feel significantly more relaxed. After enjoying the treatments, they gathered around the tea table, chatting casually. They talked about life, shared gossip, and discussed industry opportunities. Chen Yin, aiming to listen more than speak, did not rush to discuss investment matters with Pang Muyuan, and no matter how anxious he was, there was no need to rush. Although the operational situation of Xingxing Game Studio might be quite dire, and any normal person would look down on it. But who knows? If he brought it up in public, what if someone really became interested or wanted to invest a bit due to his connections? Wouldn't it be a waste of a good opportunity to let a piece of the pie slip away? As the gathering reached its latter half and conversations began to wind down, attendees dispersed in search of other diversions. Chen Yin seized the moment to extend an invitation to Pang Muyuan, saying, President Pang, may I have a word in private? I have an investment proposal I'd like to consult you about. Of course, Pang Muyuan agreed readily. After all, what were gatherings for if not to expand one's network and discuss business? Did anyone truly believe it was merely about eating and drinking? The two then moved to a secluded corner and sat down. President Chen, please go ahead, Pang Muyuan said, adjusting his glasses as he slipped into professional mode. Let me see how I can be of assistance. Chen Yin cut straight to the chase, asking, if I wish to invest in a company, can I entrust your firm to handle the operations? Pang Muyuan nodded without hesitation. Certainly. Hill House Capital also has venture investment management institutions with the requisite qualifications for entrusted investments. He elaborated further, upon signing an entrusted management agreement, we will charge a certain fee and then take charge of preliminary tasks such as research, negotiation, and investment, as well as later stage supervision of the invested company's operations. Then I'll trouble you with this, President Pang. Chen Yin said, having gained clarity. Please have your firm invest in a company called Star Game Studio for me. See how much equity they're willing to offer and secure the largest share possible. You can promise it's purely a financial investment with no involvement in management, and the voting rights will be left to the founding team. Pang Muyuan murmured, Star Game Studio. There were countless small game studios in the market, and he had never even heard of this one. President Chen, please wait a moment. I'll have my colleagues do a quick check. With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call to delegate the task. Hill House Capital lived up to its reputation as a professional institution. In less than 10 minutes, Pang Muyuan received the preliminary research data. Frowning at the document, he said, President Chen, are you sure you want to invest in this company? To be honest, from a professional standpoint, this company doesn't seem to have much investment value. It's just an ordinary small game studio. Although their first game garnered some attention, it was critically acclaimed, but commercially unsuccessful, making capital recovery difficult. Moreover, I've heard they've recently run into funding issues and have been desperately seeking investors and investment firms, but no one is interested. Hearing this, Chun Yin was delighted rather than alarmed. The fact that no one saw potential was even better. Since they were desperately seeking investment, he would appear as a godsend, the hero who saves the company. I'm sure. I play games occasionally, and I really like their first title, he said, offering a casual excuse. It's not a huge sum anyway. Consider it paying for my passion and supporting them. Surprisingly, Pang Muyuan actually believed him. After all, he couldn't see any investment value, and this was the only plausible explanation. All right, I'll have my colleagues conduct a more thorough investigation and initiate contact with the company. However, President Chen, since this is a designated investment, Hill House Capital won't assume the risk and won't implement a co-investment mechanism. He then specifically explained, in entrusted investments to prevent venture capital firms from misusing the claim. It's standard practice to make a concurrent investment with one's own capital, adhering to the principles of entering and exiting together and sharing the same shares and prices. In essence, it's a form of interest alignment, but this project. Chun Yin understood his implication. Pang Muyuan simply didn't have faith in Star Studio and was unwilling and unable to follow suit. How wonderful that was. I wonder if Pang Muyuan will be filled with regret when Star Studio takes off. He mused inwardly, but said aloud, President Pang, I understand. This investment is purely a personal hobby of mine, and I certainly wouldn't want your firm to take any risks. Pang Muyuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, in that case, this investment is quite straightforward. The company is small, so the review process will be quick. And since they're in dire need of funds, once we signal our intent, they'll be 100% welcoming. Then, as if a thought occurred to him, he inquired, President Chun, may I ask a presumptuous question? Are your shares in Yuhu Eitzue held by a company or by you personally? Personally, Chun Yin replied truthfully. In that case, President Chun, you could set up a holding company as a platform and then have that company hold the shares of your other ventures. There are many benefits to this approach: better asset management, risk isolation, and tax optimization. Otherwise, with personal holdings, the dividends you receive from the Yuhu Eitzue Group would be subject to high personal income tax. I'm not entirely clear on Yuhu Eitzue Group's specific revenue, but given its rapid profitability, your annual dividends likely exceed a certain threshold, possibly requiring the maximum 45% income tax. At this prompting, Chun Yin suddenly saw the light. He wasn't ignorant of personal income tax, but it simply hadn't occurred to him in this context. A 45% personal income tax. Earn half and have half taken away. A holding company. He had to establish one without a doubt. Just as he made this decision, Pang Muyuan, setting up a holding company isn't difficult. We have staff familiar with the process, so I'll take care of it for you, President Chen. When investing in Star Game Studio, the shares can conveniently be placed under the holding company. Excellent, thank you for your help, President Pang. Chun Yin expressed his gratitude. It was fortunate he had met Pang Muyuan today and had this conversation. Not only had they finalized the investment in Star Game Studio, but he had also been enlightened, saving himself from a potential minor loss. Upon reflection, establishing a holding company was indeed necessary. Who knew how many more company shares the system would grant him in the future? He truly needed a platform to better manage and hold these shares. President Pang, are you a fan of whiskey? This was a tidbit he had gleaned by listening more and speaking less during their chat. I have a few bottles of Carozo 1960 in my wine cellar. They'll send them over for you to sample sometime. After all, how could one expect a horse to run without feeding it grass? A bottle of whiskey as a token of gratitude would surely make the other party more proactive. Why not? Carozo 1960. Pang Muyuan's eyes lit up instantly. President Chen, you truly have a remarkable collection. Your fine tea and exquisite liquor are the envy of many. During their talk, he had also heard about the casual gifting of tea and the exchange of fine liquors with Jiang Hanyang. Initially, this small investment deal hadn't sparked much interest in him. It was merely a favor to assist Chun Yin and build a good rapport. But an unexpected bonus, a prized bottle of whiskey falling into his lap. What more could he ask for? He promptly declared, President Chen, rest assured, I'll handle this investment personally. Tomorrow, they'll go to Star Game Studio tomorrow and secure the best possible terms. Hearing this, Chun Yin smiled and nodded. This gathering had truly been worthwhile. In the old city on Shitian Road, lies the Aoyang Technology Industrial Park. Although gaming companies are often categorized under the cultural and entertainment industry, the Xingtai Game Studio primarily focuses on technological research and development, centering its business around self-developed games. Thus, it can be considered a tech-oriented small and medium-sized enterprise eligible for the relevant support policies for technology companies. As a result, the office rent in the industrial park is not exorbitant, yet the studio has reached a critical point of exhaustion. In the conference room, the four founders of the studio, Luo Qingyuan, Deng Hongfei, Shi Rongshuan, and Lu Guanyu, gathered together, each wearing a frown. The four remained silent, one cigarette after another, until the entire conference room was shrouded in smoke. Finally, Luo Qingyuan spoke up first, saying, "Guanyu, please repeat the company's financial situation. Let's share our thoughts and see if we can come up with some solutions." "All right," Lu Guanyu responded, knowing well that with insufficient funds no plan would work. Currently, there are only 678,561 Huahua coins left in the company's account. If used for daily operations and employee salaries, it will only last until next month. However, it is now time to pay the rent at the park, and once this money is paid, we won't be able to disburse the salaries next month. He detailed the situation. There's only this little money left in the company's account. We can only choose between paying rent and salaries. Deng Hongfei couldn't sit still, realizing the situation was even worse than he had anticipated. "Lu Guanyu, how are you managing the finances?" The Legend of the Sword project originally lacked manpower and has now reached a critical development phase. If salaries cannot be paid next month. Before he could finish his accusation, Lu Guanyu interrupted. "Deng Hongfei, you really don't know the cost of living if you're not managing the household. If it weren't for the continuous delays in the Legend of the Sword project, which has been burning through cash and exceeded the original planned launch time, would the company's funds have fallen to this point? How can you still blame me? Shouldn't we utilize better optimization plans? What we aim to create is not a hastily made game." The two began to argue, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. "All right, everyone calm down." Luo Qingyuan stepped in to stop the two speaking up. "If you raise your voices any louder and the employees outside hear, it will cause a rift in morale." After saying this, he tapped his fingers on the table, thought for a moment, and continued, "I am quite familiar with Director Zhou from the industrial park. I will discuss with him if we can delay the rent payment and prioritize ensuring the salaries first. However, this cannot go on indefinitely. What about next month? What will we do? The key is still to solve the funding issue to ensure both salaries and rent, at least to get Legend of the Sword launched. Luo Yu and Guanyu want to seek investments, right? Any results?" Luo Qingyuan first smiled bitterly, then lit another cigarette before responding. "The situation isn't good. Guanyu and I have exhausted all our connections, meeting a bunch of investment firms and investors, and they are not optimistic. Some want to buy our entire company for next to nothing, and others we can't even meet. There's no way to negotiate." With this statement, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even more somber, reaching a point of despair. Lu Guanyu couldn't bear it any longer and despondently said, "We're doomed anyway. We might as well agree to sell the company to General Wang. If this drags on, we might not even have a 10 million valuation left." "What, 10 million to buy our company? No way. I disagree." Deng Hongfei immediately "Then what's your solution? At least this way everyone can still get some money. If the company goes bankrupt, there will be nothing left at all. As long as we can hold on until Legend of the Sword launches, everything will get better. The problem is we have no money left and can't hold on." As both began to argue again, Luo Qingyuan finally made a firm decision and stated, "Stop arguing, I'll think of a solution. Hongfei, Rongshuan, you guys work hard with the technical team to speed up the development of Legend of the Sword. Guanyu, every cent in the company's account must be spent wisely. I'll reduce all unnecessary expenditure." "Luo, what else can you do?" "Sure," Rongshuan asked. The others also turned their gazes toward Luo Qingyuan, as they had already thought of all possible solutions, but none were viable. Faced with everyone's expectations, Luo Qingyuan forcefully extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and said solemnly, "They'll go back and mortgage the house, or even sell it. That money can at least last us a while longer." "Luo, are you crazy? Will your wife agree? Where will you live if the house is sold?" Upon hearing this, Lu Guanyu exclaimed, "Whether she agrees or not, we have to sell and rent a place, otherwise what will happen to the company?" Luo Qingyuan declared resolutely, "This is the only solution I can think of. Moreover, I have confidence in Legend of the Sword. Everything will turn around in the future." "Yes, I also have confidence. I will go all in, or I'll sell my house too, and we can start over if it comes to." Deng Hongfei expressed his agreement. "Hongfei, you don't need to do this. Aren't you getting married to Tingting this year? This is your wedding home." Luo Qingyuan advised. "You have finally achieved happiness. Don't let this matter delay your significant life event. My funds should last a while, and perhaps things will turn around." Deng Hongfei waved his hand saying, Luo, even if Legend of the Sword is completed and launched, it will still require a considerable marketing budget. A good wine fears no deep alley. Having sufficient funds is definitely better. I will explain it well to Tingting, or she should be able to understand me. You all are crazy. Lu Guanyu shook his head and gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Alright, if we're going to go crazy, then let's all go crazy together. Count me in, I will sell my house too. If we are going to die, let's die together. If we are going to succeed, let's succeed together. As 3 out of the 4 founding team members prepared to sell their houses ready to fight to the end, Shi Rongxuan froze. It's not that he didn't want to, but, Luo, you know, I don't own any property, he said with a hint of shame. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingjuan, Lu Guanyu, and Deng Hongfei burst into laughter. Shi Rongxuan quickly added, but I can contribute all my savings meant for buying a house. At this point, no one tried to persuade otherwise. As Lu Guanyu said, they would go crazy together. If they were to die, they would die together. If they were to succeed, they would succeed together. As the saying goes, money makes things happen. This time Pang Miyuan, without any hesitation, hurried to fulfill his promise of whiskey from the year 1960. He personally took the lead, bringing along a lawyer and an assistant, swiftly making their way to the Xingxing game studio. Upon entering the conference room, the lawyer among them coughed as he was choked by the smoke. The room was filled with a thick haze, reducing visibility. Heaven knows how much they had smoked to create such an effect. Xiao Lu quickly opened the windows for ventilation, he ordered. Luo Changjun hurriedly instructed. Then turning around with a beaming smile, he greeted President Pang. I apologize for not being able to welcome you properly. Having visited numerous investment firms, he was naturally familiar with the key players involved. However, after submitting their investment proposal, it was rejected during the preliminary assessment, leaving him puzzled about why Pang Miyuan had suddenly arrived. Please take a seat, Xiao Lu, go prepare some tea, he said. No need to be too formal, President Luo, Pang Miyuan replied. The group settled into their seats, forming a line. After sitting down, Pang Miyuan got straight to the point, saying, President Luo, we are here today to discuss the possibility of investing in your company. At this statement, Luo Qingjuan, Lu Guanyu, Deng Hongfei, and Shi Rongxuan all displayed looks of astonishment. Were they joking? They had just made a bold decision to fight against the odds, filled with passion and camaraderie. Now suddenly being told that someone wanted to invest. What was that heroic stance worth? Lu Guanyu was the first to regain his composure, a hint of confusion on his face as he spoke. President Pang, may I ask a question without being too forward? We have also submitted an investment proposal to your esteemed company, but it was politely declined. So why now? Luo Qingjuan, Deng Hongfei, and Shi Rongxuan looked curiously at Pang Miyuan, not understanding this sudden change. I apologize, I didn't clarify earlier, Pang Miyuan said, beginning with polite formalities. Your company boasts several outstanding talents, and your self-developed games have excellent reputations among players. You are undoubtedly a standout game studio. It's just a pity that for now your focus does not align with that of Gaoling Capital. As an investor, one must talk straight to people and ghosts alike. Although he didn't believe Xingxing Game Studio held significant investment value, it didn't stop him from offering a few flattering remarks. He then shifted the conversation, continuing, Today I am here on behalf of Shijian Holdings to discuss investment matters with your company. Yes, Shijian Holdings is the platform that Chunyin uses to hold shares in various companies. Shijian Holdings. Luo Changjun silently repeated, unfamiliar with this company. However, that was fine, as long as they truly had enough financial strength. Having Pang Miyuan from Gaoling Capital involved was certainly not to be underestimated. He secretly glanced at his friends beside him, all of them wearing expressions of anticipation and joy. Their attitudes were unmistakable. Even he let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that someone was investing. It felt as if a heavy stone pressing on his heart had been lifted and the pressure had significantly decreased. They had to make a living, and no one wanted to end up in a disastrous situation. If given a choice, who would willingly gamble everything? It was a last resort, but things were different now. Luo Changjun sat up straight and asked, May I ask if President Pang has reviewed our investment proposal? I have, Pang Mian replied with a smile. 30 equity. If he were to follow the other party's investment proposal, what would that make him? An investment elite. Since he had promised Chunyin to handle things well and secure the largest share possible, he had to aim high. But we want 70 of the shares. In negotiations, one must start high to allow room for the other party to negotiate down. 70. That's impossible. Wouldn't that mean the company becomes yours? Deng Hongfei was the first to object. The other 3 didn't speak immediately, but they clearly shared the same sentiment. Luo Changjun smiled wryly and said, President Pang, 70 is too much. Oh, we certainly can't accept that. Lu Guanyu echoed. Yes, President Pang, let's not drag this out unnecessarily. You two are responsible for seeking investments lately, so you naturally understand the tactics of these investment elites. President Luo, let's first hear about our other conditions. Pang Miyuan said calmly. Your company is facing financial difficulties, and the news of seeking investments has spread everywhere. Moreover, I've heard someone offered a valuation of $10 million to acquire the entire company. If this continues to drag on, the situation will only worsen. As an investment elite, he knew that only by attacking first could he break down the opponent's psychological defenses and establish an advantage for future negotiations. It's just like buying vegetables in the market. One must first point out the flaws and downplay the value to meet the seller's psychological expectations at the lowest price. We value your company at $30 million, and I understand that control is the bottom line for the founders. Thus, this will be a purely financial investment with no involvement in management. We can sign a unified action agreement to delegate voting rights to your founding team. In this way, the company's autonomy remains with you, and you decide the path of development. $30 million unified action agreement. Hearing the specific conditions, Luo Chengjun couldn't help but begin evaluating in his mind. To be honest, Peng Weiyuan wasn't trying to take advantage of them. With this investment, Xingxing Game Studio would be revitalized immediately. The unified action agreement struck a chord in his heart. This was a condition that no other investment company could easily offer, as founders were always worried about being ousted by capital. However, he certainly couldn't yield too easily. He needed to strive for better conditions. President Peng, look, our founding team consists of 4 people, and with only 30 equity left, how do we divide it? If we hold too little equity, who would truly prioritize the company's interests? Lu Guanyu chimed in. President Luo has a point. 70 is indeed too high. How about 49? Before his words had even finished, Peng Weiyuan firmly rejected. Director Lu, don't joke around. The valuation and unified action agreement demonstrate our sincerity. If your company lacks sincerity, then there's no need for negotiations. Although Shijian Holdings is interested in the gaming sector, we are not restricted to Xingxing Game Studio. With an implicit threat and a tone of dismissal, the negotiating power shifted to him. However, Luo Chengjun and the others were not easy to deal with. Despite their pursuit of investment, they remained quite restrained. Thus, the conference room soon transformed into a battleground for negotiations. Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, constantly tugging and negotiating numbers, even haggling over decimal points. At the Xingxing Game Studio, Luo Chengjun and Lu Guanyu were the main negotiators, patiently going back and forth. Mr. Peng believes that 55 of the shares is a good deal. This exceeds the 51 relative controlling stake. Mr. Peng was not fooled, sure, but we can't sign the joint action agreement. If we sign, what does exceeding 51 even mean to us? 57. 5. Mr. Peng, we are already showing great sincerity. Why don't you take a step back? Luo Chengjun spoke up. Mr. Peng replied, from 70 to 57. 5. That's quite a substantial concession on my part. Concessions were made. 62. 8. 59. 2. 61. 5. As both sides continued to haggle, the numbers dwindled to single digits and even decimals. However, the battle had not calmed much, instead becoming increasingly tense. An hour passed. When no one was paying attention, Chun Yin secretly yawned. To be honest, he was a bit sleepy. He had come along with Mr. Peng to participate in the investment negotiations, initially full of enthusiasm. But who would have thought it would be so exhausting? It had been at least 1 or 2 hours since they entered the conference room. Fortunately, both sides were close to an agreement, but after reaching the figure of 60, Mr. Peng refused to budge. Seeing that the negotiations had yielded results, Luo Chengjun and Lu Guanyu decided to take the opportunity to withdraw. Otherwise, if it fell apart, they might really have to sell their house. Mr. Peng, please hold on for a moment while we discuss outside and get back to you. After they left the conference room, Mr. Peng revealed a victorious smile and turned to Chun Yin, saying, Mr. Chun, I have lived up to your expectations. Judging by the other party's attitude, it seemed they had succeeded. However, he wondered if the 60 share had met your expectations. He quickly added, mainly there are 4 founders of Xingxing Game Studio. Mr. Luo's point was valid. If their shares were too small, they might lack the motivation to develop the company. Therefore, even though they urgently needed funds, we could not press too hard, or it would turn from investment into enmity. You have worked hard, Mr. Peng. Qin Yin praised. I am very satisfied, Mr. Peng's capabilities are beyond question. In appearance, he remained calm, yet inside he was experiencing a surge of emotions. He wasn't just satisfied, he was absolutely thrilled. Originally, he had estimated that securing 4,050 would be enough. Obtaining 60 was far beyond his psychological expectations. Experiencing today's negotiation firsthand made him realize that investing was not a simple matter. As the saying goes, professional matters should be left to professionals. If he had recklessly approached Xingxing Game Studio by himself to discuss investment, he would probably have been lucky to secure 3,040. As long as I did not let Mr. Chen down, that's good. Mr. Peng humbly replied, then turned to instruct the lawyer Su, please draft the investment contract and related agreements. Not long after, Luo Chengjun and his team returned to the conference room, wearing bright smiles not long after Luo Chengjun and his team returned to the conference room, wearing bright smiles no longer the seriousness they had during negotiations. Indeed, with the investment secured, they didn't need to sell their house anymore, and there was enough funding for game development. Everything was looking up. His response was exactly as Mr. Peng had anticipated. Mr. Peng, on behalf of Xingxing Game Studio, I agree to your investment terms. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. At this moment, we were opponents at the negotiation table, but in the future, we would be partners on the same side. Yes, a pleasant cooperation. Next, both sides discussed the details regarding the timing of fund payments and other specifics. After a series of contract signing and stamping procedures, 60 of the shares of Xingxing Game Studio officially fell under the name of Shijian Holdings. To be precise, as long as Chun Yin completed the payment for the corporate account and the business registration changes, the shares would officially belong to him. A small company worth hundreds of millions now in his hands. This feels so great. Feels so great. After declining Luo Chengjun's invitation to dinner, Chun Yin hummed a tune as he arrived at the Greenland Mingdi. Following the address given by Zhang Miao, he made his way up. She had known he was coming today and had taken a leave to wait at home. As soon as he entered, Chun Yin didn't even need to bend down. Zhang Miao eagerly took off his shoes and helped him change into house slippers. Yin Gu, you're here. She hugged Chun Yan's arm and said, you seem to be in a good mood today. Chun Yin reciprocated the hug. How could he not be in a good mood? That was an investment of 18 million for over 6 billion, a phenomenal deal. As soon as the new game from Xingxing Game Studio was launched and became a hit, its valuation would skyrocket and his wealth would immediately multiply 4 to 5 times. However, this matter could not be disclosed to outsiders, and those close by could not leak a word. He took out the contract documents and casually said, I invested in a game company I like. Please arrange to transfer the investment funds as soon as possible. Okay. Zhang Miao nodded and immediately instructed her team to handle it. After giving the orders, she turned around and suddenly noticed something, her gaze fixating on a particular spot, unable to look away. She couldn't help but exclaim, Oh Yin Gu, your hand. Chun Yin raised his hand. His hand was perfectly proportioned with long fair fingers and distinct knuckles resembling sections of glossy jade bamboo. Is the effect this remarkable? He muttered to himself, clearly aware that this was the effect of the male god hand cream. The male god hand cream was a magical item he received as a reward for signing in today, and he had used it right away. Male god hand cream optimizes hands, enhancing speed, sensitivity, strength, and other aspects. Besides being suitable for gaming, it also has many other wonderful uses. Oh, I've been working out lately, and my body fat has reduced a lot. Chun Yin brushed it off using the excuse of workout effects. Zhang Miao was stunned. A certain indescribable temptation making her feel a bit heated. She originally had no interest in this area, but at that moment she wanted to use those hands as tools for a crime, whispering to herself. If Yua saw this, wouldn't she be utterly captivated? Even someone without such interests couldn't resist, let alone a certain hand fetishist. She quickly took out her phone and snapped several photos of Chun Yan's hands from various angles. What did you see? Chun Yan did not hear clearly. Zhang Miao hurriedly changed the subject, saying, It's nothing, Yin Gu, let me show you around the room. She then pulled Chun Yan to the door of the room and turned on the lights. In an instant, Chun Yan was dumbfounded. Seeing Chun Yan stunned, Zhang Miao felt quite pleased, thinking that the effort she put into moving and redecorating was not in vain. Yin Gu, isn't the atmosphere particularly good and very appealing? As she spoke, she pulled Chun Yan to the wardrobe. And look over here. She opened the wardrobe door. Inside there were black, white, purple, pink, and blue clothes with lace thong and hollow designs, all hanging in a variety of colors and styles. This was the first time Chun Yan had seen so many at once, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Then he felt a warm rush near his ear and heard her say, Yin Gu, from now on I'll wear whatever you want me to, okay? Chun Yin pinched Zhang Miao's cheek and smiled. You really are a little genius. You've only just moved here and already prepared so much. Zhang Miao giggled and said, There's more, there's a surprise. More. Drumroll. She stepped over to the next wardrobe, opening it with a sound effect. Chun Yin focused his gaze. Goodness, it was packed full, even more clothes than the previous wardrobe. There were outfits like bunny, police, coffee, maid, Lolita, JK, swimming, where teacher, nurse, secretary, assistant, flight attendant, school beauty. All kinds were represented, and even with his extensive experience, he couldn't find anything missing. Yin Gu, do you like it? Which outfit do you prefer? Hearing her question, Chun Yin quickly replied, Of course I like them all. I have to try each one. Compared to those shocking ambient lights, the outfits and uniforms felt truly practical. He had only seen this kind of cosplay play, but had never truly experienced it himself. Spotting a third wardrobe, Chun Yin guessed that there would be more surprises inside, so he didn't require Zhang Miao's help. He stepped forward to open it. Hiss! Chun Yin immediately gasped, his eyes widening. Son, and what black necklace? Those who understand will understand, can't write it out. Meow this. He usually didn't show such preferences. With such completeness, it looked as if she bought everything from a certain store. The first two items were fine to show off, but these made her a bit shy. Blushing, she said, I didn't know what you. I just bought everything based on what I found online. Could we want do anything harmful to our bodies? Chen Yin hugged Jiang Miao Miao from behind and took a headpiece. He said, at most just wear this. After all, he was still engrossed in the original experience and hadn't had enough fun yet, so he didn't need any extra seasoning. However, some items that ensured health and safety could be tried later for a bit of freshness once they got tired of the Yinggu. Thank you. Hearing his words, Jiang Miao Miao was extremely touched. She turned around and leaned her face closer. Slurp, slurp. As her body grew softer, she leaned against Chun Yan's shoulder, unable to stand steadily. Seeing this, Chun Yan realized the weather had suddenly turned the return of the southern warmth. With a snap, he kicked the wardrobe door shut and immediately picked up Jiang Miao Miao. Jiang Miao Miao melted into a puddle, burying her head in his embrace, whispering shyly, Yinggu, can I? She followed her inner desire, wanting to freely choose her tools. Hey Miao Miao, you have quite an eye. Chun Yan had no objections. He wanted to test the current APM as well. But you have to promise me one request. That night, the uniform show reached halftime, and Jiang Miao Miao had changed into 4 or 5 sets, completely exhausted. Chun Yan fetched a bottle of mineral water and tossed it to her, saying, Here, replenish yourself. I must say Jiang Miao Miao was quite aware of the southern warmth. Her strategic approach worked quite well. That was why they could enjoy a clean and dry big bed to rest on. Galugulu. Jiang Miao Miao, feeling very thirsty, drank down half the bottle, then picked up her phone to continue admiring the photos Chun Yan had taken of her. Yinggu, I retouched them a bit. Do you think they look better now? Chun Yan glanced at them, feeling there wasn't much of a difference. After all, she looked good in anything. However, his photography skills had declined. He had taken many photos, but couldn't capture her essence, failing to show. He didn't respond directly, but said, Miao Miao, make sure to save those photos on your phone. If it breaks, just replace it. Otherwise, I might end up like the second Guanxi brother. Jiang Miao Miao nodded vigorously. They rested for a while, and Chun Yan kept waiting to see if she would bring something up. But after a long time, Jiang Miao Miao was still immersed in editing photos, showing no signs of seeking credit. Thinking for a moment, he took out his phone, opened the banking app, and transferred some money to her account. A first-time experience in life, still several rolls not expensive. Zizi. Jiang Miao Miao's phone vibrated, receiving the transfer notification, and she exclaimed, 500,000. Yinggu, why did you transfer me 500,000? The living expenses haven't come yet, and the amount is too much. Keep it. I told you I won't treat you unfairly. Consider it your reward. Chun Yan stroked her hair and said, besides buying a bed and so many clothes and toys must have cost quite a bit. All these things were purchased to serve him, so ethically and rationally, he should reimburse her. As for the surplus, it was naturally a reward prepared for Jiang Miao Miao. Thank you, Yinggu. Jiang Miao Miao was pleasantly surprised and immediately stamped a kiss on his cheek. Despite buying so many things, she still tried to choose high-quality and expensive items. Yet she spent less than 100,000, meaning she earned 400,000, equivalent to 4 months' living expenses. At that moment, she seemed to have an epiphany. What is a small living expense? Intention, providing emotional value, service, experience, reward. The rewards that slipped through Chun Yan's fingers were far greater than mere living expenses. Thinking of this, she recalled the finger photos she had just taken, her body trembling slightly, as if triggered by bodily memory, still savoring the moment. This was something she had personally verified, absolutely worth praising, and she had to share it with her good sisters. So she quickly opened Weixing and sent various angles of the finger photos to Hashimoto Yua. Jiang Miao Miao, photos. Jiang Miao Miao, you don't think I didn't consider you when I got something good. Jiang Miao Miao, here, feel free to use them as spellcasting materials. Hashimoto Yuya. Hashimoto Yuya USO. Is this a lie? Miao Miao, where did you get this photo? Hashimoto Yuya Yabai. That's too exaggerated, it's simply a divine product. Hashimoto Yuya, do you have any other photos? I want more and more. As soon as the picture was sent out, Hashimoto Yuya quickly replied with numerous messages overflowing with praise. I knew it. Jiang Miao Miao smiled, fully expecting Hashimoto Yuya's reaction. For someone with a hand fetish, seeing such divine products without immediately licking the screen would be a feat of restraint. As a longtime close friend, she was well aware that despite Hashimoto Yuya's seemingly innocent and soft demeanor, and sometimes she wears glasses, appearing as an intellectual girl. But in reality, she is quite risque, having a penchant for adult-themed art coming from the land of cherry blossoms. How could she be pure? Once the spell materials were sent out, she might soon cast water magic. She casually sent all the remaining photos and replied, that's all, no more. As for the source, Jiang Miao Miao obviously couldn't reveal it, so she casually made up an excuse. I saw it by chance online, knowing you would like it. You go ahead and be busy. After saying this, she put down her phone and crawled over to Chun Yan's side, her eyes sparkling. Yinggu, I've rested enough. The next day, check-in. Check-in completed. Detected. Special holiday rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Endless Engine. The host's physical state will remain vigorous, significantly enhancing stress metabolism and other functions. Special holiday. Upon hearing the system announcement, Chun Yin shivered. Special holiday check-ins offer substantial rewards. He quickly picked up his phone to check the calendar and discovered that today was the Grain Rain, one of the 24 solar terms. Is a solar term considered a special holiday? He then looked at the system panel. Is such a reward really considered generous? Just as his skepticism arose, he carefully examined the meaning of the reward. Holy crap. Chun Yin couldn't help but curse, then burst into laughter. It's here, it's finally here, the long-awaited unlimited firepower. Grain Rain is all about the spring rain's invigorating life, and the 5 elements focus on water, no doubt about it. Endless Engine, the 2 words say it all. What need do I have for 6 flavor Remania pills? Sorry, I don't need it, won't use it. Chun Yin had already forgotten his earlier complaints, his attitude completely transformed. Truly special holiday check-ins have incredible rewards. Perhaps due to his good mood, or perhaps because of the buff from the Endless Engine, he felt invigorated, full of life. Unfortunately, he no longer had any rivals. Even his pet canary was on the verge of becoming jerky. It seems it's time to add a new member to the pet paradise. After calming down, Chun Yin got up to wash up, tidied himself, and headed out, driving towards the Chaoyu gym. He hadn't forgotten that he promised Li Yutong he would come for a private lesson today. The timing was just right. It was time to see the results. His phone had a warm reminder sent early in the morning from her, indicating that the results were quite significant. Not long after, Chun Yin arrived at his destination and walked to the entrance. There he saw Li Yutong, who was at the front desk, seemingly talking with Zhao Minglin, but her eyes occasionally glanced toward Yutong. What a coincidence, did you just arrive? He greeted her. Yes, I was chatting with Lan Lan. Li Yutong pretended to act as though she had just arrived. But in the next moment, Chenggu, I didn't realize you were coming for a class. Zhao Minglin exposed the truth. No wonder Coach Li didn't go to the classroom right away. It's my first time seeing her wait for someone downstairs. Lanlin, don't talk nonsense. Li Yutong blushed and flustered, hurriedly turning to greet. Yengu, shall we head upstairs? Chun Yin smiled and remained silent, following behind her as they walked towards the staircase. Just before leaving, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Minglin, giving him a thumbs up, clearly indicating that her earlier words were intentional. Reaching the second floor private training room. Seeing Li Yutong constantly observing him, her gaze sweeping back and forth across him, Chun Yin could not help but ask. What are you looking at? It's only been a short while since we last met. Have you forgotten me? Strange. Yengu, have you been working out extra lately? Li Yutong replied. Your physique has improved. You look a bit different. In fact, it was not just his physique. He had become much more handsome overall, but she didn't dare say that part out loud. She even doubted whether she was overly nostalgic or simply experiencing a spring fever. Otherwise, how could she feel like he looked more charming? Yeah, I try to practice when I have time. Chun Yin responded, inwardly muttering, practicing that kind of thing at night. Come to think of it, he had only done serious training at the gym once, and the genetic enhancement liquid mainly took effect during his nighttime workouts. So unconsciously, he now had six-pack abs, becoming a narrow-waisted, broad-shouldered man with abs. Li Yutong, as a professional coach, had sharp eyes and immediately noticed his physical changes. Oh, I see. Li Yutong said, her tone somewhat melancholy. Then let's get started. This time, I designed some high-intensity movements based on your physical capacity, which belong to HIIT high-intensity interval training. However, we must prepare thoroughly before we start, so let's warm up first. Chun Yin agreed, and soon the two were preparing to enter the warm-up phase, but he noticed Li Yutong didn't step back to create distance. She started practicing right in front of him. Close, too close. There was barely an arm's length between them. With Li Yutong's movements, he could faintly catch a whiff of a fragrant breeze, especially when she performed lunges and squats. The alluring form was fully on display before his eyes. This visual effect was simply stunning. It looked even more enticing than the last time he saw her from a distance. Is this really the same Li Yutong who was indifferent to men? Why does it seem like she's trying to entice someone? Li Yutong's warm-up movements seemed oddly off. Just as Chun Yin pondered this, her voice rang out. Your movements are out of shape. Immediately, he felt a warm body pressing against his back, unlike the simple hand corrections from before. Now it was a full body contact. Chun Yin was momentarily stunned. What? Is this effect a bit too good? This horse seems to have just started being tamed, and she already recognizes her master. Thus, Chun Yin was both enjoying and suffering through his personal training session. The enjoyment came from the fact that every demonstration by Li Yutong carried a hint of flirtation. The movements were still professional and precise, yet they appeared different, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, not for the sake of demonstration, but to showcase her physical allure. The undulating curves of her figure, the long and slender legs, and the deliberate tautness of her truly delighted Chun Yin's eyes. Moreover, during the class, Li Yutong often took the opportunity to correct his movements, her hands exploring without restraint. She would even occasionally engage in provocative actions, causing Chun Yan's enjoyment to turn into torment. Faced with such teasing, how could a robust man full of vitality and energy remain indifferent? Not to mention he had just acquired the endless engine today, feeling more vibrant than ever. Thus his shorts were becoming a bit tight. Finally, it was time for a break. I need to go to the bathroom. Chun Yan casually found an excuse and left the training room. Once outside, he immediately called Miao Kaiwei. Initially, he anticipated that the horse training plan would be effective. However, it made no sense for the progress to be pushed to such an extent, making Li Yutong behave so proactively. During the class, he pondered for a long time, speculating that it might be related to Miao Kaiwei, as she had mentioned wanting to assist him preparing to become the Queen Miao. Moreover, she had visited Li Yutong for a lesson yesterday, or perhaps something happened at that time. How did Wei Wei? Her strategies are even more effective than mine. He muttered to himself, genuinely curious. This method was remarkably effective. If she were of a different gender, she would surely be a master at attracting others. When the call connected, Miao Kaiwei's voice came through. Hello, Yengu. Wei Wei, did you say, or do something to Li? Otherwise, how could she be so proactive? Chun Yan asked directly. Upon hearing his inquiry, Miao Kaiwei realized the implication and did not respond directly, instead retorting. Yengu, did you go to the gym today? What's going on? Why is Yutong being so proactive? Spill the details. Her tone was filled with excitement laced with a sense of gossip. Chun Yan had no choice but to briefly explain to satisfy her curiosity, as there was nothing to hide. Her attitude was even more proactive than his. Alright, I've shared what I could, now it's your turn to explain what's happening. Ha ha. In response, Miao Kaiwei chuckled, quite proud of her role. It's nothing much, I just want to find Li Yutong for a lesson yesterday, and she tried to extract information from me, but I pretended not to see through it. Then I kept expressing my admiration for you, turning into a flattery monster, constantly speaking highly of you. I also made sure to show how determined I am to win you over, constantly provoking her. Is that all? Chun Yan questioned, feeling skeptical. It didn't sound particularly impressive. Could mere compliments induce such a significant change in Li Yutong? What do you mean, is that all? Miao Kaiwei, unwilling to lose credit, solemnly explained. Yengu, what I did was called female competition PUA. Once women enter into competition, it's quite terrifying, and they can be very bold. Their intelligence, psychological defenses, and everything else drop by at least half. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing. I also know a bit about Li Yutong, who I've heard quite a few things in the gym. She shows no interest in other men at all. However, she's different with you, Yengu. She even inquired about you from me, clearly showing interest. By doing and saying all this, I must have sparked her competitive spirit. If she wants to win you over, she has to be a bit more proactive. I see, that makes some sense. Chun Yan realized, having to admit, that Miao Kaiwei's female competition strategy had indeed played a role. He teased, Queen Miao, your palace fighting tactics are quite impressive. This is just the beginning, though it doesn't count as palace fighting. It's merely a matter of women understanding women, starting from the heart of the matter. Miao Kaiwei feigned nonchalance, then transformed into a strategist, offering advice. Yengu, you must not expose our relationship. First, secure Li Yutong and make her yours. Once the raw rice is cooked into rice, the cost of investment is too high. If she finds out later, it will be too late for her to do anything about it. Fine. Chun Yan never expected he would have a woman assisting him in courting another woman one day. Then he thought for a moment and said, with you advising me and pushing Li Yutong into this fire pit, aren't you afraid that one day she will discover the truth and hate you? Not afraid. I merely gave her a little push. Yengu, do you think female competition PUA works on just anyone? If you weren't handsome and wealthy, and if Li Yutong hadn't already taken a liking to you, my methods would have no effect at all. Upon hearing this, Chun Yan felt it was true. After all, it was his financial status and charm that were. Otherwise, if it were someone else lacking either aspect, Li Yutong would probably not even give them a second glance. Then he heard Miao Kaiwei continue. Moreover, I'm confident that in the future Yutong and I will definitely become good sisters. As long as you first win her over, I'll have my ways. What methods? He questioned, skeptical. You good sisters. Just not fighting would be a win. I have my own brilliant plans. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Miao Kaiwei said mysteriously, not revealing more. All right, then I won't ask any further. I'm heading back to the training room. Chun Yan had no interest in pressing further and hung up the phone. He then returned to the training room. After talking to Miao Kaiwei and gathering ample information, he felt more assured and planned to shift from defense to offense. Yutong, it's about time for a break, right? Chun Yan called out, preparing to drop the pretense and start showering her. However, as he looked at Li Yutong, he saw her acknowledging him, her gaze lingering on him before he followed her line. To his surprise, it was directed at his lower body. Chun Yan instantly understood that his earlier attempts to conceal had been futile. Li Yutong had seen through his embarrassment long ago. To be precise, it was the teasing she had intentionally caused, otherwise she wouldn't be looking at him like that now. You? He hadn't had a chance to finish his sentence. Li Yutong took the lead, saying, Yengu, could you please take off your top? I need to see what areas need strengthening so I can design targeted fitness exercises. She wore an expression of doing it all for work, yet the smirk at the corner of her mouth was hard to suppress. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin wasted no time and directly removed his shirt. If he was to take it off, then so be it. He was a man after all and had nothing to be embarrassed about. His physique was something to showcase, and after Li Yutong had feasted her eyes on him for so long, it was time for him to return the favor. The moment he shed his clothes, Chun Yan's well-sculpted physique was immediately revealed. His pectoral muscles were clearly defined, yet not bulky. His waist was taut, and his abdominal muscles were sharply delineated. Unlike the bulging muscles of gym-goers, his seemed carved to perfection, neither excessive nor exaggerated. His waist-to-shoulder ratio and the proportion of his upper to lower body created a harmonious aesthetic that was impossible to look away from. Li Yutong, a fitness instructor, naturally had a deep appreciation for health, muscle, and strength. She had seen much in her time, yet never a physique so captivating. Beauty and strength both struck at the core of a woman's instincts. Ahem. Let me check you out, she murmured, her hand moving involuntarily, gliding over the contours of his muscles. Your abs are well trained, but your deltoids and back could use some work. Ahem. Let me check you out, she murmured, her hand moving involuntarily, gliding over the contours of his muscles. Your abs are well trained, but your deltoids and... He wrapped his arms around Li Yutong in a bear hug, pressing her tightly against his chest. Coach Li, is this how you inspect your trainees? Then let's take a closer look. Before she could react, his hand moved downward, performing the gesture he had always wanted to, a playful pat. Bouncy, 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 just as he had imagined, incredibly springy. He said, you inspect me, so it's only fair that as a trainee I get to experience the results of my coach's fitness routine, right? Li Yutong had already crossed the line far beyond a normal coach-trainee relationship, so he felt free to let go, no longer worrying about overstepping boundaries. Huff. Li Yutong suddenly embraced, felt the heat of his body, and a masculine scent mingled with. She was like dry tinder, instantly ignited. Her breaths grew heavy and labored, her temperature rising rapidly. With Chun Yan's mischievous hands at work, she experienced sensations she had never known. For a moment her bones turned to jelly, and she could barely stand. She let out a coquettish complaint. Coward. How could you hold out so long? Chun Yan understood her implication and said, so you've been teasing me all along, waiting for me to make a move. Yeah, what else? She admitted without hesitation. Who knew you'd be such a gentleman? Even after a handshake you still held back. So I had to pull out the big guns. How hypocritical people could be. She used to despise the way male trainees looked at her, but when Chun Yan looked at her, it was pure admiration. If another male trainee touched her, she would immediately counter with a joint lock and dislocate his arm. Yet now she blamed Chun Yan for not acting sooner. My bad, Chun Yan said, increasing the pressure of his hands. When I signed up, Zhao Minglan warned me repeatedly. She was afraid I'd be the next client to lose an arm, and even offered to transfer my classes. How could I dare to make a move so easily? Li Yutong let out a soft moan. Fine, it's not too late now. With mutual affection, no elaborate confession was needed. Their relationship naturally blossomed, and their actions spoke louder than words. Chun Yan couldn't get enough. He hadn't let go since he first touched her. Li Yutong too became uninhibited. She pressed her head against his solid chest, rubbing her cheek against it, her hands no longer restrained like before. This time she explored every inch, savoring every sensation, and couldn't help but praise. Yin Gu, your talent is incredible. How long have you been training, and you've already achieved such results? No doubt about it. The gene enhancement fluid is my talent, Chun Yin mused inwardly, but aloud he said, of course that's why we're a perfect match. Li Yutong was about to say something, but then her body suddenly trembled, and a blush spread across her. She instinctively tried to step back. Yin Gu, that. But Chun Yin held her tight, preventing her retreat. You caused this. Now I'm not holding back. Li Yutong felt her cheeks burn, and her words stumbled. What do we do? Only through direct experience did she realize that visual estimates were inaccurate. You caused it, so you fix it, Chun Yin said, gesturing to her. In a semi-public space like the private training room, with their relationship just beginning, he didn't intend to go all. A little taste was enough. Pushing further would meet resistance from Li Yutong. No woman would give up something so precious in a place like this. Li Yutong was baffled, unable to understand his gestures. Yin Gu, what are you signaling? The number 9 and 2. 92, like 92 octane gas. Chun Yin realized she wouldn't get it, and explained, shredded chicken. Slap. Now she understood, lightly hitting his chest. You're so bad, always trying to mess with me, huh? There was a hint of complaint, but her words weren't absolute. She didn't firmly refuse. Chun Yin sensed. He recalled their encounter in the bathroom, a scene of playful intimacy. Now he could create his own version. A private training room, shredded chicken moment. But maybe I can try the bathroom next time. With that he locked the door, and they retreated to a corner of the private, half coaxing, half reluctant. Half an hour passed. Li Yutong shook her sore arm and flexed her stiff fingers, suddenly remembering something. She asked nervously, Yingu, do you think I'm too easy after what I did today? Of course not. I never thought that, Chun Yin said firmly, not one to bite the hand that feeds him. He quickly reassured her. Your reputation is known throughout Beyond Fitness. How could you be easy, eh? I know it's because of me. You're only special with me, only easy with me. He poured sweet words to keep Li Yutong from overthinking. If she wasn't easy with him, how could he quickly reach second, third, or even home base? His words finally put her at ease, though she still pouted slightly. Chun Yin quickly changed the subject. Want to go out with me? Now that he had made initial progress, he needed to reward her to ensure her future well. Li Yutong had only seen him drive a Maybach and knew he was well off, but she hadn't truly witnessed his wealth. The only time they had dined together, she had paid. Sure, I have no classes today. She agreed, happily glad she had deliberately canceled her classes. Good. She had seen both his big and small models. Now it was time to showcase his financial strength. The Guijin Center is the most upscale shopping mall in Jiang City. It is home to a cluster of luxury brands, with all 6 major international high-end brands and the 8 prestigious red-blooded brands having established stores here. Even cinema and dining expenses are 30 to 50% higher than elsewhere, so if your wallet isn't substantial, it's truly daunting to step inside. Chun Yin and Li Yutong finished their workout, tidied up, and left the Chaoyu gym. They drove towards the Guijin. Oh, you're quick with your hands and feet, and you've even put on makeup. Chun Yin noticed that Li Yutong had applied light makeup. During workouts, one loses a lot of water and sweats heavily, which is why she usually goes without makeup. It was unexpected that she hurriedly touched up before heading out. Not to mention, she looked quite charming. Yes, a woman beautifies herself for the one she admires. Li Yutong replied, cheerfully, feeling quite pleased with her thorough preparation. This time she had learned from her previous experience, specifically canceling classes to free up time, and she brought along beautiful clothes and a full set of makeup. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep Chun Yin waiting too long, so she could only apply a light layer of makeup in it. Chun Yin, oblivious to the details, naturally offered his compliments, saying, You look great. Taking you out feels especially impressive. While this statement might seem somewhat narrow-minded, it held a degree of truth. A beauty like a flower is often rare, and the men who can have them are naturally quite capable. Stop it, Li Yutong said, though her smile betrayed her, clearly flattered. As the vehicle approached an intersection waiting for the traffic light. Yutong, where do you live now? Chun Yin casually asked, seeking to learn more about her. I live in Shaoxiang Yeyuan, she replied honestly. Chun Yin found it somewhat familiar, and upon reflection recalled that this community seemed to be near the Xishan Riverside villas. He often passed by when visiting Miao Caiwei, so he had some impression. You're quite connected with Miao Caiwei, living so close. He thought to himself, and then said, that's a new community built after the old houses were demolished, but the location is quite good, and the prices seem not cheap. Yes. Li Yutong nodded, saying, I bought it for about 15,000 per square meter. It has gone up a bit in the past 2 years. However, it's the smallest layout, a 2-bedroom apartment of 79 square meters, and the price is still acceptable, so I can manage the monthly mortgage. Chun Yin wasn't particularly surprised by this, as Li Yutong wasn't as wealthy as Miao Caiwei. But at least her family is well off, and the salary of a coach at a high-end gym should be substantial enough to afford us. While living alone is quite comfortable, he replied, and had no intention of rushing to help pay off her mortgage. He then shifted the topic with a mischievous smile, saying, I'll come by to visit your home someday for a cup of tea. Li Yutong instantly shot him a flirtatious roll of her eyes. Visit and have tea. She wasn't that easy to fool. I think you want to do something naughty. Speaking of this, she suddenly recalled the absurd behavior in the personal training room earlier, and her face gradually flushed. It was simply a sight to behold, as extraordinary as her talent and fitness. It had truly put her through torment, and her hands still ached. Very clever, you guessed it right away. Chun Yin chuckled, admitting that next time it wouldn't be something as simple as tearing chicken apart. The coward suddenly turned into a big bad guy. Indeed, all men are big pig trotters. After joking for a while, Li Yutong unexpectedly asked out of nowhere, Hey Yingu, do you know Miao Caiwei, the sister Wei Wei? I know her. Chun Yin responded nonchalantly like a seasoned actor, and asked why. Do you know her too? Yes, Sister Wei Wei is also my student. I heard you used to be neighbors, but she has moved away. What a coincidence, she moved away. I wasn't aware of that. Upon hearing this, Li Yutong displayed a victorious smile, imagining a scenario where Miao Caiwei had failed in pursuing love and moved away. Meanwhile, Chun Yin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Wei Wei said that the mountain man has his own clever plans. Yutong seems to have quite the jealousy towards her. If possible, he would certainly like to host a peach blossom conference, enjoying the merits of both varieties. After all, he now possessed the endless engine, so hosting the peach blossom conference would be a piece of cake. However, it seemed quite challenging now, and he didn't understand where Miao Caiwei found her confidence. Forget it, let's eat first. He pulled back his thoughts, planning to scale the towering mountain first. The vehicle encountered another red light, and they were close to reaching their destination. At this moment, a Volkswagen Lavita pulled up beside them, stopping alongside the Maybach. Inside the Volkswagen Lavita were a man and a woman, a couple both drawn to the side on the left. At some point, Li Yutong rolled down the window. The man gazed at her stunning profile, unable to avert his eyes for a while, murmuring, "Wow. No wonder she's sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car. What are you saying?" The woman beside him immediately became displeased upon hearing this and pinched him. "Is she within your reach? Do you even deserve it?" The man had nowhere to hide and stubbornly replied, "Didn't you also look at that rich guy? And you're calling me out? You're embarrassed driving a broken Lavita while look at her. If one day you also drive a luxury car, I'd be willing to eat and drink well. What are you dreaming about?" Their commotion drew attention, and Chun Yin and Li Yutong exchanged glances, completely unaware that they were the cause of this ruckus. The green light lit up. The Maybach sped out, shortly arriving at the entrance of the Guijin Center. "Is this Guijin?" Li Yutong had naturally heard of its reputation. "Yin go, why not go to the Zhuiyue shopping plaza? Moreover, you shouldn't be parking here. We should hurry and leave." Chun Yin gave her a reassuring glance. He had made arrangements for coming to the Guijin Center. Before leaving the gym, he had already contacted the bank's exclusive team who would coordinate with the mall and stated that the China Merchants Bank Black Card is equivalent to the highest VIP card of the Guijin Center, enjoying numerous shopping privileges. VIP valet service is just the least noticeable perk. Chun Yin stepped out of the car, and Li Yutong, still skeptical, followed closely, only to hear, "Esteemed Mr. Chen, hello, welcome to the Guijin Center. I am Xiao Wani, your VIP shopping assistant today. I will be accompanying you throughout and catering to all your needs. Do feel free to let me know if you need anything at it." A beautifully dressed woman in a beige suit stood at the door to greet. "Mr. Chen, just hand me the car keys, and I will arrange for someone to park the car." More importantly, the woman before him was not lacking in beauty and knew how to apply makeup. She had no doubt that if Chun Yin had any special or excessive demands, the other party would willingly comply. Li Yutong felt a sense of crisis and instinctively wrapped her arms around Chun Yin, asserting her claim. Chun Yin noticed her little gesture and could roughly guess her thoughts, but he considered it a good thing. At least it showed Li Yutong that if she did not listen, there were others who would. With this experience, the trip to the National Finance Center was not in vain. Of course, although Xiao Wani was quite beautiful otherwise, she wouldn't be able to serve as a VIP shopper at the National Finance Center. However, he was not interested, and he had already glanced at her through his glasses. Name Xiao Wani. Age 26. Position shopping consultant. He almost couldn't hold back a laugh. The roles of guide and purchase were aptly described. "Take us to the LV store to check out the men's clothing," Chun Yin directly instructed her. With her accompanying him, there would naturally be no scenarios of rude salespeople or needing to queue due to too many. On the contrary, the salespeople at the LV store were sharp, knowing that VIP shoppers were major clients, and greeted them with great enthusiasm. "Match me a few outfits focusing on simplicity and comfort," Chun Yin lazily instructed. After all, the salespeople were the professionals, clear on what styles were available and how to match them. He only needed to try them on. They loved such major clients. As long as the client liked something, money was not a problem. This was all about performance and a little profit. "Brother Yin, can I help you pick something as well?" Li Yutong eagerly suggested. "Sure," he replied. Excitedly, she started selecting clothes from the rack, scanning through the pieces. Any single piece was worth more than her monthly salary she had visited before. However, just glancing at the prices had sent her back. It was enough to cover more than 2 months' worth of mortgage. As the salespeople brought over the selected outfits, Chun Yin began trying them on in the changing room. After some deliberation, he chose 4 outfits, one of which was paired by Li Yutong. "Wrap these up and tell me how much it is," Chun Yin indicated. He was ready to check out. From entering the store to preparing to pay, it took half an hour. Men shop with such efficiency, they buy without hesitation. "Sure, please wait a moment." The salespeople beamed, becoming even more enthusiastic. While they were packing, Chun Yin said to Li Yutong, "Let's go browse over there." He led her to the women's clothing and accessory sections. "See if there's anything you like." Although there's a saying that money is spent on women, not for women to spend. He had his own rhythm. Now that he had tasted the sweetness, he still needed to give a little reward, otherwise it would seem one cannot just seek to freeload without spending money. "Brother Yin, Li Yutong began to speak. Chun Yin picked up a monogram element pleated dress and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take it and try it on." Then while she went to try it on, he chose an LV tote bag. Since Li Yutong received a gift, he also had to consider Jiang Miao Miao and Miao Kaiwei. He was not someone who favored one over the other. Especially Miao Kaiwei, who, although this rich girl lacked neither money nor luxury goods, she still deserved to have what she should have. To put it bluntly, sending some luxury goods cost a mere pittance compared to the down payment for a house. Thus Chun Yin quickly took action, selecting some clothes, bags, and small accessories based on their appearances and style. Then he called Xiao Wani over and instructed, "Pack these up and directly deliver them to the trunk of the car. Can I let the bank settle the bill for you later?" "Of course." Xiao Wani readily agreed. The National Finance Center meets all your needs. After wrapping everything up, Li Yutong just happened to walk out from the fitting room. Beautiful people look good in anything, and this dress naturally made it into the packing list. At the cash register, the salespeople had already packed all the clothes into bags. Goodbye and go. After dinner, Li Yutong returned to the Beyond Fitness Center, standing at the entrance as she watched the Maybach drive away until it vanished completely from sight. Today was the happiest day of her life. Guided by a VIP personal shopper, it felt as though the entire IFC had become her domain. During shopping, the sales attendants greeted her with warm smiles and bowed respectfully. At the restaurant, the staff arranged the finest table for her. Everywhere she went, she was treated to the most exceptional VIP service. Elevated by everyone's adulation, she unconsciously became the center of the world, and this euphoria was utterly intoxicating. This was an experience she had never known in her life. In the past, though she never lacked food or clothing, she dared not venture lightly into the IFC, and even when she did go, she merely browsed without buying. That could only be called existing, but today's experience was true living. Li Yutong, keep it up. Seize this. She cheered herself on internally, the confusion in her mind completely dissipating as she realized what she truly desired. Then, clutching the shopping bags in her hands, she turned and walked into the gym. As soon as she entered, the front desk receptionist, Zhao Minglin, jumped up to greet her. Yutong Jie, you're back? Looks like today's date went smoothly. You're smiling so brightly. Li Yutong nodded and asked, you're not off work yet? Zhao Minglin didn't answer directly, her gaze fixed intently on the logos of the shopping bags in Li Yutong's hands. She exclaimed, LV. Van Cleef Arpels. Did Brother Chen buy these for you? Are you two really together? That's our Yutong Jia. I knew you could do it. Yeah, Li Yutong replied. Besides, LV Chun Yen had also taken her to a jewelry store and picked out a Van Cleef Arpels bracelet for her. Lanlin, thank you for the tip last time. Without Zhao Minglin's inside information, she would still have been stuck in old ways, waiting for Chun Yen to pursue her. Fortunately, she had corrected herself in time, turning passivity into initiative. With that thought, she rummaged through the LV shopping bag, pulled out a bottle of perfume and a pair of sunglasses, and placed them on the front desk. A little gift for you, just a token of my appreciation. These were complimentary items from the LV store after the lavish purchase, including perfume, sunglasses, scarves, and aromatherapy. Though seemingly modest, they were worth a few hundred to nearly 1,000 yuan. Zhao Minglin cheered. Oh, thank you, Yutong Jia. Thank you. The earlier commotion had already drawn attention to the front desk, and her shouts quickly brought a crowd gathering around. Most were familiar faces, gym staff and trainers who also knew Zhao Minglin and Li Yutong. They immediately noticed the luxury shopping bags from LV and Van Cleef Arpels in Li Yutong's hands. This sparked a heated discussion. Wow, Yutong came into money. Buying luxury goods now. Her boyfriend bought them, right? I saw you holding hands with a very handsome man leaving today. I saw it too. He drives a luxury Maybach. Whoa, a big shot. Yutong has a boyfriend. Congratulations, Yutong. If your boyfriend buys you these, he must be really something. With Yutong's looks, it's only natural. She could have lived this kind of life long ago. Jia Chiru was also among the crowd, staring at the luxury items in Li Yutong's hands with envy and jealousy twisting her face. Ever since she had failed to hit on Chun Yen and was exposed, she had kept a close watch, knowing that Chun Yen was Li Yutong's client and that they were together. Seeing Li Yutong latch onto a wealthy man while she had to slink away in shame, she couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Oh, is he really her boyfriend? Could be some kind of transaction. Besides, society is complicated these days. What if she accidentally becomes a mistress? A couple of women who shared her narrow-minded and envious nature chimed in. Yeah, Cora's right. Better keep your eyes open and not get too happy too soon. Mom, we're just looking out for Yutong. We can't do anything immoral. These untimely remarks immediately drew everyone's attention. Zhao Minglin, as Li Yutong's loyal ally, having enjoyed meals from her and accepted her gifts, naturally jumped in to defend her fiercely. You bunch are talking nonsense. Did you eat crap for dinner? Your mouths stink. If you can't speak properly, shut up. Huh? Do you think everyone's like you? Shameless. After her outburst, she confidently declared, I was the one who handled Brother Chen's membership. I know his details best. He's single. Got it. Single. An absolute diamond bachelor. Her job gave her access to first-hand reliable information, and the crowd trusted her completely, nodding in agreement. Jealousy has its limits. Jia Churu went too far. Exactly, she just can't stand seeing others happy. Maybe she thinks everyone's like her. I heard Jia Churu relies on her body to hit her targets. Really? No wonder I saw her coming out of the locker room with a man the other day. Why pick on Yutong for no reason? Yutong, don't mind her. Don't take it to heart. We're all rooting for you. Social consensus dictated harmony, and as long as interests weren't threatened and grudges weren't deep, everyone maintained peace without burning bridges. Seeing the crowd turn against her, Jia Churu couldn't hold out and prepared to slip away. Zhao Minglan sealed it with a final verdict. A dirty heart sees everything as dirty. Thank you everyone. Li Yutong stood there smiling as she thanked the crowd, a thought rising unbidden in her mind. When you succeed, everyone around you is kind. She had never feared Jia Churu. She could have fought back alone or simply ignored her. But now it felt different. She didn't need to speak or act. Countless supporters rallied to defend her. These people might have been mere colleagues before, some even slightly disapproving of her, but now they all fawned over her. All these changes had nothing to do with her title as a gold-level trainer. They came solely from her wealthy boyfriend. Is this what class means? As you climb higher, you see those below looking up in admiration, reaching out to flatter. As the saying goes, a small sign reveals a greater trend. The dramatic shift in her most familiar surroundings made Li Yutong's realization all the more vivid. At this moment, she admitted it. She loved this feeling from the bottom of her heart. She could never go back to her old life again. At night, Chen Yan returned to the Shanshui floating light villa at Jiangwan, one which was his stronghold, and he had no plans to bring any women back for the time being. Otherwise, if one day an unexpected situation occurred and they all gathered together to find him, what would he do? It was a bit of a waste, really, given the current situation. He hadn't returned much in a week, and most of the time he stayed. If the number of women increased in the future, and he found himself stretched thin, it was likely he would only manage to come back once a week. After taking a shower, Chen Yan lay on the comfortable large sofa, replying to Li Yutong's message. It was nothing more than her checking if he had arrived home safely. He responded with a message of concern in return, and they began chatting, deepening their feelings. He also took a look at the messages from others on Weixing. Zhang Miao Miao, pictures. Zhang Miao Miao, Yin, good today, I wore this color because of you. Zhang Miao Miao, do you think it looks good? Of course it looks good. It was indeed the bright red color he had suggested. Compliments were enough. In fact, he thought black clothing made of less fabric looked best, especially with a bit of lace pattern. That was the most alluring. But sometimes changing up the style occasionally brought a refreshing change. He then glanced at the message from Irina. Originally, she wanted to invite him to dinner, but he had already reserved that time for Li Yutong, so he had to politely decline. Irina, Yin, go, my dance studio is almost ready. Take a look, Irina. Pictures were about to open. When you have time, you can come visit. Chen Yan naturally agreed, thinking that without any animals, could it really be called a pet paradise? He was definitely going to raise $1 million palace. In any case, he had already made preliminary progress with the fiery mare, and it was time for her to have her turn. Mainly, he really wanted to have his eyes opened and enjoy the view. Just then, he saw a message from Miao Kaiwei. Miao Caiwei, Yin Gu, how did it go? With just that one line, Chen Yan could sense her curiosity and urgency. He managed to type fine and send it off in just a second. It's not until you fall that you fly. The phone rang, and it was a call from Miao Kaiwei. She was so anxious that she felt sending a Weixing message was too slow and couldn't wait. Once the call connected, Chen Yan teased, are you in such a hurry? Why is the emperor not anxious while the empress is? Are you free? Alone? After confirming his safety, Miao Kaiwei finally felt at ease to ask what's going on. Why are you alone? Didn't you manage to get it done? It's half and half, I suppose. Chen Yan thought to tease her, becoming a riddle master. What do you mean by half and half? Is it the upper half or the lower half? After a few playful exchanges, he briefly explained what happened today. Upon hearing this, Miao Kaiwei said, is that it? The little girl really is a bit conservative. Perhaps she hasn't experienced the ethereal feeling yet, so she can hold back. Cough, cough. Chen Yan was choked by her bold words. Was that called conservative? He retorted playfully, you should be like you, pouncing directly on me, to not be conservative, right? He wasn't in a hurry. He had known Miao Kaiwei for quite some time, and she had always been interested in him, which made things flow smoothly. Li Yutong was different, and normally their development had been exceptionally fast. The numbers 9 and 2 had already appeared. How far could 9 and 5 be? 9 and 8 were about the same. Miao Kaiwei laughed. All right, I'm chatting with Yutong to deepen our feelings, so I won't talk for now. Sure, you two enjoy your conversation. Chen Yan hung up the phone, not believing that after things were exposed, Miao Kaiwei and Li Yutong could still remain good sisters. After hanging up, he looked at his phone and found many red notifications on Weixing. Surprisingly, the long-silent university class group had become lively, with many people bubbling up and flooding the screen. Is anyone still in Jiang City? Raise your hand, what's going on? Roll call. Me one. Is there something up? I'm here. So Su Da's class monitor is back from Shanghai. If you're free tomorrow Saturday, let's get together. Sounds. It's been a while since we've had a class reunion. Whoa, I might have to work overtime on Saturday. You're lucky. Even though I don't have to, I'm out of town. Can family members and children come? I won't have anyone to watch the kids if we go out. Chen Yan glanced at the messages and, after understanding the situation, lost interest in engaging. After all, he had his message notifications muted. They could chat and flood the screen as much as they liked. What was the point of attending a class reunion? It was only because he hadn't experienced the harsh realities of society, maintained his looks well, and later received help from the system that he could still appear youthful. Otherwise, at his age, even the most beautiful female classmates would have been worn down, let alone the male classmates, most of whom had probably turned into middle-aged, greasy men. Besides, nowadays class reunions are also known as distorted class meetings or wealth-flaunting gatherings, which are just competitions of open and hidden struggles showing off wealth and trying to look cool. They provide a stage for those who are doing well to show off. Such gatherings were purely a waste of time, and he had no interest whatsoever. He didn't want to end up in some embarrassing situation and then have to deal with the aftermath. Just then, the Weixing voice message suddenly rang, and Chun Yin looked to see it was a call from his university roommate Dong Zhenghong. Although his relationship with university classmates was average, they had eaten and lived together for over 3 years, and the bond between roommates was still quite strong. Once connected, he spoke, "Hey Big Head, what wind brought you here?" Dong Zhenghong, nicknamed Big Head among roommates as the name suggests, had a larger head circumference than usual, a bit handsome, and was more than he was, but not as good as others. "I missed you, Chinggu." Chun Yan's nickname during university was Chenggu, given to him by this group of some. They envied his carefree charm too much, so they schooled him on the fate of characters in Japanese manga who had many love affairs, and ended up dismembered, thus giving him this nickname. "Get lost, did you go to Chengdu? Then never come back. People don't want you used to call me little sweetie." After bantering for a bit, Dong Zhenghong finally stated his purpose, saying, "Chenggu, did you see the messages in the group? Class reunion, are you going? Is that even a question? Plus, you're not in Jiang City, what are you keeping an eye on?" The four of them had hardly attended any class gatherings, they only gathered privately among themselves. Dong Zhenghong chuckled, "I'm here, how could I not be in Jiang City? I just returned a few days ago. You dog, you didn't say a word when you came back." It's not too late to say it now, there's one more thing I need to tell you, and also thank you. "Thank me?" Just as Chun Yin was puzzled, he heard him say emphatically, "Yes. Chenggu, after meticulously studying your past love experiences and skills, I, the Taoist master, have finally succeeded. I'm remarried. I've married into a rich second-generation family, and am living off soft rice now." Buzzing like a great bell in his mind, Chun Yin felt a whirlwind of thoughts upon hearing those words. What does it mean to learn from him? To be a son-in-law? Has he also started living off soft food? "Big Head, clarify yourself, you're not actually marrying a man, are you?" He lamented, continuing with a heavy heart. "If you want to take shortcuts, this isn't the way to do it. Be careful you don't end up unable to support yourself. Won't your parents kill you? Damn it, be careful, I don't accuse you of slander." Dong Zhenghong laughed and scolded, then began to explain slowly. "I really have remarried, but since we are both on our second marriage, we didn't have a wedding, we just got the certificate. Manni's family runs a liquor agency in Jiang City, and being the only daughter, I'm just eating soft food. As for my parents, they're quite happy, at least it's a remarriage, and there are still older brothers and younger brothers in the family, so they don't miss having just one son." He spoke wherever his thoughts led him, his words scattered and disjointed, but Chun Yin was still able to peep. Dong Zhenghong worked in the Magic City, and due to his job, he interacted with the woman who had also been divorced because of her ex-husband's infidelity. After getting to know each other and spending some time together, Dong Zhenghong got the certificate and resigned, returning to Jiang City to help her manage the company's business. "Congratulations. Wishing you both a happy and fulfilling future," Chun Yin said, earnestly expressing his heartfelt wishes. After all, Dong Zhenghong's first marriage was so tragic. Getting married was like facing a tribulation, and as a friend it was hard to watch. Clearly the woman appeared to be a decent person before marriage, but after the wedding her true nature was exposed. Extravagant, indulgent, and completely transformed. Dong Zhenghong not only endured great suffering, but also lost half of his house and wealth during the divorce, suffering a significant financial blow. Seeing him doing well now, Chun Yin naturally felt genuinely happy. But being a son-in-law isn't easy these days. The predecessors have blocked all paths. You have to give and take. Dong Zhenghong appeared more understanding than Chun Yin had anticipated. "Besides, I have no great ambitions. The predecessors have blocked all paths. You have to give and take." Dong Zhenghong appeared more understanding than Chun Yin had anticipated. "She insists on bringing me into the company to help her. I would prefer to stay at home and relax." Sharing updates, Chun Yin also didn't want to hide anything and took the opportunity to mention his own divorce. So he jokingly said, "You've started living off soft food, but my meals have run out." "What a... Don't... In simple terms, I've gotten divorced." "Damn." Dong Zhenghong exclaimed in surprise, not pressing further, but jokingly responding, "It's all right if I have a meal, you have a meal. Call me anytime if you need anything. We are both sympathizing with each other, but I believe you will definitely have a turnaround." Chenggu. Sympathizing with each other? That doesn't seem quite right. Hearing his words, Chun Yin felt a bit moved, but he still rebutted, saying, "We are not the same. I got divorced and split a house worth over $1,020,000 in cash and a car. You lost everything, mine was all profit." There was no way he could feel sorry for him, moreover this didn't even count as a serious loss. The true turnaround would be when the brother Tongzi arrives. Oh, you. Chun Yin could almost hear Dong Zhenghong coughing up blood over the phone. I almost forgot we are different. You really hit the jackpot. That's right. Since you're back, let's meet up when we have time. After graduation, all of you ran off to work, busy people, making it hard to arrange a meetup. Of course we will meet up, but I just got back recently, so let me finish up this hectic period, then I'll be in Jiang City more often. I'll take you to the most luxurious water club in Jiang City for a good time. Sounds good. The most luxurious water club in Jiang City. That's under the Yu Huaitsue group. After catching up, Dong Zhenghong returned to the main topic, asking, Chenggu, aren't you going to the class reunion? After all, no one knows you're divorced now. The men envy you for having a good wife who makes money, and the women envy your wife for having a handsome husband. Even if they say you're living off soft food, it's just behind your back. No one dares to say it to your face. As for me, the newly minted soft food eater, I plan to show off openly. Not going. Chun Yin said firmly. Seeing his resolute stance, Dong Zhenghong stopped persuading, saying, all right. I was hoping you could accompany me. To be honest, I don't really want to go either, but now that I'm in Man Ni's family business, I need to accomplish something to avoid, so I need to interact more to reconnect with old contacts. Also, I've heard a few classmates are doing quite well in Jiangxi. At the reunion, I'll see if there are any opportunities to bring in some business. You can bring your spouse, just bring. Chun Yin felt a bit speechless. What kind of soft food is this? You still have to work and run business relations. One could only say that Dong Zhenghong's bowl of rice is not authentic at all. However, as long as he is happy, finding a good partner in a remarriage and being with a rich second generation is indeed a breakthrough in class, which can make many people envious. After chatting for a while, Chun Yin hung up the phone feeling quite emotional. He knew that no matter how easy Dong Zhenghong made it sound, marrying up was ultimately not easy, as there was an inequality in status. Perhaps there can be happiness in marriages where status is unequal, but it's still rare. At the beginning it may be full of affection, but who can guarantee it won't change later? Let's hope it doesn't turn into a situation where one is looked down upon and bears the burden of humiliation. Remembering how Dong Zhenghong expressed his camaraderie when he first heard about his divorce, he made a decision. When there's a chance to gather, I have to help Big Head uphold his reputation. He suddenly recalled that the woman's family ran a liquor agency. Which liquor agency? They didn't mention the company name. Forget it, I'll find out later. Other companies might be unclear, but to uphold his reputation and help, he might need to find a roundabout way. But the liquor agency was simply a bullseye, as the Yu Huaitsue Group is the offline entertainment giant in Jiang City, owning countless bars and KTVs. Such a super channel is undoubtedly a huge temptation, as a large variety of alcoholic beverages are consumed everywhere. Just a little share could fill them up. As long as Dong Zhenghong masters this channel and business, his status and importance will rise sharply, and the woman will definitely not dare to look down on him. In this way, status would be equal and life would become easier. Chun Yin silently noted this. Now that he had the ability, he couldn't say he would build a grand mansion for all to be happy, but he was willing to help those close to him, hoping for their well-being. The next day, Chun Yin woke up from his slumber. At the moment the reward was issued, an ocean of information flooded into Chun Yin's mind, leaving him a bit dizzy. However, as he processed the information, he quickly felt something different. The world seemed to have changed. To be precise, it wasn't the world that changed, but rather how he perceived it, or perhaps it was that he could discover the beauty within the world. His eyes, his senses, and even his aesthetic appreciation were influenced by the reward of becoming a master photographer. Casually looking at any area, an asymmetrical composition would rapidly form in his mind. Observing an object, he instinctively knew how to control light and shadow to capture a sense of dynamism. Chun Yin quickly got out of bed, grabbed his phone, and went to the floor-to-ceiling window, opening the camera app. With a click, effortlessly capturing the light and composition, he took a photo. In the photo, a vast green meadow stretched out, with a century-old tree boasting a lush canopy above. The rising sun bathed it in golden light, creating a divine golden glow on the tree. Though the golden tree did not occupy a large portion of the photo, it was undeniably the visual focal point. Not bad, a qualified master-level photography piece. He assessed the photo taken on a whim. The visual leads the eye towards the tree crown, forming a contrast in negative space, while balancing the shadows and highlights through visual weight to achieve asymmetrical composition. Today, Chun Yin was quite satisfied with the signing reward. He had effortlessly transformed into a master photographer. Speaking of which, there was a Sony camera at home in Yuqing Huafu that had been idle for a long time. Previously, he had a phase where he was interested in photography, purchasing a Sony camera to play with for a while, but after failing to grasp it, he set it aside to gather dust. Now he could pick it up again to play around. Especially, cough cough, to take portrait photos. Meow Meow is going to be lucky. He was now full of confidence, believing that the remaining photos in the uniform would definitely surpass the last by 100-fold. Thinking of this, Chun Yin immediately freshened up and called Zhang Meow Meow, who did not have to work today. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Greenland mansion. Yingu, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I've prepared something to eat. Jiang Miao Miao thoughtfully prepared. Chun Yin replied, handing her the shopping bag in his hand. Take this. These were naturally clothes bags and accessories bought at the LV store and the Van Cleef Arpels jewelry store. He had prepared a set for Jiang Miao Miao, just like Li Yutong. Jiang Miao Miao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure as she looked at the logo on the shopping bag and exclaimed in surprise, "Thank you, Yin Gu. Love you." She immediately blew him a kiss. As for whom she had purchased the gifts with, she wouldn't think about it at all. She just had to do her part as a golden canary. Opening the shopping bag and seeing the high-end clothes and exquisite jewelry, she couldn't help but beam with joy. The next moment, over 30,000, over 50,000, over 20,000, adding up to nearly 1,200,000. The shopping receipt was in the bag, and upon flipping it over, she couldn't help but gasp at the astonishing value of these luxury items. This little bit is worth over 100,000, giving away over 100,000 worth of items all at once. She had been used to being poor, and even now, with a decent sum of money in her hands, she had never spent extravagantly. Instead, she wanted to rely on the knowledge she learned in the platform of China Merchants Bank to invest her funds wisely, turning money into more money. More importantly, Chun Yan's generosity far exceeded her imagination. Yes, she knew Chun Yan was wealthy, but there were many stingy rich people. However, Chun Yan was different. Just a few days ago, he had rewarded her with 500,000, and today, he gifted her luxury items worth over 100,000. She felt a bit undeserving. At the same time, she was more certain that her decision to follow Chun Yan was incredibly wise. Just as Jiang Miao Miao was lost in thought, Chun Yan said, "Miao Miao, communicate with the team. I've suddenly developed an interest in photography. I've sent you the list of equipment. Please have them procure it for me." Okay. Jiang Miao Miao came back to her senses, replying while checking the list. Seeing the densely packed models on it, especially since there were more than one or two types of camera lenses, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So many." Indeed, the more the better. Different camera brands have their own strengths, and different subjects require different lenses. Chun Yin replied, briefly, not wanting to delve too deeply, as she might not fully understand if he explained too complicatedly. In any case, he aimed for a comprehensive setup with top-tier cameras from various brands, lenses of different focal lengths, and the most efficient tripod head. According to his estimation, the total cost for the equipment on the list would be around 2 million. With just some loose change, Jiang Miao Miao picked up her phone, operated it a bit, and said, "Yin Gu, it's already been delegated." After that, she continued, "Can I try on the clothes?" "Go ahead." In no time, she emerged wearing the classic LV monogram denim miniskirt, paired with a white t-shirt and a denim jacket. "Yin Gu, how does it look? Is it pretty?" "Pretty?" Chun Yin finished his breakfast, showing interest. "Let me take a few photos for you." He had just acquired the skill and was itching to use it. Moreover, Jiang Miao Miao was indeed a beautiful model, which made the outcome even better. Sure, Jiang Miao Miao happily agreed. Chun Yin glanced around the living room, removing any obstructive items from the coffee table, and said, "Just sit on the sofa, the background wall is clean." Jiang Miao Miao followed his instructions. Click, click. The sound of the phone camera echoed. "Stand over here." It could be said that beautiful women excel at being photographed, whether it's a selfie or someone else taking the picture. Jiang Miao Miao was very natural in front of the camera. She could continuously change her poses, sometimes cupping her face, sometimes pouting, which resulted in great shots. Just like this, as Jiang Miao Miao continued to pose. The denim jacket was tossed to the floor, the mini skirt was placed on the sofa, and even the white t-shirt was. "Yin Gu, today is your favorite color, black." Chun Yin said nothing, focusing on finding the best angle, snapping away. Until Marriott Hotel. Dong Zhenghong arrived at the reunion with Shi Manny as promised. After getting out of the car, Shi Manny helped adjust his tie, reminding him, "Don't hang your head, smile a bit, and be more enthusiastic later. It's just that your roommate didn't come. You can meet up next time. From what you told me, and what I found out, there are quite a few classmates from your class who are doing well. It's good to maintain connections. They might be able to help the company in the future." "Okay, I understand." Dong Zhenghong replied, quickly seizing the opportunity to request, "Then you must join me next time I meet with Chun Yan. We didn't even hold a banquet for our wedding, so it wouldn't hurt to introduce you to some friends, right?" Hearing this, Shi Manny hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed for his sake. "All right, fine." Seeing her reaction, Dong Zhenghong felt a bit regretful. I shouldn't have mentioned Chun Yan's divorce to her. He always adhered to the principle of unity in marriage. Although he hadn't been in Jiang City before, he often spoke to her about his close friends. So last night, he also shared his thoughts on Chun Yan's recent situation. As for Shi Manny, she was fine in many aspects, but as the daughter of a businessman, she seemed inherently calculative. She had a somewhat mercenary attitude, whether in work or socializing, always driven by interests and placing more importance on those with resources or who could offer help. In the past, when Chun Yan had a president wife, Shi Manny would have eagerly attended any gatherings. However, after his comments last night, Chun Yin lost all value in her eyes. Forget it, well, see when the time comes. It's not that important, and you don't have to go. Dong Zhenghong thought it over and changed his tune. He suddenly realized that with Shi Man's attitude, it might actually cause more trouble if she went. By then, not only would there be no joyful reunion, but they might end up in an unpleasant situation. Okay, sure. Shi Mani quickly agreed, and then made an excuse saying, I just got back, and there are so many things at the company I'm really busy. Let's go. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two arrived at the private room notified in the group. Upon opening the door, they found that the two large round tables in the room were already occupied by quite a few people, both men and women, some of whom had brought their families. Dong Zhenghong scanned the room. The faces of his classmates were still familiar, but there were some people whose names he could no longer recall. Hey Zhenghong, you made it. A man stood up from his chair, smiling and gesturing. There's a spot over here, sit down. He gestured while glancing at Dong Zhenghong's back, relieved to see that no one else was with him. Dong Zhenghong remembered the man's name, He Xiaowei. He was a suitor of Su Zhuangyan, the class monitor during their university days, and he was the one who took the initiative to propose and organize the reunion. It is said that reunions are hotspots for rekindling old flames and extramarital affairs. Dong Zhenghong noticed that both he and Su Zhuangyan had come alone. Xiaowei, long time no see. Dong Zhenghong politely introduced, this is my wife Shi Mani. As he introduced her, Shi Mani beamed and handed out her business card. One of the classmates at the table received it and recognized the company, saying, Tianchun Winery General Manager. Hey, I remember the owner of Tianchun Winery also has the surname Shi, right? Yes, that's my father, Shi Mani replied. If anyone needs to purchase or wants to buy good wine as gifts in the future, you can always look for Zhenghong. We're classmates, so we'll definitely give you a discount. The crowd at the round table became more enthusiastic. Zhenghong, you're so fortunate. Of course, if we need anything in the future, we will definitely contact an old classmate. Hey sister-in-law, I have a smoke shop business that's doing pretty well. How do you set your prices? We can chat when you have time. Congratulations, Zhenghong, are you going to stay in Jiang City from now on? We should meet up more often during holidays. Then sending wine to the father-in-law during festivals should be a bit cheap. At the reunion, the conversation started with reminiscing about the past, and everyone quickly rekindled their camaraderie while eating and discussing their university experiences. Dong Zhenghong had little interaction with them outside of classes during university, so most of the time, he just listened, occasionally laughing along. Then they transitioned to discussing recent circumstances, showcasing those who had done well, while ordinary individuals served as the audience, listening for any insights that could aid them. After a round of discussions, Dong Zhenghong noticed that many classmates were indeed quite successful. Some had become part of company management, some were in business, some had taken over family businesses, some had made money from stock trading, and others were in the system. After all, who would attend a reunion without a bit of confidence? It was mainly those who had done well or married well who were the most enthusiastic participants. If he hadn't found a wealthy girl and needed to work, he wouldn't have had the face to come. Zhenghong, these classmates of yours are excellent networking connections. Look, I've already had 2 or 3 people add me. After whispering in his ear, Shi Man's attitude became even more enthusiastic as she actively socialized. As they chatted, someone suddenly brought up He Xiaowei, saying, Xiaowei, why are you just listening to others? Why not share something about yourself? You must be working at Yuhui Group, right? I heard you got promoted to supervisor this year. This remark immediately sparked heated discussions among the crowd. Yuhui Group, that's a big company. He Xiaowei is quite successful in his career, yet he's still single. Hey bro, does your company need more people? I'm thinking about changing jobs recently. As a supervisor at Yuhui Group, your annual salary must be at least several $100,000, right? Xiaowei, can you share a bit? Especially Shi Mani. Upon hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. She was very familiar with Yuhui Group's industries. She then lowered her voice and excitedly asked in Dong Zhenghong's ear, Zhenghong, did you hear that? Yuhui Group has so many industries like business, KTVs, chain, KTVs, bars, and water clubs, all of which are perfect sales scenarios. The demand for alcoholic beverages is enormous. If this path works out, it could definitely bring in a huge business for the company. How is your relationship with him? Can you talk to him? It's okay, I guess. Dong Zhenghong replied vaguely. Shi Mani didn't have time to pursue the topic further as she eagerly suggested a toast to He Xiaowei, asking, Brother He, may I ask what area of work you're responsible for at Yuhui Group? Facing the crowd's inquiries, He Xiaowei understood the principle of not revealing too much about finances. He chuckled and replied, I can't say much about the salary, it mainly depends on performance, but it's enough to make a living. He didn't directly state it, but left room for imagination, then added, I'm in charge of the gaming sector like gaming malls and escape rooms. He understood Shi Man's intent. Although I don't handle KTVs or bars, our group's alcohol supply is centrally purchased. I know a couple of people in the headquarters purchasing department. Brother He, you're successful and well-connected, Shi Mani praised, raising her glass again. Then she secretly nudged Dong Zhenghong under the table, hinting for him to say a few words. However, Dong Zhenghong did not respond, immediately glancing at the usually quiet Su Zhuangyan. He felt distressed. His past relationship with He Xiaowei was not as simple as just okay. In fact, they had some unresolved issues. To be precise, He Xiaowei had a one-sided antagonism towards Chen Yan. The reasons for their hostility are quite simple. Chen Yan was too handsome and charming during university, and Su Zhuangyan was his admirer, while He Xiaowei liked Su Zhuangyan. Dong Zhenghong was also at a loss. Clearly, Chen Yan had expressed his disinterest and had turned down Su Zhuangyan. Yet He Xiaowei still harbored animosity towards Chen Yan and failed to win over Su Zhuangyan. As his roommate, he naturally sided with Chen Yan, which made him less compatible with He Xiaowei. In truth, it wasn't a deep-seated grudge. After all these years, it could only be considered a youthful memory. It was fine when they had no interactions, but unexpectedly one day, he found himself needing to approach He Xiaowei. Dong Zhenghong felt quite resistant. He didn't want to lower his head. Zhenghong, say a few words or toast a drink. Shimani was still subtly signaling, just as he was caught in a dilemma. Su Zhuangyan, who had been quiet throughout the gathering, suddenly spoke up. Dong Zhenghong, do you still keep in touch with Chen Yan? Why didn't he come today? Upon hearing this, the voices in the private room quieted down a bit, and everyone's attention was drawn to them, no longer busy chatting with those nearby. Everyone was classmates and naturally had heard about the love-hate entanglements from back in the day. Especially since this gathering was organized by He Xiaowei to welcome Su Zhuangyan, yet she took the initiative to inquire about Chen Yan in front of everyone. This somewhat undermined He Xiaowei, and also indirectly indicated that this was merely an ordinary class reunion. Her presence did not imply anything more. As everyone prepared to gossip, their gazes shifted back and forth among the three of them. First was He Xiaowei, whose expression turned complex, but the restraint of adulthood quickly brought him back to normal. Yes, I asked him, and he just happened to be busy today, and couldn't make it, Dong Zhenghong fabricated. He Xiaowei then casually chimed in with a grin. I thought so, otherwise as your good roommate he should have shown up too. Su Zhuangyan responded with an "oh," indicating she understood, acting as if she hadn't been the one to ask the question. The topic quickly shifted to Chen Yan. I haven't seen Chen Yan in ages. I wonder if he's still handsome. Yeah, I'm curious too. Come on, you guys are already married. Is it appropriate to say this? What's inappropriate about it? Can't we just talk about it? Exactly, look at you all. You're barely in your 30s and already balding and gaining weight. I heard Chen Yan married Senior Gao. I heard she is now the executive president. He is indeed fortunate. Just now when the kids were running around, I caught a glimpse of someone who looked quite a bit like but it shouldn't be him. That person was too young, and the woman beside him was also very young, not Senior Gao. Hey, I heard they got divorced. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, discussing even more fervently. Oh, is that true? Where did you hear that? Is it reliable? It should be true. I have a friend who is a friend of Senior Gao. What will he do? It seems he hasn't worked in years. I don't know. Dong Zhenghong, you and Chen Yan are the closest. Why don't you say something? Dong Zhenghong quickly shook his head and responded, I just returned from the Magic City a couple of days ago, so I'm not very clear. After he dodged the question, they continued discussing Chen Yan for quite a while. Some were curious, some felt regretful, and some had ulterior motives, perhaps wanting to indulge in a fantasy. At that moment, Zhenghong, your roommate Chen Yan, Shimani took the opportunity to ask, why didn't he come? Everyone is so concerned about him. Dong Zhenghong felt quite proud and replied, what do you think? Chen Gu is the campus heartthrob of Jiang University, a prominent figure of our batch. Shimani rolled her eyes at this, unimpressed. After a while, the topic about Chen Yan finally calmed down, shifting to other discussions. As they chatted, a figure passed by outside the private room. Clang. At that moment, He Xiaowei happened to see it, and suddenly stood up. Huh? What happened? What's wrong, Xiaowei? He didn't care about the others' concerns and immediately ran to the door to check that silhouette. After confirming that it was the person he remembered, he returned to his seat with a beaming smile. Sorry, I just saw someone I knew and got a bit too excited, lost my composure. Upon hearing He Xiaowei say this, someone couldn't help but be curious and asked, who was it? Did they make you so excited just passing by? He Xiaowei replied truthfully, there's no choice, it's a matter of my future. The person who just passed by was the assistant to the chairman of our Yuhui group, the chief secretary of the president's office, Sun Haoqing. Mr. Sun. To put it bluntly, although I'm just a small manager, I hardly ever see Mr. Sun in my frontline position. Lao Su, didn't you want to change jobs? Just wait a bit. Once Mr. Sun sits down to eat, I must go over and toast him. You could come with me to make an impression, maybe there'll be an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Shimani immediately chimed in. He go if it's convenient, can Zhenghong and I also go over to toast Mr. Sun. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. Well, just follow behind and take the chance to make an acquaintance. She understood very well the significance of the chairman's assistant, whose influence was many times greater than that of He Xiaowei. If they could really get to know him through this opportunity, they would be halfway towards breaking into the channels of Yuhui. All right, He Xiaowei thought for a moment, agreed, and then named a few classmates who had decent status to invite along. After all, if his classmates were all relatively successful, it would also make introductions more impressive and show a strong network. Thus, after waiting for about 15 minutes, when the time was nearly up, he picked up his glass, stood up, and announced, "All right, everyone, let's go say hello to Mr. Sun." The private room of Junzi Bamboo. "Yang, you made me look so beautiful in the photos." Zhang Miao Miao exclaimed, carefully examining every detail of the picture on her phone. Compared to the last time, the photos taken today were simply perfect. She couldn't find a single flaw that needed editing, leaving her with no room to showcase her skills. Seeing her lost in admiration of her beautiful photos, Chun Yin gently tapped her head and said, "They look good, but they can't fill your stomach. Haven't you seen enough yet?" With Zhang Miao Miao as the model, a top beauty, combined with his masterful photography skills, it was no surprise that the photos turned out stunning. If only there were professional camera equipment and post-production, the photos could reach an even higher level. Not at all. I never get tired of them, Zhang Miao Miao replied with a smile. However, upon seeing the waiter bringing the dishes, she quickly put away her phone and began serving Chen Yan. There was no choice. He had spent the entire day at Zhang Miao Miao's house taking photos non-stop, and after a long day of excitement, he was quite exhausted. Even with endless energy, he wasn't cultivating immortality. He still needed to convert energy into food. Thus, he was feeling a bit hungry and needed to fill his stomach. While eating, he reminded her, "Miao Miao, go online and buy a password-protected external hard drive. Regular photos can be stored on your phone, but the unusual ones should not be stored there. Make a copy to the external hard drive before deleting them, and keep them safe to avoid any mishaps." Chunyin had to remind her several times, thinking of a way to keep the exclusive photos safe from leaking. Zhang Miao Miao nodded repeatedly, as she certainly did not want to be infamous. She immediately picked up her phone and purchased the most expensive external hard drive with the largest memory online. There were still many outfits she hadn't photographed, and in the future the number of photos and videos would only increase. A smaller memory would not suffice. Seeing her take it seriously and act promptly, Chunyin felt relieved and said, "Stop being so busy, you need to eat too. Especially with the dry weather, drink more water." "Okay." Zhang Miao Miao's face flushed as she said, "I ordered several boxes of Evian mineral water to keep at home, but they haven't arrived yet." So considerate. While they chatted, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room. A waitress stood at the door, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, sorry to disturb you. A Mr. Sun Haoqing claims to know you and wishes to visit. Is it convenient for you?" Chun Yin turned to look, and outside stood two figures waiting for his response. "Sure, let them in." Once permission was granted, Sun Haoqing promptly walked into the room, holding a wine glass with a smile on his face. "Chairman Chen, what a coincidence. I happened to be dining with a few friends in the private room below the Chrysanthemum Pavilion. When the waitress came in to serve the dishes, I just happened to pass by and saw you, so I thought I'd come over for a toast." "Oh, Assistant Sun is here for a meal too," Chun Yin remarked casually, saying, "No need to be so polite. I also want to thank you for taking care of Yao Yao during work." After some pleasantries, he looked at the person beside Sun Haoqing and asked, "Who is this?" "This is Manager Chiu from the Marriott Hotel," Sun Haoqing quickly introduced. "Manager Chiu happened to be with me. He heard that I was coming to toast Chairman Chun and wanted to express his sentiments too." Under his introduction, Manager Chiu immediately stepped forward and said, "Welcome, Chairman Chun, to the Marriott Hotel. If there is anything you are dissatisfied with or any dishes you dislike, please feel free to let us know." Then both sides exchanged more polite remarks. "However, I won't be drinking today. I'll just have tea instead." After the greetings, there wasn't really much to discuss. The two of them had no objections and quickly raised their wine glasses, lowering their hands slightly to clink against Chun Yan's teacup. Then Sun Haoqing said, "Chairman, I've already settled the bill for this private room. Do you need to order a few more?" Yes, Chairman, feel free to order." Manager Chiu chimed in from the side. "Thank you for your kindness." The social niceties reached a natural pause. Sun Haoqing and Manager Chiu were quite tactful and had decided to take their leave, no longer wanting to disturb Chun Yan's meal. At that moment, there was another knock on the door, and the waitress spoke up. "Mr. Sun, these individuals are looking for you." Time rewound 10 minutes earlier. Led by He Xiaowei, a group was heading towards the Chrysanthemum Pavilion. When they reached the door of the private room, He Xiaowei took a deep breath, put on a bright smile, and knocked on the door. The door was opened by the waitress. "Excuse me, I'm looking for," he started, but when he focused, his words abruptly halted. Inside the room sat 3 or 4 men, none of whom he recognized, and there was no sign of Sun Haoqing. Did I misread? Did I come to the wrong place? Or has he already left? Just as a multitude of questions surged in his mind, someone inside the room spoke up, asking, "Who are you? Sorry to disturb you, we are friends of Mr. Sun." It seems like we saw him enter this private room just now, he Xiaohui responded. Oh, friends of old Sun. He went to the Junzi bamboo private room. Oh, thank you. He Xiaohui closed the private room door and turned to speak to Shimani and the others, saying, Mr. Sun is not in this private room. He probably just came to greet friends here. Let's go to the Junzi bamboo private room. Then the group shifted their target. They knocked on the door, opened it, and explained their purpose to the waitress. As the waitress was reporting, he Xiaohui glanced around the private room and was instantly stunned. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open in shock. Not because he finally found Sun Haoqing, but because. Chunyan, what is Chunyan doing here? No, why does he look so young and handsome still? He Xiaohui felt a storm of emotions rise within him, astonished by how much younger and even more handsome Chunyan had become. As for the other matters like why Chunyan was in the Junzi bamboo private room or why he was with Sun Haoqing, he temporarily had no capacity to contemplate. It wasn't just him, except for Shimani. The entire group were classmates and naturally recognized Chunyan. Each of their expressions and inner turmoil mirrored He Xiaohui's surprise. However, since they were there to visit, they didn't dare to make a loud commotion, with only Dong Zhenghong being an exception. Upon seeing Chunyan, his eyes lit up, completely changing from his previously dull demeanor, and he excitedly exclaimed, What the heck? Chenggu, what are you doing here? It hasn't been long since we last met, and you've secretly become even more handsome. Moi. Sun Haoqing frowned upon hearing the waiter say someone was looking for him. This was not even his private room. He wondered which fool had come to the wrong place and chosen this very moment to arrive. Even a minute later, after he had left the room, would have been fine. He also heard someone shouting the name Chenggu, yet none of the people in the room had a name containing the character Cheng. You all. Sun Haoqing was about to tell them not to come in and to wait outside. But the next second Chunyan responded saying, Huh. Big head. Your gathering is here. Come on in. He hadn't expected to run into Sun Haoqing while casually looking for a place to eat, nor to find his class reunion happening at the same spot. Then the group filed into the private room. Dong Zhenghong, overjoyed at the reunion, stepped forward and grabbed Chun Yin, exclaiming, Chenggu, you're just too unreasonable. You make me so envious. Well, joy brings a cheerful spirit. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Jiang Miao Miao. After Chun Yin made the introduction, Dong Zhenghong took one look at her, and his envy doubled. He leaned in and whispered, No way. After the divorce, you're eating this well. She looks barely over 20, you old ox eating tender grass. Then he continued aloud, She-man, and I the one I mentioned to you last night. Seeing how close he was with Chun Yin, Sun Haoqing was puzzled. Hadn't he been told they were looking for him? While the two chatted animatedly, he turned his gaze to the others who had entered. He didn't recognize most of them except for one who seemed vaguely familiar. He quickly searched his memory and finally recalled something. You are one of our company's people. From the game division, Manager He. Manager He. Yes. President Sun Im He Xiaohui from the game division. He Xiaohui quickly added. After exchanging a few warm words with Dong Zhenghong, Chun Yin didn't neglect the other classmates. Matching their faces to the names in his mind, he greeted each one in turn. Su Qingjuan, He Xiaohui. Long time no see. You're here to see Assistant Sun. Yes, He Xiaohui replied honestly, though he was puzzled why Chun Yin was in the room. We were having our class reunion and happened to see President Sun, so we thought we'd come over to say hello and offer a toast. Hearing this, Sun Haoqing felt trapped. What was this all about? With a company director present, who was he to put on airs? He had come to toast as well. To make matters worse, after He Xiaohui spoke, he raised his glass and the others followed suit. President Sun, I toast to you. Hey. Sun Haoqing quickly waved them off. He Xiaohui and the others were left awkward by his blunt refusal, staring at each other in confusion. Then they heard Sun Haoqing say, You guys are like the blind men and the elephant, missing the big picture. My room is Chrysanthemum Terrace. I came specifically to toast Chairman Chun. You toasting me here? How could I possibly accept that? At this, they all froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Chairman Chun, a toast? Sun Haoqing, the high-ranking executive they admired, was humbly offering a toast just like them, and to none other than Chun Yin. So what kind of status did Chun Yin hold? He Xiaohui's head spun. Not only was the guy more handsome than before, but he was also this incredibly impressive. Shiman Nis' reaction was no less dramatic. In her mind, Chun Yin was just a college roommate of Dong Zhenghong's. Hadn't he just gotten divorced and never worked? So what was happening now? Don't speak without knowing. Seeing this, Sun Haoqing cut to the chase. Chairman Chun is a shareholder and director of our company. If you're going to toast, it should be to Chairman Chun, not to me. At these words, the group was stunned, their minds blown as if hit by a bomb, utterly speechless. Holy crap. Chenggu, you're a director of Yuhuaitsue Group. Dong Zhenghong was the first to react, exclaiming in shock. Shiman and I quickly followed, beaming and nodding repeatedly. Yes, President Sun is right. We didn't know the situation and were careless. Well, drink a glass as a penalty. He Xiaohui also spoke up. President Chun, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Chun Yin waved his hand and said, Assistant Sun was just joking. We're all classmates, no need for this. Who would have thought he just came for a simple meal, not to show off? So he subtly signaled Sun Houching with a glance. Sun, being the chairman's assistant, was a master at reading the room and immediately understood. All right, Chairman Chun is having dinner with his girlfriend. Let's not disturb them. Let's step out. Chun Yin also chimed in, Big head, let's leave it for today. Go back, we'll catch up privately later. Sure. And so the group left the Junzizu room. Brother he, that was intense. Su Chunjun nudged He Xiaohui with his shoulder as they walked back. My head's still buzzing. How did Chun Yin become? The news from our classmates was totally unreliable. Even Dong Zhenghong, who's closest to him, seemed clueless. He seemed stirred up, talking a lot. Hey, you're not still hung up on those old college grudges, are you? Now Chun Yin is your boss, the big boss. No way. That was just youthful foolishness. If I still cared, why would I have brought Dong Zhenghong and the others to see President Sun? He Xiaohui quickly replied. And you saw. Chun Yin is even more handsome than in college, and his girlfriend is a young beauty in her prime. To be blunt, Su Zhuangyan can't compare. She's not worthy. True. If only I'd have gotten closer to Chun Yin back then I wouldn't have been left speechless just now. Dong Zhenghong and Shiman and I walking behind them were also whispering. Zhenghong, he's a director of Yu Huaitsue Group. Aren't you and your roommate close? Shiman and I said excitedly. Then we have a real chance. Didn't you already plan a gathering? Go back and set a date quickly. Take me along. Stop. Dong Zhenghong knew what she was after and cut off her fantasy. When we came, you said you were too busy. Shiman and I was choked and could only argue. Things are different now. Watching her change her tune so quickly, Dong Zhenghong couldn't help but sigh deeply. How unpredictable the world was. The person you need to flatter also has a boss to flatter, and that boss is someone you once looked down on. That was exactly today's scene. Near Jiang University, Kalixiang Barbecue. This was an old haunt from Chun Yin's university days, the first choice for gatherings and drinking after leaving the dormitory, filled with memories of him and his roommates. Therefore, when he and Dong Zhenghong reunited after a long time, they naturally chose this place. Yes, Chun Yan's promise to meet again was not mere words. He quickly arranged for the following evening. Just find any available seat, you can sit anywhere, the barbecue shop owner greeted as Chun Yan arrived early. What would you like to eat? The owner asked, but upon seeing Chun Yan's face, she suddenly exclaimed. Oh, isn't this Jiang University's campus heartthrob? It's been years since you last came, yet you still look so handsome. Chun Yan smiled. You remember me, boss lady. It's not easy with so many Jiang University students frequenting here. Your business is thriving. He was quite surprised. Although he used to visit often, especially in the years right after graduation, he considered himself a regular and had a good relationship with the owner and her husband. Yet 7 or 8 years had passed, and the owner surprisingly hadn't forgotten him. Her memory was indeed impressive. Of course, you still look youthful, your face hasn't changed much. The owner was quite willing to chat a bit more with a familiar customer. Moreover, every year Jiang University has new campus heartthrobs, but none seem to compare to your handsomeness. There are indeed a few campus beauties who are quite pretty. Haha, thank you for the compliment, boss lady, Chun Yin said as he picked up a pen and began to jot down his order. Starting with 6 bottles of Blue Girl, 10 skewers, each of grilled beef and lamb, 4 skewers of lamb kidneys and lamb sticks, 4 skewers of grilled shrimp, 4 skewers of grilled beef balls, 2 skewers of grilled chicken wings, and a box of enoki mushrooms in foil. Is it just for one person? Or are you with your roommates? As he was placing his order, the owner asked. Chun Yin replied. A meeting to 2, do you remember him? The one with a bigger head than others. The owner chuckled awkwardly. I actually don't have much impression of that. Hearing this, Chun Yin couldn't help but laugh. It turned out the owner wasn't particularly good at remembering, but only remembered him. He then handed her the order slip and pen. Let's start with these for now. All right, just wait a moment. There are quite a few customers today, but I'll let Laoli know to grill yours first. Okay. Before long, the owner returned with beer and some peanuts, small fish, and seaweed as appetizers. She said it was to prevent him from getting bored waiting. Chun Yin expressed his gratitude, knowing that these small dishes were complimentary. Just as the owner left, a youthful and vibrant figure appeared before Chun Yin. Hello, handsome. I lost a truth or dare game with my friends. According to the rules of the game, I need to complete a dare. Can I add you on WeChat? Chun Yin glanced at her and guessed she was likely a Jiang University student exuding youthful vigor. Generally, girls who have the courage to strike up a conversation are quite pretty, at least at a class flower level, otherwise they wouldn't have the confidence to approach. However, since he activated a charm aura, he had been approached too often, or upon close examination this girl really didn't rank high. How to put it, he wasn't even interested enough to activate his investigation glasses to check her information. Especially after raising small animals, his standards had become even higher. He wanted only the best, and if he were to eat everything, he simply couldn't manage. Moreover, he was currently busy with Yanji Lai Ma and Gong Bai Wan, so he had no time to entertain others. Sorry, I have a girlfriend as she gets jealous easily, so you understand, right? However, Chun Yin still turned her down quite politely. The girl didn't succeed, but merely pouted before leaving, not pressing further. Chun Yin thought that was the end of it. But unexpectedly, another brave soul approached. Hello, can we be friends? Are you also from our school? What year in class are you in? You smell so good. The female university students were not deterred by the first encounter. Instead, they seemed even more eager, as if they saw him as a challenge to overcome. It seemed that as long as they could conquer him, it would prove their own charm and skills, resulting in a continuous stream of girls approaching to strike up a conversation. If I had known, I would have brought Meow Meow with me, but it's better to have a stunning companion by my side. Chun Yin felt a bit regretful. With Jiang Meow Meow around, most would have the self-awareness not to approach casually. Hey, you still have your charm from back in the day. The owner teased as she brought the barbecue. At this moment, Chungu, you made it here so early. Dong Zhenghong finally arrived at the barbecue shop just in time. Seeing Chun Yin already seated with the barbecue served, he felt a bit embarrassed. Although he wasn't late, he still arrived a bit later than intended. He had originally left home early, but Manny, knowing he was meeting Chun Yin, was unusually excited and insisted on coming along. He had to argue and insist that it was a gathering with just the brothers without any women involved before he finally managed to leave her at home. But he still lost a bit of time, causing him to arrive a step behind Chun Yin. Come on, no more chit-chat. It'll let me self-punish with 3 drinks first. After sitting down, he gulped down 3 large swigs. Ah, refreshing. I see you're quite thirsty. I take it easy, or I'll just leave you here if you get drunk. Sure, I'll get you drunk too, and leave you to be picked up later. The two immediately began to exchange banter, unaffected by the sudden change in status. Hey, what's that smell? So fragrant. Dong Jinghong, who had just sat down, couldn't help but sniff the air, tracking the source of the enticing aroma. It wasn't the barbecue, although it was also fragrant, but not enough to pique his interest. As he got closer to Chun Yin, the scent grew stronger. Wow, what a nice smell. I would have thought you were some kind of weirdo. Chun Yin pushed Dong Zhenghong away, refusing him closer proximity. Dong Zhenghong wasn't annoyed. Instead, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh wow, Qingge, is that really your scent? Did you spray perfume? You dressed up so carefully just to go out for barbecue with me." I'm deeply touched. Initially, as a typical straightforward guy, he had never used any cosmetics or skincare products, at most just some lotion to prevent dry skin. Let alone perfume. Anything too strong would make him uncomfortable and sneeze. But this time the scent he was experiencing was unexpectedly pleasant, refreshing, and invigorating. He quite liked it. Scent capsule. Upon consumption, the body will emit a unique, long-lasting fragrance, significantly enhancing one's allure. So that's why the girls who approached him would say, "You smell so good," and why Dong Zhenghong thought he was wearing cologne. Is the scent capsule really this potent? Chun Yin mused silently. He couldn't smell it himself, so he hadn't paid much attention after taking it. But this fragrance actually appealed to a straight-laced guy like Dong Zhenghong. If even a man who hates perfume likes it, then what about women? Big head, what scent do you think I have? Hearing his question, Dong Zhenghong didn't answer right away. He pondered for a moment, searching for the right words in his mind. After organizing his thoughts, he said, a crisp, bracing feeling like a winter cedar. Cedar? Woody scent. Chun Yin was taken aback. He thought to himself, compared to other scents, this is indeed more suitable and appealing to men. But after taking it today, Jiang Miao Miao had described a sweet, ripe, fruity aroma. Everyone perceives a different. Chun Yin suddenly understood. Like the aura halo, the scent capsule worked differently for each person. Everyone had different tastes. Some preferred a masculine vibe, others a gentle puppy-like charm. The reason the aura halo could make everyone genuinely feel that a person was handsome was precisely because it tailored itself to the observer. The scent capsule worked the same way. Since everyone liked different smells, Jiang Miao Miao detected a fruity fragrance while Dong Zhenghong perceived a cedar scent. System, are you trying to turn me into a succubus? Chun Yin sighed inwardly. He then changed the subject and asked, Big Head, yesterday you and he Xiao Wei went to toast assistant Sun. Was there something going on? In truth, he knew perfectly well that with Sun Haoqing's status and Xi Man's family business, it was just the usual matter. But he deliberately asked, using it as a lead-in to discuss things further. Hearing Chun Yan's question, Dong Zhenghong paused. After much internal debate, he forced a smile and replied casually, nothing much. You don't know this, but he Xiao Wei is now a frontline game supervisor in your group, your subordinate. He used to be at odds with you, he's probably terrified now. He insisted on toasting. Manny and I had nothing to do, so we just tagged along for the fun of it, Dong Zhenghong said, lightly pretending it was just for the spectacle. Chun Yin immediately gave him a keep pretending look. Do you think I'm stupid? You think I can't see through this little game? You said on the phone earlier that you went to the class reunion to network for your wife's family business. Exposed. Dong Zhenghong gave an awkward laugh and mumbled, you already knew, so why ask? I understand. You don't want money and interests to taint our friendship. Isn't that right? Talking about money ruins relationships. Chunyin immediately retorted, how you jest. This little bit of money can't hurt anything. Damn Chungu, the way you talk. All right, you're the man. Dong Zhenghong clutched his chest, pretending to be wounded. I don't care what others do when they're rich, but if I have money, I want the people around me to live comfortably and happily. Chun Yin stated his stance. Instead of directly persuading him, he asked a counter-question. We couldn't talk details on the phone. Now that it's just a spill it. Your wife, what's she like? How does she treat you? She's okay. Manny is a bit mercenary, but otherwise she's great. Our feelings are real, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten married. As for how she treats me, well, basically I listen to her. She's a rich girl pampered since childhood. But Chungu, you know how strong the feminist wave is these days. Even if she weren't a rich girl and I married someone else, a guy still wouldn't have much status. It's all the same anyway. Might as well marry rich and live off her. Dong Zhenghong analyzed deeply. So you have no standing. The balance of power in your relationship is completely off. Chun Yin summarized. This can't go on. Something will eventually go wrong. I don't know about her, but you'll probably get too stifled and snap. Dong Zhenghong started to say something, but Chun Yin cut him off. With my help, the business from the Yu Zihui group will be your biggest bargaining chip. With that chip, you can be equals or even have the upper hand. Eating soft rice is only for when you have no other choice. If you have a golden rice bowl of your own, why endure this humiliation? This time Dong Zhenghong didn't respond immediately. He downed a glass of beer, shed his usual playful demeanor, and fell into serious thought. Seeing this, Chun Yin didn't rush him. He leisurely ate his barbecue. After a moment, Dong Zhenghong made a decision. All right, they'll listen to you, Chingu. I've been pushed around for half my life. This time, thanks to my brother's luck, he'll make sure the east wind prevails over the west wind. That's the spirit. Come on, cheers. Chun Yin was willing to help his brother, but only if his brother was willing to step up. If Dong Zhenghong hadn't given this answer, he wouldn't have pushed further. Fortunately, Dong Zhenghong didn't disappoint him. Chingu, thank you. Thank you for thinking of me and helping me so much. Why are you being so polite? Back when you were still in Jiang City, when Yao Yao was just born, I was a complete mess taking care of her alone. You helped me take turns watching her. How many diapers and cans of formula did you buy for her? Dong Zhenghong waved his hand. Oh, that was years ago. There are even older things. Remember when I was juggling multiple girlfriends? You covered for me back then, haha, Chen Yin joked. He was willing to help for a reason. Those little things from the past were the cause. This helping hand now was the damn, don't even bring that up. You treated me like your personal alibi. Every time something happened, you said I was your girlfriend. Haha, not 9 of them. More like Dong the 5th or Dong the 6th. After a few jokes, they got back to business, discussing how to maximize the value of their bargaining chip. Chingu, are you sure you can get the alcohol procurement share from the Yu Zihui group? Absolutely. Would I make empty promises? Facing Dong Zhenghong's inquiry, Chun Yin was straightforward. I already contacted the group's chairman, Jiang Hanyang, and assistant Sun today. Be confident. You're a man with connections now. For him, the procurement share was no problem. A simple word was enough. The real issue was how to ensure they reaped maximum benefits, while making Manny accept it willingly. Chun Yin sought a win-win solution, one that would help Dong Zhenghong elevate his status without harming the couple's relationship. Big Head, what is the name of your wife's family's wine agency? Tianchun Wine Industry, Dong Zhenghong replied honestly. What is the situation with the company's shares? The company was established by my father-in-law, who holds the majority of the shares along with his brother and some investors as minority shareholders. I remember you mentioned that your wife is the only daughter. Dong Zhenghong was quite familiar with Tianchun Wine Industry, and through this question and answer, Chun Yin gradually thought of a solution. Big Head, you should understand that the business cannot be directly handed over to Tianchun Wine Industry. Even if I appoint you to manage it and give you the authority, it will only seem as if you are important. They will coax you into maintaining this connection, but in reality you won't gain any benefits. The money will still go to others. I know, I've already thought of a way. Dong Zhenghong nodded, revealing a sly smile. Oh really? Then let's hear it. All right, both of them said, and you establish a new company. Start from scratch. Their mutual understanding led them to burst into laughter, toasting to this agreement. Chun Yin continued. When you go back, set up a new company, you take 70% and she takes 30%. She should agree, because if the business goes to Tianchun Wine Industry, the profits will still end up in her father's hands, and he will have to share with the minority shareholders. Regardless of how the shares are divided in the new company, it will count as the couple's joint property. As for why you take 70%, if she feels dissatisfied and wants to negotiate for more, you can't give in, or just say you are my agent, and actually 50% is for me. That way she will definitely have nothing to say. This way your relationship as a couple won't be harmed because of this matter. Chungu. Hearing him consider his interests from all angles, Dong Zhenghong's eyes turned slightly red, misting over. Think you will be fine with 20% really? Chun Yin understood his meaning. It was merely about turning an excuse into reality, and he waved his hand saying, no need, I don't even care about this little money. Dong Zhenghong said no more, took a few deep swigs of his drink, and made up his mind. There are many ways to repay, and opportunities will arise in the future. Chunyin took a sip and said, they'll send you assistant son's contact information. You can communicate with him. Basically, it's what I just mentioned. The rest depends on your own performance. No problem. I haven't wasted my time working out there for all these years. With the business discussion concluded, the two began reminiscing about their experiences and amusing stories from university, drinking more and more with empty bottles piling up. As the night deepened around 10 o'clock, Chun Yin noticed Dong Zhenghong's face turning red and his spirits somewhat scattered, so he took the initiative to suggest, let's call it a night. We can meet again another day. Sure, Dong Zhenghong acknowledged, still self-aware, but he couldn't help but say, Chungu, your drinking capacity is getting better. I originally improved my capacity while working, but you seem unfazed. Chun Yin smiled silently. With the existence of genetic enhancement fluid and the endless engine, his current physical condition was terrifyingly strong. A little alcohol. It was easily metabolized. Maintaining peak physical condition was no joke. After Dong Zhenghong finished speaking, he went to pay the bill, and Chun Yin did not follow to fight him for it. Upon returning, Dong Zhenghong wore a resentful expression, saying, the boss lady gave you a discount. I cheekily asked her, but she didn't remember me at all. Ha ha. Chun Yin laughed mercilessly, then changed the subject, asking, how did you get here? You didn't drive, did you? No, I knew I would be drinking today, so I took a taxi. Let me call for one. No need. Chun Yin reached out to stop him. Just come with me, I'll give you a ride. You drive? Before Dong Zhenghong could finish, he saw Jiang Miao Miao, whom they had met in the private room yesterday, gracefully walking towards them. Chun Yin lifted his chin, pointing at her. Look. The canary was not just meant to be admired in a cage. When the time was right, Jiang Miao Miao sent a message expressing her concern. Naturally, she took on the role of their driver without hesitation. Chungu, you're so lucky. Dong Zhenghong had expressed his envy countless times. He had never enjoyed such treatment. After drinking outside and smelling bad, it was already good enough not to be criticized. Chun Yin patted his shoulder and casually painted a big picture, saying, this is the treatment of high status. Keep it up, young man. Once the new company is established, you'll have your day too. The Maybach drove through the night. Jiang Miao Miao's driving skills were steady and reliable. Although the speed was a bit slow, she safely delivered Dong Zhenghong home. On the way back to the Greenfield mansion, Yengu here. Jiang Miao Miao took some items from the armrest box and handed them to Chun Yin. This brand of hangover candy seems quite effective, and using the wet wipes to clean your face feels more comfortable. Miao Miao is very thoughtful. Chun Yin praised her. This canary was indeed well raised. Regardless of her figure appearance or emotional intelligence, she was top-notch, providing ample emotional value. Receiving his praise, Jiang Miao Miao smiled sweetly, at least proving that her intentions were not in vain. Yengu, the barbecue at Calixiang is delicious, right? I used to go there often during school. Really? Then let's go together next time. Thus they chatted all the way home. Chun Yin took off his shirt and headed straight for the bathroom. The barbecue shop had a lot of grease and smoke, and he wanted to shower first thing upon returning. Miao Miao, have you showered? I did. Jiang Miao Miao instinctively responded, but upon seeing Chun Yin's gaze, she immediately understood and changed her words. I just stepped out and want to wash again. That's fine, clever little one. Chun Yin chuckled and said, let's contribute to saving the planet's water resources together. The shower turned on and hot water gushed out, creating a small waterfall in the bathroom with water splashing against the body, raising countless tiny droplets. The steaming heat quickly permeated the air, the mist cloaking the glass partition in a thin veil. But soon the glass was wiped clean. If one looked closely, they could see a human silhouette formed by the curves. That was undoubtedly Chun Yin's handiwork. He loved to draw while showering and also enjoyed listening to music. Especially without background music, the pure human voice of a soprano, the tone, sometimes low and melodious, sometimes high and passionate. Elegant, simply too elegant. Come on, Miao Miao, take a look in the mirror. The next morning, Chun Yin was awakened by the rustling sounds and opened his eyes. It was Jiang Miao Miao tiptoeing as she got dressed, preparing to get up. Miao Miao, you're awake so early. You went to bed so late last night, why don't you sleep a little longer? Hearing Chun Yin's voice, Jiang Miao Miao quickly apologized. Sorry, Yengu, I woke you up. I had to get up to prepare breakfast since you have something to do today, and then I'm off to work. Oh, it's Monday today. Chun Yin understood and replied, it's fine now, if you're tired you can go a bit later. With his status, Jiang Miao Miao didn't have to worry about attendance. Even if she were late, it would be for a big I'm okay, not too tired. Mainly because it's Monday and there's a meeting in the morning. As the assistant manager of the private banking department, I still want to attend. Chun Yin understood that it wasn't mandatory, it was her desire to go since she had become part of the management. Oh, assistant manager of the private banking department. You got promoted. Yes, I shared the good news with you on Weixing as soon as I got promoted. Ahem. Chun Yin coughed strategically, saying, I remember now. In truth, he had no idea When she wasn't around him, she would send numerous messages every day. For instance, what she wore today, what she ate, where she was waiting, reporting at any time. So he only responded to a few messages when he had time, not having read every single one requiring a reply. So being an assistant manager is still a middle management position, won't it be very busy? No, not at all, Jiang Miao Miao quickly explained. The assistant manager title is just a name, it's a nominal. There isn't much work to do, the team handles most of it, and I can still come and go as I please. As long as you have time, Yengu, I'll always be by your side. After explaining, she reassured him multiple times, fearing she might lose her job as a golden canary. After all, she clearly distinguished between priorities. Without her identity as a golden canary, even if she could get a permanent position, she wouldn't have the current freedom and benefits, let alone a promotion and raise so quickly. Seeing her getting anxious, Chun Yin comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I was just asking casually, nothing more." He then changed the subject. "So your salary has increased quite a bit, right?" Jiang Miao Miao relaxed, nodding, explaining, "It was just to improve the benefits that Director Liu promoted me to this nominal position. Now my yearly salary plus other benefits is about 400,000. She became more excited as she spoke. The assistant manager in the private banking department is a key employee in the bank's rank system, usually at levels 12-14. Originally, I only entered at the lowest level 6 after graduating with my bachelor's degree, but because of you, Yengu, due to my outstanding performance and significant contributions to the bank, I jumped from level 6 to level 16, which is for managers. A leap of 10 levels from a grassroots clerk to middle management. At 22, with a yearly salary of 4,000. Who else can do that?" Jiang Miao Miao shook her head, feeling very happy. Chun Yin wasn't surprised. There was nothing wrong with outstanding performance and significant contributions. In the face of sufficient money, qualifications and abilities are all superficial and can be flexibly adjusted. Director Liu has silently done something significant. He's quite considerate. He thought to himself, feeling that Liu Kaiming's methods of gaining favor were quite skillful. At least this flattering method was quite effective for him, and it felt good to receive such compliments. "All right, you go prepare breakfast then." Since he was awake, Chun Yin had no intention of going back to sleep and got out of bed. He went to the bathroom to wash up. While brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, he had a thought. Sign in. Sign in completed. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host has received sweetness. Chun Yin furrowed his brow, confused. What is this? Honey. He then opened the system panel to check the details and finally understood. This thing is similar to body fragrance capsules, except one is through gas and the other. The effects vary from person to person, but it is definitely fragrant and sweet. Anyway, it's another magical benefit for her. He himself felt nothing, but others would be happy. The succubus body has made a significant advancement. Chun Yin sighed, his mind wandering, unable to help but speculate. If that's the case, wouldn't Xiao Chun? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Miao Miao's voice came from outside. "Yengu, breakfast is ready." Chun Yin then pulled back his thoughts, quickened his washing up, and came to the living room. Initially, when he saw Jiang Miao Miao, he wanted to test the reward effect, but then he thought of Jiang Miao Miao not having brushed her teeth yet. Never mind, he would try later. At the dining table, there were the breakfast items. She prepared some instant steamed buns, xiaomai glutinous rice chicken from a restaurant in Guangzhou, and fresh pure milk. He then sat down to enjoy it. After a while, Jiang Miao Miao finished washing up and sat down beside him. "Miao Miao, come here, I'll give you a good morning kiss." Chun Yin gently held her chin. Jiang Miao Miao cooperated very well, even happily leaning in. Moi moi. In the moment of passion, she crossed her arms around Chun Yan's neck. Chun Yan's hand then triggered the genetic base code. He needed to hold something to feel stable. The little goldfish was reluctant to part, only stopping when Jiang Miao Miao found it hard to breathe. "Miao Miao, how does it feel?" Jiang Miao Miao was still immersed in it, asking without thinking, "So sweet. It has a hint of orange flavor." "Yengu, what did you eat?" As she spoke, her gaze lingered on his lips, reluctant to leave, just like a child who has tasted candy, wanting more after finishing one. At this point, Chun Yin confirmed that today's reward indeed had something special. He noticed Jiang Miao Miao still wanting to continue. "I didn't eat much, but Miao Miao, have you heard a saying? When you love someone deeply, you will become like them." No, that's not it. He corrected himself. You will like everything about them, including their scent, thinking they smell good, even thinking they taste sweet. This is what's known as physiological attraction. Chun Yin fabricated a story attributing all the miraculous changes to the name of love. He thought Jiang Miao Miao would be somewhat skeptical, but at least she would have an excuse to brush it off. Unexpected. "Hey, Yengu, that's exactly how I feel." She excitedly realized she completely matched. "I have a physiological attraction to you, Yengu. I adore you." I know, Chun Yin replied. "Let's eat breakfast." But Jiang Miao Miao didn't act. Instead, she instinctively pursed her lips, shyly asking, "Yengu, can we wait a bit to eat breakfast? Can we do it again?" Chun Yin thought, "Oh no, she's addicted." Yin Ge, how about a goodbye kiss? After dinner, Chun Yin accompanied Jiang Miao Miao to the China Merchants Bank, and before getting out of the car, she asked for it again. Are you serious? Chun Yin was speechless ever since she had experienced it once Jiang Miao Miao had set her own terms. What pre-meal kiss, post-meal kiss, door kiss, and now a goodbye kiss. The guide for Tongzi Ge didn't mention anything like this, at this rate Jiang Miao Miao would soon max out this skill. He reached out to press against her forehead and pushed her away, saying, it's still early. He'll go in with you to find Manager Lu for tea. So they didn't part ways, and there was temporarily no goodbye kiss. All right, Jiang Miao Miao chuckled and replied. But remember to look for me when you leave. Chun Yin nodded in agreement, glad she didn't insist on another kiss as they got out. This thing is fine to do occasionally, but too much loses its feeling and might even swell the lips. If it continues, it might break the skin. After all, he wasn't getting any benefits from it, unlike Jiang Miao Miao, who could savor the sweetness of an orange. After getting out of the car, Jiang Miao Miao tightly clung to Chun Yan's arm as they walked into the bank. Aren't you worried someone will see and say you are vain and trying to cling to a wealthy benefactor? Hearing Chun Yan's question, Jiang Miao Miao blinked and cheekily replied, it's well known in the industry that I'm vain and cling to wealthy benefactors. Chun Yan was left speechless. Indeed, otherwise how could a freshly graduated undergraduate girl like her be an assistant manager for the large client department at level 16? So everyone in the industry surely knows the truth. Just kidding. Anyway, China Merchants Bank isn't one of the 6 major state-owned banks. It's a joint stock commercial bank focused on performance. As long as it doesn't harm the heavens or break the law, as long as it appears acceptable on the surface, who cares what methods are employed behind the scenes? All this talk about vanity and clinging to wealthy benefactors is essentially just jealousy. If they had beauty and opportunities, who wouldn't want to be me or the next person in line? If we require everyone in the bank to be clean, then the savings would probably drop by at least 30%. So if someone spreads such rumors, Manager Lu would definitely punish or dismiss the rumormonger for the stability of the institution. Little clever girl, Chun Yin playfully pinched her nose. Then they parted ways, one heading to the changing room to change into a uniform to prepare for a meeting, while Chun Yin expertly made her way to the VIP room. Not long after he sat down, Manager Lu Qiming walked in. Haha, what a surprise to see you here, General Chun. Clearly an employee had spotted him and reported it immediately. Chun Yin shook the tea container in her hand and smiled. I had some free time and came to find you to enjoy. It was still early, and indeed she had nothing to do, but maintaining relationships was also a fact. Networks require frequent interactions to deepen and strengthen. Lu Qiming's eyes lit up, realizing that the tea brought by Chun Yin must be exceptional. He said, I just bought a new set of tea utensils, just worthy of General Chen's fine tea. He took out a beautifully packaged set of tea utensils from the cabinet and set it on the coffee table. Chun Yin took a closer look and immediately recognized that this set was indeed excellent and quite valuable. Aren't we supposed to have a meeting today? Manager Lu, you can finish up your work first and come back later. Lu Qiming, however, plopped down in his chair, waving his hand. The meeting is important, but entertaining General Chun is even more important. I've already asked the vice president to host the meeting, thanks to General Chun allowing me a chance to take it easy. Then it seems I need to visit more often. So Chun Yin and Lu Qiming enjoyed tea while chatting. They talked about everything that came to mind, discussing tea business and even celebrity gossip. Lu Qiming, in his position at the bank, had a wide network and was well informed. Though this conversation seemed ordinary, Chun Yin absorbed a great deal of information, gaining more insights into the business world of Jiang City. As they chatted, Lu Qiming suddenly asked, I have a great business opportunity here. I wonder if General Chun is interested. Oh, Chun Yin casually responded, what business? Manager Lu, feel free to share. Guangyan Mining, have you heard of it? Chun Yin nodded. Though mining companies are quite distant from people's livelihoods and not well known, Guangyan Mining is a major player in Jiang City, and she had heard of it. Their business operations are extensive, including mineral exploration, mining product trade, precious metal smelting, and so on. Lu Qiming got straight to the point. Guangyan Mining is looking to acquire a small mining company. However, their long-term funding has not yet come through and time waits for no one, so they need an urgent bridge loan. In fact, with their assets, they could secure sufficient funding from our bank, but the bank's approval process is too slow. Currently, they have a funding gap of 100 million. If General Chun is interested, I can facilitate that. After finishing, he elaborated, I can assure you this business is very safe and has no risks. The transaction will be fully supervised by our bank, and once Guangyan Mining completes the acquisition, they will initiate a mortgage loan with the bank. Our bank can ensure the smooth issuance of subsequent loans to repay General Chen's principal and interest. Additionally, since Guangyan Mining's need for the bridge loan is urgent and of a large amount, we can offer an interest rate of 10%. 100 million, 10%, that's 10 million. After listening, Chun Yin pondered. How long does it take to get the repayment? Lu Qiming honestly replied, 1 month at most 1.5 months. General Chen can also have Jiang Miao supervise the loan process. Her professional skills and the knowledge she's gained in the industry make her more than capable. All right, please have General Chen send the information to Miao, and he'll have her take a look. Chun Yin nodded, saying, "Can I give Manager Lu a response tomorrow?" No problem. In fact, Chun Yin had already made a rough decision internally. As long as Jiang Miao found no issues after reviewing, he would invest and let her handle it to earn some small money back. Because this bridge loan was clearly a small business that Lu Qiming was leveraging his resources in the bank to facilitate. This way, Guangyan Mining could smoothly complete the acquisition, and the bridge fund provider could safely earn interest in a short period. He could assist the bank in releasing subsequent mortgage loans, and Guangyan Mining and the bridge fund provider would surely offer him considerable benefits. I must say, Lu Qiming is quite skilled at utilizing personal connections, resources, and information perfectly. The aim is a win-win-win situation for everyone. It's easy for rich people to make money. Money goes out, circulates, and comes back earning amounts that ordinary people can only dream of. Chun Yin sighed. 10 million. Even if I give Lu Qiming 2% as a referral fee, that still leaves 8 million. Jiang Miao's monthly living expenses are 100,000, enough to support her for 6 or 7 years. Does this count as letting Miao earn her own living expenses? Thinking of this, Chun Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Tea tasting is great. Tea tasting is great. Coming over here idly has unexpectedly led to a good business opportunity. It wasn't a wasted trip, not at all. Despite Chun Yan's life goal being to take it easy, both money and company shares come with system rewards requiring no effort on his part. However, he wouldn't ignore money. Either money begets money. He could also let Jiang Miao handle it, so why not take advantage of it? At that time, I'll send a good bottle of wine or some fine tea to Lu Qiming that matches the value of a bonus. Chun Yin thought to himself. He was confident that Lu Qiming would not refuse. These items were not only unassuming, but also extremely easy to liquidate, making them much safer than handing over cash directly. Thus, Chun Yin spent quite a bit of time in the bank's VIP lounge. Lunch was also taken care of by Lu Qiming at a restaurant where Chun Yin took the opportunity to brief Jiang Miao about the bridge loan. She was naturally enthusiastic and assured him that she would handle the related matters diligently. Time passed into the afternoon, and it was nearly time to meet someone, prompting Chun Yin to take his leave. Of course, he didn't forget his promise to Jiang Miao, giving her a goodbye kiss before leaving. Smack smack. Their reluctance to part lingered as Jiang Miao drank quite a bit of orange juice. In the end, it was Chun Yin who initiated the separation, playfully reprimanding her little glutton. After leaving, Chun Yin drove to the vicinity of the excellent shopping plaza to a building directly across the street. Upon exiting the car, he immediately spotted the sign of the Xinglin Dance Studio. Indeed, he had come today in response to Irina's invitation to visit her studio. While the visit was genuine, he certainly had ulterior motives. Pushing the door open, he entered, as the studio was still in the preparatory phase and not officially open yet. There were no other people inside. The first floor served as the reception area, stylishly decorated, and the entire studio was divided into 2 levels, with the second floor presumably being the dance classroom. Whether it was the noise from downstairs or the time nearing for her to come down and greet him, Irina's figure appeared at the top of the stairs. "Yin Gu, you arrived early," she exclaimed in surprise. "I was just tidying up upstairs and didn't notice." Chun Yin smiled and replied, "No problem, I just got here. The studio looks great." "Thank you," Irina responded, then proactively began the tour, saying, "Yin Gu, let me show you around. The first floor is where we receive client inquiries, and we've posted some informational materials here. The Xinglin Dance Studio offers services including dance teaching and training, primarily targeting children aged 6 to 12. They also handle choreography and performances. If any companies or events require dancers, the studio will send people over if they can. If I have any resources in this area, I'll refer them to you," Chun Yin said. Irina didn't elaborate for too long, stopping after a brief introduction and taking Chun Yin's hand, saying, "Come on, let's check out the dance classroom on the second floor. I've prepared a surprise program for you." Although there wasn't much to see in the studio, this was merely her excuse to invite him over, and now that she had him there, she naturally wanted to find ways to enhance their closeness. For this, she had been carefully preparing for quite some time. Oh, with anticipation, Chun Yin ascended to the second floor. The dance classroom was spacious, with a special anti-slip floor that felt soft and comfortable when he stepped on it without shoes. However, he was more concerned about the large wall of mirrors, at least 23 meters high, which reflected him. This reminded him of Jiang Miao looking in the mirror last night. If it were in this place, it would surely be quite interesting. Chun Yan's mind began to conjure images. Just as he was lost in thought, Irina said, "Yin Gu, please wait a moment, I'll be right back," and then slipped into a partitioned area of the dance classroom. "Sure," Chun Yin replied, knowing she was likely preparing the so-called surprise. After a short while, the sound of traditional Chinese music suddenly filled the dance classroom. The next moment, the partition door opened and Irina's figure slowly emerged. Yin Gu, I've choreographed a new traditional dance, and you're the only audience. She appeared in a red sheer dress embroidered with a golden phoenix ready to take flight, revealing a diamond-shaped navel through her slim waist. In addition, large swathes of red fabric cascaded from her hands and lower body, the sheer material as delicate as a cicada's wing, faintly revealing a hint of snowy white. As she moved, her long legs occasionally broke free from the confines of the red fabric, showcasing their straight and slender form. Is this the gift? Chunyin stared wide-eyed, fixated on her, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Irina's form. With the music in the background, Irina danced, bending back, lifting her leg in midair, and flipping the red fabric, swirling with her movements. She danced lightly, gradually approaching him. As the distance closed, the red fabric occasionally brushed past Chunyan's nose, allowing him to catch a whiff of its subtle fragrance. Not only that, as the rhythm of the music accelerated, a veil of red fabric enveloped his head. At that moment, his vision filled with red. The visual impact brought by the exotic beauty with golden hair and blue eyes intensified. In this world of red fabric, the bow-tie's jade-like fingers gently brushed over Chunyan's face, creating a ticklish yet pleasant sensation. Other parts of his body also experienced occasional light touches, fleeting yet igniting an irresistible urge to reach out and embrace her. He felt like a king reveling in the company of beauties from his harem, admiring the exotic bow-tie's dance. For a moment, Chun Yin seemed to gain a deeper understanding of the fleeting nature of spring nights, realizing the significance of a king who no longer attends morning court. As the music approached its conclusion, the red fabric withdrew and Chun Yin returned to reality. Irina beside him leaned back and fell, prompting him to quickly reach out and catch her, the exotic beauty falling into his embrace. Chun Yin suddenly realized this was the ending pose, a design where Irina actively initiated the interesting, truly interesting. He applauded silently in his heart. Such a surprise gift was indeed unexpected. It must be said that it had effectively stirred him. Then he heard Irina's voice say, "Yingu, I like you from the first time I saw you. I want to be your girlfriend, can I pursue you?" Chasing him, Chun Yin was not especially surprised. He had always been striking, and the system's various rewards had only elevated him further. Since their first meal together, Elena had been flirting with him on Weishing, showering him with signs of affection and inventing excuses for dates. Her intentions were blatant. When Chun Yin did not agree immediately, Elena feared she had failed and intensified her advances. She thrust her hips, leaning in until their faces nearly met, her red lips parting slightly. Chun Yin was ambushed. With her lips at his, he did not refuse. Applying a little counterpressure, he breached Elena's defenses. Clumsy, hopelessly clumsy, the unmistakable mark of a first kiss. So he took the lead, guiding the rhythm in his hands as slowly she learned a little and began to respond. Chun Yan's hand was not idle either. It brushed aside the red veil and moved toward the pale long leg until they parted. "Brother Yin, I feel so happy. Our kiss is always this sweet." Elena immediately voiced her sensation. "I seem to taste cranberry vodka. Not only delicious, it even smells so fragrant. Wow, Brother Yin, are you Tang Sing's meat?" She held Chun Yan's arm, pressing her nose to him and inhaling deeply in a fully indulgent breath. Chun Yin could only laugh helplessly. This Beugong bounty is far too easy to come by. No, she did not need him to act, as she tumbled into the trap herself. Or rather, he had set no trap. She leaned in on her own accord, gladly walking into the petting paradise. "Elena, aren't you being a little rash? You don't even know much about me. Aren't you afraid of being deceived? Or what if I have no money, no job, and am utterly destitute? I would still be willing." Elena replied, at once her voice brighter. "Brother Yin, just call me Nana. If you have no job, come work at my studio. Then we'll be together often." Bold indeed, true to Gong Baiwan's nature, fierce, a beauty-obsessed romantic. Fortunately, her standards had been high and she had never had a boyfriend. That she ended up with him meant she was spared being mistreated. Had it been someone else, her love-struck naivety might have cost her money and dignity. "All right, but for certain special reasons, don't tell Chun Xingyao for now," Chun Yin said. Brother Yin, are you agreeing to be my boyfriend?" Chun Yin nodded. "Yes." Elena, overexcited, pressed another kiss. When they parted, more of the red veil lay scattered on the floor, tousled by Chun Yin. At that moment, shouting rose from the studio's first floor. "Nana's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, my big brother's here." Unable to find her downstairs, the voices approached the stairs. Chun Yin glanced at Elena in surprise. Men coming to call her by such intimate names. No. Brother Yin, let me explain." Elena hurried to explain. "I think I know who it is. I didn't know him before. He saw me recently while I was busy renovating the studio. Since then, he had kept pestering me, saying he wanted to court me and make me his girlfriend, but I had already told him outright that I have a boyfriend. But he wouldn't believe me and would drop by the shop from time to time. I usually lock the first floor door. Today, I left it open for you and forgot." Flustered, she spoke rapidly, explaining the whole chain of events in detail. When she finished, she suddenly remembered more. Oh, he seems to be a rich second generation who drifts through life. His name is, what is it, Li? Li Qingyu. Don't panic, I believe you. Chun Yin patted her reassuringly on the back. He'll handle this. Now that your boyfriend is here with me, he should believe you. Though he said it prudence was wise, he put on his investigative lenses. He scanned Elena and saw the panel still showing a big 0, so he relaxed. Seeing Chun Yin unconditionally trust her and stand up to protect her, Elena loosened up and was deeply moved. Brother Yin, you're so kind. Nana, are you practicing dance on the second floor? As the voices drew closer, 3 figures appeared on the second floor, shoes still on, swaggering into the dance. Chun Yin looked once and from the stance and clothing could tell at a glance that the young man in the center, the C position, was the rich heir suitor Elena had mentioned, Li Qingyu. He seemed oddly familiar. Flanking him were a chubby fellow and a redhead. The chubby one looked simple and earnest, the redhead brash and spirited. Seeing Chun Yin, especially with Elena holding his arm so intimately, Li Qingyi's expression froze, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Nana who? Who is he? Why are you holding him? First of all, we're not close. Don't call me Nana. With Chun Yin protecting her, Elena felt emboldened and answered righteously. I already told you. I have a boyfriend. Of course he's my boyfriend. Can I hold him? Hearing that. Li Qingyi's face darkened further. He muttered, you actually have a boyfriend. I thought it was just an excuse to reject me. Brotherly, what did you say? The redhead beside him hadn't heard clearly, only seeing their leader humiliated and assuming Li Qingyu was speechless with rage. Having just attached himself to his side, he thought about how to show off and stepped forward. He clenched his fists and stepped forward, snarling, hey, you man, let go of my sister-in-law. Who are you, blind enough to try and steal a woman from my brotherly? Chun Yin watched the redhead's bluster with interest, imagining a scene in which the rich suitor would be humiliated and ultimately exposed as a fool. He had recognized him. This familiar-looking rich heir Li Qingyu bore a striking resemblance to Li Helen of Anju Real Estate. Chances were Li Qingyu was Li Helen's son. Brother Tongzi, this makes no sense. Signed in so long, and you still haven't given me any martial arts or kung fu rewards. Do you think Huagua is too safe? Chun Yin even had the leisure to tease Brother Tongzi in his head. He remained entirely unperturbed. Even if a fight broke out with his now enhanced physique, taking on 3 foes would be no trouble. Seeing Chun Yan's calm indifference, the redhead grew more aggressive and spat out threats. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Put your hands down. Do you know who my brotherly is? Believe it or not, well, tear your hand off. He made the motion, knuckles cracking with a snap. Striding forward in heavy steps, he advanced toward Chun Yin. As Hong Mao stepped forward, a large hand firmly grasped him. Turning around, he was surprised to see it was Li. What are you grabbing me for? At this moment, Li Qingyu had regained his composure after the shock and did not respond immediately. Instead, he swung his other hand out. With a crisp sound of a slap, Hong Mao was momentarily stunned, stars appearing in his eyes as he incredulously exclaimed, Li Go, why did you hit me? I'm on your side. I was just helping you teach him a lesson. Oh, if you're going to hit someone, it should be him. He covered half of his face that had been struck, thinking that Li Qingyu had lost his mind and couldn't tell friend from foe. Not only Hong Mao but the nearby fatty also looked bewildered, his gaze revealing a simple-minded innocence. Bro, he's Hong Mao, you hit the wrong person, right? Even Chun Yin and Irina across from them were stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. Huff. Li Qingyu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I'm hitting you. His anger was not because of Chun Yin or Irina having a boyfriend, but rather due to having such a foolish underling. He couldn't help but curse. Hong Mao, are you brainless? Do you even know who my Li Go is? Am I that impressive? How could I not know? When did I ever ask you to help me teach someone a lesson? And to go as far as to lose a hand, you really know how to use others' power to intimidate. Playing around and spending some money is one thing, but you're really trying to set me up. After angrily cursing, he felt it was not enough and continued, what are you even worth? Do you think you're part of? But this is a society governed by law. Hitting someone is against the law, do you understand? Even if you can't read, at least you should know some basic legal knowledge. Get lost, go away. Facing Chun Yin, Hong Mao had been fierce, but after being slapped by Li Qingyu and receiving a scolding, he didn't dare make a sound, and instead left feeling wronged. No longer displaying the ferocity from before, he left the dance studio with his tail between his legs. This twist. Chun Yin was stunned. He had learned a bit of boxing in class with Li Yutong and was originally prepared for a Onion 3 free fight. But the plot twist had taken an unexpected turn. What's your name, big brother? Sorry about that. After Hong Mao left, Li Qingyu stepped forward with an apologetic expression. It's a misunderstanding, all of it. I hadn't seen Irina with any men, so I thought it was her excuse to reject me. That's why I staged a scene of unwavering loyalty in pursuit of love. As for Hong Mao, he's just mentally ill. That doesn't represent my stance. Chun Yan's gaze was teasing. He wondered if he was clever enough to notice something, or if he was truly a law-abiding, cultured, rich second generation. My last name is Chun, but you still need to apologize to Irina. this clingy method of pursuing someone isn't good at all. Yes, yes, yes. Li Qingyu readily apologized again, saying, Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Irina, I apologize. I deeply regret my rash and inappropriate behavior. Saying this, he took off the watch on his wrist and handed it to Chun Yin. Brother Chen, a small gift of apology. Please be sure to accept it, a little something to calm Irina's shock. Chen Han noticed a hint of pain flash across Li Qingji's face. Clearly this gesture was a significant financial loss for him. He glanced at the watch again. The luxury brand Richard Mille, even the most basic model, was over 800,000. With Li Qingji's status, this watch was probably worth at least over $1 million. Xiao Yu. Chun Yin, being of the same generation as Li Helen, calling him Xiao Yu, is quite reasonable. You're quite morally decent. I'm very pleased. At least you won't have to eat a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots when you go home. As he spoke, he handed the Richard Mille to Irina. The watch she suffered with naturally belonged to her. Hearing Chun Yin call him Xiao Yu, Li Qingyu felt a bit displeased, but the latter part of the sentence left him puzzled. He didn't understand what stir-fried bamboo shoots. He just didn't like eating bamboo shoots. But soon he understood. Chun Yin took out his phone. A last time he exchanged contact information with Li Helen at Yundantong. He dialed the number. Soon Li Helen's voice came through the phone. Ha, President Chen, what made you think to call me? If there's anything, just let me know. I old Li will definitely help if I can. President Li, it's not a big deal. Just met a kid named Li Qingyu outside. His appearance seems a bit similar to President Li. The call was on speaker, and when Li Helen's voice came out, Li Qingyu was dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that a man who looked only a few years older than him was actually a peer and friend of his father? They seemed quite familiar. If this were to be reported, would he have to? It really was stir-fried bamboo shoots. Hearing Chun Yan's words, Li Helen seemed to have guessed something and angrily reprimanded, President Chun, did that brat offend you? That kid is causing trouble outside again. You can definitely teach him a lesson. Beating him up to make him remember, it would be fine. Sensing his father's anger, Li Qingyu hurriedly made faces at Chun Yin, pleading with his hands together. Chun Yin had only intended to intimidate Li Qingyu. He had no intention of filing a complaint, nor would he take Li Helen's words seriously. Nonsense, they are father and son. While reprimanding sounds nice, in reality, it was to help his son out of trouble. If he took it seriously, that would be a loss. So he spoke. No, we were just having a conversation with Xiao Yu. Right. Li Qingyu quickly spoke into the phone. Dad, don't be angry. I didn't cause any trouble. I'm on good terms with Brother Chun. What do you mean, brother? You should call him Uncle Chun. Li Helen corrected. Yes, I'm making friends with Uncle Chun. After some pleasantries, Chun Yin hung up the phone and said, So what do you think? Is it okay for me to call you Xiao Yu? Reasonable, especially reasonable. You are indeed my Uncle Chun. Li Qingyu no longer felt displeased, only relief for having escaped a calamity. Then Uncle Chin, sorry for bothering you. We won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he hurriedly took Fatty and rushed out of the dance studio. Once outside, Li Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful. Phew. Thankfully. I almost had to go home and face the music. Li Gu, how did you know that person was your father's friend? Fatty, who hadn't said much, asked. He had spent quite a bit of time with Li Qingyu, knowing he wasn't a bully, but he also wouldn't be so humble as to give away his beloved watch, which was quite valuable. I didn't know at first, Li Qingyu said proudly, explaining, Fortunately, I have sharp eyes. Uncle Chun was dressed in the latest LV. You wouldn't need to think hard to know he couldn't be an ordinary person. Otherwise, would an auntie of that level of beauty pay attention to him? And it was actually my misunderstanding leading to some inappropriate behavior. Li Gu is impressive, Sharpie. Fatty flattered him. Of course. Li Qingyu happily accepted, then suddenly remembered that Hong Mao almost caused him trouble and quickly said, In the future, don't hang out with that brainless Hong Mao anymore. With someone like him, it's only a matter of time before he gets you into trouble. Remember, playing is one thing, but following the law is the most important. Seeing Li Qingyu leave, Irina looked at Chun Yin with admiration. The trouble that had entangled her for days was so easily resolved. Moreover, a gift of apology was offered. Brother Yin, you make people feel so secure, Irina said sincerely, then handed Chad Miller to Chun Yin. I can't take the watch back, it's yours, Chun Yin said, weighing it in his hand before asking. Nana, do you know how much this watch is worth? I don't know, but a watch worn by a rich second generation must be quite expensive, Irina guessed, shaking her head. Well, it's a top luxury item among watches. It could be worth 1 or 2 million. Oh. Upon hearing Chun Yan's estimate, she exclaimed, One watch, 1 or 2 million. That's more expensive than my dance studio. Is it just worn like this? This was over $1 million. Her entire savings, along with the generous contributions from her 2 good friends, barely added up to this amount. To say she wasn't tempted and didn't want it at all would be impossible. Who wouldn't like money? But she had already said those words and returned the watch to Chun Yan. She didn't want to embarrass herself, nor did she want to leave him with the impression of being greedy. Thus, she began a mental tug-of-war, ultimately allowing her romantic feelings to triumph over greed, resolving to comfort herself. Irina, money will come in the future. Once the studio officially starts operations and gets on track, we will earn money. But a boyfriend who is so handsome, sweet, and gives such a sense of security is one of a kind. You must seize the opportunity." Seeing her conflicted expression, Chun Yin couldn't help but chuckle and return the watch before she could speak. "You keep it at Chad Miller holds its value quite well. If you ever need money, just find someone to sell it to. This is your mental compensation." With a new pet in hand, someone was eager to provide the feeding fee. After saying that, he shifted the topic. "The surprise gift performance is over, and now what's next?" Irina was immediately distracted and asked, "Brother Yin, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner." At the same time, she raised her hand to indicate and added, "I've made quite a profit, I must thank you properly." Their relationship had just progressed further, and she naturally wanted to seize the moment, unwilling to let Chun Yin leave. Moreover, she had long made a series of plans for today, with the night being the most crucial. "Sure, Chun Yin, great. Then I'll go change clothes first. I've reserved a spot at Sheena Italian Restaurant." Sheena Italian Restaurant. Isn't that at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel? Chun Yin realized he was familiar with this place. He didn't know if the restaurant was genuinely popular or if. A few minutes later, Irina came out in her casual attire, naturally linking her arm with Chun Yin. "Brother Yin, let's go." The two then left the Xinglin dance studio and drove towards the restaurant. Upon arriving, they just walked in. "Mr. Chun, welcome to Sheena Restaurant." A warm greeting rang out. Chun Yin turned to see Manager Yang, who had hosted him last time, and returned the greeting. Manager Yang quickly approached and respectfully asked, "Mr. Chun, welcome. Do you need a private room?" "We have a reservation," Chun Yin replied, truthfully glancing at Irina. Irina unexpectedly spoke up. "I reserved a spot in the main hall when I called to check on the reservation. Wasn't it said that the private rooms were fully booked and only regular seats were left?" Hearing this, Manager Yang's face twitched as he momentarily didn't know how to respond. Fully booked and only regular seats left would naturally be in reference to ordinary customers. For a restaurant of their caliber, they would certainly reserve 1 or 2 private rooms for distinguished guests. But such matters should not be made public, especially not to be told to someone brought by Chun Yin. That would be a slap in the face. Fortunately, Manager Yang was quick-witted and soon thought of a reason, saying, "I apologize. This private room just became available because a customer who had made a reservation couldn't make it." Irina maintained her composure, but she wasn't foolish and could naturally understand that this was just flattery. She glanced at Chun Yin, realizing it was because of him. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? "Then please, Manager Yang, lead us there," Chun Yin said politely. Manager Yang gave him face, and naturally he would not refuse, who would sit in the main hall when there was a private room. "Mr. Chun, lady, please this way." After guiding the two to the private room, Manager Yang had just left when a young man dressed as a restaurant waiter approached and asked, "Yang, who is this big shot?" His tone was filled with envy as he continued, "He looks quite young. Last time he brought a stunning beauty to dine. Now he's brought another one, a mixed-race beauty. They're not even similar. This is too enjoyable. If I had money, He had served Chun Yin food last time and was deeply impressed, always fantasizing about living such a life one day. "Shut up." Manager Yang sternly interrupted his fantasies. "The customer's privacy is not for you to pry into or discuss. If you can't do your job well and just daydream all day, go help out in the main hall. I'll have Autumn take care of the service in the private room." He immediately adjusted the staff in the private room, replacing them all with females, afraid that this dreamer might cause trouble. If he couldn't resist looking at them a few more times and angered Chun Yin, then he would truly be shooting himself. In the private room, Chun Yin was unaware of the events outside and was scanning the menu, selecting 2 dishes he had enjoyed last time. Genoa pesto pasta Florence T-bone steak, while also adding some new dishes, Milan-style braised veal shank tuna tartare. He then handed the phone to Irina, saying, "Nana, take a look at what you want to eat and add a few more dishes." "Sure." Irina replied, took it, and began to check, but instead of looking at the dishes first, she scrolled to the very bottom. Among the beverage options, she quickly searched and clicked to add. When Chun Yin took the phone back, he immediately noticed that a bottle of wine had been added to the order of fortified wine from the Douro Valley, in Portugal known as port wine. As a wine connoisseur, he was well aware of what fortified wine was. It had a higher alcohol content than regular wine. Moreover, late bottled vintage port has the highest alcohol content, as brandy is added during the fermentation process. Regular wines have varying alcohol content depending on their types and brands, generally ranging from 8 to 15 degrees, with 12 to 14 degrees being the most common. In contrast, the alcohol content of late bottled vintage port reaches as high as 22 degrees, at the highest among all wines, comparable to some sake and spirits. Choosing a drink that could easily lead to intoxication was certainly worth Chun Yin's contemplation. Was this intentional or a careless mistake? Irina secretly observed Chun Yin, knowing that he had noticed the added wine, and asked, Yen-gu cannot. It's to celebrate the successful completion of my national style dance performance. This bottle of wine is a crucial prop in my plan. Oh, without it the plan would fall through. Sure. Chunyin nodded, pretending not to think too much. Italian cuisine calls for a bottle of wine to enhance the flavor. Yes, but don't worry, Yen-gu, although my tolerance is average, I handle my alcohol well. If I get drunk, I'll just sleep. Irina smiled, having laid the groundwork in their conversation to make the subsequent developments seem more natural. Then she casually asked, Yen-gu, have you seen Yao Yao recently? Chun-yin realized that he hadn't seen her for quite some time and hadn't really been in touch. Girls grow up, right? She seems to have inherited the strong woman gene from Gao Zhuojuan, and under the protection of higher-ups, and without financial worries, she's busy working hard at the company. Last time he communicated with Sun Haoqing regarding the procurement of drinks, he casually asked about her. It was said that she was growing quickly among the best of her peers. No, she seems to be quite busy lately, or else she wouldn't have stood you up last time and left me to go. Yeah, I've also been unable to get in touch with her lately. During group chats, she only occasionally pops up to say a few words. Irina said as she voiced her internal question. Yen-gu, may I ask you a question? Seeing Chun-yin nod, she continued. You knew Yao Yao first, as she's pure and beautiful, also the campus belle of Jiang University. Have you ever thought about being with her? Hearing this, Chun-yin was stunned for a moment. Noticing his unusual reaction, Irina hurriedly explained, I don't mean it in a jealous or suspicious way. It's just strange why with you being so handsome, and Yao Yao so pure and beautiful, did she introduce me to you? Isn't this situation good? Chun-yin did not respond directly but countered, what if I said I wanted to have my cake and eat it too? Of course, he wasn't referring to Chen Xingyao, but was testing Irina's tolerance, gauging her reaction. Upon hearing this, Irina laughed and joked. Yen-gu, although you're very handsome, Yao Yao isn't particularly swayed by looks, and her family is quite well off. If you really have the ability to win over Yao Yao, getting her to agree to share a boyfriend, I wouldn't mind. After all, we're good sisters, and upgrading our relationship would be quite nice. Just kidding. Chen-yin said this while thinking that the test results were quite good. Regardless, Irina was somewhat accommodating. If Chen Xingyao could be accepted, then others could be too. Bang! As they chatted, the door of the private room was knocked on, and the waiter entered to serve the dishes. The sommelier also opened the port wine, pouring it into the decanter and the goblets. Cheers, Irina proactively toasted Chun-yin. This glass is to celebrate the success of my national style dance performance. It should be. It was splendid and beautiful. Then next time I'll choreograph another dance, maybe a modern pop dance, something like a Korean girl group. They chatted and ate, with Irina frequently initiating toasts, offering various reasons for raising her glass. This glass is to celebrate my successful confession love victory. This glass is to wish you happiness and joy every day, Yen-gu. This glass is to wish my Xinglin dance studio a smooth opening with wealth and business flowing in. After a meal, they finished the whole bottle of wine. Irina's face was flushed, her gaze hazy, one hand propped on the table as she leaned her head on it. She was drunk. Come on, Yen-gu, this glass. Nana, there's no wine left. Chun-yin approached with concern, asking, Are you drunk? How do you feel? I am not drunk, Irina mumbled. It's getting late, and let me call for a designated driver to take you home. Where do you live? Chun-yin cooperatively played along. Wake up, wake up. Do you remember the address? Can you say it clearly? She closed her eyes, completely sprawled on the table, appearing to be fast asleep, and did not respond. So based on the script, Chun-yin called Manager Yang over. Manager Yang, could you please help me book a suite at the Ritz-Carlton? Irina was still in her deep sleep, seemingly unaware that she was being taken to a hotel room. After receiving the room card, Chun-yin picked her up, and as he left the private room, glanced down. He just caught a glimpse of her smiling with a mischievous expression, unable to contain her excitement, as if her plan had succeeded. Wow, she's really clever. No wonder she is known as Gong Million, actively planning to hit a home run. At this point, he was 100% sure that everything was part of Irina's plan, where the best hunters often appear in the form of their prey. Pretending to be the prey, getting drunk, and unable to say the address, it naturally led to her being taken to the... In fact, Chun-yin had long had a rough guess. The location of Shina, which means prominent, is quite clever, as it is directly below the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Moreover, Irina had taken the initiative to order the wine, and it was the strongest kind. The key point is he remembered her saying that kisses taste like cranberry vodka. The sweet effect of magical items varies from person to person. Does someone who likes cranberry vodka have poor alcohol tolerance? Could it be so bad that they would get drunk after drinking wine? It was clearly the rosy horse that came first, but I didn't expect Gong Million to get there first. Chun-yin certainly wouldn't let the meat served to his lips go to waste. Click. Opening the hotel room door and stepping inside, he kicked the door shut with his foot. Chun-yin placed Irina on the bed, noticing she was still pretending to be asleep. He found himself out of script and didn't know how to proceed. Directly taking advantage of someone drunk seemed too opportunistic for his role. So he decided to tease her, saying, "I heard that drunk people have their mouths open." After saying this, Irina's lips gradually parted. It seems that drunk people feel uncomfortable and their eyelids will also move. Irina immediately frowned. Chunyin nearly laughed out loud after seeing this, but managed to restrain himself, speaking earnestly. That's all correct, so no problem. Nana, you should rest well here tonight. I'll head back now." Then he intentionally took a few steps, creating noise as if he was leaving. At this moment, Irina finally couldn't hold back, opening her eyes. She immediately saw Chunyin looking at her with a sly grin. Irina suddenly came to her senses, realizing she had been fooled. However, she was not angry. Instead, she felt relieved that Chunyin was still there. "Yingu, that's great you're still here. I almost thought you were such a gentleman that you would just leave." Chunyin was grasped by her hand and saw her eyes sparkling, showing no signs of drunkenness. "Not pretending anymore. Your acting is quite good. You might as well try your luck in the entertainment industry and perhaps win an award for Best Actress." Teased by him, Irina was not shy at all and smiled as she replied, "Wasn't it your sharp eyes, Yingu, that saw through it? When did you realize it? I thought my plan was perfect. After getting drunk, I would have to book a hotel room, and then just the two of us, and Yingu, you could do whatever you wanted. I could be free to indulge and act recklessly, doing whatever I pleased. Drinking too proactively is too deliberate." Chunyin casually found a flaw to use as an excuse. He then leaned forward until he was completely on top of Irina, their faces mere inches apart, their gazes locked. So close that they could exchange breaths, the warm air brushing against their faces. "Once you've done this, don't regret it. No regrets." Irina murmured firmly, unable to tell if it was the alcohol or the fragrance that had her completely enchanted. "From the moment I first saw you, Yingu, I wished for this day. I have been preparing and anticipating it." After saying this, she bit her lip and leaned forward for a kiss. This kiss was even more intense than the previous ones, as if devouring a delicious meal while her hands reached for Chunyin's clothes. Truly, she was mixed race, truly a beast among the elite. Although she grew up immersed in traditional Chinese culture, she inherently possessed wild genes. Under her stimulation, Chunyin also became more rugged. Rip. His clothes tore slightly. However, neither of them paid attention to such minor details, rather it ignited a fire between them. After an unknown period, Irina struggled to breathe, and only then did they part. Chunyin happened to have an experiment that required her cooperation and asked, "Nana, I just ordered takeout from Shina Italian restaurant. Do you want to eat?" Irina had already eaten a lot for dinner, and upon seeing such a large portion of food, she felt overwhelmed and slightly fearful. But for Chunyin, she decided to go for it, and nodded in response. "Since it's something brought by you, Yingu, I must do my best to finish it. But this is my first time eating this kind of food. I don't know if it's good or what it tastes like. This is the restaurant's signature dish, so it must be delicious." Chunyin gently coaxed her. Alright, the experiment was perfect and successfully validated Chunyin's speculation that the sweet ambience of the magical item was all-encompassing. Really? A signature dish, huh? He then took Irina to the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel to enjoy the night view of the city. Fortunately, the floor was high enough that no one could see the two of them standing at the window late at night. Through deep observation, Chunyin finally saw Irina's true appearance. It was no wonder she was a beast among the elite. Her mixed-race advantages were vividly displayed. She perfectly combined the excellent genes of two races, giving her skin a porcelain-like whiteness, without any pores, incredibly delicate. Aside from that, she resembled a SBHYNX cat, with only a stunning head of golden hair, while the rest. This opened Chunyin's eyes as he finally understood what true Western beauty was. It seemed all the materials he studied before were fake, all artificial. That night, Chunyin was like a child who had received a new toy, unable to put it down, constantly playing and discovering new ways to enjoy the toy. The night was filled with roars. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the high-end hotel was excellent, so they did not disturb anyone else. When Chunyin woke up the next day, a messy scene greeted his eyes. Clothes, pillows, and water bottles were scattered everywhere. This was the consequence of their wild night. Looking down, he saw Irina sleeping soundly in his arms, and he gently pushed her away. Then with a thought, he said, "Sign in. Sign in. Complete rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, you have received Master of 8 Extremes Fist. Literature has Taiji to bring peace to the world, while martial arts has 8 extremes to stabilize the universe." In that instant of receiving the reward, Chunyin transformed into a Master of 8 Extremes Fist, declaring, "I have 60 years of skill in this punch. Can you take it?" However, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Tongzigu, it was just a joke. Is this really a reward for martial arts?" As the saying goes, no matter how high one's martial arts are, a single shot can take you down, and no matter how strong one's swordplay is, it cannot compete with gunplay, and no matter how advanced one's fist technique is, it pales in comparison to ballistic skills. To him, in the current societal environment, martial arts seemed rather useless, especially since he could not go to chaotic places to seek death. Yesterday was just a tease to Tongzi Ge, and today it became a reality. After this experience, he would no longer dare to casually make wishes. Even if it was another magical item to enhance his charm, it would be better than martial arts. After all, being handsome is a lifelong matter. Didn't he attract Irina this beauty with it? Forget it, he'll just look forward to future rewards. After finishing his daily check-in, Chun Yin got out of bed, washed up, and ordered takeout from the restaurant. While scrolling through his phone and replenishing his energy, he received a message from Jiang Miao Miao indicating that the bridge loan project in cooperation with the bank was very legitimate and posed no issues. Meanwhile, Irina, who had been sleeping, seemed to be unaccustomed to the lack of a pillow and gradually woke up. She stretched out her hand and groped around the bed, unable to find anyone. Suddenly jolted awake, she fully regained her senses. Yin Gu. She suddenly sat up from the bed. Accidentally pulling at a painful spot, she let out a hiss. Sound, and her face changed slightly, but she didn't pay it any mind. Forcing herself out of bed, she limped out of the room in search of Chun Yin. Upon exiting the room, seeing that he was still there leisurely enjoying his meal, Irina's heart finally relaxed. Nana, why are you out? Chun Yin noticed her pale face and expressed concern. Irina sat down beside him, casually replying, I just woke up, I feel much better now. Then you must be hungry. Eat something. Irina shook her head and said, Yingu, I still want to eat the restaurant's signature dish. Hearing this, Chun Yin looked at her in surprise, intending to advise her to rest well, but she had already started eating from the buffet. All right, hurry up and wash up. After watching her finish, Chun Yin said aloud. He naturally understood Irina's intention, which was simply to worry that he might not enjoy himself fully. However, there was no way around it. Not to mention that last night was her first ever experience with his current physical condition. Even for those who had been tested through various trials, it would be hard to cope, and he would have to exhaust every means just to keep up. Thinking of this, a thought popped into Chun Yin's mind. Just saying, is there any possibility? However, the plan needed careful study. It was a meticulous task that couldn't be rushed. Just as he was immersed in contemplation, Irina returned after washing up. Sitting down beside him, she said, Brother Yin, I thought you had left just now. After all, they were outside, and it was a sensitive period following a new experience. She was indeed startled, thinking she had been abandoned so soon. How could that be? Chun Yin stroked her golden hair, which felt smooth like silk, and said, Are you hungry? Hurry up and eat something. By the way, you should order some clothes on your phone to wear, otherwise we can't leave the hotel today. Last night's wildness had gone a bit overboard. His clothes were fine, but Irina's were practically unwearable. Okay. Irina obediently replied. However, Chun Yin suddenly thought of the time he added an exclusive shopping assistant Xiaowani when he visited the International Finance Center. It was mainly used for managing gift bills for Jiang Miao Miao and Miao Kaiwei privately, and now it could come in handy. So he changed his words, saying, Nana, you don't need to buy clothes, they'll have someone send them over. He then took out his phone and dialed Xiao Wanyi's voice message. The call was quickly connected and her voice came through. Hello, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Yes, miss. Xiao, does the International Finance Center or the LV store offer home delivery services? Chun Yin directly asked. Yes, Mr. Chen. As our esteemed guest, the International Finance Center will do everything to meet your needs. Do you have any preferred styles or designs? For men's clothes, just repeat the simple style from last time and add 2 or 3 sets, and for women's clothes, prepare a bit more without style restrictions. Oh, and remember to bring innerwear and socks too. Ritz-Carlton Hotel, 32nd floor, room 3201. All right, Mr. Chen, I've noted your request. Please wait a moment, we will rush over as soon as possible. After hanging up, Chun Yin found that Irina had finished eating and was looking at him with surprise. Seeing him in the call, she curiously asked, Brother Yin, did you just mention the International Finance Center and LV? You had LV delivered to your door? LV doesn't offer that service, does it? Chun Yin smiled. He didn't know about the past, but at least it was available, now reaching out to touch her smooth face, and replied, If you have money, you have it. He then casually asked, By the way, when is the exact opening day for the dance studio? Irina was momentarily stunned by his bold words, and after a moment she replied, The day after tomorrow. I checked the almanac, and it says it's a favorable day for opening. So there are still 3 days left, enough time. Chun Yin thought to himself. A child after getting a new toy always has a period of eager enthusiasm. Last night was just the beginning. The upcoming time would be the best tasting period. Luckily, he had nothing else to attend to these days, so he naturally wanted to cultivate some affection with his new pet. So you shouldn't have anything particularly important to deal with these 3 days, right? Irina understood the meaning behind his words, and her eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly, saying, The studio staff has all been hired, the framework is set up, and for any small tasks, I just need to tell them to do it. Good, then I'll spend these 3 days with you, but I won't join the fun on the opening day of the dance studio. By the way, where are you living now? After securing the location for the studio, I rented an apartment near the studio. The two of them nestled together, and time passed quite quickly between their questions and answers. About half an hour later, the doorbell of the hotel room rang. Irina adjusted her sitting posture, gathered her bathrobe, tightened her belt, and got up to open the door. Chun Yin remained seated and soon saw Xiao Wani appearing with 3 LV store sales assistants. Swish. They rolled in 3 large mobile clothing racks, the wheels making a swishing sound on the floor. Mr. Chun, it's a pleasure to see you again. These are the fitting clothes brought according to your request, Xiao Wani said with a slight bow. As a personal shopping assistant at the International Finance Center, she had seen many wealthy people who changed women faster than they changed clothes. So when she entered and saw that the person opening the door was not Li Yutong from last time, but the new mixed-race beauty Irina, she showed no surprise. Thank you for your trouble, Chun Yin replied, and turned to Irina. Nana, see if you like any clothes. Choose some, try them on, and take what you like. He didn't need to try them on. The sales assistants from LV had a deep impression of him as a recent big client and understood his preferences. He glanced around, casually chose a set, and went to the bathroom to wash up and change. When he came out, he immediately saw Irina standing in the living room, wearing a monogram floral button dress, waiting for his review. As long as you like it, you don't need my approval. Hearing his words, Irina shook her head and said, a woman dresses to please the one she loves. Of course, I want Brother Yin to find it beautiful and to like it before I wear it. All right, that sounds somewhat reasonable. Chun Yin dried his hair with a towel and sat down in the living room. He then seemingly watched a fashion show as a blonde supermodel continuously changed outfits, eager for his praise. The fitting lasted nearly an hour, and in the end, he selected 5 suitable outfits for Irina. After Xiao Wani and her team left, Chun Yin and Irina tidied up and prepared to check out. Brother Yin, where are we going next? In response to her question, Chun Yin pretended to be mysterious and leaned close to her ear, saying, let's go home and make love. In an instant, Irina was shy from his blunt words, her face turning red as she lightly patted his hand. What's wrong? You don't want to? Feeling the heat of his gaze, she couldn't directly say anything too embarrassing and could only nod her head. Having just tasted the pleasures of intimacy, this stage was indeed the time of craving. Thus the two arrived at Irina's place, and for the next 2 days Chun Yin indulged in playing with his new toy, hardly stepping out of the apartment. On the top floor of Huizue building, in the president's office and common area, in the pantry. This place serves not only as a spot for employees to drink water and enjoy tea during breaks, but also as a hub for workplace intelligence and information dissemination. Countless rumors of extramarital affairs, infidelity, and workplace flings that shatter one's worldview circulate in this place. After joining the company, Chun Xingyao overheard many snippets of gossip in the pantry, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the internal dynamics. Little did she expect that one day she would become the center of gossip in the pantry. This day? After finishing organizing the documents in her hands, Chun Xingyao stretched her stiff body, then picked up her mug and stood up to refill it in the pantry. As she reached the door, she heard colleagues chatting inside, one of whom was someone she had recently become familiar with. Just as she was about to quicken her pace to greet them, in the next moment the content of their conversation pierced her ears, and she abruptly halted in her tracks. Hey, have you heard the gossip about Chun Xingyao? I heard she's the mistress of some board member from our company. A female voice exclaimed, and the other two, a man and a woman, immediately expressed their interest and pressed for more details. Is that true? Where did you hear that? No wonder among that batch of interns, she's the only one who skipped the internship period and went straight to a full-time position. Not only that, she doesn't even have to rotate positions and easily entered our president's office. Didn't you notice how much assistant Sun takes care of her? It's to avoid being questioned by the board. Chun Xingyao calmly listened to the slander against her, not rushing to confront them or hurl insults. She had already identified the voices inside, particularly the one instigating the gossip, her roommate. Initially, she thought Fang Peijin was a good friend who helped her integrate into the work of the president's office, but unbeknownst to her, she was stabbing her in the back. There are no true friendships in the workplace. Chun Xingyao couldn't help but sigh, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation. Hey, now that you mention it, it's quite strange. Assistant Sun does seem to treat her differently. It seems it's not just Assistant Sun. I also noticed the head of the operations department was very friendly with Chun Xingyao last time they met, with an exceptionally good attitude. So she has a big boss from the board backing her. No wonder she can act so freely in the company. Fang Peijin continued embellishing, saying, these are just small details in the company. There are many more oddities. She drives a luxury car worth millions to work, and the cosmetics and skincare products she uses are all high-end brands. Where would a fresh graduate get so much money? It must be from her wealthy benefactor. You all know I live with her, and it's quite annoying. My face cream just ran out, and the new one hasn't arrived yet. When I asked her to lend me a bit, she refused. What? She already has a benefactor, and is still so stingy. You can't tell. Usually, it really is a case of knowing the face, but not the heart. Exactly. I initially thought she was quite innocent, but who would have guessed? The world has changed, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. I've interacted with some of Chun Xingyo's classmates. They also have a poor opinion of her. Listening to Fang Pijin's slander, Qin Xingyao felt no emotional upheaval. She hadn't invested much in these feelings, so it was easy to withdraw. Thinking positively, at least she discovered the two-faced person early on, preventing deeper hurt later. After listening for a while, the conversation inside had reached a point where there was nothing new. It was just the same things repeated. Thus, she took a step forward, making a dazzling entrance at the pantry door. Seeing her sudden appearance, Fang Peijin, who had been secretly hurting her, was startled, and her expression froze momentarily. But she quickly changed her face, donning a smile mask and enthusiastically greeting. It's Yao Yao. Are you here to refill water too? The other two nearby also looked uncomfortable, as they had just been talking bad about her, and now she appeared, making them feel guilty. Chun Xingyao didn't respond immediately. With a cold expression, she stepped forward and splashed the remaining water in her cup onto Fang Pijin's face. The water accurately hit her, soaking her hair and makeup. Chun Xingyao, what are you doing? What does this mean? Fang Peijin screamed. This shout created quite a stir, immediately drawing the attention of other employees in the office, some craning their necks to look, while others stood up to gather around. Oh, no need to thank me, Chun Xingyao said with a half-smile. What am I doing? The meaning is quite clear. I'm just using water to wash that filthy mouth of yours. If all your mouth can do is slander and spread rumors, I suggest you donate it instead. Of course, a mouth that is too foul and filthy may not even be wanted by anyone. She continued to shoot her words like a machine gun. Fang Peijin, you act one way in front of me and another behind my back, right? If my family has money, I can drive any car I want. Who said driving a luxury car means having a benefactor? You often hitch rides in my car to come to work. Isn't that just because I didn't lend it to you to show off outside? Also, I thought my cream and various skincare products in the bathroom had gone missing by half. Who uses a quarter of a cream jar in one go? Could it be that someone stole and moved them? If you had asked nicely to borrow some, would I have refused? Would I have taken my things back to my room? But in your mouth it becomes that I refuse to lend you some. You really know how to talk, a master of language arts. After Qin Xingyo's words, the colleagues who had come to eavesdrop began to understand the situation. Slandering someone behind their back and being caught in the act, how stimulating, they began to discuss excitedly. I can't believe Fang Peijin is this kind of person. Wasn't she quite friendly with Chun Xingyao usually? To spread rumors behind her back. It's a shame she's a woman herself. I didn't see this coming. Chun Xingyao usually appears weak, but when she gets angry, her firepower is so fierce. I say Fang Peijin deserves it. She clearly doesn't have enough work to do and still has time to stir up trouble in the pantry. Living with her must be so miserable. Things getting stolen and then being slandered too. It's not surprising. I know the previous tenant of the room where Yao Yao lives. She also worked at our company and apparently moved out because she couldn't stand Fang Peijin. When the room became available, she had to quickly find someone to share it with, otherwise she'd have to pay more rent. She even asked me back then, and thankfully I didn't go. The crowd murmured quietly. Fang Peijin couldn't hear, but the expressions in everyone's eyes spoke volumes. Unable to bear it, she covered her face and ran out of the pantry, and her two companions also couldn't face her, quickly lowering their heads to leave. Meanwhile, Chun Xingyao acted as if nothing had happened, picked up her cup, refilled it, and returned to her seat, continuing to handle her work. However, feeling in a bad mood today, she didn't want to work overtime. She just wanted to return to her true good friends and feel real emotions, venting properly once again. Conveniently, she wanted to return to her rental apartment early, pack her things, and leave, no longer wanting to live in the same place as Fang Peijin. So when it was time to get off work, she promptly packed her things and stood up to leave. While walking, she dialed Jiang Mao's number, and when it connected, she asked, Miao Miao, are you off work? Do you have time tonight? Let's find a place to meet and chat. Jiang Miao responded over the phone. What? You have to work overtime. Isn't your job the easiest? Chun Xingyao was surprised after Jiang Miao declined her invitation. What? Your old baby assigned you a project to manage. You have to be responsible and not let him down. Oh my Miao. Weren't you supposed to be pampered since you have a benefactor? Why do you still have to work overtime? All right, I won't call him old baby. I trust you, he's not old at all, and very handsome. Is that okay? Then let's leave it at that. I'll ask Nana and hang up first. After hanging up the phone, she turned to call Irina, but it rang for a long time without answering, and her messages and voice calls on WeChat also went unanswered. Strange, what's Nana busy with? Why isn't she responding to messages or answering calls? Meanwhile, in Irina's apartment, her phone was vibrating on the coffee table, making a buzzing sound. But the noise was easily drowned out by the roar of her tiger's cry. She was busy and had no time to pay. Sigh, this is so annoying. With one good friend unavailable and another missing, while Hashimoto Yia had gone back to Sakura to deal with visa issues, Chun Xingyao, having gotten off work early, found no one to accompany her, causing her mood to worsen. Arriving at the parking lot after getting into the car, she thought, hey, I wonder what Lao Chin is up to. With that thought, she made a phone call. Beep. After a long time no one picked up. Chen Xingyao was speechless. What is going on today? Why is everyone so busy? Then again she thought, since those who are usually free are busy today, I should find someone who is usually busy. Deciding to combat magic with magic, she would go along with the trend. Thus, she dialed the number of the busiest person Gao Zhuojuan, who worked the most overtime. The call was quickly answered and she said, Mom, I finished work, are you free tonight? The voice of Gao Zhuojuan came from the phone responding, Yao Yao, I'm free. I just happened to finish work early today. Yay! Chen Xingyao pumped her small fist and said, Great, just stay at home, I'll come over now. Just as she thought the busy person today actually had time, and she immediately decided to go see Gao Zhuojuan. While venting her frustrations, she could also consult about workplace issues since Gao Zhuojuan had worked hard to rise from an ordinary employee to her current position as president, rich in experience from workplace struggles. After hanging up, she set the navigation for Blue Moon Bay, and the vehicle sped off toward the destination. A few minutes later, ding-dong. Chen Xingyao pressed the doorbell. The door opened, revealing Gao Zhuojuan's figure. Yao Yao, you're just in time, the delivery just arrived, we can eat now. Okay. Chen Xingyao replied and casually asked, Mom, do you usually eat takeout? But as soon as she said this, she realized it was inappropriate and unnecessary to ask. Having divorced with Chun Yin no longer cooking and Gao Zhuojuan not skilled in the kitchen, she had to resort to ordering takeout. She quickly added, Takeout is great, you can order whatever you want, so many options. Gao Zhuojuan paid no mind, opening the takeout boxes while saying, Come sit down. It's from that restaurant you like, and I ordered all your favorite dishes, give them a try. Chen Xingyao sat down, but still took a glance around the room. There was a crumpled tissue near the trash can that hadn't been thrown away, half-drunk tea in the cup that was left unattended, and clothes that had dried piled on the sofa without being folded. Gao Zhuojuan was someone who liked order and cleanliness, and these were things she couldn't tolerate in her previous life. Now living alone, everything was in disarray. Perhaps noticing Chun Xingyo's gaze, Gao Zhuojuan quickly spoke up. I've been a bit busy these days. That's why I'm not home and haven't had time to call a cleaning lady over. I also don't want to hire a housekeeper. I'm not used to having strangers in my home. Mom, you seem to have lost weight recently. Chen Xingyao didn't respond directly, letting out a deep sigh. Sigh. I really can't understand you. I don't know what you're thinking, why you insist on divorcing Lao Chen. Without Lao Chen's support, life isn't that easy. A look at the current situation, isn't this the best proof? Upon arriving at Blue Moon Bay and seeing the situation, her workplace issues became trivial. Gao Zhuojuan did not retort, the facts were laid bare. Through this period of living experience, she had already realized Chun Yan's importance. It would be impossible to say she had no regrets, but what could be done? The ship had sailed. Sigh, I was indeed too arrogant before, blinded by work and honor, and even more so by the words of outsiders. Everyone said Chun Yin was living off me, and I felt embarrassed, wanting him to improve and become my equal, someone who could stand tall. In short, I was indeed out of my mind. I made a wrong decision. Isn't Lao Chen capable? Chen Xingyao exclaimed, people outside are just envious and jealous. They can't stand to see others living well. Now that they see you two really divorced, they might even applaud. Yao Yao, how has Chun Yin been recently? Have you gone to see him? Hearing Gao Zhuojuan's inquiry, Chen Xingyao suddenly panicked, her expression changing. Because she sensed the regret in Gao Zhuojuan's words, it was clear that Gao Zhuojuan, who had always been resolute in her decisions, could not be swayed. So she had assumed that the outcome of Chun Yin and Gao Zhuojuan's divorce was set in stone. But now, Gao Zhuojuan seemed a bit different. This was completely beyond her expectations, exceeding her understanding of Gao Zhuojuan. Mom, are you regretting it? What do you mean? Are you thinking of remarrying? Oh, Chen Xingyao quickly probed. After speaking, she stared at Gao Zhuojuan, waiting for an answer, her heart in turmoil. Oh my, this is a disaster. Who would have thought this would happen? I just introduced a girlfriend to Lao Chun, and Irina likes him a lot. On one side was Irina, who was like a sister to her, and on the other was her biological mother, Gao Zhuojuan. Chen Xingyao found herself in a dilemma, torn between supporting Gao Zhuojuan's reconciliation and restoring their family harmony. Or should she support Irina in pursuing true love? But the person was introduced by her, as she couldn't just cut off the connection, could she? Yet she soon reconsidered. Since supporting either of them is not right, then I want support either. I support Lao Chun. He can choose whomever. With this thought, her psychological pressure suddenly eased considerably. However, she still looked forward to Gao Zhuojuan's thoughts and wanted to know how she felt now. She saw Gao Zhuojuan fall silent for a moment before nodding and shaking her head. Chen Xingyao almost lost her composure, waiting so long only for her to nod and shake her head. Who could understand that? Unable to help herself, she asked aloud, Mom, what does that mean? Don't play riddles with me. Yes, I have regretted it. Gao Zhuojuan explained, I have also had thoughts of remarrying Chun Yin. But I know that a broken mirror is hard to piece together. Adults should be responsible for their actions. Since I made a decision, I must accept the consequences. Even if a remarriage were possible, it could never return to the way things were before, and it might even become worse. Besides, after being together with Chun Yin for so long, did I not know him well? Having finally regained her freedom, he would never agree to it. That rake, if it weren't for my slight scheme back, then pricking a small hole in the condom, he wouldn't even know how many romantic debts he would owe. Chen Xingyao was dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen Gao Zhuojuan reveal such a youthful pride. It was also the first time she heard such a dramatic backstory about her birth akin to a plot from a female-centric novel. The love back then was genuine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to have a child with Lao Chun deploying strategies. She mused to herself, also understanding the implication behind Gao Zhuojuan's words. There had been thoughts of remarriage, but they had ultimately extinguished. Although this answer relieved Chen Xingyao of her dilemma, she suddenly felt a bit sad and spoke up, "Mom, you need to take care of yourself." "I will." Hearing her concern, Gao Zhuojuan nodded, warmed inside, and placed a piece of beef into her bowl, saying, "Eat quickly, or the dish will get cold." "I'm okay," Chen Xingyao replied, then said, "Mom, tell me about Lao Chen's past. What kind of rake was he? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. He has been quite well behaved all these years." That was after marriage, before he switched girlfriends faster than changing clothes, sometimes even wearing several outfits at once. She listened eagerly, but suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Something was poking her, so she reached into her pocket. She discovered it was the car key that was poking her, so she placed it on the table. But there was nothing I could do. Who told him to be charming? Gao Zhuojuan was speaking about the past when she suddenly halted upon seeing the car key. Her expression changed, and in surprise she asked Yao Yao, "Where did this car key come from?" She recognized the Bentley emblem, a luxury car worth at least $1 million. How could Chen Xingyao have a car key? Originally, she wanted to buy Chen Xingyao a car for commuting to work, but she had been too busy lately and delayed it. Its mind seeing her reaction was quite significant. Chen Xingyao quickly explained, "Mom, don't think too much. I've been keeping myself pure. This is a car Lao Chen bought for me before I started working, saying it was to make it convenient for me to get to and from work." Ow. The surprise on Gao Zhuojuan's face did not diminish. Instead, she was even more shocked. In her perception, Chun Yin could not possibly come up with that much money unless he was insane enough to sell a house for it. Without her saying it, Chen Xingyao could guess Gao Zhuojuan's thoughts and spoke up, "Are you thinking about how Lao Chen could afford a luxury car?" To elaborate, she didn't care if it would stimulate Gao Zhuojuan anymore. "Besides this Bentley, Lao Chen also transferred me $5 million as pocket money. He seems to have suddenly turned his fortune around, not only striking it rich, but also finding a second spring, looking younger and more handsome." Upon hearing this, Gao Zhuojuan felt a little heartache. Her feelings were complex, a mix of speechlessness, gratification, and bitterness. $5 million in pocket money, and a Bentley totaling nearly $10 million. Even after working hard for so many years, she had not accumulated that much. What she wanted Chen Yin to achieve, he easily succeeded after the divorce. It was a bit ironic. The gratifying part was that Chen Yin still doted on Chen Xingyao, giving her money and a car as soon as he made a fortune. Compared to herself, who had delayed because of work, he had indeed taken good care of her. But the sense of unworthiness made Gao Zhuojuan feel quite bitter, and she couldn't help but say, "Yao Yao, if you need money, just tell me. Don't spend Chun Yan's money recklessly. That's not good." "Oh, what's so bad about that?" Chen Xingyao looked at Gao Zhuojuan in surprise and said, "Lao Chun is my father. It's only natural for daughters to spend their father's money. I'm Lao Chen's dear little cotton-padded jacket, not an unfilial daughter. When I become CEO and reach the peak of my life, I will also spend money on Lao Chun and take care of him in his old age." After saying that, she secretly thought, "I'm exhausting myself for Lao Chun, introducing my good friend Irina to him. Being so good to him, isn't it justifiable to spend a little money?" Then she suddenly remembered, "By the way, didn't Lao Chun say he had a house near the company for me to live in? I should ask him about it sometime. Well, I still prefer living alone." She thought of the house and didn't take Gao Zhuojuan's words to heart at all. After this unpleasant experience, she didn't want to share a rental with strangers. Who knows if they are human or ghosts? Gao Zhuojuan was left speechless. A belly full of words felt unspeakable. The long-held secret couldn't be revealed. For a moment, she fell into a very contradictory state, naturally not wanting to see Chun Yin treating Chen Xingyao poorly. But if he treated her too well, excessively, so she felt ashamed and was tormented inside. Throughout the meal, she spaced out several times, finding the food tasteless. Even chatting with Chen Xingyao became lackluster, devoid of any desire to converse. Seeing this, Chen Xingyao thought Gao Zhuojuan was simply too tired from work, so after sitting a bit longer during the meal and helping to tidy up a bit, she spoke up, "Mom, I'm heading back. You should rest well. Please take care of your health while working, don't overdo it, and call me anytime if you need anything." After she left, Gao Zhuojuan leaned against the sofa, remaining motionless for a long time, her mind occupied with a single thought. Is it really justifiable? Sigh, where does such justification come from? Forget it, work hard and earn money. If one day I need it, I'll pay him back. No green, haha. Gao Zhuojuan's thoughts were unknown to Chen Xingyao. After leaving Blue Moon Bay, she found a business hotel. With money in hand, she felt confident assured that she wouldn't lack a temporary place to stay. After checking in, she lay on the soft bed and began to recall the events of the day, reviewing the things she heard. Today, Fong Pijin's slander was countered by her sharp rebuttal, effectively dispelling part of the rumors. However, once a rumor is spread, it takes a lot to refute it. There will always be some people who, even after her clarification, will not believe her. They may think she is merely trying to cleanse her image, which will inevitably have some negative impact on her. This matter is not over yet. Chun Xingyao gritted her teeth, her pure and beautiful face revealing a hint of ferocity. She was determined to seek revenge at all costs. It couldn't just pass like this. By the way, as she reviewed, she suddenly remembered that Fong Peijin had mentioned that her classmates had a very poor evaluation of her. This meant there were more bad people, likely a group, at least accomplices, who shared a foul reputation with Fong Peijin. They must have said many bad things about her, and because they were classmates, it would be even easier for outsiders to believe them. Upon careful thought, Chun Xingyao quickly identified the likely accomplices. She then opened her phone and searched for a long time in the Weixin contacts before dialing the number. The call was quickly connected, and she directly asked, "Jia, this is Chun Xingyao. Do you remember who reported me for being late to Manager Zhang on the day we started? If you know the name, please let me know. Thanks." Although there was no direct evidence, her previous experience served as proof. She had no enmity with anyone, only those who disliked her would do such things. Such people were likely to conspire with Fong Peijin to defame her. After getting the names from a classmate with whom she had some connection, these individuals also entered her revenge blacklist. The next morning, Chun Xingyao drove to Huizue building for work. As soon as she sat down at her desk, she felt a gaze fixed on her from behind. Turning her head, she saw. Sure enough, it was Fong Peijin. After yesterday's incident, her questionable character had spread, and who would dare to be close to her? The two locked eyes, and Fong Peijin was the first to falter under the gaze, turning her head to evade. Thus, Chun Xingyao lost focus on her work, idling until the afternoon. Then on her way back from the restroom, she ran into Sun Haoqing and greeted him, "Assistant Sun," just as she was about to leave after her greeting. "Xingyao." Unexpectedly, Sun Haoqing called her with a bright smile and asked, "Why do you seem a bit listless? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to approve some sick leave for you to rest? Why are you so concerned about me?" Chun Xingyao thought to herself, glancing at Sun Haoqing in surprise. It was clear that he genuinely cared without any ulterior motives. It seems Sun Haoqing is indeed quite attentive to me, exceeding the usual care for a newcomer. At this moment, she thought it felt a bit off, but couldn't quite pinpoint why, especially since Sun Haoqing had always been well-behaved and never overstepped boundaries. "Assistant Sun, I'm fine. You probably heard about yesterday's incident. It was just a misunderstanding with a colleague that caused some unpleasantness, so I'm not in the best mood. But don't worry, I won't delay my work. I'll get back to it now." Chun Xingyao casually replied, thinking that the ruckus from yesterday should have reached Sun Haoqing. She also didn't forget to assure her superior of her dedication to work. Yesterday what happened?" Sun Haoqing was startled by her words, but by the time he reacted, Chun Xingyao had already left. He wasn't at the office yesterday and didn't know what happened, but Chun Xingyao was the company's princess. He and Zhang Hanyang had both assured Chun Yen that they would take good care of her, leaving no room for error. Thus, Sun Haoqing hurried back to the office area, called a male employee over, and said, "Feng Di-kun, come to my..." After calling him over, he urgently started questioning. "Brother Sun, do you want to hear yesterday's gossip?" Feng Di-kun, who usually had a good relationship with Sun Haoqing, responded with a playful smile. "I happened to be present in the office the whole time and witnessed everything. It went like this: Chun Xingyao and Fong Peijin are roommates, but yesterday." He described everything he had learned and seen, roughly restoring the sequence of events. "Brother Sun, what do you think? This is the biggest gossip in the company right now. Whose side are you on? Chun Xingyao or Fong Peijin? By the way, it seems to involve you, as it was said that you treated Chun Xingyao well because of your benefactor. Brother Sun, is this true? Could you give me a hint? You know I keep my mouth shut. I absolutely won't spread." As Sun Haoqing listened, his heart sank deeper and anger ignited within him. Seeing Feng Di-kun still foolishly gossiping, he no longer cared about their relationship and slammed his hand on the desk. "Feng Di-kun, shut up. Do you know something big has happened? From now on, you are not allowed to discuss this matter with anyone. You are not allowed to speak a single bad word about Chun Xingyao, or prepare to pack your things and leave." Feng Di-kun was taken aback seeing Sun Haoqing's intense reaction. He quickly agreed, but couldn't help but start to speculate. Sun Haoqing is so furious. Could the rumors be true? Is there really a high-level benefactor? Also, discussing high-level matters could lead to trouble. Sun Haoqing seemed to have guessed his thoughts, took a deep breath to calm down, and spoke again. "Stop overthinking it. When such things happen, identities will definitely be disclosed later. I can tell you directly that Chun Xingyao doesn't have any so-called benefactor. Her father is the second largest shareholder and director of the company, and she is the niece of the chairman. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about her is essentially going against Director Chun and the chairman. Oh. Upon hearing this, Feng Dikun was instantly astounded, his shock freezing his expression. He stammered, Chun Xingyao, her father is a new shareholder and director. For a moment he felt fortunate that he had only been a rational bystander and never took sides or made any comments. What did you think? Sun Haoqing stood up and said, you can leave now. In light of this incident, I need to hurry and report it to the chairman to handle it properly at the first opportunity. She originally just wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person. Now look, everyone is preparing to pack their bags and leave.